Qin Ge traverses the world of beast tamers, delightfully acquiring dual extraordinary talents. Be my child. Bloodline purification, doubling of filial piety, the intimidation of 7 wolves. Dimensional inheritance enables beasts to seek mentorship from the powerful across myriad realms. Thus, Shuel Lingling becomes a disciple of Esdeath, Shan Yaya, and the fairy of Guanghan. Shuel Lingling tilting her head. Master says, cuteness is merely superficial armor, true strength is the eternal truth. In the next moment, Shuel Lingling deftly thrusts an ice spike towards her opponent's lower regions. Qin Ge, his pupils trembling. My daughter, could we perhaps employ a more graceful method of attack? Shuel Lingling proudly raises her little head. Not a chance. Thunderfang Tiger becomes a disciple of Fei Qinhu, Sikong Zhen, King of Tigers, and Lei Yi. This punch is an act of divine justice. In truth, it was simply a reaction to his opponent's disfavor. Opponent in despair. Referee. It's simultaneously shattering darkness with lightning while chanting Storm Nebula Shatter. Is this reasonable? Mud Shark, under the tutelage of Groudon and Zhongli. Qin Ge with satisfaction. Well done. Finally a dependable one. In the next moment, Mud Shark roaring. Who says I can't fly? Boom. The arena trembles. The ground erupts with numerous rock spikes, sending the opponent flying into the audience. Qin Ge in exasperation. Child, this is a competition, not a demolition. While other beast tamers toil to nurture their beasts and hone basic skills, Qin Ge's beasts have already mastered freezing time and space, invoking the 5 Thunder Law, and fortifying their defenses. Dad, Master Esdeath said she would teach me ice sculpture today, pulls out a row of villainous ice sculptures. Oh dear, being a father is truly challenging. Chapter 1. The joy of a traveler is incredibly simple. Yesterday, 4 7th-tier beast tamers explored the secret realm of the Himalayan snow mountains and encountered a new dragon species spirit beast attack. Breaking news. Today, a security breach occurred at the secret realm of Qin in Japan, allowing a 9th-tier demon beast known as Fatty to invade the city, with casualties beyond estimation. Moreover, the invasion by the 9th-tier demon beast little boy is merely 3 days away. Miss Ma, the only daughter of the Penguin Group CEO, successfully awakened her beast taming talent. Tonight at 9 o'clock, all players log into Beast Tamer Glory will receive an Sclass gift pack. A remarkable talent has emerged in America, awakening an extraordinary beast taming talent. Mr. Masiko, a council member of the American Beast Tamer Alliance, has taken him as his adopted son. In Jinling City, Garden Community 701, Qin Ge awakens from his slumber, his head still somewhat foggy, instinctively reaching for his phone. Upon seeing the trending news headlines on his device, he finally confirms a singular truth. He has indeed traversed to another world. Not only the unfamiliar memories that coalesced in his dreams, along with the recent news affirming this reality, but also the strikingly handsome visage that appeared on the screen upon his phone's lock.as is well known. Only the good-looking are deemed worthy of traversing worlds. His striking appearance undoubtedly qualifies him as a quintessential traveler. According to the memories in his mind, the technology and culture of this world are strikingly similar to those of Earth, including the fact that his former family and friends have merely undergone changes in occupation and status. However, this realm is a fantastical world dominated by beasts. Here, one encounters both demon beasts and spirit beasts. The former are antagonists, growing stronger by consuming humans, while the latter serve as humanity's crucial force against the villains. In this world, every individual awakens the potential to become a beast tamer on the day they come of age, thus allowing them to forge contracts with spirit beasts and ascend to the ranks of the elite beast tamers. Beast tamers are revered as the elite among humanity, for through nurturing spirit beasts, these creatures reciprocate, becoming guardians of their homeland. Yet, becoming a beast tamer is not without its prerequisites. The probability of successfully awakening the beast taming talent is exceedingly low. Otherwise, Mr. Ma would not have been so elated at his daughter's successful awakening that he gifted every player of Beast Tamer Glory and Sclass gift pack. Naturally, Qin Ge also possesses the ability to awaken his talent. Just yesterday, the original owner of this body unlocked an astounding talent. Talent: Be my child or daughter. Effect 1. Bloodline Resonance. The contracted spirit beast will experience purification and enhancement of its talent as its bond with the beast tamer strengthens. Effect 2. Gifts from dutiful offspring. receives a doubling of the spirit beast reciprocation. Effect 3. The intimidation of 7 wolves. Activates internal spiritual power, creating an illusory belt that inflicts pain, mental intimidation on the target, causing rigidity and dizziness based on the target's tier. The potency of this talent is undoubtedly a superlative, unparalleled enhancement. Having just awakened, it boasts 3 impressive effects, each formidable in its own right. In this realm, the strength of a beast tamer largely hinges on the spirit beasts they contract. Those spirit beasts lack a definitive classification of quality. The disparity in initial values and growth potential between a mere fish and a colossal dragon is glaringly apparent, especially without the aid of a beast tamer's talent. The first effect of this talent possesses the remarkable ability to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary. Even a simple fish, through bloodline resonance, could potentially rise to greatness. The remaining 20 of a beast tamer's strength is determined by the individual themselves. After all, if a beast tamer is slain, what use is having a powerful spirit beast? The solution to this dilemma is straightforward. Be why obtaining the reciprocation from their contracted spirit beasts, they can enhance their own strength. Simultaneously, possessing a suitable talent can effectively safeguard their safety. The second and third effects of the talent be, my child accomplished this flawlessly. With merely these 3 effects, this talent could be deemed an SSR among the SSS tier. However, the revelations do not end here. In this world, demon beasts, spirit beasts, and beast tamers are classified from tier 0 to tier 10, with each tier further divided into 10 levels. 4 beast tamers. Each elevation in tier allows those with weaker talents to enhance their abilities, while those with inherently strong talents can unlock additional effects. This implies that as Qin Ge ascends from a tier 0 beast tamer to a tier 10 beast tamer, his talent will possess a total of 13 unique effects. Thus, the original owner of this body must have been elated, and thus, Qin Ge, with a striking appearance and an equally impressive talent, benefits from this fortunate turn of events. The good news, he's handsome. The better news, his talent is extraordinary. He is not a mockery, a failure, or a victim of misfortune at the outset. The even better news, since his family and friends have experienced minimal changes, Qin Ge's parents engage in specialized research, living off the state. They scarcely return home even once a year, only sending cold, hard numbers to the bank account each month. Therefore, he is not impoverished. The even better news, the Traverse Qin Ge seems to possess 2 talents. Talent, dimensional inheritance. Unique effect, summons powerful beings from various realms to instruct spirit beasts. Note, equivalent exchange, each summoning requires a certain expenditure of resources, which determines the strength and duration of the summoned entity. What on earth? Qin Ge's expression froze in astonishment. This implies that as long as the cost is sufficient, he could indeed summon the light attribute spirit beast to pay homage to the light king, Ace. He could have the fire attribute spirit beast seek the guidance of the flame emperor to learn the Buddhist wrath fire lotus. He could even have the earth attribute spirit beast apprentice to Zhongli and the mighty Groudon. Such terror! I can only express my incredulity. Qin Ge's heart raced at an alarming pace. This was absolutely right. Indeed, brother. The joy of a transmigrator is most refreshingly simple. What on earth, why am I struggling to breathe? No. The original owner likely perished in such a manner, I cannot meet the same fate. Quickly, is there anything that can induce discomfort in a fellow like me? I have it. Qin Ge suddenly had a realization. He hastily retrieved his phone and opened the Beast Emperor app, Spirit Beast, Crimson Scale Beast. Level, 2nd tier, level 8. Attribute, Fire. Description, proficient in utilizing a flame shield, possessing extraordinary explosive power, said to bear the bloodline of the Fire Qilin. Price, 10 small goals. Such a low price? What did you say? Qin Ge's delicate face stiffened, and his breath became more regulated. Even though his innate talent was formidable, he had confidence in transforming a mere insect into a dragon, a chick into a phoenix. However, it was akin to playing a game. If one could wield an overpowered hero without effort, why rely on skill to play a lesser character? If one could cultivate a dragon from the outset, why would he choose to scavenge and nurture a mere insect? Yet, a dragon, he simply could not afford. No, since the current beginning is already 80 perfect, I must find a way to make up for the remaining 20. Qin Ge fell into deep contemplation that he began to strategize on how to leverage his existing conditions to procure a magnificent initial spirit beast. Speaking of which, though my parents' occupations are confidential, Their positions must be quite impressive, right? Even when not at home, local officials visit during festivals and holidays. If that is the case, I could be considered a direct descendant of the nation, couldn't I? Why not disclose an innate talent to the state and procure an exceptional spirit beast? Perhaps due to my remarkable talent, I will not have to worry excessively about resources in the future. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. He promptly took out his phone and located a number. Chapter 2, Talent Level Test. Rating, Celestial Level. Hello, who is this? The moment the call connected, a rugged voice resonated, instantly conjuring the image of a towering figure in Qin Ge's mind. Li Jingang, the man who had been mercilessly urinated upon by his younger self on multiple occasions. True to his name, standing over 2 meters tall, his exaggerated muscles made him resemble a humanoid colossus. There was a reason Qin Ge chose to call him. First, he was the sworn brother of Qin Ge's father, Qin Chuan, and they shared a bond forged in life-or-death circumstances. Secondly, an alternate world's version of Jingang had heroically sacrificed himself during a border stability mission. In this realm inhabited by spiritual beasts, his prowess was formidable, impervious to the threat of mere bullets. He continued to serve valiantly in the military, safeguarding the nation and its people. Uncle, it's me. As he spoke, Qin Ge instinctively straightened his posture, a reflex ingrained in him from the rigorous training Li Jingang had imposed upon him in retaliation for past grievances. A light chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. You little rascal, finally willing to reach out to your uncle? Qin Ge took a deep breath. Uncle, I have awakened the talent for beast mastery, quite impressive, I must say. I wish to participate in the Jinling Beast Master Association's Golden Scale project. As you know, I cannot reach my parents, so I thought to consult with you to see if this is feasible. On the other end, a harsh metallic distortion crackled through the phone. Then came the thunderous roar, what nonsense. Li Jingang's voice reverberated, causing the phone to tremble. Do you think the spiritual beast cubs here are inferior to those from the Beastmaster Association? Should any unusual circumstances arise, I can handle it. Wait, I'll send someone to pick you up in about 10 minutes. As Qin Ge anticipated, the military titan's reaction was even more fervent than he had envisioned. The Golden Scale Project was an initiative launched by the Jinling government to support individuals who had awakened their beast mastery talents. The program provided various types of initial spiritual beasts depending on the strength of one's talent. Although his own talent was exceptional, and considering his parents' status, the spiritual beasts provided by the government would undoubtedly be commendable, lacking any significant flaws. However, compared to the offspring of spiritual beasts tempered on the battlefield, there would still be a discernible gap. More importantly, Li Jingang, the commander of the Jinling military district, his own uncle, a staunch ally. With that connection, should any complications arise, well, one could understand. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, an all-terrain vehicle halted at the community's rear entrance. As soon as Qin Ge entered the vehicle, the driver, clad in military attire, handed him a phone. The screen illuminated, revealing an internal military document labeled List of Uncontracted Spiritual Beast Cubs. You can review the information first. The driver spoke in a steady and efficient tone. Thank you. Qin Ge replied courteously. His thumb glided across the screen, unveiling a series of spiritual beast profiles. Although this world lacked a formal quality grading system and did not adhere to the individual value metrics found in games, spiritual beasts were akin to humans, even within the same species. Distinctions would arise due to factors such as size, innate talent, and combat instincts. The spiritual beast cubs displayed in the documentation were nothing short of top-tier selections, each one accompanied by a detailed combat potential assessment, growth curve predictions, and even bloodline tracing records. Any one of them would be sufficient to cause a frenzy among average beast masters in the outside world. Yet the dilemma lay in the overwhelming number of choices. Oh, brother, here we go again. The indecisive voice of his inner self lamented. Ultimately, Qin Ge simply powered off the phone and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Forget it, I'll decide when I get there. He felt that trusting his instincts would serve him better than cold, impersonal data. Perhaps, at the moment when a particular spiritual beast cub locked eyes with him, an instinctive realization would emerge. This is the one, my destined companion. The all-terrain vehicle sped along, finally coming to a stop before a uniquely large building. Li Jingang's imposing figure awaited at the entrance. Uncle Li. Qin Ge's greeting wavered uncertainly before transforming into an awkward hesitation. Ha! Li Jingang erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Qin Ge on the shoulder. While you are here, there's no need for formalities regarding titles. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Jingang checked his watch and turned to the driver, Xiao Lu. I have an urgent meeting to attend. Take this lad for a talent test and handle the registration paperwork. Lu Deong stood at attention, saluting. Yes, Commander. Subsequently, Under Lu Dayong's guidance, Qin Ge entered a testing room filled with intricate instruments. In the center of the room stood a metallic chamber of indeterminate function, pulsating with soft blue energy patterns. Just step inside, Lu Dayong instructed, pointing at the apparatus. State the name of your beast mastery talent, and we will assess your talent level for military registration. Must I state the name? Qin Ge frowned slightly. Absolutely, it's the procedure, Lu Dayong explained with a smile. In essence, due to the immense destructive potential of spiritual beasts, even the most mundane ornamental spiritual beast could be likened to a firearm. The registration process is akin to applying for a firearm license for those with beast mastery talents. Once you obtain the documentation, you must also register what type of spiritual beast you contract. Only registered beasts are eligible to participate in various events and can be summoned legally within Huaxia. Naturally, the strength of your talent and its specific effects can be seen as a reflection of your marksmanship. This segment is considered personal information and does not require registration. Understanding the explanation, Qin Ge nodded. Then, he cleared his throat. I name it. Be my son. The smile and anticipation on Lu Dayong's face vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Ge shrugged helplessly. You asked me to say it, but now that I've said it, you don't seem to appreciate it. At that moment, the previously tranquil apparatus suddenly whirred to life. Talent name confirmed. Be my son. Please relax and release your contract fluctuations for detection. Be my son. Qin Ge followed the instrument's instructions, unleashing his talent fluctuations. In an instant, the energy patterns within the testing chamber erupted into brilliance. Such a talent name even caused the soldier in the adjacent room responsible for data entry to momentarily pause in astonishment. Not to mention Lu Dayong, who remained in the room, his expression now utterly beyond verbal description. This is truly your talent name. Qin Ge pointed at the violently trembling apparatus. Why don't you ask it? Lu Dayong was momentarily stunned, about to speak, when, beep, the machine ceased its operation. The next moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the testing chamber, with data on the display screen soaring wildly like a runaway stallion. Eventually, the screen froze, revealing talent rating, heavenly level, and talent name, Be My Son. As Lu Dayong gazed at the information presented on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply, and the stubble on his chin quivered slightly. Qin Ge shrugged, presenting an innocuous smile. The entire testing room was engulfed in a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the Jinling military district, several high-ranking officers adorned with military stars were discussing matters pertaining to conscription exercises. Suddenly, Li Jinggang, seated at the head of the table, stood up abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment. Chapter 3. The Spirit Beast Elders Compete to Offer Their Young. Commander? The few individuals in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances at Li Jinggang's reaction. Yet, Li Jinggang remained frozen in shock. After a few breaths, he turned to the nearest person beside him, the head of the logistics department, heavenly level talent. Upon hearing this, the logistics head, Sun Ming, felt his pupils constrict. That child brought in by Xiao Lu? Li Jinggang nodded gently, displaying the message transmitted from the testing apparatus regarding his mechanical attribute Spirit Beast on his phone screen. Talent rating, heavenly level. Bang! Sun Ming, upon seeing this information, could hardly contain his excitement, slamming his fist onto the heavy table, creating a shallow dent. Damn it! Lao Sun, you're even more excited than I am. Li Jinggang couldn't help but turn his head. Look closely. How many exclamation marks follow this heavenly level? Sun Ming snatched the phone, his finger nearly piercing the screen. 4. For exclamation marks. As these words fell, the conference room erupted into chaos. No way is this real? Let me see. Don't crowd. Several heads leaned in, surrounding the screen. Someone accidentally knocked over a teacup, spilling tea all over the floor, yet no one paid it any mind. When they finally discerned the information, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Hiss. No way. The sound of inhaled breaths, exclamations of disbelief, and the scraping of chairs echoed throughout the room. It was no wonder they were so astonished. After all, this was a heavenly level talent. Within the borders of Huaxia, the classification of talents broadly ranges from heavenly, earthly, mysterious, yellow, to human. According to their knowledge, even in an era bursting with genius, only one beast master would awaken a heavenly level talent in a year. In recent years, with the declining birth rate, the number of individuals awakening high-level talents had become increasingly dire. Not to mention, the 4 exclamation marks behind this heavenly level signified something monumental. Typically, a talent rated as heavenly is recognized as such solely because it possesses heavenly attributes. However, the presence of 3 or more exclamation marks indicates that it is classified as heavenly due to possessing the highest level of talent, solely heavenly. A genius. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, everyone, including Li Jinggang, was overwhelmed with excitement. Sun Ming dashed toward the door, knocking over a chair in his haste. Lao Sun, the meeting hasn't even started. What the hell do I care about the meeting? Sun Ming shouted back, I'm going to snatch that child. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a loud crash. In the conference room, Li Jingang's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He understood precisely what snatching meant. Sun Ming's prized spirit beast, the crimson-striped mountain leopard, had just given birth a month prior. During this month, countless talented youths had sought to form a bond with the cub, yet the answer had always been the same: get lost. However, now, upon witnessing Qin Ge's extraordinary talent, it was no wonder. Spirit beasts and beast masters shared an almost familial bond. The offspring of one's spirit beast was akin to one's own child, who wouldn't desire a bright future for their progeny. At that moment, a frantic communications soldier burst in. Report. There's a situation in the testing room. Li Jingang's heart sank. What kind of situation? The soldier swallowed hard, his expression peculiar. It seems Mr. Qin's talent has stirred the spirit beasts belonging to General Ji and General Long left in the army. Now Mr. Qin is surrounded by the blazing Lion King and the lightning feather dragon. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Li Jingang stood frozen in place, suddenly recalling the words spoken by Qin Chuan 17 years ago on a rainy night, when he had been inebriated. Brother, if my son awakens a heavenly talent, it will surely cause quite a stir. This child has an innate affinity for spirit beasts. At that time, he had dismissed it as drunken babble. Now, however, Li Jingang had no mind for the meeting. All notions of grand strategy and impartiality were cast aside. As he vanished through the door, the conference room erupted into chaos. Wife, hurry, come over and bring my old partner's child. My illusory butterfly is about to give birth. I wonder if it can wait a few days. Step aside. My Thunder Wrath Tyrannosaurus and its daughter are already en route. In the corridor, Li Jingang listened to the cacophony of calls behind him, massaging his temples in frustration. He suddenly felt an overwhelming curiosity about Qin Ge's expression when he found himself surrounded by a throng of spirit beasts clamoring to offer their offspring. Meanwhile, outside the testing room, a yard was already teeming with people, or rather, an array of spirit beasts. Roar! Make way for me! A colossal blazing Lion King thrashed its tail, sparks of heat flying from its mane. The small cub it held in its mouth swung dizzily, letting out pitiful whimpers. My cub can charge through flames since birth. The Lion King proudly raised its head. See this coat? These teeth. Roar. In midair, the lightning feather dragon flapped its wings, creating whirlwinds as golden lightning coursed through its scales. The dragon egg it carefully coiled with its tail displayed faint electric patterns. My child is the most suitable. Humph. Don't try to compete with my child. A pure white ice crystal giant elephant stomped its foot, instantly frosting the ground beneath. It curled its trunk around a small elephant, which gleefully puffed out icy mist. Roar. My cub is the most suitable. Roar. What nonsense. Your cub is still just an egg. Mine is the most suitable. Roar. So what if it's an egg? My cub is a dragon. Humph. Do you want to fight? One by one, powerful spirit beasts, each at least of the 7th tier, were on the brink of a brawl, all in a desperate bid to ensure their offspring found a worthy home. This frenzy was not only due to their inherent wisdom as spirit beasts, but also because they had witnessed the golden light emanating from the testing room. Moreover, they were stirred by the potential of Qin Ge utilizing his extraordinary talent for bonding. They possess an extraordinary perceptive ability, sensing the aura that beckons the spirit beasts to follow. This is, indeed, one of the methods employed by certain spirit beasts to ascertain whether a beast master is worthy of their allegiance. Qin Ge stood rigidly in the center of the encircled spirit beasts, their immense presence exuding an invisible pressure that caused beads of sweat to form on the brow of this feeble human. Even more alarming was the call of the two-legged creature. Come play with me. The fiery lion rolled out from the mouth of the Lion King, scampering eagerly towards Qin Ge's feet. Observing this, the other cubs swiftly broke free from their guardians, racing to pounce on Qin Ge, despite their juvenile status. Without a formal contract, should they lose control, they could inadvertently cause him grave harm. Wait, Qin Ge, flustered, retreated only to collide with Li Jingang, who had appeared unbeknownst to him. Get behind me. These little ones can't manage their strength. A mere bump could be too much for you. Li Jingang swiftly shielded Qin Ge. Meanwhile, the surrounding spirit beast guardians turned their gazes in unison, the atmosphere suddenly thickening. Oh woo. Human, is this your cub? The fiery Lion King squinted, its fur bristling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Li Jingang felt a lump in his throat. Even a seasoned warrior like him felt a twinge of trepidation under the collective scrutiny of such formidable spirit beasts, particularly since they were remnants of veterans from the military sector. If they truly meant to attack him, he wouldn't dare retaliate. Just as Li Jingang was at a loss for what to do, the temperature around them plummeted. A cerulean halo erupted in the air, and snowflakes began to descend gracefully. Unbidden, all the spirit beasts shivered in unison, even the most tempestuous fiery lion king instinctively recoiling. Old wife beast. Qin Ge looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, standing in midair, was a spirit beast clad in a flowing white robe, resembling a young maiden. Her silvery hair cascaded to the ground, shimmering with the luster of ice crystals. Most striking of all was the gem embedded in her forehead, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 4. Buy one, get one free. An unexpected 9th-tier spirit beast bodyguard? This spirit beast was known as the Snow Witch. Such creatures are exceedingly rare even across the globe. Furthermore, according to reports, the Snow Witch can communicate with nature through the gem on her forehead. A notable instance occurred years ago during the International Beastmaster Winter Olympics, hosted by a prominent family. Their territory was predominantly desert, necessitating the construction of an artificial snow mountain. In response to their request, China dispatched a beastmaster who had contracted with the Snow Witch. Within merely a day, a magnificent snow-capped mountain rose from the ground. Since then, the Snow Witch has consistently ranked high on the list of desired spirit beasts for contracts. Many beastmasters affectionately dubbed her the Snow Sprite Wife Beast, enamored by her youthful form. At this moment, the appearance of the Snow Witch rendered the entire courtyard silent. Every spirit beast, great and small, lowered their bodies, barely daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing the delicate balance. Gulp. Li Jingang instinctively swallowed hard. Resembling a man who had seen a ghost, he never anticipated that this ancestral spirit beast of the 9th tier would grace this place. Under the watchful gaze of both humans and beasts, the Snow Witch gracefully descended before Qin Ge, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Suddenly, she extended a slender finger and gently poked Qin Ge's cheek. So soft, a cool mental wave permeated Qin Ge's mind. Momentarily stunned, he examined her closely. Up close, the Snow Witch appeared as if she had stepped out from a two-dimensional realm, a true elven maiden. Beneath her snow-white lashes, her eyes sparkled with an almost surreal purity. Ahem. Li Jingang cleared his throat heavily. Ancestor, not the superior, what are you? The Snow Witch turned her gaze towards Li Jingang, a sly smile curling at her lips. She raised her hand, and the swirling snowflakes in the air formed clear letters. I want this human. In an instant, the courtyard erupted in commotion. Roar. What is happening? Oh woo. Is the Snow Witch intending to contract with this human? What nonsense. With her strength, contracting with a youth like this will only result in an overflow of spiritual energy. Oh woo. But why? She has no offspring, no male. The low growls of the spirit beasts rose and fell, filling the air with bewilderment, shock, and even a hint of jealousy. Li Jingang too was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the intentions of a spirit beast that could rival ancestral status even in all of China. Just as he prepared to inquire, a sudden chill brushed against his ankle. He looked down to see a small, furry creature that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, perched at his feet, cocking its head and peering curiously at Qin Ge with its round, glistening eyes. Qin Ge felt the coolness at his ankle and looked down, meeting the gaze of the little creature. In that fleeting moment of connection, his heart raced. This sensation could only be described as a fateful thrill. The Snow Witch slightly leaned down, gently stroking the little creature's fluffy head. The flurry of snowflakes once more danced about, crystallizing into 2 lines of translucent text. My sister. She has chosen this young man. Boom. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Roar? The Snow Witch has a sister? When did this happen? Oh whoa. I told you to pay more attention to human news. It's from the Himalayas secret realm. I see. It's the snow spirit born from that secret realm, brought back by her. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, the little creature seemed startled, its ears twitching as it leapt into Qin Ge's embrace, revealing only its wide, round eyes, timidly observing its surroundings. Qin Ge instinctively cradled the fluffy bundle, feeling a refreshing chill in his palms, as if cradling a breathing cloud of snow. Witnessing this, Li Jingang breathed a sigh of relief. The snow spirit, in its juvenile phase, instinctively protects itself. If someone were to touch it without acknowledgement, they would be instantly frozen by its chill. Now, not only was Qin Ge unharmed, but the little creature also sought his closeness, clearly a testament to their compatibility. The Snow Witch nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this and suddenly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the snow spirit in Qin Ge's arms chirped twice, the blue gem on its forehead glowing with an icy blue brilliance. Initially, Li Jingang exhaled a sigh of relief, but in an instant, his eyes widened, and his expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. A guardian spirit contract? Snow Witch has entrusted her sister to you, becoming that very guardian spirit herself. Upon hearing the term guardian spirit, The spirit beasts in the courtyard collectively gasped, causing the temperature in the entire yard to return to normal. The so-called guardian spirit contract is a covenant between spirit beasts. It only manifests when a guardian spirit beast actively summons or when a life is in peril. Moreover, when Qin Ge and Shui Lingling form a contract, due to Snow Witch's prior agreement with Shui Lingling, she too will be bound by it. Although Qin Ge's innate talent may not activate this bond, it also means that Snow Witch will not provide any backlash to the beast tamer. Essentially, it is akin to acquiring an ever-present bodyguard who will not intrude on daily activities. Qin Ge was not well versed in these matters, but from the reactions of the surrounding spirit beasts and Li Jingang, he understood that he had obtained something extraordinarily remarkable. Well then, let us also be astonished. As an incredulous expression formed on Qin Ge's face, the little Shui Lingling in his arms suddenly sneezed, releasing a flurry of tiny snowflakes that splattered across Li Jingang's face. Ha! Qin Ge could not help but laugh aloud. Li Jingang, unfazed, wiped the snowflakes from his face and remarked, "Now you have truly struck gold." He then glanced around at the other spirit beast guardians and raised his voice. "Everyone, disperse. This one is already spoken for." Given his current level, he was not suited to nurture two spirit beasts simultaneously. The Blaze Lion King let out a reluctant growl, but upon noticing the faint mark appearing on Shui Lingling's forehead, he ultimately left, dejectedly carrying his own offspring away. Once the courtyard was empty, Qin Ge listened attentively to Li Jingang's explanations while gently stroking Shui Lingling's soft fur. The little creature blissfully squinted her eyes, emitting a gentle purring sound. Thus, Qin Ge swallowed hard. If I were to form a contract with Shui Lingling, would it be equivalent to gaining a daughter several thousand years old? Or perhaps an older sister-in-law? Li Jingang, recalling the peculiar name of Qin Ge's talent, twitched his mouth. Let us leave each matter to its own merits. Your talent's name is truly hard to evaluate. Shui Lingling seemed to comprehend their conversation, though she appeared oblivious, interpreting that Li Jingang was speaking ill of Qin Ge. Chirp! She indignantly blew out another flurry of snowflakes at Li Jingang. At that moment, Sun Ming arrived, cradling a crimson blood leopard cat cub. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a pang of despair. "Oh, my little ancestor, we have arrived a moment too late." Subsequently, under the watchful gazes of both men, Qin Ge earnestly looked at the Shui Lingling in his arms and declared, "Become my daughter." Chirp. Chapter 5. Special Recruitment of the Jinling Military District. Codename, Whitebeard. The contract was established. Qin Ge immediately felt a refreshing energy coursing through his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his breathing had become extraordinarily smooth. It was as if he could encounter something particularly thrilling without experiencing any shortness of breath. Is this the nurturing of spiritual energy? Qin Ge gazed at Shui Lingling, who was nearly the size of a piku, with delight. Sun Ming's eyes turned red with envy. Do you realize the magnitude of this opportunity? As a natural spirit-type spirit beast, Shui Lingling's nurturing of spiritual energy is equivalent to double that of other spirit beasts. Li Jingang interjected sourly. Moreover, as a product of the vast glacial secret realm of the Himalayas, it is assured that Shui Lingling will reach the 9th tier with ease. Achieving my lifelong aspiration will be a walk in the park. Shui Lingling seemed to understand the praise, proudly raising her little head and releasing a delicate ice flower that landed atop Qin Ge's head like a tiny crown. Li Jingang's expression shifted to one of contentment. It appears she genuinely adores you. Qin Ge cautiously touched the ice flower on his head, discovering it did not melt, but rather radiated a comforting coolness. During this mid-July summer vacation, such an effect was simply astonishing. He looked down at the little creature in his arms and softly said, "I look forward to your guidance in the future, little Shui." Shui Lingling nuzzled his palm affectionately and soon after yawned, curling up into a ball and falling asleep. As the fierce competition came to a close, Li Jingang and Sun Ming led Qin Ge to the logistics department office. Once seated, Sun Ming slid a document across the table to Qin Ge. "Qin Kid, your talent level, including the 9th tier Snow Witch, is exceedingly unique, prompting the military district to decide on a special recruitment for you." Special recruitment? Qin Ge felt a twinge of confusion. He had only heard of universities conducting special recruitment for students. Why was the military introducing such a concept? To put it simply, Li Jingang took over, tapping his fingers on the desk. "You won't have to undergo collective training like a rookie soldier or face standardized military management. Instead, you will be officially affiliated with the Jinling Military District and enjoy preferential military resources. Of course, in exchange, as you grow, you will need to cooperate with the military in executing certain tasks within your capabilities. For instance, representing the Jinling Military District in various competitions or exploring new secret realms." Qin Ge nodded, perusing the document, which clearly outlined the resources provided by the military. 1. A fixed substantial monthly stipend. increasing with the enhancement of your beast tamer level and the number and tier of spirit beast contracts. 2. Priority access to rare quality spirit beast cultivation resources, including but not limited to expansion. 3. Free access to explore all secret realms under Huaxia, with resources obtained freely allocated. If sold, they can be transacted at market price with the military. 4. A dedicated spirit beast cultivation team. 5. Should any contracted spirit beast wish to learn skills. Qin Ge's fingertips trembled slightly. These conditions were simply impeccable. The first item was akin to acquiring a vehicle with comprehensive maintenance, a lifetime warranty, and free fuel. The rare resources listed in the second item, such as a millennium of profound ice, would drive any ice-type beast tamer to madness. Not to mention the military special supplies, which are priceless and exceedingly rare. More importantly, with these resources, he could utilize them as consumables to leverage his second talent. Items 3, 4, and 5 were equally astonishing. These terms made Qin Ge look up, wondering if they were perhaps too favorable. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to control the pen in his hand, signing his name. His thumb also indicated, "I want to leave my fingerprint. Welcome to the Jinling Military District." Sun Ming smiled as he closed the document, rising to his feet. "From today onward, your code name is Whitebeard." Qin Ge looked up at Sun Ming. Bewilderment etched across his face. Whitebeard? Is there also a One Piece in this world? Yet, he could find no traces of such in his memories. What? Don't you like this codename? Li Jingong's broad hand patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, it's not because you resemble an old man. Sun Ming chuckled softly as he explained. This codename is derived from the ice attributes of Shui Lingling. Look at the white mist she exhales while sleeping. And those tiny whiskers. As if to corroborate his words, the slumbering Shui Lingling emitted a wisp of icy mist, which promptly crystallized into delicate little whiskers at her nose. Qin Ge, caught between laughter and exasperation, gently brushed away the ice crystals, conceding, "Well, it does seem quite apartment." Noticing the darkening sky outside, Li Jinggang suggested, "Shall we stay at the military district tonight? Everything you need is here, so no preparation is required on your part." Qin Ge glanced down at the small creature curled up in his arms, its soft fur rising and falling gently with each breath. He shook his head, replying, "Let us take my daughter home first. She should at least see where her father resides." "That makes sense." Li Jinggang nodded approvingly before continuing, "If you wish to train, it's best to come here. With professional trainers available, it's far superior to struggling on your own." Qin Ge expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Understood. Thank you, uncle." As he rose to leave, Sun Ming called out to him, handing over a specially crafted black backpack. Inside were Shui Lingling's daily necessities, a nurturing manual, and some resources. Use what you need, and if you require higher quality resources at any time, just let me know. Qin Ge accepted the backpack, saying once more, "Thank you, Uncle Sun. There's no need for such formality." Sun Ming replied with a smile, waving him off. Upon returning home, the sunset had painted the clouds in hues of gold and crimson. Shui Lingling remained nestled in Qin Ge's embrace, enjoying her peaceful slumber. Her rhythmic breathing caused her snowy fur to gently rise and fall, while the sapphire on her forehead shimmered softly in the dim light of the room. Qin Ge carefully placed her on the sofa, observing her unguarded sleeping posture and feeling the subtle connection forged by their bond, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He cautiously retrieved his phone, aiming it at Shui Lingling, and snapped several pictures. The little creature seemed to be dreaming, letting out a soft chirp and twitching her tiny paws. Qin Ge quickly approached, tenderly stroking her back, sensing her father's presence. Shui Lingling soon settled back into a tranquil sleep, her breathing steady once more. After ensuring the little one was comfortable, Qin Ge ordered takeout for himself, and then took out the black tactical backpack that Sun Ming had given him before leaving the military district. Although it appeared ordinary, it felt remarkably different in his hands. Its weight was astonishingly light, as if it were empty. However, when Qin Ge unzipped it, he gasped in astonishment. The interior space was far larger than its exterior suggested, neatly divided into several compartments. In the refrigerated section, there were frost grass, ice crystal stones, and snow spirit water. In the dry goods section, he found frost wolf bone powder, profound ice marrow, aurora dew, and frost soul jade. As a naturally born spirit beast, Shui Lingling could sustain her life by absorbing the essence of the world. However, just as adding fuel to a flame can intensify its blaze, Shui Lingling could also enhance her growth rate by consuming certain special ingredients. Besides these materials, one compartment contained a manual titled Shui Lingling Nurturing Handbook. The introduction read, "Caring for a beast is akin to maintaining a vehicle. Just as a car requires timely oil changes with meticulously selected oil and regular maintenance of its body, neglecting any detail over time could affect performance, even leading to failing inspections. The same principle applied to spirit beast cultivation. Every small detail and daily care could influence the speed of skill release and potential power in the future. As Qin Ge flipped open the first page, he gasped at the dense list of considerations. Morning spirit energy massages, detailed techniques on P18. Snow spirit water baths to maintain the conductivity of the fur's spiritual energy. Caring for a spirit beast is far more intricate than caring for a car, Qin Ge murmured. The specialized terms regarding spirit vein node stimulation and adjustments of ice attribute particle activity made his scalp tingle. After raising myself for so many years, I never had to adhere to so many rules. Despite his complaints, his fingers continued to turn the pages, his focus sharpening. Perhaps living alone allowed for a carefree existence, as long as one survived. Yet, when significant bonds appeared in one's life, everything changed. Chapter 6. The First Trial of Otherworldly Inheritance. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of his takeout. Qin Ge casually placed the manual on the coffee table. When he returned to the living room with the takeout bag, he found Shui Lingling had been stirred awake by the doorbell. Now sitting on the coffee table, she was struggling to flip through the pages of the manual with her tiny paws, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Chirp! Upon seeing Qin Ge return, the little creature tilted her head and pointed at the picture of the profound ice marrow in the daily snack quota chart of the manual. Qin Ge chuckled softly. Do you want to eat that? Shui Lingling nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. However, the manual states that this time isn't suitable. The little one remained silent, feigning ignorance. A little should be fine, right? Qin Ge heard his own reason crumble. He set the takeout bag down, and as his fingers ran through Shui Lingling's soft fur atop her head, he felt his heart melt. Without hesitation, Qin Ge extracted a small box of profound ice marrow from the backpack. The moment he opened the jade box, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Carefully, he used the accompanying jade spoon to scoop out a small piece of profound ice marrow, deliberately slowing down his movements to demonstrate. You should eat it slowly like this. Chirp! Shui Lingling joyfully leaped forward, mimicking his actions with great enthusiasm. The sight of her savoring the profound ice marrow with her eyes closed resembled a child relishing their first scoop of ice cream. Even more endearing was that whenever Shui Lingling caught Qin Ge looking at her while eating, she would pause, feigning a desire to share her food with him. Wearing a smile that seemed to say, "Here, have a little flour." Qin Ge found himself utterly captivated. Once both the human and the beast were well fed, Shui Lingling, like a little sprite brimming with energy, embarked on an adventurous exploration of the room. Freshly emerged from the secret realm of Mount Everest, she was filled with wonder at everything in the human world. Chirp! She hopped onto the table and cautiously tapped the television screen with her paw. Crack! Unaware of what it was, her instinctive reaction caused an icy crystal pattern to spread across the screen. I hope I didn't scratch it. Qin Ge quickly crouched down, cradling her tiny paws to inspect them closely. Television, feed me peanuts. Shui Lingling tilted her little head, confusion evident in her ice-blue eyes. Yet, she obediently spread her paws for Qin Ge to check. After confirming all was well, she resumed her joyful bouncing around the room. Soon, the full-length mirror in the bathroom caught her attention. Chirp, chirp. Who are you? She gazed at her reflection in the mirror with wide eyes, astonished. Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle as he pulled out his phone. Come, look here. As the selfie mode activated, gazing at the ever-changing reflection of herself on the screen, Shui Lingling seemed to grasp something profound. Instantly, she posed for the camera, striking a playful pout. Click. This marks our first snapshot together. As the hours drifted by, the duo, one human and one beast, frolicked until 10 o'clock at night. Amid their playful antics, Qin Ge sensed through his innate abilities that Shui Lingling's spiritual energy fluctuations had notably stabilized. Once the little creature succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber once more, Qin Ge glanced at the wall clock and then surveyed the frost-laden room. A sudden realization washed over him. Although the burdens of life had multiplied, and existence could no longer be as carefree as before, the moments spent playing with Shui Lingling were gradually filling a once-vacant corner of his heart with warmth. After confirming that Shui Lingling was deeply asleep, Qin Ge refrained from rushing to rest. Instead, he made his way to the living room. Retrieving from his backpack a box of Xianbing Sui, a bottle of Aurora Dew, and a piece of Frost Soul Jade. Once everything was arranged, he promptly attempted to activate his second innate ability, Dimensional Inheritance. In an instant, the three treasures radiated a dazzling brilliance. A spiraling mist of icy fog formed within the room, and Qin Ge's pupils reflected a myriad of twinkling stars as a torrent of information surged into his mind. Detection of ice-type summoning materials. Communicable dimensions are as follows. 1. Qin Ge Kill World. Summoning target, Esdeath, deceased. Ability, manifestation of the demon essence, Ice Emperor's artifact. Duration, 20 minutes, 2.5 hours. Estimated power, peak level 9. 2. Fox Spirit Matchmaker World. Summoning target, 2 Shan Yaya. Ability, absolute zero domain, manifestation of demonic power. Duration, 10 minutes. Estimated power, peak level 10. 3. Mythical Legends World. Summoning target, Moon Goddess, Chang'e. Ability, lunar radiance, soul freezing. Duration, 0.01 seconds. Estimated power. Green Pheasant, One Piece. Gray, Fairy Tail, Haku, Naruto. Ao Bing. Ao Shun, Master Han Shan. Rubbing his temples to process the information. Qin Ge noted a critical point. The disparity in the strength of laws across different worlds would result in variations in the displayed power of otherworldly beings when they arrived in the Beastmaster world. For instance, a certain world renowned for its floor-tile combatants might see an ice scorpion, upon entering the Beastmaster world, only able to exhibit power around level 5. Esdeath's Mocha Boat MO, which freezes time and space, would, when fully activated in the Beastmaster world, manage to freeze only a minuscule area of time and space, and for a brief duration. Nevertheless, even such a capability would be an extraordinarily formidable control skill within the context of battles in the Beastmaster world. The summoning options presented 2 distinct durations because the target had already perished. Thus, the summoning method diverged into 2 entirely different forms. The first was the summoning of the entity as it existed prior to its demise, capable of lingering in this world for 20 minutes. The second involved summoning its soul essence, allowing it to manifest in a spiritual form akin to that of Yao Lao. Although this form would endure longer, it would inevitably fall into a slumber after each session of teaching, with the duration of sleep correlating to the energy expended. Regardless of the summoning method chosen, the individual's strength would remain unchanged. Upon crossing the barriers of worlds, they would automatically acquire knowledge of the common sense in this realm and understand the mission they were to undertake. After careful deliberation, Qin Ge reached a resolution. The Ice Queen Esdeath was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Not only due to her ability to freeze time and space or the blizzards capable of engulfing entire empires, but also for her skills such as ice walls, ice arrows, and ice pillars, which were particularly suitable for Shui Lingling's current stage of learning. However, despite having made a decision, Qin Ge did not act impulsively for 3 reasons. Firstly, Shui Lingling was still in slumber. Even if resources were temporarily covered by the military, one should not waste them recklessly. Secondly, no matter how exceptional a mentor may be, if the student lacks the desire to learn, the effort would ultimately be in vain. Thus, Qin Ge's intention was to cultivate a bond with Shui Lingling during this time, subtly guiding her interest and strength. When Shui Lingling expressed a genuine desire to grow stronger, he would then summon Esdeath. This approach would not only enhance learning efficiency, but also ensure Shui Lingling's focus, allowing Esdeath to tailor her training methods accordingly. Chapter 7. Best Buddy Meng Yingjun. Military District Observation of the Battlefield. On July 15, 2029, Sunday, at 6 in the morning, Qin Ge was lost in a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent notifications from his phone. Groggily, he fumbled for the device. Squinting at the screen, Meng Yingjun note, unfilial son. Son, are you awake? Look at how amazing my awakened Beastmaster talent is. Beastmaster talent, Death S Lament. Effect 1. Indomitable will. Contracted spirit beasts will be immune to 1 fatal injury, with enhanced attack power and speed. Effect 2. Death Curse. When a spirit beast loses its combat ability and is forced to return to the Beastmaster space, different last words effects can be triggered based on the spirit beast's attributes. Qin Ge jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. Holy cow! A spirit beast with its own legendary weapon? It can unleash last words even after losing combat ability? This talent is truly remarkable. Meng Yingjun was Qin Ge's childhood best friend, his parents both military personnel who sacrificed their lives during the invasion of the Huanghe Longmen secret realm. Emerging from the shadows, they had playfully bantered since high school. For boys of their age, a sign of a close relationship often manifested as a desire to be the other's father. Meng Yingjun, with this talent, I'm destined to become an incredible Beastmaster. Call me Daddy, and I'll take care of you. A smirk tugged at Qin Ge's lips as he swiftly tapped out a response. Shui Lingling is sound asleep, JPG. Oh my, whose Shui Lingling is this? Why is she so adorable? Meng Yingjun, why are you sending me photos of your wife as a child? Wait a minute. This background. Qin Ge grinned mischievously and sent a photo of the contract mark on the back of his hand. Oh, it turns out she's mine. Meng Yingjun, holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. Feeling triumphant, Qin Ge typed, TSK TSK TSK. Just as he was about to tease further, suddenly, peep. Shui Lingling awoke, blinking her large eyes curiously at him. Qin Ge, my little darling, is awake. Let us continue our chat later. After a brief message, he quickly set his phone aside and gently ruffled her head. Good morning, little one. He recalled the contents of the Shui Lingling nurturing manual from the previous night and immediately attempted to give her a morning massage. Peep. Shui Lingling comfortably squinted her eyes, resembling a little cat that had just been petted, nuzzling against his palm. As Qin Ge massaged Shui Lingling, his mind wandered. He pondered whether his good friend Meng Angjun could contract one of those impressive spirit beasts from the Jinling military district. Knowing Meng Angjun as he did, he was certain that the fellow would eagerly share any information regarding his talents without reservation. Such camaraderie naturally prompted Qin Ge to extend a helping hand. With Meng Angjun's formidable talent for the death song, if paired with an exceptional initial spirit beast, the possibilities were boundless. With that thought in mind, Qin Ge paused the massage and picked up his phone, sending a message to Meng Angjun. Don't rush to contract the initial spirit beast just yet. Before he could finish his second sentence, a message from Meng Angjun popped up. Meng Angjun, good brother, I knew you wouldn't forget. Qin Ge was taken aback, then chuckled softly, deleting the unfinished message and typing anew. Meng Angjun, foster father. Qin Ge couldn't help but smirk, sending a satisfied JPG emoji, and replied, come to my place first, I'll take you over shortly. Meng Angjun, all right, foster father. By the way, could you tell my wife to let me hold her when I get back? Qin Ge's temples twitched at this message, and he promptly replied with a single word, scram. Shui Lingling seemed to sense his agitation, tilting her head and chirping innocently. Qin Ge set his phone down and resumed the massage. A fool would be visiting shortly, best not to pay him any mind. He paused momentarily and added, the visitor is your brother, rather weak. Treat him with more care than you did with your great-grandfather. Shui Lingling nodded, appearing to understand. Ding dong. Half an hour later, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. As Qin Ge opened the door, he was greeted by Meng Angjun, sporting a hairstyle drenched in half a bottle of gel and holding a gift box, grinning from ear to ear. My esteemed father-in-law, your son-in-law has arrived. Qin Ge felt a vain throb at his temple, and before he could respond, Meng Angjun stretched his neck to peer into the house. Now a beastmaster. Qin Ge swiftly pressed his palm against Meng Angjun's face. Enough of your antics. Little Shui is still a child. Just a glance. I swear it. Before Meng Angjun could finish speaking, he suddenly froze, as Shui Lingling peeked out from behind Qin Ge's pant leg, curiously observing her silly brother. Chirp. Is this silly brother struck by lightning? Ignoring Meng Angjun's reaction, Qin Ge carried Shui Lingling back to the bedroom, retrieving a white little cloak to drape over her. He then placed a bunny ear hat that Meng Angjun had prepared atop her head. Chirp. Shui Lingling twirled with delight, the cloak billowing gracefully, while the bunny ears quivered in rhythm. Upon arriving at the Jinling military district, Meng Angjun and Qin Ge parted ways. The former, just like Qin Ge the day before, was taken to test and register his talent. Before departing, he shot Qin Ge a conspiratorial wink. Await my good news. Qin Ge, on the other hand, followed Lu Daong to the military district's battle arena, just as it had been on Earth, even when he had no intention of playing a game. Scrolling through Douyin often ignited an urge to play after seeing videos of others making triumphant comebacks. Thus, Qin Ge surmised that he could gauge Shui Lingling's interest in combat by watching others engage in battle. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination. The arena was circular, surrounded by energy barriers to prevent spirit beast skills from affecting the audience. At that moment, two new beast masters were engaged in combat. On the left, a fire velvet deer danced with agile steps, darting rapidly and exhaling flames, leaving charred traces on the ground. On the right, a sand rock turtle stood firm, its cactus-like horns shimmering with earthy hues, creating a protective shield of sand against the oncoming flames. Shui Lingling, initially lounging languidly in Qin Ge's embrace, suddenly perked up upon witnessing the battle. Chirp! She clutched Qin Ge's sleeve tightly, her eyes transfixed on the arena. As the battle intensified, the fire velvet deer's attacks began to wane, while the sand rock turtle launched its counteroffensive. A spike of earth erupted from the ground, nearly delivering a fatal blow to the fire velvet deer. Boom! The fire velvet deer narrowly evaded, but upon landing, it was already panting heavily. Shui Lingling watched with rapt attention, even unconsciously mimicking the movements of the two spirit beasts, as if she were part of the battle herself. Lu Daong chuckled from the side. It seems the little one is quite interested in combat. Qin Ge nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of delight. Seizing the moment, he pointed towards the arena and said, Little Shui, would you like to give it a try? Once you grow a bit more and undergo training, you could be just as formidable as they are. Chirp! Shui Lingling tilted her head back, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Simultaneously, a shard of ice, akin to the earth spike released by the sand rock turtle, began to coalesce in the air. It wiggled in place for a moment before vanishing from sight. Just then, a twist in the battle unfolded. The Beast Master of the Fire Velvet Deer activated his Spirit Beast talent. The previously weary Fire Velvet Deer suddenly accelerated, engulfed in blazing flames, charging towards the Sand Rock Turtle with astonishing speed. Bang! The Sand Rock Turtle was forcefully knocked back several meters, its shell even displaying faint cracks. Meanwhile, in another room, Meng Ingjun gazed at the crimson blood leopard cat in Sun Ming's arms, exclaiming, "Uncle, my parents passed away early, and if you don't mind, I'd like to support you in your old age." Chapter 8. The Astonishing Talent of Shui Lingling. Sun Ming's Investment. Now that the battle has concluded, let me impart some knowledge regarding combat matters. Lu Daong crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Qin Ge. In contemporary battles, there are primarily two modes. He raised a finger. The first, competitive battles. Just like the fight we just witnessed. The rules are clear. Spirit beasts against spirit beasts. Beast masters can assist through their talents, but are prohibited from directly attacking the opposing beast master. This mode is safe and controllable, commonly used in global competitions. Then, his expression grew serious as he raised a second finger. The second, unregulated battles. The core idea of this type of battle is singular, to defeat the opposing beast master in the shortest time possible. For instance, had the Fire Velvet Deer attacked the opposing beast master directly, the battle would have concluded much sooner. At this juncture, Lu Daong's tone turned grave. What I primarily wish to convey is that a true beast master is indispensable in wilderness adventures and secret realm explorations. In these locales, all battles are unregulated. Therefore, Lu Daong fixed his gaze upon Qin Ge. Unless your talents are suited for a crowd strategy, I advise against contracting too many spirit beasts. Concentrating resources and efforts to cultivate an elite team, or even nurturing a definitive ace, is of utmost importance. Qin Ge, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. In essence, the formal arena battles resemble the confrontations between Pokemon and rock-type creatures. However, a notable distinction lies in the fact that beast masters can engage in a symbiotic contract with their spirit beasts, allowing for an intuitive connection that eliminates the need for verbal commands such as dodge or stand firm. Simultaneously, the beast masters can harness their innate talents to bestow enhancements upon their spirit beasts, effectively serving as support. In contrast, battles in the wilderness or secret realms resemble those of druids or hunters with pets, requiring the collaboration of both the beast master and the spirit beast, akin to a team effort. The reason the opponent shared this advice was to guide the protagonist in choosing the right path and avoid unnecessary detours. Grateful for Uncle Lu's reminder, Qin Ge took it to heart. In that very moment, Qin Ge felt his snow spirit leap from his arms to perch atop his head, puffing out its chest with utmost seriousness. In an instant, several ice spikes, each the size of Qin Ge's head, coalesced in the air, forming a protective barrier around him. The little creature's proud stance seemed to declare, "With me here, no one shall harm my father." Lu Daong gazed at the ice spikes conjured by the snow spirit, bewildered. How could a spirit beast of such a rank manifest so many ice spikes? Yet, upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated, and his fingers unconsciously tapped against the railing. Remarkable. His voice trembled with suppressed excitement. These ice spikes were already on the verge of achieving a skill's essence. Moreover, I can assert with certainty that this is not merely an inherited skill. The weight of this revelation made Qin Ge's heart race. Spirit beasts like the snow spirit, being of the natural variety, inherently possess the ability to manipulate elemental forces, transforming elements into swords or spears for attack. However, this merely alters the state of their spiritual energy. Fundamentally, it remains a basic strike. True skills involve the internal spiritual energy flowing through specific circuits or resonating with the elements of the world, resulting in a unique energy loop that unleashes power far surpassing ordinary attacks. It can be likened to the distinction between a simple punch and a martial arts technique. In assessing the prowess of spirit beasts, aside from their rank, the most critical factor is their skills. The number of skills a spirit beast possesses and the proficiency of each can often determine the outcome of a battle. Now, the snow spirit, having existed for merely a week since its birth, had already touched upon the essence of a skill. The difficulty of this achievement is comparable to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child learning to drive a car. Our little snow is truly remarkable. Qin Ge affectionately reached up to ruffle the fluffy head of the snow spirit, pride gleaming in his eyes. With a triumphant chirp, the little creature raised its head and suddenly waved its tiny paw, causing the ice spikes to connect end to end, their tips coalescing with spiritual energy that nearly solidified. The surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. Lu Daong inhaled sharply. He turned to Qin Ge, his gaze ablaze with intensity. "Are you certain you didn't engage it in skill training yesterday?" "Not at all," Qin Ge replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. "I thought little Snow was still too young. I merely let it acclimate to our home environment. He then sheepishly added with a grin. Even I don't know what rank my little snow is or what skills it possesses. Despite having just taken a breath, Lu Dayong's heart remained unsettled. I truly don't know how to evaluate this little one. All I can say is, it is indeed a spirit beast of the natural variety. Such talent is simply terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he continued, generally speaking, spirit beasts must transition from their juvenile stage to the growth phase before they can engage in basic combat and training. However, certain exceptionally gifted individuals, he cast a meaningful glance at the snow spirit, can begin this process prematurely. The snow spirit tilted its head in confusion, pawing at its rabbit-eared hat, utterly unaware of the astonishing talent it had just displayed. Upon hearing the word battle, its eyes suddenly sparkled, and its tiny fists began to dance with excitement, creating an adorable contrast to its charming appearance. Simultaneously, in the office of the Logistics Management Department, the aroma of tea wafted through the air as Qin Ge entered, the sound of his military boots echoing on the floor. Oh, has our minister's son recently changed his tune? Is he in such a hurry to send his precious gem out into the world? He leaned casually against the desk, tapping his fingers on a freshly signed document. Sun Ming lifted his teacup, blowing away the steam, and chuckled, talent compatibility. Spare me the theatrics. Qin Ge boldly plopped down onto the sofa. There are plenty of beast master talents compatible with the crimson blood leopard cat. Why didn't you show such enthusiasm before? Sun Ming finally raised his gaze, a knowing smile on his face. This kid and Qin Ge have been inseparable since childhood. He gestured meaningfully towards the direction of the battlefield outside. Now, I'm merely facilitating the future of two brothers who will each possess a level 9 Snow Witch Master. Qin Ge was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What the hell? You old fox are calculating my nephew like that? Get lost. Sun Ming chuckled. Taking a sip of tea, what kind of calculation is this? This is called a win-win situation. If my daughter were older, I might have considered. Qin Ge stroked his stubbled chin and suddenly grinned. Is that why you can be the logistics minister? As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden cacophony echoed down the hallway, the ghostly wails of Meng Ingjuan singing. What makes us soldiers any different? Hey, soldier brother, would you kindly take me to find my adoptive father, Qin Ge? Chapter 9, The Abnormal Bloodline Resonance. Challenge. Spirit Beast, Snow Spirit, Talent, Heart of Ice and Snow, Enhanced. Basic traits. Can freely alter the molecular structure of ice and snow elements. Possesses high comprehension of all ice-related skills, enhancing their potency. Bloodline Resonance Enhancement. Can absorb any form of cold energy from the environment and convert it into spiritual power. When battling in snowy or icy terrain, all attributes are enhanced by 30, normal state, 50, during blizzards. All attacks carry a certain probability of freezing effect, with a 100 chance of slowing down the target. Level, Tier 1, Level 2. Attribute, Ice. Exclusive skill, Winter has arrived. Activates stored energy within the gem, causing a wide area freezing blizzard. Current range of effect, centered on itself, with a diameter of 20 meters. Skills, Snowball, Freeze, Snowstorm, Ice Mist. Upon hearing Lu Dayong's words and witnessing the eager demeanor of the snow spirit, Qin Ge first utilized the link of their contract to examine its information in detail. Such a panel could not merely be described as luxurious. It was akin to an overpowered cheat. As a natural spirit beast, particularly one birthed from the secret realm atop the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, it was no surprise that the snow spirit, despite its brief existence, possessed the strength of Tier 1, Level 2. This was tantamount to being innately endowed with full spiritual energy, nothing peculiar about it. This included the exclusive skills inherent to the snow spirit lineage. A storm of snow and ice engulfs a diameter of 20 meters. It is nothing short of formidable, indicating that Shui Lingling is indeed a numerical anomaly. However, what truly astounds Qin Ge is the ice and snow heart talent, which has been amplified through bloodline resonance. When it comes to comparison, one often fears the implications. Sometimes, even something that appears magnificent may seem merely adequate without juxtaposition against lesser counterparts. Yet, once compared, the advantages become glaringly apparent. For instance, placing the talents of the Snow Witch and Shui Lingling side by side, despite their identical nomenclature and similar foundational traits, the disparity in other aspects is staggering. Shui Lingling's ice and snow heart, enhanced by bloodline resonance, overwhelmingly dominates. Firstly, Shui Lingling possesses the ability to absorb any form of cold energy from the environment and convert it into spiritual power, a capability that the Snow Witch can only access in icy surroundings. Secondly, within snowy environments, the buff enhancements are markedly different. While the Snow Witch receives an approximate boost of 20, Shui Lingling enjoys a direct increase of 30. Such a percentage enhancement, exceeding by 10 points, reveals a monumental gap. Most terrifyingly, the final attribute includes a probability of freezing with each attack and a 100 slow effect. This is an advantage that the Snow Witch's namesake talent lacks. In essence, due to the bloodline resonance, Shui Lingling's talent has gained an additional characteristic, rendering her a master of control. The value of such a trait hardly requires elaboration. Simultaneously, Qin Ge realizes a crucial point. His talent, Be My Son, seems to exceed his initial expectations. The second effect should indeed be a literal doubling of the nurturing effect. What, then, might the third effect entail? A concept-level interruption skill? Just as Qin Ge ponders this, he is interrupted by a sudden appearance. Old Qin, Meng Yingjun glides gracefully to a halt beside them. Following him is a youthful yet imposing crimson blood leopard cat. Lu Daong is clearly taken aback, scrutinizing Meng Yingjun with a keen eye. Lingering on the notably impressive crimson blood leopard cat. Is this Minister Sun's crimson blood leopard cat? Qin Ge raises an eyebrow, assessing Meng Yingjun's gleaming bald head. Contract successful? Absolutely. Meng Yingjun proudly displays the blood-red contract mark on the back of his hand. My little Qi is quite obedient. We hit it off instantly. Before he can finish, the crimson blood leopard cat agilely leaps onto his shoulder, deftly massaging his bald head with its forepaws. Sunlight glints off his reflective scalp, casting the cat's fur in an even more vibrant shade of red. Easy now. Meng Yingjun grins, bearing the affectionate habit of the cat. Even if it can't truly harm him post-contract. Qin Ge cannot help but chuckle. Is this the reason for your shaved head? What can I say? Meng Yingjun shrugs, unable to conceal the fondness in his eyes. This little ancestor expresses affection in such a wild manner. He scratches the chin of the crimson blood leopard cat, which closes its eyes in contentment, its movements becoming gentler. Clearly, Meng Yingjun's devotion has not gone unnoticed by the cat. Even though their bond is freshly forged, the intimacy between them is already palpable. At this moment, Lu Daong suddenly claps his hands and proposes, perfect. Since Shui Lingling is a special spirit beast, and the crimson blood leopard cat has surpassed its juvenile phase, their strengths are comparable. Why not let them spar? A glint of excitement flashes in his eyes. If it loses, it can set a target to surpass. If it wins, it will bolster its confidence. Chirp. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingling eagerly protrudes from Qin Ge's embrace, her tiny paws excitedly waving, leaving traces of frost in the air. Qin Ge glances at Meng Yingjun, who, predictably, shares a similar spark of combative spirit. Meanwhile, the crimson blood leopard cat ceases its massage, raising its tail and narrowing its pupils. It resembles a player who has just drawn an SSR in a game, eagerly awaiting to test its skills. Newly contracted beast masters, having just learned their spirit beasts can engage in battle, are unable to suppress their anticipation for their first fight. Let us go. Let us go. The warriors, who had initially prepared to disperse from the battleground, suddenly halt in unison. The entire venue erupts in excitement, the roar nearly shaking the very roof. Shui Lingling is already a prominent contender on the spirit beast contract rankings, while the crimson blood leopard cat, a descendant of Minister Sun's prized spirit beast, enjoys considerable popularity within the Jinling military district. The mere presence of these two draws the attention of every soldier present. However, since they had just trained, no other reactions were noted. Now that training has concluded, Shui Lingling versus Crimson Blood Leopard Cat. Every soldier eagerly anticipates this clash. Spirit Beast, Crimson Blood Leopard Cat. Talent, Blood Boiling. As damage taken increases, attack speed and power rise. Level, First Tier, 3rd Grade. Attribute, Combat. Exclusive Skill, Crimson Fury. Blood surges rapidly, entering a frenzied state, greatly enhancing speed and attack rate, with each attack possessing a chance to induce a bleeding state on the target. Skills, Rending Claw, Chain Pounce, Frenzied Scratching, Nail Sharpening. Chapter 10, The First Battle. Old son, your son is about to battle Shui Lingling. In the office of the logistics department of the Jinling military district, Li Jingang prepares to depart, but is soon interrupted by a message from Lu Daong. His eyebrows instantly shoot up, and he returns to the office in a few brisk steps. His fingers swiftly glide across the holographic projection screen on the desk, bringing up real-time surveillance footage of the training ground on the wall. In the footage, Qin Ge can be seen exchanging pre-match banter while assisting Shui Lingling in unfastening her cloak. The little spirit beast cooperatively raises her forepaw, playfully shaking her fluffy rabbit-eared hat as it is removed. This heartwarming scene elicits smiles from both men. Although Qin Ge and Shui Lingling possess remarkable potential, Li Jingang leans against the desk, a shrewd glint in his eye, stating, I'm placing my bets on Meng Yingjun. Sun Ming, holding a teacup, strolls over, glancing at the screen through the steam. So confident? Li Jingang, undeterred by Qin Ge's closeness to him, offers a serious analysis. in battles among newcomers. The spirit beast's strength plays a significant role. Have you not boasted enough about the fundamental data of the crimson blood leopard cat? Rending claw, frenzied scratching, and even nail sharpening are already mastered. These three skills, combined with the cat's innate abilities, indeed present a formidable force at lower levels. Li Jinggang pauses, tapping Meng Yingjuan's bald head, then continues. Moreover, this lad's talent is particularly suited for the crimson blood leopard cat. Unless it's a chaotic battle, Shui Lingling can directly target Meng Yingjun. Otherwise, they would indeed find it exceedingly difficult to lose. Upon hearing this, Sun Ming took a sip of tea. Though he remained silent, he harbored thoughts akin to those of Li Jinggang. Similarly, Meng Yingjun himself shared this sentiment. At that moment, Meng Yingjun's eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit. As a young man who often indulged in gaming, he was acutely aware that his bloodfang leopard cat was an agile assassin, while Qin Ge's Zulingling was a fragile mage. This was the quintessential matchup of an assassin against a mage. Before the mage could fully develop, the assassin's advantages were indisputable. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the battle commenced. Although both were novices, they had certainly witnessed enough to understand the game. Almost instantaneously, as the word start fell, Meng Yingjun did not rely on the telepathic bond with his spirit beast, but, in a fervent manner reminiscent of characters from anime, shouted, "Bloodfang leopard cat. Close in and execute a series of pounces." With a roar, the bloodfang leopard cat's entire body shimmered with crimson light. Its limbs surged with power, transforming its lithe form into a streak of red lightning. The afterimages created by the three consecutive pounces traced an erratic Z-shaped path in the air. Utilizing the series of pounces as a means of accelerated movement, this lad possesses a modicum of cleverness, thought Sun Ming, observing the monitor with a slight smile. It is only natural for a novice to overlook certain details. After all, who hasn't traversed this path at the start? Li Jinggang chuckled and shook his head. As an experienced beastmaster, he immediately discerned Meng Yingjuan's tactical error. While the idea of using successive pounces to hasten the approach to the target was commendable, it failed to account for the fact that a series of pounces was a skill that consumed spiritual energy. Given the current level of the bloodfang leopard cat, it would not have the capacity to utilize the skill more than a few times. However, just as Sun Ming was about to speak, a sudden exclamation erupted. What in the world? The warriors in the audience rose in unison, and the training ground fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were on Qin Ge as a glimmer flickered in his gaze, and his spiritual energy surged within him. With a subtle grasp of his right hand, a phantom of a dark golden belt materialized before him. This was the third effect of the talent Be My Son, the dread of the seven wolves. With a swift motion, as Qin Ge waved the spectral belt, a corresponding phantasm appeared behind the leaping bloodfang leopard cat, striking with a resounding crack. The cat suddenly froze, its eyes wide in terror, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Its once agile form lost balance and plummeted from the air. In that instant, akin to the previously witnessed fiery rush of the fire velvet deer towards the sandrock tortoise, Zulingling had already curled into a ball, surrounded by elemental ice and snow, transforming into a colossal snowball of 1.5 meters in diameter, barreling towards the bloodfang leopard cat with a howling gale. With a thunderous crash, the snowball collided, sending the bloodfang leopard cat hurtling backward. Yet, that was not the end. Now frigid as ice, Zulingling swiped its tiny paw through the air, condensing the residual ice and snow into a dagger-sized ice spike reminiscent of a traffic cone. With an icy ferocity, it plunged the spike into the downed bloodfang leopard cat. The bloodfang leopard cat, categorized as a fragile assassin, was utterly defenseless against such a dual onslaught. It transformed into a streak of red light, retreating into Meng Yingjuan's beastmaster space. An uncanny silence enveloped the training ground, punctuated only by the jubilant chirps of Zulingling as it bounded back. Meng Yingjun stared in disbelief at the contract mark on the back of his hand, his mind racing. No way. That belt must be old Qin's talent effect. But what about my talent? The effect belonging to the indomitable will should have allowed my spirit beast to be immune to a fatal blow. This is simply unscientific. Could it be that old Qin's talent inherently counters mine? Oh heavens, why does Meng exist if Qin is here? On the opposite side of the battlefield, Qin Ge narrowed his eyes, unconsciously stroking the fur of Zulingling. He felt he had uncovered the uniqueness of the dread of the seven wolves. It was simple enough to summarize in 7 words: absolute control priority. Once the belt struck the bloodfang leopard cat, it was ensnared in a state of dizziness. Even the indomitable will, a talent as formidable as a famed sword, could not be triggered due to the lingering effects of the stun. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled skill. However, why had the second effect of Meng Yingjun's talent not activated? Could it be due to his having only one contracted spirit beast? Gulp. In the silent arena, The sound of someone swallowing echoed, followed by an uproar from the audience. What the hell? This is an active control skill, and perhaps even a locking type. Did you see that? The belt appeared directly behind the leopard cat. This is insane, utterly insane. That Zuelingaling is equally absurd. It took down the Bloodfang leopard cat with 2 moves, and they were almost instantaneous ice spikes. The cheers from the warriors in attendance threatened to lift the roof off the training ground. In this realm devoid of health bars, the value of control skills was exceedingly high. Whether it was beastmasters, spirit beasts, or demon beasts, a breach in defense equated to injury, and severe wounds could lead to demise. Especially for the formidable, even a momentary control could disrupt an enemy's skill release, potentially altering the tide of battle. Control skills with locking effects were undeniably divine skills. Chapter 11. Sandstorm Fierce Shark. The overwhelming dread of the 7 wolves. In stark contrast to these warriors, Li Jingang and Sun Ming in the logistics office stood as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes glued to the monitor. It was evident that Meng Yingjun was aware that his talent effect could easily be discerned. Therefore, after detection and registration of his talent, he had disclosed it to Sun Ming upon his arrival. Yet now, as Qin Ge's Zuelingaling defeated Meng Yingjun's Bloodfang leopard cat, there were no signs of the indomitable will or the death curse activating. Such an outcome was unmistakably indicative of eternal silence. Eternal silence, in simple terms, meant that the target enveloped by this effect would be unable to activate their own abilities, nor those bestowed by their beastmaster, including effects like famed swords, resurrection armor, or berserk states. Coupled with the dizziness effect, it was a formidable combination. However, it remained uncertain. Li Jingang took a deep breath. What if Meng's second talent effect had certain limitations, or perhaps Zuelingaling had already defeated the Bloodfang leopard cat, thus preventing the first effect from triggering? Since Little Qin had already employed this skill, there was no possibility of concealment. A test in the first secret realm was in order. Sun Ming returned to his computer, sending a message to Lu Daong. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness flickered in the eyes of the eternally silent Li Jingang. The effect of this innate talent would become the nightmare of all beast tamers. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, transforming his entire being into flowing sand that seeped into the ground. All that remained on the office floor was a dissipating trail of sand. The warriors on the battlefield had long departed, leaving only 3 individuals and 2 beasts behind. At this moment, Meng Yingjun had come to accept a certain truth. Even with the awakening of a formidable talent, he would still be at the mercy of Qin Ge's overwhelming prowess. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the arena, meticulously grooming the fur of his crimson blood leopard cat with a specially designed comb. Although the little creature appeared somewhat listless, it affectionately nudged its head against its owner's palm. "Everything is all right. Don't be disheartened. We lost, but it wasn't in vain," Meng Yingjun said, scratching the chin of the crimson blood leopard cat with an upbeat tone. "I still remember back in kindergarten when he snatched my little red flower, and in elementary school when he took my title of outstanding student. If we work diligently from now on, we shall surely triumph over them." The crimson blood leopard cat disdainfully turned its head away. "What's with this boastful tone of yours?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Lingling raised her tiny paw, striking a pose that epitomized victory, completely devoid of the fierceness displayed during the battle moments before. She blinked her large eyes at Qin Ge, her face radiating a plea for praise. Qin Ge could not help but chuckle. Kneeling on one knee and opening his arms wide, Xue Lingling leaped into his embrace, her frosty little nose affectionately rubbing against his cheek. "Our little Xue is the best." He gently massaged Xue Lingling's ears when he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his clothes. Looking down, he saw Xue Lingling mimicking the act of eating ice cream with her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Do you want ice cream?" Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, recalling who had just proclaimed the desire to be a cool and aloof combat genius. "Xue Lingling immediately straightened her face, attempting to adopt a fierce expression. But the suspicious moisture at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. "Eat. Devour it." Qin Ge could no longer contain himself. He retrieved a box of mysterious ice essence from his backpack and handed it to her. Just then, Lu Daong approached with a reinvigorated Meng Yingjun and the crimson blood leopard cat. "Let us go? Since you both have gained experience from your first battle, the next confrontation will be an assessment to gauge your efforts during this period. Did you hear that, little Xue? We must strive diligently to ensure our continuous victories, for only through winning will we earn our ice cream reward." Xiao. Soon, the 2 pairs split their paths again. Meng Yingjun was taken by Sun Ming to learn training techniques and precautions regarding the crimson blood leopard cat, while Qin Ge made his way to the first secret realm located in the Jinling military district for an initial assessment of his innate skills. The so-called secret realm can be likened to a dungeon in a game, yet it differs significantly. the flow of time within may diverge from that of the outside world. For instance, in this first secret realm, when the passage to reality was just established, the spiritual beasts inside had already been decimated by the fiendish creatures. After the human beast tamers cleared the area of these monsters, they discovered that the time ratio within this secret realm was 1:1:5, meaning that while an hour and a half passed inside, only an hour elapsed outside. Thus, this secret realm became one of the training grounds for the Jinling military district. Uncle, are you suggesting that my innate skills might possess an eternal silence effect? Qin Ge's voice tightened as his fingers instinctively brushed along Shui Lingling's spine. Li Jingang did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a thunderous roar, the ground of the training field suddenly heaved. An 8th-grade sandstorm shark, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted from the earth. Its fully realized innate ability caused the surrounding sand and dust to whirl chaotically, forming multiple miniature dust tornadoes. Spirit Beast, Sandstorm Shark. Talent, Sandstorm Sovereign. Master of controlling sand and wind pressure in the desert. Level, 8th grade, 6th stage. Attribute, Earth. Talent skill, Sandstorm Domain. Can summon a persistent sandstorm, during which all attributes are enhanced, while enemies suffer continuous attacks from the storm. Skills, Quicksand's Bite, Dust Entombment, Sandstorm Charge. Drought Sea Declaration. The sandstorm shark, it has been far too long. A nostalgic smile graced Qin Ge's lips as he vividly recalled the days when this spirit beast was still a mud tiger shark, frolicking with him in the muck. Much to his mother's chagrin. This has absolutely nothing to do with holding a grudge. Geru. The massive form of the sandstorm shark leaned forward slightly, its sharp teeth forming an unrefined grin. It's wonderful to see a child I haven't met in ages all grown up now. However, its smile did not last long, as its current size and appearance exuded an aura of intimidation. Familiar faces were not a problem, but for the unfamiliar whoosh. Shui Lingling shrank into Qin Ge's embrace, revealing only her round, glimmering eyes. The little creature trembled, yet defiantly glared at the imposing figure. Fear not. Qin Ge gently stroked Shui Lingling's fur. Dad will take care of it. With that, he pretended to approach the sandstorm shark. In response, the sandstorm shark lowered its fearsome head and even feigned a whimper of submission. This endearing contrast gradually eased Shui Lingling's tension, and she tentatively extended her tiny paw. Chiao. Suddenly, the little creature spread her arms wide, gesturing an exaggerated arc, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Wow, how did you grow so large? You're even bigger than my sister. This adorable display elicited laughter from all present. After a brief exchange of fond memories, Li Jingang clapped his hands. All right, the test is quite simple. Just unleash your innate skill directly at the sandstorm shark. If it's merely a stunning effect, even if it ranks higher in priority, the sandstorm shark's already activated miniature sandstorm domain will remain unaffected. The sandstorm shark obediently straightened its massive body. The oppressive aura of an 8th-grade spirit beast enveloping the arena once more, seemingly declaring, "Indeed, a mere stunning effect cannot faze me." Qin Ge nodded, then suddenly pondered aloud. What if we change the testing method? I'll first lock my innate skill, and then Uncle Shark can try to run? Geru. The sandstorm shark displayed a human-like look of disdain, its robust tail slamming against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. What are you joking about? Though I am large, I rank among the top 50 in speed among 8th-grade spirit beasts. Li Jingang's eyes lit up. Does your skill truly possess a locking effect? Uncertain, but the likelihood is quite high. Qin Ge replied candidly. This is the perfect opportunity to test it thoroughly. This matter was indeed significant. If one were unaware of their own innate skills, encountering unforeseen circumstances requiring their use could lead to complications if the results fell short of expectations. Then let us proceed with the test. Li Jingang declared firmly. The sandstorm shark instantly entered a battle stance, surrounded by swirling torrents of ferocious sand. Qin Ge took a deep breath, his right hand forming a loose grip as he waved it. Galo. The vertical pupils of the sandstorm fiery shark contracted sharply. The explosive power of an 8th-tier spirit beast rendered it almost invisible to the naked eye, with sand and stones swirling around in an instant. However, in the next moment, a belt matching the sandstorm fiery shark's hide was swiftly brought down behind its massive, rapidly moving form. Li Jingang's pupils trembled violently, for in his perception, at the moment of impact, all enhancements bestowed upon the sandstorm fiery shark by the sandstorm domain were nullified. Although this effect lasted less than a second, the sandstorm fiery shark was, after all, an 8th-tier spirit beast. Yet at that moment, Qin Ge was merely a level 4 beastmaster at rank 0. Chapter 12. The Tempting Rewards of the. As the multiple tests concluded, Qin Ge left the secret realm, cradling the already slumbering Shui Lingling in his arms. while the setting sun painted the entrance of the secret realm in hues of amber. The halo of the metallic gate illuminated two frolicking figures. Meng Yingjun was engaged in a fierce battle for a chicken leg with the crimson blood leopard cat. Wow, Lao Qin, you finally made it out. Upon spotting his friend, Meng Yingjun lunged forward like a hungry tiger. The thermos he pulled from his backpack nearly collided with Qin Ge's face. Uncle Sun said you two have been at it for hours. You must be starving. Look at you, so pale. I flew 5 times in one night and wasn't nearly as drained. The crimson blood leopard cat squatted nearby, its pupils reflecting the myriad expressions flitting across Qin Ge's face. Exhaustion mingled with excitement and a hint of gratitude. I'm just depleted of spiritual energy, Qin Ge sighed, rubbing his forehead. Can you not compare this to an all-nighter gaming session? He understood his friend's temperament well enough to know that this was merely a guise for not wanting to hear his gratitude, hence the teasing remark. But could we please refrain from discussing such matters in public? Just look at the 2 soldiers standing guard nearby. Their lips are barely containing their amusement. Come on. It's all in good fun. Meng Yingjun waved dismissively. With my current beast master physique, I could probably break through the limits. The 2 soldiers suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, their shoulders quaking suspiciously. Qin Ge seized the fool by the arm. Let us head back and pack our bags. He gestured towards the entrance of the secret realm. We'll stay here for specialized training until school starts. Meanwhile, when Li Jingang returned to his office, Sun Ming was still engrossed in reviewing battle footage, jotting down notes. The results were in. Li Jingang handed over the data he had organized. Talent skill name, the Dread of the 7 Wolves. Feature 1, Lock On. An 8th tier Sandstorm Fiery Shark and a 7th tier Thunderwing Feather Dragon cannot escape at full speed. Feature 2, Pain for All. Inflicts psychological pain. Feature 3, 100 Stun. 8th tier Sandstorm Fiery Shark is stunned for 0.2 seconds. Thunderwing Feather Dragon for 0.5 seconds, with an accompanying eternal silence effect during the stun. Feature 4, Dizziness, stuns for 2 seconds for beasts below 5th tier. As he examined this data, Sun Ming's fingers trembled slightly. Despite being the head of logistics, he had experienced thousands of battles. He understood all too well what this set of data implied. In confrontations among top beast masters, even a 0.1 second stun could alter the tide of battle. Moreover, this data was obtained while Qin Ge was merely a level 4 Beastmaster at rank 0. If he were to break through to 5th tier, or even 7th tier, what would that mean? If, on the battlefield, he could lock onto the opposing Beastmaster with this skill. At that moment, Sun Ming could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart, almost bursting from his chest. He had unknowingly snapped his pen in half. Li Jingang stood by the window, unusually lighting a cigarette. Oldly, Sun Ming suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. How should we arrange the training plan for Shui Lingling moving forward? Li Jingang exhaled a smoke ring. We just need to focus on logistics. Sun Ming paused, then realized. Yes, that 9th tier ancestor was Shui Lingling's sister. Who better to help strengthen Shui Lingling than her? Simultaneously, a jeep from the Jinling military district cruised smoothly down the road. Meng Yingjun glanced at his phone and then turned to Qin Ge, a serious expression on his face. Qin Ge, do you think we qualify to participate in the If We Contract Spirit Beasts at this time? The so-called is a competition for novice beast masters in the Jinling region, boasting immensely tempting rewards. Reaching the top 16 guarantees admission to a prestigious domestic beast master university, alleviating the pressure of college entrance exams. Not to mention the rewards for entering the top 8, final 4, or even winning the championship. Qin Ge shot him a glance. We haven't even begun training yet, and you're already thinking about competitions? Aiming for a good ranking should wait until year-end. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the champion's reward for this year's displayed on Meng Yingjun's phone. What? The champion's reward this year is the Heavenly Frost Lotus? The Heavenly Frost Lotus, a rare flower that grows in the cold pools of the Tianshan secret realm, possesses immense benefits for spirit beasts. In simpler terms, it is akin to a mythical fruit from fantasy novels. Consuming it can significantly enhance a spirit beast's comprehension in a short time. For instance, if Qin Ge wanted Shui Lingling to learn the skill of Esdeath Mo Kubo Te Mo, without the Heavenly Frost Lotus, it might take months, even up to a year. However, with the Heavenly Frost Lotus, she could comprehend it in just a month. Meng Yingjun leaned in with a cheeky grin. So, what do you think? Are you tempted? Qin Ge took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement to analyze calmly. Today is July 15th, while the competition commences on August 20th. Even if they trained in Secret Realm number 1 the entire time, there wouldn't be much left. Furthermore, according to this competition structure, it is held 3 times a year, in April, August, and December. Those who awaken their Beast Master talents in April cannot participate in that month's competition. This means that among the participants, there will be numerous Beast Masters who contracted Spirit Beasts in April or May. Competing for the championship against such individuals would undoubtedly be challenging. However, the Heavenly Frost Lotus was something he truly desired. Moreover, such treasures are often merely fortuitous encounters. Attempting to secure one through other means would only prove more difficult. The champion's rewards include the Heavenly Frost Lotus, 1,000,000 spirit beast cultivation resources, and a selection of evolution items. Let us give it a try, aiming for a freebie. Qin Ge swiped through the screen, his eyes glinting with determination. Meng Yingjun, halfway through a chicken leg, froze mid-bite. Wow, I think we should just aim to secure a spot in the top 16. Winning the championship? I actually think you have a chance at that. Lu Daong, who was driving, suddenly interjected, a knowing smile reflected in the rearview mirror. Let us do the math. Talent advantages, spirit beast advantages, the training grounds of Secret Realm No. 1, and guidance from top cultivators in the military district. With this setup, a month of dedicated training could equate to 3 months for others, don't you think? As the off-road vehicle rolled over a speed bump, Lu Daong's voice rang clear amidst the jostling. Moreover, as long as one can enter the top 16, they can be specially recruited by the nation's premier universities. The military special recruitment essentially emulates this type of selection, and there is no conflict between the two. He blinked, thinking, double the resources, why not take advantage of it? Is it really possible? Meng Yingjun quickly began to fill out the registration information. Registration was a must. Just then, a chirp. Shui Lingling, having awakened at some point, pressed the confirmation button on the phone with her tiny paw. Her pupils sparkled with excitement over the 2 snacks. Chapter 13, The Unscientific Training. As night fell, Qin Ge's home was ablaze with light. The television showcased thrilling highlights from the National Beastmaster Championship. Shui Lingling squatted on the coffee table, her little paws mimicking the movements of the spirit beasts on the screen, occasionally chirping in enthusiasm. Since he had resolved to participate in the upcoming Long Dragon Cup competition in August, and with aspirations for the championship, Qin Ge knew he needed to prepare meticulously. While Shui Lingling was engrossed in the television, he began to research information about Esdeath. Indeed, Snow Witch, as Shui Lingling's sister, was a formidable figure at the 9th tier, making her an ideal training guide. However, he had an inexplicable feeling that having Shui Lingling learn from otherworldly powerhouses would be even more beneficial. Given that Esdeath was currently the most suitable summoning candidate, understanding her personality and preferences was of utmost importance. As the saying goes, a diligent student meets a devoted teacher. The sum is greater than its parts. In Qin Ge's recollections, Esdeath, a popular character in Akame Ga Kill, harbored a pathological affection for Tatsumi. He speculated that this love stemmed from 3 primary points. First, Esdeath resided in an imperial high society rife with intrigue and bloodshed. Tatsumi's sincere qualities provided a stark contrast that attracted her. Second, as a proponent of the survival of the fittest, Esdeath found Tatsumi's unyielding spirit, despite his inferior strength, intriguing. Third, her warped childhood led to a unique understanding of love, making Tatsumi's gentle nature a complementary force. In summary, it seemed that Shui Lingling embodied all these traits. Perhaps this was why she was recommended as a pupil? Qin Ge's eyes lit up, ready to introduce Shui Lingling to the concept. However, he noticed she was already attempting to mimic a blizzard from the television. The little creature nearly toppled off the coffee table in her enthusiasm, but he caught her just in time. Don't be anxious, he reassured, squeezing Shui Lingling's tiny paw. Starting tomorrow, a very formidable sister will be guiding your training. Following that, Qin Ge began to explain. Based on his recollections and the information annotated about his death from his otherworldly summoning talent. Chirp. Listening intently, Shui Lingling's mouth formed an A shape. This sister seems so impressive. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, in a designated training secret realm of the Jinling military district, sunlight penetrated the clouds, refracting enchanting beams in the glacial canyon. Shui Lingling's tiny feet crunched on the ground, filling the air with crisp sounds, her eyes alight with joy. Since departing from the secret realm of Mount Everest, she had yet to encounter such an icy world. This place was indeed the training ground once used by Snow Witch. Training in such an environment was bound to yield remarkable results for ice-type spirit beasts. Time for intensive training. Qin Ge crouched down, adjusting the straps of her cloak, aware that this teacher might be a bit stringent. Chirp. Shui Lingling, brimming with determination, waved her tiny fists, her bunny-eared hat bobbing with her movements. For the sake of double ice cream rewards, she was fully prepared. With a smile, Qin Ge took out the prepared Aurora Dew and Frost Soul Jade, which would sustain Esdeath for 15 hours. Activating his otherworldly inheritance talent, he chose to summon her in a spiritual form. The treasures suddenly levitated into the air, with the Aurora Dew forming a misty vortex, while the Frost Soul Jade projected a crystalline portal. Crack! As the door swung open, the temperature in the canyon plummeted. and the falling snowflakes froze midair. A figure gradually became discernible. Silver hair, blue eyes, a sharply tailored military uniform, and a sword at her waist exuding a chilling aura. Even in her spiritual form, to Qin Ge and Shui Lingling, she appeared no different from a living being. Is this the new world? Esdeath surveyed her surroundings, while simultaneously sensing the basic information of this realm. When her gaze landed on Shui Lingling, it seemed she had discovered something intriguing. Qin Ge could clearly see the corners of this war fanatic's mouth curling into a dangerously alluring smile. Shui Lingling's fur bristled, instinctively retreating behind Qin Ge. Yet she suddenly puffed out her chest. Chirp! I'm not afraid. In an instant, Esdeath materialized before the little creature, using ice as a medium to lift Shui Lingling's chin with her fingertip. Such courage, but do you truly understand what ice is? Suddenly, ice crystals began to form around her. This was no mere toy. Crack! Centered around Esdeath, the entire glacial canyon transformed into a deep azure hue. The art of domination. Concurrently, within the first secret realm, Sun Ming, sensing the overwhelming aura, furrowed his brow and gazed towards the glacial valley. The sudden drop in temperature filled him with a sense of impending doom. Strange, Sun Ming mused, stroking his chin. When did snow which becomes so powerful? Help. As a beast master, why must I endure such training? Meng Ingjuan's lament interrupted his thoughts. He was seen sprinting across a specialized area with the crimson blood leopard cat. The moment he stopped, flames singed his backside. Just moments ago, he had considered taking a breather, resulting in a rather unfortunate situation. Sun Ming shook his head in resignation. Don't confuse the animated world with reality. In the true realm of beast masters, they and their spirit beasts complement one another. If a beast master's physical capabilities lag behind, they cannot fully utilize the benefits provided by their spirit beasts, thus hindering their advancement. Without growth in their own realm, how can they enhance their spirit beasts through talent? If you continue neglecting your health, you may find yourself unable to escape danger during your expeditions. From this day forth, Sun Ming opened the special training manual, revealing a devilish smile from the instructor. 20 kilometers of running daily, 30 sets of military boxing, and in addition. At the same time, in the glacial training ground, Esdeath lightly tapped the ground with her ice sword. In an instant, the wind and snow throughout the valley came to an abrupt halt, transforming into countless tiny ice crystals suspended in the air. Her ice-blue hair danced without a breeze, her gaze fixed intently on Shui Lingling. Listen well, little one. Warmth is the poison of the weak, and the greatest folly of an ice-type user is to resist the cold. Her voice held no warmth. With a slight lift of her fingertip, a wisp of deep blue chill, alive like a creature, entered Shui Lingling's mouth. Chirp chirp. Shui Lingling instinctively struggled. However, it soon became apparent that the chilling energy invading its body was, in fact, a boon. As the coldness coursed through its being, the spiritual energy trailed behind like a shadow. In mere seconds, an incredibly dense layer of ice armor coalesced around it. At that precise moment, the contract mark on Qin Ge's body sensed a shift in the information pertaining to Shui Lingling. New skill awakened. Frozen body, ice armor. Frozen body enhances immunity to ice-type damage, recovering one's spiritual energy when affected by ice-type harm. Ice armor harnesses ice-type spiritual energy, condensing it into crystalline armor. Shui Lingling stood in stunned silence, gazing at its diminutive paws before raising its eyes to meet those of Esdeath. A bewildered expression etched across its face. Well, what? I didn't do anything. Why? Why was it able to learn this technique? Hadn't its father mentioned just yesterday that acquiring new skills was a daunting task that required diligent effort? Qin Ge was equally taken aback by this sudden change. Is this even scientific? Chapter 14. The Uniqueness of Dimensional Heritage Talent. Once again, Sun Ming and Li Jinggang were astonished. Friends who frequently traverse dimensions know well that the real world is not akin to a gaming realm. Acquiring skills is not as simple as tapping a skill book and instantly mastering it. In the real world, even with the guidance of esteemed mentors, one must endure a lengthy period of cultivation to learn skills. Moreover, passive skills akin to frozen body, which are comparable to innate talents, necessitate that the spiritual beast comprehend them through arduous trials. Yet now, it was as if a player had suddenly unlocked a VIP exclusive skill through microtransactions. A mere wisp of cold energy casually infused by Esdeath had compressed 3 years of specialized training into a mere 3 seconds. In an instant, Shui Lingling had learned 2 skills, one of which was a passive skill rivaling an innate talent. This was utterly outrageous. Just as Qin Ge was consumed by excitement, an abrupt voice broke his reverie. It's your turn. Esdeath's sword tip pressed against Qin Ge's throat. Before he could react, the ethereal blade, imbued with chilling energy, pierced through his chest. Qin Ge. This isn't how it happened for Shui Lingling when it learned. And as a beastmaster, could I possibly learn a skill in this manner too? Before he could ponder further, the translucent blade had already embedded itself within his heart. Contrary to his expectations, he felt no excruciating pain, only an overwhelming chill spreading ferociously through his veins. Ugh! Unlike Shui Lingling, Qin Ge, as a human, reacted intensely to the extreme cold. Chirp! Chirp! Shui Lingling jumped anxiously, its tiny paws desperately clawing at Qin Ge's frost-covered sleeve. Hold on. Esdeath flicked her finger, tapping Shui Lingling's forehead. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the sword embedded in Qin Ge's chest. The blade began to ooze a grotesque black ice crystal, resembling a toxin forced out, which dripped to the ground, corroding it with hissing white smoke. The impurities within him were excessive. Suffering was inevitable. As the last trace of black ice melted away, Esdeath yanked the sword free. Crack! Qin Ge dropped to one knee, his pupils constricting. In the reflection of the ice, he saw his skin adorned with crystalline scales identical to those of Shui Lingling. How is this possible? Such a feat. Akin to Li Jingang transforming into quicksand and utilizing his spiritual beast's abilities, should require at least a 7th-tier beast master to achieve such a shared capability. Yet here I am, a mere novice at 0 tier, accomplishing it. Could this be the characteristic of dimensional heritage? How absurd. Oh, so you're thrilled to have grasped a skill? Esdeath remarked, arms crossed, her ice blue hair dancing in the frigid wind, her eyes glinting with mockery. What a waste. In the past, Qin Ge might have retorted defiantly, but now he looked down at his arm, covered in crystalline scales, and felt the surge of enhanced spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, he stood upright, straightened his back, and a radiant smile graced his lips. Yes, you are absolutely correct. I am indeed a waste. His tone brimmed with a proud conviction, as if to proclaim. But I am a 0-tier waste who has acquired the ice armor skill. Shui Lingling immediately emulated him, leaping onto its master's shoulder with its paws on its hips. Chirp! Esdeath's cold smirk faltered. A peculiar sense of defeat washed over her. How could he be so joyful even when insulted? Crack! A sound akin to ice piercing through the frozen surface echoed, followed by the thunderous roar of the glacial earth. The previously open mouth of the canyon was instantaneously encircled by walls of ice. Esdeath's voice rang out once more. Prepare 3 days' worth of supplies before the second lesson begins. For the next 3 days. She waved her hand, and an ice-sculpted toilet materialized in an instant. It appeared that even the act of relieving oneself had to be conducted in this area. Qin Ge clumsily caught this chilling gift, noticing it bore the inscription for the week prominently displayed on it. Shui Lingling curiously poked a button, causing a roll of crystalline toilet paper to spring forth. Qin Ge. Wait, can I refuse this? Level up, 0 tier, 4 to 5. New skill, ice armor. Time taken, unknown, very brief. Qin Ge, give me half an hour. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, having just exited the secret realm, rushed to Li Jingang's office to voice his concerns. Are you certain you sensed an energy fluctuation more potent than that of Shui Wu in the secret realm? Li Jingang furrowed his brow, his voice laced with disbelief. Absolutely. Sun Ming nodded gravely. The intensity of that fluctuation was simply unfathomable. This defies logic. Li Jingang murmured to himself, unconsciously tapping his arm with his fingers. He was well aware of Shui Wu's circumstances and knew it was a spiritual beast born from the glaciers of the Rubanzori Mountains. In the current climate of global warming, the Elena Glacier within the Rubanzori Mountains was receding rapidly. This would undoubtedly make it exceedingly difficult for it to further enhance its power. Logically, Shui Wu should not be able to unleash such astonishing strength unless could it be that Qin Ge's innate abilities also applied to Shui Wu? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Li Jingang shook his head. No, this completely contradicts the principles of guardian spirits. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed through the office. Come in. The moment the door swung open, both men fixed their gaze on Qin Ge, who had arrived as a 0-tier, 4-level beastmaster. His internal energy fluctuations evidently now reached 0 tier 5. This is impossible. Sun Ming's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Even with top-tier celestial talent and a contract with a natural spirit beast, the rate of advancement must adhere to reason. Li Jingang rose abruptly, causing his chair to screech against the floor with an unbearable sound. The astonishing pace of growth rendered him almost incredulous. Qin Ge felt a chill run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of the two men. He blurted out, somewhat mindlessly, can you both see that? Of course. After years of being a chef, one can instantly discern the sting of hot oil. Similarly, after being a beast master for a considerable time, one can easily gauge the realm of novice beast masters like you with just a glance. To us, you appear akin to a character in a game, clearly marked with a level 0, rank 5 sign above your head. As they spoke, they approached Qin Ge, their hands meticulously examining him, pinching and prodding with utmost precision. Upon confirming that the spiritual energy within Qin Ge was not superficial but rather remarkably pure, they exclaimed in unison, "Good heavens! It truly is level 0, rank 5. How did you achieve this?" Sun Ming's voice was tinged with urgency. He believed that even if others could not replicate this method, a mere imitation might at least double the cultivation speed. The implications of this were monumental. My talent allows me to absorb more spiritual energy for reinforcement, and it just turned out this way as I trained, Qin Ge admitted, honestly perplexed by the specifics. He could only surmise it was related to the spiritual energy infused by Esdeath. In essence, all of this was tied to his innate gifts. So it wasn't entirely a lie. I see. Li Jingang nodded, inquiring, "What assistance do you require from us during your endeavors?" "Resources for cultivation," Qin Ge promptly replied. "The training method with Shui Lingling consumes resources at an alarming rate. What do you need? Speak freely." However, before he could finish, Sun Ming interrupted him. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Whatever Qin Ge desired, he would provide. To be frank, I don't plan on leaving the secret realm for the next 3 days. The resources that Uncle Sun provided last time, well, I've only got half left. Upon hearing this, both men appeared utterly stunned. Those resources were not abundant for powerful beings, yet for an ordinary novice beastmaster, they would hardly last a fortnight. Even for a natural spirit like Shui Lingling, they should sustain her for at least a week. However, they quickly regained their composure. So what if the consumption rate was high? What mattered was that the resources were valuable, yielded results, and brought forth gains. Was there any issue with a swift consumption rate? None whatsoever. Come, follow me to the storage. Take whatever you need. Chapter 15. The Growth of Qin Ge and Shui Lingling. At noon, Qin Ge returned to the first secret realm, burdened by a bulging, specially designed backpack filled with supplies. Upon arriving at the Ice Valley, he found Esdeath seated on her crystalline throne, engaged in hushed conversation with Shui Lingling. Her voice was rarely so gentle. "The essence of power has never been about slaughter," Esdeath mused, gazing at the frost forming in her palm, her tone resolute and somber. "It is about dominion, including dominion over one's own weaknesses." Shui Lingling nodded, somewhat perplexed. As a natural spirit, though young, it could sense the inner thoughts of this ice mage through the snow and ice. How to put it? The current Esdeath seemed somewhat different from what her father had described yesterday. Despite the overall lack of significant change, there was an indescribable transformation. At that moment, Qin Ge's footsteps shattered the tranquility. Esdeath turned abruptly, her piercing gaze akin to a razor's edge. "You are late," she stated coldly, by 4 seconds. Qin Ge shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "I was delayed searching for something." He then produced a small, azure-glowing crystal from his bag and offered it to her. Esdeath's voice wavered, an unusual occurrence. As a soul entity, she typically could not interact with the physical realm without the aid of ice and snow. Yet now, she could distinctly feel the chilling touch of the stone. This small gem could temporarily solidify her form. Shui Lingling curiously approached, sniffing the stone with her tiny nose. "Chew? This scent resembles that of Sister's necklace." Qin Ge scratched his head. "You are currently in a soul state. This might be beneficial for you." No sooner had he spoken than, boom. The entire training ground trembled, the crystalline structures resonating. Her once translucent form seemed to solidify slightly. On the ice crystal sword, crimson demonic runes emerged like veins, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. "Since you have prepared such excellent teaching tools," she slowly raised her gaze, a chilling smile gracing her lips, "let us elevate the curriculum. For the next 72 hours, I will train you to the standards of the Inferno." Shui Lingling instinctively dove behind Qin Ge, peeking out with only one eye visible. The current elder sister master was truly terrifying. In contrast, Qin Ge had anticipated this reaction from Esdeath. How to describe it? This most formidable general of the empire, despite her inner turmoil, would always mask her feelings with a cold smirk or a battle-crazed demeanor. In other words, this was textbook Sundra behavior. In Qin Ge's contemplation, Esdeath's second lesson was about to commence. Course title: Comprehension of Absolute Cold. Content 1. Navigating a blizzard at -50 degrees as if on solid ground. Though Qin Ge was uncertain of the significance of this training, he figured that as a top-tier powerhouse, Esdeath must have her reasons, so he refrained from questioning further. Moreover, based on his understanding of her, even if he did inquire, she would likely respond with a derisive retort, dismissing him with remarks about how the weak had no right to question. He had no interest in making himself a target for scorn unless he could achieve tangible improvement first. In that case, enduring a few reprimands would be worth it. Ahem. "We are ready. Let us begin." Chew. As Qin Ge and Shui Lingling's words faded, a chilling wind howled, and the temperature plummeted dramatically. the blizzard roaring forth like an enraged beast. The entire training ground transformed into a frigid hell. Each breath Qin Ge took felt like swallowing shards of glass. The icy fragments coalescing and melting in his lungs, the agony indescribable. Focus. Feel the cold's path coursing through your veins. Esdeath's voice cut through the storm. Standing at the eye of the tempest, her ice-blue hair remained undisturbed, as if the cold were merely a gentle caress to her. Cold is not your enemy. It is your strength. With a mere wave of her hand, the blizzard intensified, the icy winds lacerating Qin Ge's cheeks. Observing his pained expression, Shui Lingling spun in distress. She glanced back at Esdeath, then, with a determined chirp, leaped onto Qin Ge's shoulder, her tiny claws gripping his collar tightly. In that moment, her passive skill, the Everfrost body, activated as if it were an active skill, creating a warm current around Qin Ge. Fool! Esdeath suddenly appeared behind him. With a swift motion, she seized Zulingling, exclaiming, "You are not aiding him. You are endangering him." The greatest taboo for ice manipulators is to resist the cold. Even beast tamers must endure these trials. Qin Ge gritted his teeth, feeling an inexplicable voice resonate within his mind. Following its guidance, he began to attune himself to the flow of coldness. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Then he perceived it. The nurturing force of Zulingling was continuously surging into his body through their bond. Those initially ferocious chills gradually succumbed, transforming into gentle streams that coursed through his meridians. The first step was to adapt his breathing. He endeavored to allow the inhaled cold to cease harming his lungs, instead merging it with his blood. The second step was to master his body temperature. Amidst the frigid air, his skin ceased to tremble, instead emanating a faint, icy blue glow. The third step was as effortless as walking on solid ground. When Qin Ge took another step forward, the snow no longer hindered him. It even transformed into spiritual energy that flowed into him. New skill acquired, eternal frozen body. Zulingling, who had been struggling to break free, suddenly widened her eyes. Chirp. Dada's powers have awakened. A fleeting smile seemed to grace Esdeath's lips before vanishing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. She snapped her fingers, and the temperature in the training ground plummeted once more. Now run. Qin Ge, who had yet to relish his newfound abilities, exclaimed, "Huh? Could you at least let me enjoy this for a moment? Oh, and you too, little one." Esdeath waved her hand, erecting a 1,000-meter ice labyrinth. The top adorned with 3,000 rotating ice spikes. Memorize them with your body, and comprehend. On the evening of July 18th, 2029, by the campfire. Despite having trained with Esdeath for 3 days, Qin Ge, with his level 6 beast tamer physique at tier 0, had already grasped the skills of eternal frozen body and ice armor through her unconventional training. He was now nearly impervious to the discomforts of the cold. However, the human stomach, it seems, still craves warm food. Qin Ge cheerfully bit into a piece of roasted meat and, through their bond, began to check Zulingling's latest status panel. Zulingling, level, tier 1, level 4. Skills, snowball, freeze, snowstorm, ice mist, eternal frozen body, ice armor, ice spike, ice chain strangulation. After 3 days, leveling up twice caused Qin Ge to click his tongue in amazement. If Li Jinggang and Sun Ming were to witness such a growth rate, they might very well tear up their training manuals and rewrite them. Even the fastest-growing insect-type spirit beasts would have to acknowledge her as their elder sister. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was not merely the increase in level, but rather that Zulingling had once again learned 2 new skills and mastered them deeply. The ice spike skill of ordinary spirit beasts merely involves condensing a few fixed ice spikes to launch. However, Zulingling's ice spike could be large or small, long or short, not only capable of bending, but also of spinning. As for ice chain strangulation, that was even more outrageous. Other spirit beasts using this technique could at most create a few small ice spikes connected into a whip-like form. Yet, when Zulingling executed it, the ice chain could instantly shatter into hundreds of fragments, then reconstitute into nets, cages, or even prisons. This undoubtedly offered a myriad of tactical combinations. All of this stemmed from Esdeath's almost brutal teaching method. What one comprehends through personal experience is truly one's own. She would not instruct Zulingling on the operation of spiritual energy like the high-level spirit beasts and beast tamers of this world. Instead, she would throw Zulingling into extreme environments, allowing it to fail repeatedly and readjust until its body instinctively memorized the most perfect flow of spiritual energy. Chirp! Zulingling suddenly slid over from the ice surface, waving its tiny hand. Instantly, a rose formed above the campfire, sculpted from ice spikes, its petals gently spinning. Qin Ge chuckled as he poked its little head, showing off. "Are we?" Zulingling raised its head proudly, akin to a child seeking praise. Then, it pulled out Qin Ge's phone from its backpack. clumsily opening the camera to capture a moment with itself, Qin Ge, and the distant Esdeath. Wait a moment, Qin Ge laughed, stopping it. He retrieved a wooden comb from his backpack, gently untangling the little one's fur that had become disheveled from the blizzard over the past few days. The photo must be taken beautifully. Zuelingeling comfortably squinted its eyes, allowing Qin Ge to smooth its tuft of hair while he wiped the sapphire on its forehead. In the distance, Esdeath stood with her arms crossed, observing the scene with a cold gaze, letting out a soft huff, boring tenderness. She glanced down at the stone in her hand, which emanated a ghostly blue light, her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a flash from a camera interrupted her reverie. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Zuelingeling hastily stuffing the phone back into its backpack, trying to feign innocence like a child caught in the act of stealing. However, as a being of spiritual essence, she was imperceptible to ordinary cameras. Yet, inexplicably, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of her mouth before her icy demeanor returned. Childish. Esdeath turned and stepped into the swirling snow, her ice-blue hair dancing in the wind. A warning lingered in the air. Tomorrow's real combat training will be deadly. Yet, where she had stood, an eerily lifelike ice sculpture, mirroring her height, remained. The sternness of its brow and the arc of its flowing hair were captured with uncanny precision. Qin Ge gazed into the depths of the snowstorm, and in a moment of reverie, that tall figure seemed to pause slightly. He raised his phone, aiming the lens at Zuelingeling and himself, while in the background, the fleeting curve of Esdeath's ice sculpture was forever immortalized in the frame. Chapter 16, Real Combat Training. Arrival at Secret Realm Number 11. For spirit beasts, the paths to becoming stronger are quite straightforward. Leveling up, training skills, engaging in actual combat, and evolution. The realm of leveling up encompasses a vast array of possibilities. Some spirit beasts merely bask in the sun and consume food, naturally growing stronger. All spirit beasts can absorb the elemental spiritual energy of the world over time, breaking through their limitations bit by bit. When trained in suitable environments, their growth speed can double. Actual combat is also particularly unique. During combat, the acceleration of blood flow can enhance the rate of absorbing the same elemental spiritual energy. This explains why some spirit beasts experience breakthroughs and evolution in the heat of battle. Moreover, real combat serves as an excellent method for honing skills. The following day, time was uncertain. His phone had died. Qin Ge bore a significantly lighter backpack. Zuelingeling squatted on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today, they would leave the secret realm and embark on the training of their third lesson, real combat training. Of course, according to Esdeath's initial considerations. Since this is a battle, it is undoubtedly a life and death struggle, the ultimate test for both humans and beasts alike. However, based on her understanding of this world, a suitable opponent for such a deadly contest requires an appropriate venue and opportunity. Currently, the only accessible option is the standardized combat of the arena, where spirit beasts engage in sparring under specific rules. Therefore, she expressed her disinterest in these non-lethal encounters and indicated that she would not be renewing her subscription for the time being. As for whom she should fight, Qin Ge was uncertain. Thus, he pushed open the door to Li Jingang's office and got straight to the point. Uncle, are there any spirit beasts in the military district that are comparable in strength to Zuelingeling? I wish to engage in practical combat training. Chu, level 6 of Tier 0 and level 4 of Tier 1. Are you cheating? Li Jinggang lifted his head, his gaze darting between Qin Ge and Zuelingeling, his throat involuntarily bobbing. 3 days. Even calculating according to the time flow in the first secret realm, only 3 days have passed. Such a brief period allows for an explanation of talent and the contract with naturally born spirit beasts. But how did Zuelingeling, who was originally only level 2 of Tier 1, manage to break through to level 4 of Tier 1 in such a short time? It took my mud shark quite some time to progress from level 2 to level 3. Cough, cough. Enough of that. Let's get back to business. Li Jinggang tapped a few keys on his keyboard and then looked up. The new recruits are currently undergoing their beast hunting assessments. If you wish to find an opponent suitable for your current strength, you can visit Secret Realm Number 11. The so-called Secret Realm is, in fact, a type of resource. Once the spirit beasts within a secret realm have been completely eradicated, a core known as the Secret Realm Core will emerge. By relocating the Secret Realm Core, the Secret Realm can be placed in different locations. In the Jinling Military District, there are over 30 secret realms of various sizes. Secret Realm No. 11 is located within the juvenile pet zone of the Jinling Military District. It is home to spirit beasts that have surpassed their juvenile phase and pose a greater threat. There are often powerful spirit beasts there, and warriors seeking merit will also go there to provide skill guidance to certain spirit beasts. It would be most fitting to select practical training targets at this stage. Take this. Li Jinggang tossed a medal to Qin Ge. This is the pass for Secret Realm Number 11. I've already spoken to Old Shun. He will personally assist you in selecting a suitable opponent. Thank you, uncle. Qin Ge solemnly accepted the medal. Just as he stepped out of the office, he heard Li Jingang's hearty laughter erupt from within. Hey, old son, what? How did you know that Shui Lingling has reached level 4 of Tier 1? Ha. That tone resembled that of a fisherman who had just caught a 100-pound fish, insisting on driving around the city 3 times in a pickup truck. Chew. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingling immediately raised her little head proudly, her chest puffed out, her tail almost wagging to the heavens. Meanwhile, Qin Ge merely shook his head with a smile, contemplating another matter. Given Shui Lingling's current growth rate and skill proficiency, winning the championship at the Longming Cup in August should pose no significant challenge. Thus, he was now considering when he might advance to Tier 1, allowing him to contract more spirit beasts. Based on the earlier remarks made by Lu Daong, Qin Ge had also begun to devise an initial plan for his spirit beast team. Shui Lingling could serve as the weather controller, a turret for crowd control, while he would need an explosive-type assassin, a support with healing abilities, a tank to absorb damage, and a bodyguard for protection. Additionally, he would require a logistical support spirit beast that could function like a spatial ring, preferably one that could also cook. As Qin Ge gazed at the Secret Realm medal in his hand, his thoughts deepened. Might there be a spirit beast within Secret Realm now? 11 capable of becoming his second child? Well, you've only just become a beast tamer for a few days, and you're already at level 6? Upon entering Secret Realm number 11, a voice imbued with warmth yet authority reached Qin Ge's ears. He looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a crisp military uniform, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, smiling as he stood before him. This was Chen Lei, the head of Secret Realm number 11. Hello, Uncle Chen. Qin Ge greeted politely. Chen Lei scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze flitting between him and Shui Lingling. TSK, if those new recruits in the training camp were to witness such a growth rate, they would likely question their very existence. You flatter me, Uncle Chen. Qin Ge replied modestly with a smile. Oldly has informed me, Chen Lei said, turning to lead the way. Come. I will first take you to the habitat of the Thunder Tiger. There is a little fellow there that is quite suitable as a sparring partner for novice beast tamers. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Qin Ge quickened his pace to keep up, his mind already racing with information about the Thunder Tiger. This spirit beast, possessing both electric and fighting attributes, was infused with high-voltage currents. In battle, these currents would stimulate muscle nerves, allowing them to move at speeds far exceeding those of their peers. Engaging with such an opponent would undoubtedly enhance a novice spirit beast's predictive abilities and skill accuracy. The area of Secret Realm number 11 was not particularly vast. After traversing several winding forest paths, Chen Lei led Qin Ge to a unique area surrounded by trees struck by lightning. Here we are, this is the realm of the Thunder Tiger. Chen Lei halted his steps, signaling for Qin Ge to remain vigilant and not to wander off. Roar. The sounds of tiger roars reverberated through the air. Qin Ge beheld a dozen large cats, their bodies encircled by golden lightning, intently watching the intruders. Although they had outgrown their juvenile phase, they had yet to evolve into thunder warriors. Their current defensive postures, though prickly, exuded an adorable charm. Don't let their cuteness fool you. Chen Lei chuckled as he introduced them. These little rascals are notorious troublemakers within the Secret Realm, always either fighting or on their way to a fight. However, their average strength is around level 5 of Tier 2, making them unsuitable opponents for Shui Lingling at this stage. Our target lies to the north of the Tiger Park. Chen Lei's military boots crunched through the dry branches as he turned to continue leading the way. There is a rather peculiar little fellow. Although it is only level 5 of Tier 1, it enjoys seeking out fights with the bears in the bear park. And every time, it takes on 3 or 5 opponents. Though it invariably ends up on the losing side, over time, it has significantly improved its resistance to ice-type skills and predictive abilities. Perfect for weight. Chen Lei's voice abruptly ceased. Qin Ge followed his gaze and saw, by the edge of the tiger park beneath a snow pine, a thunder tiger with a somewhat unique fur color encased in a block of ice. Its limbs were poised in a combat stance, yet only the tip of its tail stubbornly swayed from side to side. Most amusingly, even trapped in this icy prison, the little creature was desperately attempting to condense a lightning fist, striving to break free from within. Alas, the hardness of the ice was formidable. No matter how it struggled, not a single crack appeared on the icy surface. Looks like this little ancestor just had a tussle with those bear cubs, Chen Lei remarked, adjusting his glasses. His tone laced with resignation. He was about to step forward to rescue her when, with a crack, Snow Lingling had already bounded away, her small hand gently pressing against the icy surface. Before one's eyes, the ice crystals began to melt at an astonishing rate, swiftly transforming into a puddle of clear water. The liberated thunderclap tiger shook off the droplets of water, sparks of electricity bursting forth from its fur. It glared at Snow Lingling, a flicker of embarrassment flashing through its blue pupils. "Oh, whoa. I didn't need your help." No sooner had it spoken than this proud little creature dashed off to an unknown destination. At that moment, Chun-Lei was utterly astonished. From his experience, the ice that could imprison this thunderclap tiger must possess a strength of at least the second tier. Yet Snow Lingling had effortlessly dispelled it. Was this the terrifying nature of a natural spirit beast? While Chun-Lei was still immersed in awe, a dull thud echoed from the ground. Turning to look, he saw a towering ice fist bear, nearly 1.5 meters tall, approaching with heavy steps. Its paws were unlike those of an ordinary bear, resembling blocks of crystalline ice, reflecting a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. It all made sense. Chun-Lei suddenly understood. No wonder this little creature had encountered difficulties today. The ice fist bear had already advanced to the second tier. He turned to Qin Ge and said, "It seems we cannot have the thunderclap tiger as a sparring partner today. It needs time to recover." "Wait a moment, Uncle Chun," Qin Ge interrupted suddenly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Don't you think this second-tier ice fist bear is the perfect opponent for Snow Lingling?" "Chirp." Snow Lingling clenched her small fist tightly, frost flowers beginning to crystallize within her fur. "I will fight the big bear. If I win, don't forget to take a picture, Dad." Chapter 17. A heavy blow to the ice fist bear. "Are you certain?" Chun-Lei adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation seriously. This ice fist bear has already reached the second tier. Although Snow Lingling, as a natural spirit beast, possesses certain advantages against a beast of the same attribute, she has not yet undergone extensive combat experience. This ice fist bear engages in numerous battles daily, its combat experience far surpassing that of Snow Lingling. With its combat-honed skills like Frozen Fist and Ice Armor, challenging it now would be akin to sending a newly trained soldier to confront a seasoned knight. Chun-Lei's words were quite explicit. At this moment, Snow Lingling was likely not a match for the ice fist bear. However, Qin Ge's smile grew ever brighter. "Isn't that just perfect? If we only seek weak opponents to fight, how can we expect to grow rapidly?" "Chirp." Snow Lingling leapt onto Qin Ge's shoulder, her small fist clenched, eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Looking at the pair, Chun-Lei was suddenly reminded of his own stubbornness in youth. He shook his head, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, what beast tamer hasn't he faced defeat? Experiencing setbacks early on can indeed be a form of growth. "All right, I'll go speak with the ice fist bear." He walked toward the creature, retrieving a fruit from his pocket and offering it to the bear while simultaneously uttering the ice fist bear's language. This was his innate ability, to communicate seamlessly with any speaking spirit beast. The ice fist bear sniffed the fruit, nodding appreciatively. With a resounding clap of its paws, it produced a crisp sound of ice crystals colliding. "Chirp." Snow Lingling gracefully landed, mimicking the bear's actions, causing glistening ice crystals to coalesce into a pair of exquisite gauntlets on her hands. Qin Ge quickly retreated to a safe distance, activating the camera. Suddenly, the ice fist bear surged forward, its massive form unleashing an astonishing speed. With each step, frost trailed behind, solidifying on the ground. As a product of military breeding, it was taught to give its opponent the utmost respect by going all out. Thus, the ice fist bear showed no mercy, despite Snow Lingling's lower level and smaller size. Its iconic ice crystal paws glimmered with chilling radiance as it charged, an unmistakable indication of the activation of its Frozen Fist skill. In a flash, within Snow Lingling's line of sight, the enormous ice crystal paw loomed larger, enveloped in a terrifying cold, crashing down. "Oh, whoa, this fool. It just used this move to freeze my lightning." The thunderclap tiger had returned, perched on a 3-meter-high treetop, its eyes wide with disbelief. The once formidable roar faltered into a stuttered sound, utterly shocked, as it watched in disbelief. Snow Lingling stood her ground against the oncoming Frozen Fist, unwavering. This was not a case of being frozen in fear, it was a well-calculated plan. After all, this was a practical training exercise. The night before, Qin Ge had discussed with her the need to test 3 data points in today's combat. Firstly, what level of attack the Ice Armor skill could withstand. Secondly, how much damage the Ice Spike skill could inflict. Lastly, how long the freezing effect from her innate ability could control the opponent once triggered. Without understanding these aspects, one would undoubtedly encounter numerous issues in a real battle. This was the very purpose of practical training. Thus, in the face of the Ice Fist Bear's attack, Snow Lingling did not flinch. Instead, she eagerly activated her Ice Armor skill, perhaps due to the rigorous training imparted by Esdeath. In an instant, a crystalline armor enveloped her petite form, transforming her into a stunning ice sculpture. The thunderclap tiger's tail froze mid-air. Is this snowball made of diamond? With a thunderous crash, the Ice Fist Bear's colossal paw collided violently with Snow Lingling's ice armor. In that moment, a piercing, shattering sound reverberated through the forest. Astonishingly, the seemingly indestructible frozen fist shattered like an egg striking a stone, the thick ice crystals on the bear's paw fracturing instantaneously. The backlash coursed through its bones, causing the ice fist bear's forearm to tremble violently, eliciting a heart-wrenching roar, a whoa. The thunderclap tiger could hardly contain its astonishment. Is this little one's ice armor made of diamonds? Meanwhile, Snow Lingling remained eerily calm. In her mind echoed Qin Ge's instructions. Ice spike test, use 8/10 of her strength. Chirp. The chill surrounding Snow Lingling intensified as a spiraling ice spike rapidly formed before her. The tip of the ice spike spun at high speed, even tearing through the air with a hissing sound. The ice fist bear's primal instincts kicked in, wildly alerting it. In a flurry, it raised its other paw, quickly enveloped in ice armor. However, the spinning ice spike possessed a penetrating power far superior to that of an ordinary ice spike. With a sizzle, the two collided, resembling a hot knife slicing through butter. The seemingly robust defense crumbled in the face of such overwhelming penetration, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. The ice spike surged forth, forcefully embedding itself into the ice fist bear's arm. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice spreading echoed continuously. Shui Lingling's strike unexpectedly triggered the passive freezing effect of Heart of Ice and Snow. Before the ice fist bear could even register the searing pain in its arm, the biting frost rapidly spread through the wound, encasing it as a statue of ice in the blink of an eye. The entire combat sequence lasted barely 30 seconds, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Chunlei, oblivious to his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose, was utterly flabbergasted. This defied all logic. How long had Shui Lingling even been born? Even if she could master the ice armor skill, her proficiency should not be so astonishingly high. Why could she instantaneously envelop herself entirely? Moreover, why did her ice spikes differ from others? How could they rotate, and even possess a freezing effect? The Thunder Claw tiger stared, dumbfounded, its claws unconsciously scratching charred marks into the tree trunk. At that moment, a singular thought occupied its mind. Incredibly formidable. In stark contrast, Qin Ge was thoroughly pleased as he scrutinized the combat data. Ice armor defense exceeded expectations, withstanding second-tier damage without any harm. Ice spike penetration exceeded expectations, breaching second-tier ice armor in just 1 second. Talent freezing trigger rate? Insufficient samples require further testing. However, upon glancing at the ice-encased ice fist bear, Qin Ge recognized that this creature was, after all, an ice attribute spirit beast. Shui Lingling naturally possessed a significant damage immunity and upper-tier suppression against it. Thus, these results could not yet be deemed conclusive. To ascertain a more accurate understanding, further practical combat was essential. Of course, such matters could not be rushed. The principal focus now was on the sharp snap. The crisp sound of the shutter echoed as the recording concluded. Freezing the frame on Shui Lingling proudly perched atop the ice sculpture of the bear, her tiny hand forming a V sign in an adorable manner. Chapter 18. Results of the practical test. While the intelligence of spirit beasts is on par with that of humans, they inherently remain akin to children. Their growth trajectories are often contingent upon the guidance of their beast tamers, much like a blank canvas imbibes the colors of its artist. In Qin Ge's eyes, despite Shui Lingling being a naturally frigid ice-type spirit beast, he did not wish for her to embody an excessively cold demeanor. Towards companions, towards those who extend their aid, and towards benevolent beings, a fitting warmth should be maintained. Therefore, once the battle concluded, Qin Ge crouched down and softly murmured a few words into Shui Lingling's ear. With a chirp, the little creature instantly understood, deftly diving into her backpack, first retrieving a box of special ointment. After a moment's hesitation, she also produced her favorite ice cream. Then, with utmost care, she approached the ice fist bear, still dazedly gazing at its wound. She gently applied the ointment before presenting the ice cream before it. The ice fist bear stared, dumbfounded, at the little one who had just encased it in ice. Hesitantly, it accepted the ice cream and licked it once, its eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. Not far away, Chunlei observed this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but smile. This was the world of beast tamers that most sought after, giving their all in battle and cherishing each other afterward. Even the Thunderclaw tiger perched on the tree became engrossed in the sight. Humph, how boring. With a swift swipe of its paw, it snapped a branch. Its tail held high. It leapt from the tree and dashed into the bushes, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a few crackling sparks of static electricity dancing in the air. What was up with that big cat? Qin Ge finally noticed its presence. Scratching his head in confusion, Chunlei chuckled, brushing the leaves off his uniform. Don't mind it. That's just how it is. It gets sulky when it sees its easily defeated opponent besting it so effortlessly. In a little while, it'll come back and surprise you. Huh? Qin Ge queried, somewhat perplexed. But Chunlei offered no further explanation. He turned to see Xue Lingling, now joyfully playing atop the Ice Fist Bear's head. Behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Honestly, that battle just now truly opened my eyes. The proficiency of ice armor, particularly the application of ice spikes. Currently, 90% of beast tamers are obsessed with pursuing high-tier skills. Who still studies how to make ice spike rotate to enhance its penetration? You've imparted a valuable lesson. Qin Ge sheepishly rubbed his nose, while Xue Lingling dutifully adopted a well-behaved sitting posture, ignoring the gigantic ice fist bear beneath her. But Uncle Chun, Qin Ge suddenly inquired, besides this proud tiger and the ice fist bear, there should be more in the number 11 secret realm. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the nearby clearing. The Thunderclaw tiger had returned, its tail held high, crackling with electricity. Its fierce gaze fixed on a windmill embedded in the ground. With a roar, it swung its paw, unleashing a bolt of lightning. However, it veered off course, striking a nearby rock and leaving behind a charred mark. Roar. Why didn't that work? It shook its head in frustration, gathering power once more, attempting to emulate the spiral trajectory of Xue Lingling's ice spike. Yet once again, crack. The lightning went awry, striking at its own feet, propelling it upwards in surprise. Its fur standing on end. Xue Lingling, seated atop the ice fist bear, tilted her head as she observed, her tiny paws gesturing. Chirp, it needs to rotate like this. Thunderclaw tiger, roar. Stop the chatter. I don't need your guidance. Stubbornly, it persisted in trying, sending bolt after bolt of lightning. Though the accuracy remained dismal, its indomitable spirit caught Qin Ge's attention. Chunlei adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the electric sparks. What do you think? I told you this fellow would surprise you. He regarded Thunderclaw tiger, now focusing intently on gathering lightning once more, with an appreciative tone, though it has a bit of a proud temperament, deep down. It yearns to grow stronger more than anyone else. Unfortunately, this little one has set its sights too high. Soldiers in the military district line up to contract it. The highest record in a single day was 37 rejections. Once, it even zapped a newly arrived female soldier, turning her hair into a frizzy mess. Qin Ge couldn't help but laugh, only to see Xue Lingling bounding over to Thunderclaw tiger. Snap! A delicate spiral ice spike model instantly formed, conspicuously placed before Thunderclaw tiger. Thunderclaw tiger. Damn it! Who asked for your demonstration? Yet, its claws dutifully began to mimic the rotating trajectory of the ice spike, albeit with lackluster results. If you're interested, you can come over and give it a try later, Chunlei remarked, admiring Thunderclaw tiger's stubborn demeanor. Qin Ge nodded unconsciously. The sight of its frizzy fur as it continued to practice, determined despite its current predicament, stirred something within him. Don't be deceived by its current state. Chunlei whispered. If we can discover its true talents, it could undoubtedly become a formidable ally in your hands. As he spoke, he gently patted Qin Ge on the shoulder, saying, however, it is still too early to discuss such matters. At your current stage, it is not suitable to contract a second spirit beast. As he turned, Chunlei's military boots crunched down on a charred leaf. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to other training partners. In the following days, Qin Ge and Xue Lingling nearly turned the 11th secret realm upside down. The training primarily focused on assessing the earlier 3 data points. Days 2 and 3, ice armor testing. When the flames of a second-tier fire-type spirit beast struck the ice armor, Xue Lingling merely tilted her head, causing rippling patterns to appear on the surface of the armor, leaving not a single mark. However, when faced with a second-tier level 3 attack, the situation became intriguing. Crack! The ice armor developed a web-like fissure, but, in the next instant, began to repair itself as if it were a living entity. Simultaneously, a portion of the spiritual energy within Xue Lingling was swiftly drawn away. This left Chunlei's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Was this truly ice armor? It was, in fact, a dynamic defense system powered by spiritual energy. Ordinary ice armor skills could be seen as a shield coalescing on the surface of the body. The strength of this shield depended on the amount of spiritual energy infused. However, once solidified, it remained fixed. In contrast, Xue Lingling's ice armor resembled a health bar that could utilize spiritual energy to replenish itself. It even adjusted its energy output automatically based on the intensity of the attack, wasting not a single drop of spiritual energy. The most absurd instance occurred during a test when Xue Lingling innovatively thickened parts of the ice armor into spikes, directly impaling the approaching fire-type spirit beast, which cried out in distress. Days 4 and 5, testing the freezing effect of the ice heart talent. Crack! As the crimson fire lizard was frozen into an expressionless state, Qin Ge's notebook was filled to the brim with data. Ice-type opponents, 30 freezing rate, upper-tier suppression, capable of guiding the opponent's internal spiritual energy. Water and wind-type opponents, 15, elemental affinity causing chain reactions. Other attributes, 3, Base probability. The average level of the test record stood at Tier 2, Level 5. Furthermore, once freezing was successful, the control duration lasted a minimum of 2 seconds. The closer the opponent's strength was to Lingling's, the higher the probability and duration of control. Conversely, the opposite held true. Not only did Lingling manage to level up again during the testing period, but she also comprehended a new skill based on Qin Ge's insights, Frost Landmine. Its overall effect was akin to Wang Zhaojuan's second skill, serving as a high-probability control skill with a considerable delay. Days 6 and 7, Ice Spike Testing. As the spiraling ice spikes tore through the air and struck the rocky shell of a third-tier plant-back tortoise, the evolved form of the sandrock tortoise, bang! A web of cracks appeared on the rocky armor. The plant-back tortoise's bulging eyes widened in disbelief. When did my shield become so fragile? The last opponent couldn't even break it with a sniper rifle. After the training concluded, the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat had broken through to Tier 1, Level 3, while Qin Ge himself advanced to Tier 0, Level 4. Meng Yingjun, eager to show off, was left frozen in place. What the hell? Is that an ice spike or an anti-material sniper rifle? Chapter 19. The Genius of Thunder Tiger Fist. Qin Ge, my adoptive father. My biological father. Meng Yingjun exclaimed as he slid to his knees, clutching Qin Ge's leg. Take me with you. Teach me. The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat covered its eyes with its paws, its tail awkwardly thumping the ground. This caretaker is hopeless. Qin Ge attempted to pull his leg away, but realized that Meng Yingjun's grip was tighter than Lingling's ice armor. Let go. Ignoring him, Meng Yingjun gazed up. All written across his face. Your training speed. Did you purchase a VIP pass? The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat had taken 7 days to go from Tier 1, Level 3 to 4, and that was already astonishing enough. Yet your little snow. He trembled as he pointed at Lingling, who was currently sculpting with ice spikes. In just a few days, she has completely outpaced us and learned so many skills. Upon hearing this, Lingling proudly puffed out her chest and waved her tiny hand. Instantly, a dozen swirling ice spikes rose from the ground, accurately forming the characters for genius. See that? This is professionalism. Meng Yingjun excitedly shook Qin Ge. Those ice spikes spin. The ice armor has rebound damage. Even the ice chains find their own angles to bind opponents. Dad, you've got to share your secrets. Can you take me along? Meng Yingjun rubbed his hands together eagerly. The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat, unable to bear the sight, slapped him on the back, trying to pull this embarrassing Beastmaster up. Yet this fool merely grasped the cat's paw in return, tears streaming down his face. Leopard brother, you want special training too, right? The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat's initially aloof expression suddenly froze, its ears twitching as its gaze became uncertain. Well, it might not be a bad idea. Enough, enough. Don't corrupt the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat as well. Qin Ge sighed in exasperation before pulling out a handwritten notebook with a leather cover from his backpack. The edges of the notebook were already frayed, clearly having been frequently perused. The overarching training direction would still adhere to Uncle Sun's established plan. However, similar to driving, as long as the final destination remained unchanged, taking a detour along the way wasn't a significant issue. It merely required a bit more fuel and time. As he spoke, he flipped through the pages with a rustle. For instance, this is something I discovered a couple of days ago while battling the Mist Poison Leopard, something rather impressive. If I can teach it to the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat, it will certainly elevate its capabilities. The Beastmaster system in this world has been refined over millennia. Classic strategies like those employed by the Poison Guard have long been perfected. As a transmigrator, Qin Ge, despite having witnessed various gaming and anime tropes, found it exceedingly difficult to devise tactics that would outclass the current system. Qin Ge had anticipated the present situation early on. He could hardly neglect his adopted son, could he? Therefore, since the onset of their training in the 11th Secret Realm, he had engaged in practical combat training while simultaneously studying the merits of these spirit beasts. His mind was filled with peculiar ideas, all of which he meticulously recorded in his notes. Yes, these were quite the sunny operations. For example, applying poison to claws, chanting ice spikes within a flash spell, concealing a fireball within a decoy that would explode upon contact. Truly worthy of being my adoptive father. These operations are simply heartwarming. Meng Yingjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat, with its fluffy head, leaned in close to the notebook, its tail excitedly thumping the ground. The caretaker's adoptive father is indeed skilled. All right then, today I plan to take a break. So I'll first take you to seek guidance from the Mist Poison Leopard. As soon as Qin Ge finished speaking, Meng Yingjun sprang up like a fish leaping from water. The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat immediately entered a ready stance, its fur slightly bristling. Thus, the duo, a boy and a leopard, followed Qin Ge and Lingling with fervor, heading toward the territory of the Mist Poison Leopard within the 11th Secret Realm. Over the past few days, Qin Ge and Shui Lingling employed the same approach they had used with the Ice Fist Bear to interact with other spirit beasts, successfully establishing a commendable network of relationships within the 11th Secret Realm. Even in the absence of Chun-Lei, there was no need to worry about safety. As they traversed the territory of the Thunderclap Tiger, a solitary figure was still diligently practicing. The singed and slightly curled fur bore witness to the countless days it had devoted to training. Crackle! It growled softly, its body enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, attempting to whirl the raging lightning. With another explosion of energy, yet another attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, it remained undeterred, continuing to gather the electric currents for yet another round of endeavor. Meng Yingjun noticed that Qin Ge had halted his steps and followed his gaze. Was that Thunderclap Tiger trying to learn the spinning technique of snowing? Indeed, this scenario had likely persisted for a week. Qin Ge nodded, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the somewhat unique Thunderclap Tiger. Instead of obsessing over the rotation of the lightning, he suddenly spoke. His voice soft yet clear enough to reach the ears of the Thunderclap Tiger, suggesting it focus on practicing its punches. Qin Ge's words were far from mere idle chatter. From his observations, the Thunderclap Tiger's control over the electric element was comparable to that of its peers. However, its skeletal structure was considerably larger, with muscles more developed than its counterparts. It could even effortlessly leap up to more than 2 meters high into a tree, undoubtedly showcasing its potential as a warrior. The Thunderclap Tiger abruptly halted, lowering its gaze to its own paws. Practice punches? But when it turned to face Qin Ge, it could only catch a glimpse of his receding silhouette. Hell, who asked for your guidance? The roar of the Thunderclap Tiger was blusterous, yet its claws obediently curled into fists. The golden lightning ceased its wild flaring, coalescing like a gentle stream along its forelimbs. Boom! A straightforward punch struck the ground with no embellishments. In an instant, the earth shattered. The radiating arcs of lightning spread like a spiderweb, and at the core, a distinct paw print was imprinted. Qin Ge's pace faltered imperceptibly. Indeed, this creature seemed born for the Thunder Tiger Fist. Although his heart was filled with the impulse to form a bond, reason swiftly prevailed. This was primarily because upon forming a contract with the first spirit beast, the energy within the Beastmaster had yet to fully adapt to the attributes of the spirit beast's innate energy. Recklessly contracting a second spirit beast of a different attribute would not pose a life-threatening risk, but it would result in 2 issues. 1. The efficiency of energy reinforcement would decrease by 2347. 2. The Beastmaster's innate talents would lose 1839 of their supportive efficacy towards the spirit beast. Even with his impressive talent, having undergone training under Esdeath, he might still differ from others. However, waiting until he reached the first tier before contracting a second spirit beast partner was a responsible decision for both himself and his future companion. Chirp! Snowling seemed to sense something, nuzzling against Qin Ge's cheek. That little brain axe seemed reminiscent of his elder sister master from childhood. It must be quite painful, Snowling thought to herself, glancing at the hazy figure amidst the dust. The Thunderclap Tiger was staring blankly at its own paw. Its expression resembled one of self-discovery. The Thunderclap Tiger seemed to notice, lifting its head just in time to meet the gazes of Snowling and Qin Ge. It immediately fluffed up and turned away. Roar. What are you looking at? Yet this time, its tail inadvertently curled into a spiral. Chapter 20. Will it not just come naturally with play? After navigating through dense thickets, Qin Ge and his companions finally arrived at the dwelling of the Mist Poison Leopard. A faint purple mist lingered in the air, a unique toxin of the Mist Poison Leopard clan that could bewilder intruders and lead them astray. However, for Qin Ge and Snowling, who were already familiar with this area, it posed no threat whatsoever. Woof! A few juvenile Mist Poison Leopards, initially lounging lazily on the rocks basking in the sun, sprang to life upon spotting Snowling. Their tails held high in excitement. Like a pack of jubilant puppies, they circled around Qin Ge and Snowling. Chirp! Snowling's eyes sparkled as she gracefully leapt down from Qin Ge's shoulder. With a push of her little legs, she landed firmly on the ground, immediately being pounced upon by several young leopards. Hey, you lot, don't be too rowdy. Watching Snowling being nuzzled by the young leopards, with one even attempting to drag her into its den, Qin Ge felt a twinge of discomfort. Chirp! With a wave of her tiny hand, Snowling conjured several small ice crystals from the ground, which floated in the air like whimsical toys, enticing the young leopards to leap and pounce in joyous play. Meng Yingjun watched in awe. Are these really juvenile Mist Poison Leopards? They resemble house cats. Qin Ge shrugged. They behave like this once they're accustomed to playing. The Scarlet Blood Leopard cat, initially maintaining its aloof demeanor, could not help but sway its tail slightly upon witnessing the young leopard's delight, a hint of yearning glimmering in its eyes. Leopard brother, why don't you join in the fun? Meng Yingjun chuckled, giving it a gentle push. The scarlet blood leopard cat hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, approaching with graceful strides. At first, the young leopards were somewhat cautious, but they soon realized this peculiar large cat bore no hostility and even cooperated with their frolics. Woof! One young leopard tentatively swatted at the scarlet blood leopard cat's tail. The scarlet blood leopard cat glanced down at it. Suddenly, it rolled sideways, lightly brushing the young leopard's nose with its tail, causing the little creature to sneeze, and then excitedly leap forward. Woof! Woof! Before long, the scarlet blood leopard cat joined the playful chaos, chasing and frolicking with the young leopards, even mimicking Snowling's antics to amuse them. My leopard brother is surprisingly skilled. Usually he is so aloof. Qin Ge retorted playfully. Humph, anyone who spends enough time with you would lose their aloofness. Meng Yingjun was about to reply when he suddenly noticed. Buzz. The energy within Qin Ge surged unexpectedly. The chill flowing through his meridians suddenly became smooth and unimpeded. The gem on Snowling's forehead glowed simultaneously. The resonance of energy between man and beast crystallized into delicate ice flowers in the air. Meng Yingjun's eyes widened, his fingers trembling back and forth between Qin Ge and Snowling. You. Has it broken through? As a novice beastmaster, he might not possess the keen insight of Li Jingang, but even a fool could comprehend the palpable surge of energy fluctuations. This is what it means for things to fall into place. Qin Ge stretched lazily, his joints cracking. Cultivation resembled searching for a remote control. The more one hurried, the less one found it, but when one ceased to seek, it would appear effortlessly. In perfect timing, Snowling conjured a small ice remote control with a snap. Chirp. Here it is. Meng Yingjun gaped, struck yet again. After a considerable pause, he finally remembered their purpose for coming. Wait, Qin Ge, you haven't mentioned training. Hasn't he already begun? Huh, are we just playing with this little ancestor? Otherwise what? What the heck, adoptive father? Meng Yingjun instantly switched to a wailing mode. The Qianlong Cup is less than a month away. If I fail to secure a ranking, I'll have to return to prepare for the college entrance examination. Father. Qin Ge observed Meng Yingjun's expression and couldn't suppress a laugh. You little rascal, do you genuinely believe this is merely a game? He squatted down, casually picking up a twig to sketch a rudimentary diagram in the dirt. Within certain records of spirit beasts, there exists documentation regarding the presence of something akin to genetic locks within their bodies. As their levels increase, these genetic locks can be unlocked, leading to either evolution or the natural comprehension of a skill. Training skills essentially accelerates the release of these genetic locks through conscious effort. However, training is akin to studying. Who among us is naturally inclined to learn rather than play? But if, before Qin Ge could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several small leopards, frolicking with Shui Lingling, suddenly turned unscrupulous. They swiftly created multiple doppelgangers, surrounding Shui Lingling in a perplexing display of indistinguishable copies. Unperturbed, Shui Lingling clapped her tiny hands. Crack, crack. Two crystalline ice doppelgangers soared into the air, although their contours bore slight differences from Shui Lingling. The mist poison cats abruptly froze in place. Their doppelgangers were being affectionately petted by Shui Lingling's ice doubles. With each touch, one shattered, leaving only the original, disheveled in the wind. The thunder shadow tiger, hidden atop a tree observing. How did it learn that? The crimson blood leopard cat furiously puffed up its fur, watching helplessly as its companions executed their doppelgangers while it, meow. I'm furious. Its tail stood straight with anger, and its paws slapped the ground in frustration, fervently recalling the sensations from the earlier battle. Meanwhile, the mist poison leopards seemed to realize that pursuing the crimson blood leopard cat was relatively easy. Thus, all 12 of them focused their attention on it, claws scratching its rear. Smack. 38 buzz. Just as the crimson blood leopard cat was about to be struck down for the 7th time, a somewhat blurred silhouette appeared around it. Crimson blood leopard cat learned skill, phantom doppelganger. Meng Yingjun's jaw dropped to the ground. This skill was learned from being bitten? Look, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. A father cannot deceive his own son, can he? Peep. Shui Lingling gently patted the head of the crimson blood leopard cat. Now you too can create doppelgangers. The crimson blood leopard cat, gazing at its still throbbing rear, then at the jubilant mist poison leopards around it, ultimately raised its head. Woof. This isn't a loss. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the twilight sun bathed Shui Lingling's fur in hues of golden red. It's about time. Xiao Shui, we should head back. Peep, farewell. The little creature waved goodbye to the mist poison leopards before gracefully landing back in a Qin Ge's embrace. Meng Yingjun also retrieved the battered yet proud crimson blood leopard cat into the beast-keeping space, simultaneously handing the completed notebook to Qin Ge. The two exchanged a knowing smile. A silent understanding requiring no explanation. Let's go, I'm starving. Meng Yingjun draped an arm over Qin Ge's shoulder. The cafeteria has braised ice fish today. I'm not sure if there will be any left if we arrive late. Goodness, you even know what's on the menu tonight. Of course. I can recall the entire week's menu with clarity. As they conversed, the duo made their way toward the exit of the secret realm. Not far behind them, perched on a large tree, the Thunder Shadow Tiger lurked in the shadows, its tiger eyes gleaming. That little snowball's talent is utterly monstrous. But that hideous spotted creature is what humans refer to as a benchmark. It glanced down at its own tiger claws, electricity coursing through its veins. Suddenly, it turned and sprinted towards its territory, its tail crackling with arcs of electricity. Tonight's objective: challenge 12 ice fist bears. Before dawn, I must master a new technique. Chapter 21. The combination skills of Qin Ge and Shui Lingling. The astonishing insight of the proud big cat. The following day at 9 a.m., training Secret Realm No. 1 had transformed into a battleground. Through several days of practical assessment, Qin Ge and Shui Lingling had come to comprehend their current strength. Therefore, the most suitable training ahead was to integrate their skills in genuine combat, mastering their prowess through bloodshed. Crack, crack. Esdeath, her hair billowing, traversed the ice surface which erupted beneath her feet. Shards of ice danced at her fingertips, as if alive, coiling and consolidating. In an instant, they transformed into over 20 ice wolves the size of adult grizzly bears. Course name: Life and Death Gamble. Training target: Level 1, Rank 5 Ice Wolf Pack. Rules: kill or be killed. Note: on the true battlefield, there is no distinction between human and spirit beast. A beastmaster who merely hides behind their spirit beasts is no different from a fool. Feel the flow of spiritual energy, allowing the ice to shift with your will, rather than merely stacking it. Do not rely on sight. Capture it with your soul. The Ice Wolf Pack, like specters amidst the blizzard, darted about. Though they were not particularly high in rank, each possessed battle experience that rivaled Esdeath. Qin Ge leaned against an ice wall, gasping heavily. His clothing was shredded by the claws of the wolves, his exposed skin marred with frostbite wounds. 3 on the left feign an attack. The one at the rear right is the real threat. Shui Lingling's voice echoed in his mind. Acting on reflex, Qin Ge rolled to the side. The spot where he had stood was instantly ravaged by 5 intersecting ice blades. The combat intelligence of these ice wolves was astonishing. They could execute feints, surround their prey, and even utilize the blizzard to create visual blind spots. Most terrifying of all, Esdeath would randomly freeze a limb of either a human or beast, forcing them to develop their adaptability. Such training genuinely allowed Qin Ge and Shui Lingling to experience what true devilish training entailed, pushing their potential through the specter of death, engraving experience through pain. Esdeath's intermittent reprimands and guidance were akin to a revelation, propelling both man and beast to undergo rapid transformation on the precipice of life and death. Shui Lingling's combat awareness sharpened significantly. She learned to swing on ice chains to gain elevation. Positions that would have been surrounded by wolves transformed into prime opportunities for attack. The spinning ice spikes could be hurled without restraint. Qin Ge, whose own strength was lacking and could only serve as bait, ceased merely defending. He began to emulate Shui Lingling's use of ice armor. Whenever a wolf's claw approached, the ice layer at the point of contact would automatically thicken, sprouting spikes, transforming into a thorny ice armor. As they progressed, the bond between man and beast was further refined amidst blood and ice. When the last ice wolf charged, Qin Ge and Shui Lingling raised their hands in unison. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of both intertwined midair, coalescing into a colossal spiral ice spear that impaled the ice wolf against the icy cliff beneath Esdeath's feet. After this, Qin Ge collapsed onto the ice surface. Shui Lingling, equally exhausted, lay atop his chest, her emitted icy mist now intermittent. As Esdeath approached, her military boots echoed with authority, and she placed the soul stone between a man and a beast. A menacing aura, even more ferocious than that of an ice wolf, surged into her mind. This was a fragment from a memory of a war involving thousands. The next training session commenced. Observing the man and beast collapse into unconsciousness, she softened her tone for once. Let me teach you some real skills. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, with no other pressing matters, arrived at Meng Yingjun's training grounds. As he drew near, he was greeted by an unsettling series of chuckles. What on earth was this boy up to? He furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Upon rounding the corner, he beheld a peculiar sight. 3 bloodfang lynxes lined up, performing an odd tap dance under Meng Yingjun's makeshift baton, which was nothing more than a twig. The true bloodfang lynxes dangled from a tree branch, covering their eyes with their paws, their tails awkwardly thumping against the trunk. This foolish master is beyond redemption. Shadow clone technique. Sun Ming's pupils contracted in shock. When did the bloodfang lynxes learn such a technique? However, After some time spent observing, he was acutely aware of Meng Yingjuan's character. If he were to praise him, he would become insufferably arrogant. Thus Meng Yingjun. Sun Ming's roar startled the bloodfang lynxes perched in the tree. What in the world are you doing? Meng Yingjun shuddered, and the three clones instantly collapsed. See, Captain Sun, I was training tactical deception. He stammered. Is that your excuse for slacking off? Sun Ming emanated a dangerous aura. Meng Yingjun shrank back, muttering softly, but Brother Qin said that at this stage, unexpected tactics yield better results. Sun Ming paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. Qin Ge taught you this? Meng Yingjun nodded vigorously. This couldn't be considered betraying a brother, could it? Oh well. Whatever, the confession was on record, with his name attached. Sun Ming remained silent for 2 seconds, striving to appear more menacing. Fine, since you all adore surprises so much. I shall provide you with one. Tomorrow morning, I will send Xiao Lu out to assist you in hunting ferocious beasts. Meng Yingjun exclaimed, huh? Without bloodshed. How can one grow quickly? Sun Ming retorted, I wish to see if your so-called surprise can help you survive against these beasts. Having uttered these words, Sun Ming swiftly retreated. He had to get away. Laughter was threatening to escape his lips. Qin Ge was truly a genius. In merely half a day, he had taught the bloodfang lynxes the shadow clone technique. Alas, while our son did not accompany him, being with his brother still allowed him to reap the benefits. Simultaneously, within the depths of the 12th secret realm, the Thunderclaw tiger emerged, its fur charred and coated with ice shards, struggling to free itself from the ice. The previous night, it had boldly challenged 12 ice fist bears based on its own goals, and the outcome was as expected. With a low, discontented growl, it lay on the ground, panting. Why? Why can't I break through their defenses, even with this effort? At that moment, it recalled the combat style of the snow spirit it had witnessed earlier. Those swirling ice spikes concentrated their attacks at a single point, showcasing immense piercing power. What if I could focus the lightning in my fists to a single point? The Thunderclaw tiger sprang to its feet, its claws clenched into fists as golden lightning coiled around its fists. It attempted to compress the lightning inward, spiraling it instead of allowing it to scatter. Zzz. The lightning began to twist, but soon spiraled out of control, blasting it several meters away. Roaring in pain, its gaze hardened with resolve. Once more. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, on the 10th attempt, the lightning barely formed a spiral. Though still unstable, its power was drastically different. Boom. A punch struck the ground, and the spiraling lightning pierced the ice layer, creating a deep crater. The Thunderclaw tiger let out a triumphant growl. Yet, it soon thought of an individual, the human who had seen through its potential. Perhaps he could teach me even more? Shaking its head fiercely to dispel the thought, it turned and ventured deeper into the secret realm. I don't need his teachings. Chapter 22. Mission: Eliminate the rampaging wild boars. Humans and spirit beasts differ vastly from trainers and Pokemon. The latter, upon reaching a certain age, can freely roam most forests and wilderness. However, for the former, lacking adequate strength means you might as well not enter at all. Just witness those beasts that treat humans as mere experience fodder. Will they spare you? In foreign lands, a plethora of self-proclaimed tough individuals perish at the jaws of ferocious beasts every hour. Yet in the Huaxiao region, the efforts to eliminate beastly threats and safeguard citizens' lives are unparalleled. For instance, every city, even every town, has official beast tamers stationed. Moreover, to encourage these beast tamers to venture forth and eliminate beasts, each region's Beast Tamer Association issues a series of hunting missions, with generous rewards for completion. Naturally, even without official tasks, countless individuals would still hunt beasts, as in the view of countless descendants of Yin and Huang. Beings are categorized into 2 types, those that can be eaten and those that cannot. While beasts may devour humans, most of them are treasures in their entirety. Consequently, the military, as another official organization outside the Beast Tamer Association, also assigns beast hunting missions to soldiers, allowing them to earn merits. At this moment, Qin Ge, having slept for nearly 15 hours, arrived at Li Jinggang's office door. Knocking, he announced, "Come in. Uncle, you summoned me?" "Indeed. I heard that a few days ago." Cough. Sun Ming suddenly cleared his throat, his gaze drifting toward Meng Yingjun, who was surreptitiously eyeing the tasks. Li Jinggang understood, and the smile vanished from his face. "From today onward, you two officially enter the combat phase." He gestured toward the scrolling task display on the wall. "Select an appropriate hunting target." Qin Ge turned to look, scanning the various tasks. Cleanse the bloodfang mouse swarm on the city outskirts. Recommended level 1. Eliminate the roaming second-tier ironclad rhinoceros. Team recommended. Clear the poisonous vines. Group task. Eliminate the rampaging wild boars. Level 1. Level 6. Social creatures. Wild boars. That's the one. Meng Yingjun clapped his hands in excitement. "I've heard that roasted wild boar meat is especially delicious. Li Jingang's lips twitched. Are you going to hunt or have a picnic? Qin Ge glanced at the task details, frowning slightly. Social creatures? Does that mean there could be more than one? Sun Ming nodded. Precisely. These beasts usually appear in groups of at least 10. Should we bring extra backpacks then? Otherwise, we won't have enough space for all that meat, Meng Yingjun added. Li Jinggang, Sun Ming, what else with these two? Ultimately, the mission was confirmed, to hunt the rampaging wild boars. The choice of this task was not solely due to the delectable wild boar meat. The perilous nature of battling ferocious beasts starkly contrasts with the encounters against the ice wolves conjured by Esdeath. The former undoubtedly presents a myriad of unforeseen dangers and risks. As a rational individual endowed with exceptional talent, Qin Ge would refrain from undertaking excessively challenging tasks at this juncture, even with the formidable snow which as his trump card. Should he face peril, he could summon Esdeath to engage in combat. Yet, what is the ultimate aim of his rigorous training? Is it not to triumph over the fourth tier using the strength of the fifth? Why seek unnecessary hardship when one can pursue a steady path of development, leveraging numerical superiority? Thus, opting to hunt the rampaging wild boar herd is most fitting. This endeavor not only offers a genuine experience of battling beasts and enhances practical combat skills, but also entails minimal risk. Coupled with the delightful prospect of feasting on the game he personally hunts, simply perfect. Of course, one must remain cognizant of the fact that these beasts, being what they are, emanate a malevolent aura that can incite fear within the hearts of humans. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Sun Ming took it upon himself to remind Lu Daong once more before their departure. Old Lu, keep an eye on that greenhorn, especially. We cannot allow him to fall prey to the wild boars. Lu Daong grinned broadly. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will go awry. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Daong ignited the engine, with Meng Yingjun and Qin Ge seated on either side in the back, as the trio set forth towards their destination. Their goal lay in the rustic outskirts of Steel City, adjacent to Jinling, specifically in the village of Zhongli, which specializes in agricultural product processing. With the protection of stationed beast tamers, the rampaging wild boars posed no threat to the villagers. However, due to insufficient manpower and the indiscriminate destruction these creatures wreak upon crops, the village promptly reported the situation to the authorities. It is imperative to remember that the tusks of a rampaging wild boar can pierce through bulletproof steel. Lu Daong maneuvered the steering wheel, the tires producing a dull thud as they rolled over a speed bump. Special attention must be paid to their collective charge. A previous team from a neighboring city encountered significant challenges. Once Lu Daong had concluded his briefing on the essential precautions, Meng Yingjun glanced at Qin Ge, sensing something amiss, and could not help but inquire. Qin Ge, where is Xiao Shui? Why is she absent from the beast space today? She was utterly exhausted from training yesterday and fell asleep in the beast space. Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. Exhausted, you say? Oh. The most dreaded scenario is when a creature not only possesses greater talent, but also surpasses you in diligence, Meng Yingjun mused. As the crimson-blooded leopard cat nestled in his arms stirred slightly, sensing an inexplicable discomfort, as if enveloped by a sense of guilt. An hour and a half later, the off-road vehicle rumbled over the gravel road at the village entrance, coming to a halt before the village committee. Within the courtyard, adorned with gray tiles and white walls, several young beast tamers emerged in succession. Qin Ge squinted his eyes, recognizing a few familiar faces from his school. Goodness, is there truly competition for hunting wild boars? Meng Yingjun remarked, gazing at the figures outside in astonishment. Qin Ge replied indifferently, if you choose not to engage, there will always be others willing to take your place. That adage remains timeless. Lu Daong unfastened his seatbelt, stating solemnly, the military primarily undertakes tasks involving beast hordes. These smaller targets, numbering a dozen or so, fall under the jurisdiction of the association. Such minor tasks are typically claimed by multiple teams of beast tamers simultaneously. Nevertheless, even so, the sheer number of participants for a task of this level is rather unusual, drawing from years of experience. Lu Daong had already sensed that this mission might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Let us proceed to the village committee to gather more information. The trio disembarked and pushed open the door. Although Lu Daong had donned civilian attire, his upright military demeanor remained strikingly apparent, drawing the attention of many. As they exited the village committee, a young girl who had just stepped out couldn't help but exclaim, those two, do they not resemble Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun? Oh, have they awakened their beast taming abilities as well? They do bear a resemblance, but how did they end up associating with someone who looks so formidable? What does that matter to us? Let's focus on finding the wild boars. Each one is worth $1,000. Meanwhile, the door of the village committee creaked open. When Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun followed Lu Daong across the threshold, the previously bustling room fell into an abrupt silence. The trio bore witness to the villagers' swift change in demeanor. Prior to Lu Daong revealing his mettle, they seemed skeptical. Just this? 2 more youngsters? Are they of any use? Upon seeing Lu Daong present his mettle, the village head rushed forward, nearly tripping over his own slippers, exclaiming, "Oh my! Sir, you have personally arrived. Xiao Wang, quickly bring out that jar of cloud tea we saved from last year." The once doubtful village officials now appeared eager to serve tea to the trio. In the corner, a drowsy station beast tamer jolted awake, hastily straightening his crumpled uniform, reporting, "Sir, I am dispatched from the Jinling military district." Lu Daong waved a hand to interrupt the pleasantries, urging them to get to the point. The station beast tamer sighed, a frown etched upon his face. "A week ago, we detected traces of the rampaging wild boars. At that time, their numbers were manageable for us 3. However, last night, a gigantic specimen suddenly appeared. It was as massive as an elephant, with tusks resembling curved blades, and its hide was exceptionally tough. My second tier, level 1 porcupine couldn't even pierce its skin." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to show the trio a photo taken the previous night, revealing a wild boar king comparable in size to an elephant. Its tusks adorned with the remnants of a porcupine's vine. Meng Yangjun lowered his voice and leaned towards Qin Ge. "Goodness. Doesn't this description sound like a boss has spawned in the wild?" Qin Ge scrutinized the image of the wild boar king and inquired, "You mentioned they rarely appear during the day?" Yes. The village head interjected eagerly. "These creatures are quite intelligent. They seem to know that during the day, everyone is full of energy." The station beast tamer added with a wry smile, due to the time required for task information to be updated. Those young individuals likely accepted the task prior to its modification, being misled into believing the beasts would only appear during the day. Lu Daong patted his shoulder. "Oi. I have a general understanding of the situation. You should rest and regain your strength. Tonight, take us to deal with that creature." Chapter 23. My dear daughter, might we consider a more elegant approach to our attacks? In the temporary resting room arranged by the village committee, Lu Daong closed the door, his previously stern expression softening. A smile, reminiscent of a hunter discovering prey, graced his lips. "One cannot deny that our fortune this time is truly remarkable." As Meng Yangjun twisted open a bottle of mineral water, he turned his head inquiringly. "Fortunate, you say? Is the wild boar king's tenderloin particularly succulent?" Lu Daong, exasperated, tossed him a bag of compressed biscuits. Qin Ge lightly tapped the wooden table with his fingertips. "If I am not mistaken, is it related to a secret realm?" "Indeed." Lu Daong nodded. The emergence of the rampaging wild boars 7 days prior was an unmistakable omen. Despite the station team's capability to easily handle ordinary wild boars, their numbers had only increased. Coupled with the appearance of the wild boar king last night, it is nearly certain that these creatures did not migrate from elsewhere. The probability of a secret realm's manifestation is exceedingly high. Moreover, based on the assessment of the wild boar king's rank, should a secret realm truly manifest, its level would not exceed tier 3. Meng Yangjun's breath quickened instantaneously. His fingers tapped an unconscious rhythm of wishing you prosperity on the strap of his backpack. Even Qin Ge could not suppress his excitement. What could a piece of land, newly discovered by human eyes, signify? Precious native spiritual fruits, resources. And should they obtain the core of the secret realm, it would equate to acquiring a parcel of land with permanent ownership. It can be said that the rewards from pioneering a new secret realm are enough to drive any beast master into a frenzy. This indeed presents an excellent opportunity for experience. Lu Daong remarked with a smile, then shifted the conversation. Yet, no one knew the extent of this new secret realm. They should conserve their energy and not exhaust themselves before nightfall. As dusk descended, the fields outside Jilung Mountain Village began to ripple as if disturbed by water. Accompanied by an imperceptible fluctuation in the fabric of space, several ferocious wild boars, their eyes gleaming red, materialized from thin air, leading the pack. The wild boar king shook its massive head, its tusks, resembling curved blades, glinting ominously in the moonlight. It twitched its moist snout, sniffing toward the village, where the alluring scent of food wafted through the air. However, the sagacious boar soon made a wise decision. It lowered its head and began to munch on the crops in the field, guiding its brethren with a series of grunts. "Oh, how clever I am," thought the wild boar king. The humans in the village would resist, shoot arrows, and summon fearsome beast masters. Yet this field of crops was tender, juicy, and offered no resistance. As it feasted delightfully, the wild boar king patted its companion with its hoof, as if imparting the philosophy of boar life. What difference does it make between food unattainable and the special little burgers made by the 8 brothers? The ones readily available and edible are undoubtedly more delectable. The night was as dark as ink. Long Zujia, holding a flashlight, led the way. Qin Ge and the others stealthily advanced along the ridge of the fields. Lu Daong, hands tucked in his pockets, trailed behind with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He had long sensed the potent aura of the wild boar king, yet chose to withhold this information deliberately. After all, the primary objective of this mission was to provide training for Qin Ge and his companion. Sometimes, guidance during training does not yield significant results. Qin Ge, however, did not disappoint him. Let us summon our spirit beasts. He suddenly halted, his voice lowered. This way, if an unforeseen situation arose, they would not be caught off guard. All right. The fluctuations of spiritual energy rippled across the fields as 3 summoning arrays illuminated simultaneously. Meng Yingjun summoned the crimson blood leopard cat. Long Zujia's thorn hedgehog appeared with a soft pop, its back adorned with thorny roses emitting a faint floral fragrance. And when Shui Lingling made her graceful entrance, a sharp intake of breath escaped Long Zujia, resonating clearly in the stillness of the fields. He stared at Shui Lingling, his astonishment nearly palpable. A natural-type spirit beast. To encounter such a creature in this small village was akin to suddenly spotting a luxurious aircraft in a slum. Wow, Qin Ge! Meng Yingjun exclaimed suddenly. Why does your Shui Lingling feel different from the day before yesterday? Could she have broken through again? Qin Ge smiled enigmatically, while Shui Lingling proudly raised her small head. Lu Daong narrowed his eyes, his keen gaze sweeping over Shui Lingling. He perceptively noted that the aura of this spirit beast had undergone a subtle transformation. If previously Shui Lingling was akin to a sword yet to be unsheathed, now that sword was not only drawn but bore the scent of fresh blood. The reason for this change eluded him, leaving him to attribute it to the special training methods of the Snow Witch. As the 4 continued onward, the sounds of crunching echoed through the fields. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sounds of crops being trampled. Lu Daong said in a low voice. It seems our guests can hardly wait for dinner. In the darkness, 9 pairs of crimson eyes emerged like ghostly flames. Individually, the rabid wild boars posed little threat. Their tendency to charge without veering made them easy to dispatch. However, judging by the number of eyes, there were at least 9, and Long Zujia's tone turned serious. His gaze unconsciously shifted to Lu Daong, only to find the latter leisurely crossing his arms, showing no intention to intervene. So it is. This big shot is here to play the bodyguard. Long Zujia and Meng Yingjun turned their attention to Qin Ge. Yet, before they could speak, the rich scent of humanity had already drawn the wild boar king's attention. With a thunderous roar, it signaled the charge of 8 rabid boars. The heavy thud of their hooves resonated like thunder, their weight crushing the crops beneath them. Amidst the swirling dust, only the glint of ferocity could be seen in their crimson eyes. This was precisely why Long Zujia had sounded grave moments ago. Though these wild boars were not above Tier 2, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm the majority of spirit beasts below level 5 of Tier 2. Here we come. Yet, for Shui Lingling in her current state, this charge was fraught with vulnerabilities. She chirped cheerfully, waved her little hand nonchalantly, and whoosh. For spiraling ice spikes struck precisely at the foreheads of the leading 4 boars. The spiraling force pierced through their skulls, before blood could even spatter. It was frozen into crimson ice crystals by the frigid air. More astonishingly, the fallen boar corpses tripped their charging companions. Another 4 ice spikes shot forth. Thud, thud. All 8 rabid boars lay lifeless in the fields. Shui Lingling tilted her little head, somewhat bewildered. It seemed these so-called ferocious wild boars were rather weak. Despite their count of 8 and an average level higher than the ice wolf during training, they posed less pressure on Shui Lingling than that solitary ice wolf had. Long Zujia was nearly slack-jawed. Is this it? Meng Yingjun turned to Qin Ge with a mechanical motion. Qin Ge, has your Shui Lingling been cheating? Qin Ge's expression turned grave as he focused on the wild boar king, poised to strike. Let us not underestimate it. The boss hasn't made its move yet. He quickly assessed. We 3 should be able to handle this one. Jun, the speed of the crimson blood leopard cat is advantageous. Use its phantom clone to lure it. Brother Long Zujia, your thorn hedgehog can disguise itself as Flora to assist with control. Shui Lingling, you shall provide the primary output. All right, chirped Shui Lingling. Under Lu Daong's increasingly approving gaze, a simple strategy was swiftly devised. Crimson blood leopard cat, illusory lure, activated. Thorn hedgehog, thorn trap, being set. Shui Lingling, primary output, charging up. Roar. My little minions, you have met a tragic fate. The wild boar king let out a thunderous roar, its scarlet eyes locking onto the group. Just as it was about to charge, 3 identical crimson blood leopard cats suddenly appeared from different directions. Their agile forms slicing through the moonlight, leaving behind red afterimages. The wild boar king momentarily froze, hesitating in its charge. Now is the time. Suddenly, dozens of thorny vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the wild boar king's limbs in an instant. The thorny hedgehog revealed itself from its camouflage, the rose thorns on its back glimmering with the sheen of paralyzing toxin. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xue Lingling opened her small mouth and emitted a sharp cry. Chirp. A more powerful ice spear than before whistled forth, carrying an intense chill through the air. The spinning ice spear struck the wild boar king squarely in the face, enveloping its entire head in a layer of frost. Splendid! Meng Angjun exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. However, this only served to provoke the wild boar king's ferocity. Its muscles bulged, radiating a crimson aura as it struggled violently against the vines. Two tusks gleamed with a metallic sheen, emanating a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As a village beastmaster, Long Tuajia had considerable experience in battling ferocious beasts. As a young man, Meng Angjun felt a sense of camaraderie, thinking that he too must not fall behind. Qin Ge had undergone extraordinary training and remained unfazed. The three of them coordinated seamlessly, engaging in a fierce contest with the rampaging wild boar king. At this moment, the beast's wrath was directed at Xue Lingling. The little creature skillfully utilized her diminutive size, skillfully dodging attacks while continuously unleashing ice spears for probing. The wild boar king, indeed tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, only bore shallow white marks from the ice spears. Yet, during a clever maneuver, it keenly observed that whenever an attack approached its eyes, the beast would instinctively close its eyes and dodge. Moreover, whenever the crimson blood leopard cat circled behind, the wild boar king would tense its tail nervously. Chirp! Qin Ge instantly understood. Ajun, intensify the frontal feint. Long Tuajia, prepare the thorny hedgehog for vine entrapment. Understood. The crimson blood leopard cat leapt forward, scratching at the wild boar's eyes. Seizing the moment, the thorny hedgehog shot forth dozens of thorny vines, ensnaring the wild boar king's hind legs tightly. Now is the moment. Xue Lingling darted around to the back of the wild boar king, coalescing a spiral ice spear exuding an aura of extreme cold. Whoosh! The ice spear sliced through the night sky, accurately striking the wild boar king's rear. Ow! The wild boar king emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Then, a series of cracking sounds echoed as it began to freeze from the rear, until it was completely encased in ice. The beast's crimson eyes still held an expression of disbelief and humiliation. Xue Lingling landed lightly, gazing at her masterpiece as an unusual glimmer sparkled in her eyes. It was the thrill of unlocking a new realm, mingled with the joy of discovering a truth. So this is the most effective mode of attack. Meng Angjun instinctively clenched his legs, his voice changing pitch. Qin Ge, is your spirit beast about to awaken some extraordinary attribute? Qin Ge shot him an exasperated glance. Stop talking nonsense. My little Xue is merely trying to eliminate the wild boar king swiftly. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and took a commemorative photo of Xue Lingling, who was perched atop the frozen head of the wild boar king, making a peace sign. Click. At the moment the flash extinguished, Xue Lingling released her cannon roar. Excitedly rubbing her small hands, she began to search the battlefield for her next target. Qin Ge exclaimed, Daughter, you. Suddenly, an ominous premonition struck him. His pure and adorable Xue Lingling seemed to be evolving in a peculiar direction. In the distance, the bushes rustled, and a smaller, frenzied wild boar stealthily attempted to escape. Xue Lingling's eyes lit up as she began to coalesce a familiar spiral ice spear. Wait, little Xue, Qin Ge urgently called out. Alas, it was too late. Whoosh. Owl. The piercing cry of the pig shattered the night sky, giving birth to yet another ice sculpture. This time, Xue Lingling even thoughtfully shaped the ice sculpture with a pert posterior. Meng Angjun silently stepped back 2 paces, shielding his rear with both hands. I just remembered that the window in my room is open. Long Tuajia stood dumbfounded, even his thorny hedgehog curling up in trepidation. Lu Daong, rarely at a loss for words, wore a bemused expression. Qin Ge, your spirit beast has quite the imagination. Xue Lingling then bounded back to Qin Ge's shoulder, her face radiating a desire for praise. Dad, I've invented a new tactic. Qin Ge facebombed. Little Xue, can we perhaps employ a more elegant method of attack next time? Not a chance. Xue Lingling proudly lifted her small head, asserting, this is the most efficient battle strategy. Chapter 24. The entrance to the secret realm appears. Under the moonlight pouring down like water over the fields at midnight, the lifeless bodies of wild boars lay scattered across the ground. Just as Long Tuajia sighed in relief, Qin Ge's warning voice reached his ears. Don't relax. More are coming. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the sound of hooves grew denser in the distance. Qin Ge squinted, spotting more crimson eyes emerging from the darkness. This time, at least 20 frenzied wild boars were charging towards them. Damn, this is just like a dungeon raid, wave after wave. Meng Angjun swallowed hard as the crimson blood leopard cat assumed a battle stance. Chirp! Xue Lingling leapt up excitedly, waving her small hand. Dozens of translucent ice crystals silently spread across the path of the wild boars. Qin Ge sensed these ice crystals were different from before. Little Shui, this is chirp. A new move. Shui Lingling proudly puffed out her chest. The first wave of wild boars charged into the ice crystal zone. At the very moment they trampled through, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice crystals transformed into ice spears, erupting from the ground at peculiar angles, piercing the rear of the frenzied wild boars. They erupted from their mouths and then shattered. Those further away were also left battered by the shards of ice. Damn! Meng Yingjuan's eyes widened. Is that still the frost landmine I know? Seizing the opportunity, Long Tua Jia's thorny hedgehog shot forth dozens of poisonous quills, accurately striking the eyes of the injured wild boars, causing them to howl and collapse. The crimson blood leopard cat became a streak of red lightning, weaving through the wild boar herd. Each strike of its claws precisely severed the wild boar's jugular veins, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the entire field a dark crimson. Despite having witnessed it many times, seeing Shui Lingling's talent again felt truly monstrous. Lu Daong quietly marveled, his gaze fixed on the area where the frenzied wild boars had appeared. Compared to when they first arrived, the distortion of space there was growing increasingly pronounced, as if a transparent membrane was quivering under the moonlight. One could vaguely glimpse the scenery on the other side, a dense primordial jungle and a bizarre purple sky. The entrance to the secret realm is about to appear. Lu Daong spoke solemnly. The frequency of the fluctuations is becoming more evident. It will fully open in no more than an hour. Long Tua Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the ground littered with wild boar corpses, and chuckled wryly. I know my own strength, so I want to be entering the secret realm with you. He pointed towards the village. I will first return to the village to gather some supplies and arrange for someone to transport this wild boar meat back. As for the secret realm, the dragon suit is certainly unfamiliar with it. This independent space, detached from the real world, often harbors a multitude of demonic beasts and may even nurture rare treasures. However, the emergence of an unregistered secret realm typically signifies both peril and opportunity. Even if one can strike it rich, one must possess the means to enjoy it. Lu Daong nodded. Very well. The entrance to the secret realm is just forming, and no new wild boars will emerge for the time being. The recent battle has already ravaged the crops of our fellow villagers. You and the villagers can share the wild boar meat. After the dragon's suit departed, the three of them found a clean spot to sit and rest. Meng Yingjun pulled out several snack packets from his backpack to share with everyone. He stared blankly at the white fluff bouncing on the corpse of a wild boar not far away, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun mechanically munched on potato chips. Did your elementary school install a nuclear power battery? He quipped. Since the battle began, several hours had already passed. The young blood-red leopard cat and the dragon suit's thorny hedgehog had to take turns resting due to exhaustion. But what about Shui Lingling? Every time a wild boar appeared, she unleashed an array of ice spikes, ice armor, and frost mines. Even now, she remained exuberantly engaged in mysterious experiments on the boar carcass. Whether she was transforming tusks into ice sculpture masterpieces using ice spikes, taking photos with her phone, or packing explosive ice blocks into the boar's nostrils, she seemed to be an insatiable creature, unwearied and relentless. Qin Ge's mouth twitched. Children are naturally energetic when encountering something amusing. However, her combat style was becoming increasingly peculiar. Lu Daong chuckled softly. But you must admit, this method of fighting is indeed effective. That said, he decided to let it be. This had nothing to do with him. It was undoubtedly the influence of Esdeath. Qin Ge thought sternly to himself, as the three conversed. A cacophony of voices and the sound of a tractor approached from the distance. The villagers, brandishing torches, rushed over and were astonished at the sight of numerous wild boar carcasses. My goodness, so many. That largest one must be the wild boar king. Frozen into an ice sculpture, they whispered among themselves in small groups. The village head excitedly grasped Lu Daong's hand. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our village would have been overrun by so many demonic beasts. Lu Daong waved his hand, acknowledging his duty. After some polite refusals, the villagers drove away on tractors, transporting the wild boar meat. Just 5 minutes later, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the spatial fluctuation. The air shattered like glass, and an oval entrance approximately 2 meters in diameter began to take form. Lu Daong immediately sprang to his feet. His shadow twisted and elongated ominously, with an ethereal sound. A netherfire shadow demon, enveloped in azure ghostly flames, emerged from the shadows. A small specter perched on its right shoulder puffed out a bubble. The space rippled as if disturbed by water. Clang, clang, clang. Precision instruments, nearly half a person tall, crashed down one after another. The most striking of these was the secret realm wave analysis device, adorned with mysterious runes. A transparent little specter floated on the left shoulder of the Netherfire Shadow Demon, thoughtfully setting up a folding workbench with telekinesis. The entire process flowed seamlessly within 3 seconds. Whoa, a mobile armory. Meng Yingjuan's envy was nearly spilling from his eyes. Nearby, Qin Ge's reaction was no less intense. At that moment, he had already resolved to contract a spirit beast with a dimensional space. This led to Shui Lingling becoming quite jealous. With a chirp, she made Qin Ge's hair turn white for a second. Stop daydreaming, Lu Daong called over his shoulder, instructing the Netherfire Shadow Demon to toss over 2 tactical vests. These were special tactical gear, with each pocket capable of holding items no larger than a suitcase. You both should transfer the emergency supplies from your backpacks to easily accessible places. The introduction of this new item temporarily diverted Shui Lingling's attention from Qin Ge. Curiously, she poked the vest and was startled by the sudden emergence of a first aid kit. The blood-red leopard cat mimicked her, resulting in a 2-meter-long climbing rope being yanked out. Preliminary assessment, 2nd tier advanced secret realm, average danger level. The equipment Lu Daong operated suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Get ready, we will enter in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, as the dragon suit and his companions made their way back to the village, chatting and laughing with expressions of gratitude towards Qin Ge and the others, beneath the moonlight, no one noticed 2 pairs of eyes closely watching them from the shadows behind. A young man, dressed in exquisite attire and exuding an air of nobility, stood next to an elderly man with white hair and a heavy presence. The elder, Wu Yuanfeng, frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. It seems someone has already discovered the secret realm before us. The young man, Su Hongyu, glanced with curiosity and inquired, Grandfather Wu, if you were to take action, could we obtain the core of the secret realm ahead of time? Wu Yuanfeng shook his head gently, his tone grave. It is difficult. Most of those wild boars were killed with a single blow. From the corpses, it appears they were struck by ice-based skills. However, in my perception, there is hardly any residual ice attribute spiritual power within the deceased wild boars. Even the ice layer on the wild boar king's surface is composed of natural spiritual energy. Su Hongyu paused, deep in thought. This implies that the spirit beast that attacked must have had an alarming level of control over its spiritual power. Wu Yuanfeng's expression showed a hint of resignation. Indeed, with a beast master of that caliber present, the treasures within the secret realm are likely beyond our reach. Su Hongyu shrugged nonchalantly, a relaxed smile gracing his face. It wouldn't hurt to make a friend through this opportunity. Hearing this, Wu Yuanfeng smiled as well. True. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, both summoned their spirit beasts. In a flash of light, a snow-white steed adorned with iron armor and a unicorn horn appeared, alongside a crystalline horse encased in rock armor. The 2 mounted their beasts and began to move. Yet their path did not lead toward the secret realm entrance occupied by Qin Ge and the others. Instead, it veered toward another forest outside the village, disappearing into the vast night. At the secret realm entrance, Qin Ge and his companions had made all necessary preparations. The seasoned veteran Lu Daong also sensed another spatial fluctuation nearby. This secret realm seemed to conceal more than one entrance. Something feels amiss. This secret realm likely has multiple points of entry, Lu Daong stated solemnly, his gaze filled with vigilance. Let's check our gear once more. Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun exchanged glances and began to inspect their belongings without a word. They meticulously reviewed every detail, from food and water to spiritual potions and first aid kits. Once they confirmed that their equipment was flawless, they nodded at Lu Daong. At that moment, Qin Ge inexplicably felt his heart racing. Shui Lingling perched upon his shoulder, her delicate hands gripping his collar tightly, embodying both anxiety and anticipation. Let us proceed, Lu Daong declared as he boldly stepped into the luminous entrance, eager to unveil the surprises awaiting in this new secret realm. In an instant, a sensation akin to being swept into a great vortex enveloped them, and the trio vanished within the radiant glow. Chapter 25. An initial exploration of the secret realm, the peculiar method of unlocking new skills for the crimson blood leopard cat. The moment they entered the secret realm, Qin Ge felt a fleeting blur before his eyes. As the world spun around him, it was as though he had been thrust into a colossal whirlpool. The air was filled with the howling of the wind and a deep, resonant hum. In the next heartbeat, bang, the 3 of them tumbled simultaneously onto the solid ground. Qin Ge quickly ensured that Shui Lingling was unharmed before rising to survey their surroundings. A violet canopy hung low overhead, with silver motes of light dancing through the air. The ground was carpeted in deep blue moss, which emitted a faint glow when trodden upon. A subtle sweetness wafted through the atmosphere, reminiscent of some ethereal fruit. Chew, so beautiful, Shui Lingling exclaimed, leaping down from his shoulder and spinning with uncontained excitement. She reached her tiny hand towards the sky. as if attempting to grasp those twinkling lights. Lu Daong brushed dust from his attire, his eyes sparkling with delight. What fortune! Such a rare secret realm capable of nurturing spirit fruits is indeed a rarity. Spirit fruits? Could this mean wealth? Meng Yingjuan's eyes brightened as he crouched down, curiously poking at the glowing moss, eager to ascertain whether it was a variety of spirit herb. After capturing a few photographs of Xue Lingling, Qin Ge noticed that his phone had lost signal. Observing this, Lu Daong began to explain the abundance of mystical beasts in this new secret realm, along with the dense aura, interferes with electronic devices. Without a contracted mechanical spirit beast, we'll have to rely on this old-fashioned method for navigation. With that, he produced a mechanical compass from his pocket. At that moment, Xue Lingling suddenly perked up, sensing an unwelcome presence approaching. Following her pointed direction, the three immediately assumed combat stances. Moments later, the grass rustled violently, and a furry little head emerged. Cloaked in jet-black fur, it appeared to be ablaze, with a tuft of fiery hair atop its forehead. Though it seemed newly born, its size rivaled that of an adult husky. Beast, lava fire wolf, cub. Level, first order. Second level, others, omitted a wow. Delicious, so fragrant. The little wolf cub bared its milk teeth, sparks of fire flickering from its mouth. Given its appearance, it should have been quite endearing. However, it was about to face Chu. Xue Lingling's eyes gleamed with mischief as she waved her hand. With a swift motion, a spiraling ice spike shot accurately into the gaping maw of the wolf cub. Qin Ge even sensed the ice spike make a turn within the cub's mouth, heading straight for its vital organs. The precision of such elemental control rendered the creature's lifeless form to the ground with an air of tranquility. Beautiful, Lu Daong unabashedly praised. Such exquisite micromanipulation is beyond the capability of many sixth-order spirit beasts. Sixth order? Meng Yingjun inquired, astonished. Just as he was about to ask further, he witnessed Xue Lingling leap to the corpse, pressing her tiny hand upon the wolf cub's head. Frost spread from her palm, swiftly encasing the entire body in a crystalline sculpture of ice. Then she mounted it. Indeed, it was a literal act of riding. Xue Lingling sat proudly atop the frozen corpse, her short legs swinging, exuding an expression of triumph. Meng Yingjuan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Uncle Lu, what level of spirit beast is required for such control? Lu Daong replied, I have no idea. I've never seen such a thing. If you ask me, who should I ask? Who would let a good soul slay a beast only to repurpose it as a mount? Xue Lingling, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. She animatedly commanded the ice wolf, twirling and leaping about. The crystalline form refracted rainbows in the sunlight, making her resemble a sprite from a fairy tale, if one could overlook the lifeless wolf cub beneath her. My little Xue is truly remarkable, Qin Ge exclaimed. Giving her a thumbs up, his mind began to envision the future. If only Xue Lingling could learn from the master of Gray, who resided within the demon tail. But Gray had a penchant for shedding clothes, which was unacceptable. Perhaps it would be better for her to learn from the Ice Emperor Hebadong. Imagining her descending from the ice dragon while the score from the Lord of the Rings played in the background. What a thrilling thought. A distant wolf's howl disrupted his reverie. Echoes of responses reverberated from all directions as the ground began to tremble slightly. The lava fire wolf pack. Lu Daong leisurely stretched his limbs. Typically, they began at second-order adulthood, with the Wolf King reaching the third order. He glanced at Xue Lingling, still merrily swaying atop the ice wolf, and it seemed someone was about to acquire a new steed. As if to validate his thought, a sudden blaze erupted from the nearby thicket. 5 firewolves, each the size of calves, leaped forth. Their bodies were adorned with magma-like patterns, and the drool dripping from their fangs scorched the earth, creating small craters. Xue Lingling's eyes sparkled even brighter. Chew, a new ride, she exclaimed, excitedly patting her mount, her face alight with eagerness. Qin Ge suddenly felt a resolute need to contract a spirit beast with a spatial ability. Moreover, it had to be one that maintained its form no matter what was placed within it. Aside from other practical uses, it would certainly provide a designated space for the little ancestral spirit of his family. Oh wow! The 5 lava fire wolves charged simultaneously, their claws turning the ground to charred ash. Seeing this, Xue Lingling gracefully leapt from her icy steed, her small hand slicing through the air. The previously stationary ice wolf surged forth with newfound speed. Boom! As the ice wolf approached the first fire wolf, its icy exterior erupted spectacularly. Countless tiny ice shards rained down like a tempest, perforating the fire wolf until it resembled a sieve. What kind of sorcery is this? Meng Yingjun exclaimed, his crimson blood leopard cat having just taken its combat stance. He watched in astonishment as the second fire wolf was simultaneously pierced through the forehead, throat, and heart by 3 ice spikes. It had no time to emit a cry before it collapsed onto the glowing moss. The remaining 3 fire wolves skidded to a halt, their frantic paws scraping the ground, their crimson eyes filled with terror. These beasts were not mindless monsters like zombies. While consuming humans could enhance their strength, it was essential they live to enjoy the power. At that moment, as two of the fire wolves turned to flee, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two ethereal blue fire serpents suddenly erupted from their shadows, coiling around their necks like chains. Qin Ge looked on in astonishment at Lu Daong, who was revealing the shadow demon of Netherfire from his own shadow. The shadowy tendrils extended, flickering with eerie cold flames. Oh wow! The fire wolves ensnared by the Netherfire could not even struggle before they were reduced to two charred skeletal remains. Upon witnessing the scene, the last of the fire wolves unexpectedly sank to the ground, emitting whimpers akin to a puppy, while its front paws scratched the earth in a seemingly submissive manner. Seizing the opportunity, the crimson-blooded leopard cat launched itself forward, executing its signature move. Swish, swish, swish. Its claws glided across the fire wolf's fur, leaving behind only faint white streaks. The lava fire wolf looked bewildered, its eyes wide with confusion. A whoa? Huh? Why does that not hurt at all? An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Qin Ge, Lu Daong, Shui Lingling, with a face of disbelief. How infuriating! This creature looks down upon us. Meng Yingjun exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Leopard brother, let us take it down. At his words, the crimson-blooded leopard cat's gaze sharpened instantly. It first licked its paw with grace, then whoosh. Claw sharpening activated. The claws shimmered with a metallic glint, enhancing their attack power. Sizzle. Rending claw struck. The fire wolf's fur parted to reveal shallow wounds. Damage, 5. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frenzied scratching unleashed a flurry of 5 strikes. More crimson marks appeared on the fire wolf's body, 2 damage per hit. The lava fire wolf lay defeated on the ground, tears glistening in its eyes. Had I known, I would have fled too. Even death would be preferable to this torment. In a fit of indignation, the crimson-blooded leopard cat's fur bristled. Its claws began to vibrate at an almost imperceptible frequency, producing a buzzing sound. When it struck again, swoosh. The lava fire wolf's resilient hide was shredded like paper, blood gushing from its neck. It was indeed the rending claw. Qin Ge recognized the move immediately. It was a highly effective fighting-type skill among claw techniques. While the awakening process was rather peculiar, the outcome is ultimately favorable, Lu Daong remarked, stroking his chin. Humph. You force my hand, declared the crimson-blooded leopard cat, holding its head high, its tail elevated with pride. Why must this be? Meng Yingjun said, shaking his head as he approached the fire wolf's carcass, poking its head with a smirk. Why compel my leopard brother to act? The crimson-blooded leopard cat flicked its tail in agreement. Their demeanor as a master and pet was strikingly similar. Shui Lingling's eyes sparkled as she pounced on a Qin Ge's shoulder. Daddy, daddy, I want that buzzing move too. Qin Ge's lips twitched. Dear daughter, you are an ice mage. Why would you want to learn that? Suddenly, he pondered. Did this little one intend to thrust ice spikes into a beast's rear and then apply high-frequency vibrations for a refreshing chill? Stop it. Qin Ge pressed down on Shui Lingling's tiny paw, firmly stating, such skills are not suitable for a lady. Chew. Shui Lingling drooped her ears, sounding slightly aggrieved. Lu Daong interjected. The rending claw requires physical contact to generate high-frequency vibrations. Even using ice spikes as claws would diminish their power due to heat generated by friction. After all, he glanced at the crimson-blooded leopard cat. To learn the fire-fighting composite skill, the molten rending claw, one must first master the rending claw. The crimson-blooded leopard cat's ears twitched, its tail slapping the ground. Was this an indication that it had been chosen for the skill tree? Meng Yingjun immediately pulled out a notebook to jot down key points. Objective: master the rending claw, unlock the molten rending claw, fire-fighting composite skill. Chew, alright then. Shui Lingling blinked her big eyes, pouting her lips. However, upon seeing the corpse of the fire wolf, her eyes lit up again. She bounded over, her palms emanating frost. In an instant, the charred fire wolf was encased in ice, and she tiptoed to pat the frozen wolf's head. Number 2 mount acquired. At that moment, a gentle breeze carried a sweet, fruity aroma. Chapter 26. Huh? I thought it was a speed bump. Just as Shui Lingling's little paws left the fire wolf's body, a crisp, sweet fragrance suddenly filled the air. The scent was reminiscent of orchids, imbued with a moonlit coolness that invigorated the senses. Lu Daong's nostrils flared as his eyes gleamed with excitement. That scent is from the moonlight spirit fruit. Moonlight spirit fruit? Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun exclaimed in unison. The moonlight spirit fruit. A premier existence among spirit fruits, it is a rare treasure that can only be found in the newly formed secret realms. And even the most skilled cultivators cannot artificially cultivate it. Its unique effect is even more precious, as it can enhance the capacity limit of spirit power for both beasts and spirit creatures. Indeed, Lu Daong kicked a wolf bone at his feet, reflecting, in hindsight. The Wolf King's roar was not a call to rally the pack against us. Qin Ge immediately grasped the situation. It was a signal to mobilize and prepare to contest the Moonlight Spirit Fruit with the wild boars. Shoo, Dad, let us go? If we delay, the fruit will be devoured by the pigs. Shui Lingling was also captivated by the enticing aroma, tugging at Qin Ge's collar as she urged him toward the ice wolf's back. Qin Ge attempted to mount the ice wolf, but found its frozen back quite uncomfortable. Shui Lingling, with a sudden flash of inspiration, slapped her little paw onto the wolf's back. The icy surface rippled, quickly transforming into a smooth crystalline saddle, even forming a small backrest for comfort. It can do that. Meng Yingjun's eyes widened like saucers as he knelt, grabbing Qin Ge's thigh. Qin Ge, no? Adoptive father, let's negotiate. Let me ride one too. You can sit behind. Qin Ge adjusted Shui Lingling closer to him to prevent her from accidentally falling. Currently, Shui Lingling lacked the strength to control ice beyond her immediate touch. The little one cooperatively formed a seat behind the ice wolf, with its tail serving as a backrest. Oh ho, thank you, adoptive father. Grateful to you, Sister Shui. The crimson-blooded leopard cat. I would never admit this is my beast master. Lu Daong chuckled. Let us go. While the other wolf packs are still. Before he could finish, an ear-splitting explosion echoed from the distance. Amidst the thunderous crash of ancient trees falling, the howls of wolves and the grunts of wild boars could be discerned, intermingled with the brittle sound of shattering rocks. The battle had commenced. Lu Daong squinted. We must hurry. Hearing this, Shui Lingling pointed dramatically ahead with her little hand. Charge. Let us grab the fruit. Whoosh. The ice wolf shot forward like an arrow, and Qin Ge quickly embraced Shui Lingling. As the fierce wind whipped past, he saw the scenery blur on either side, with Meng Yingjun's exclamation trailing far behind. Meanwhile, in a thicket somewhere within the secret realm, rustling sounds echoed, for figures were hastily fleeing. These were the 4 classmates Qin Ge had previously encountered upon entering the Chicken Cage Mountain village. The leader, a boy with yellow hair, had blood-stained bandages wrapped around his arm, his face still etched with lingering terror. Damn, this cursed place. He spat out the grass he had chewed, his voice trembling. I should have known. Just then, the nearby bushes shook violently. A lava fire wolf, standing about 1.5 meters tall, emerged, its body marred by several gruesome wounds, smoke wafting from its singed fur. Its crimson eyes locked onto the 4, drool dripping from its fangs like lava. A lava fire wolf. A bespectacled girl's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Such a fearsome beast. They had scarcely entered the secret realm when they encountered one. Had it not been for the timely intervention of 2 beast tamers, their entire squad would have met with utter annihilation. Now, this tattered band of survivors was desperately attempting to escape the secret realm, guided by the Elder's directions. A low, guttural growl emanated from the throat of the lava fire wolf, its front claws scraping the ground, instantly scorching the surrounding vegetation. Severely injured and famished, it was in dire need of energy replenishment, and the terrified humans before it appeared to be the ideal prey. Run! The blonde youth turned to flee, his voice quivering with panic. However, the lava fire wolf was far swifter. With a single leap, it positioned itself directly in front of them, its eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a predator. As their escape route was cut off, a girl named Qin Shui gritted her teeth and summoned her spirit beast. A battered fire lion dog materialized, its charred fur seeping with blood in places. Yet, it was the most intact spirit beast remaining in their group. This creature, an evolved form known as the Flame Mainline Dog, was recognized for its exceptional endurance, speed, attack power, and recovery abilities, making it a standard choice for the police in Huaxia. Yet, it was still merely a lowly rank 1, level 5 creature. Coupled with the injuries sustained in a previous battle against another lava fire wolf, even as it bared its fangs and summoned its powers, the flames it unleashed merely flickered against the lava wolf's form. More critically, there was no formidable guardian like the shadow demon by their side. The fire lion dog's futile resistance only served to aggravate the lava fire wolf further. The lava fire wolf erupted in searing flames, its muscles coiling tightly as it pivoted, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the air. Its massive jaws were mere moments away from the group. Boom! A white figure soared through the air like a cannonball from the side. The wounded lava fire wolf had no time to emit a cry of distress before it was sent flying, akin to a rag doll, a distance of several meters. It crashed against a tree, sliding down the bark as dark red blood seeped into the earth. The 4 onlookers stared at the lifeless body of the lava fire wolf, their throats constricted, unable to utter a sound for a long moment. Was it truly dead? The creature that had nearly terrified the blonde youth into submission. The lava fire wolf that had deemed them potential sustenance had been effortlessly dispatched. The ice wolf's back quivered slightly. Meng Yingjun, adjusting himself in the saddle. Asked with some confusion, "Wait, Qin Ge, did we just collide with something?" Huh. Qin Ge turned to look back, oblivious. Perhaps it was a speed bump in the secret realm. A speed bump? Meng Angjun scratched his head in bewilderment. Chew. Shui Lingling excitedly gestured. Is it that thing that makes the vehicle go duong duong? Exactly. Qin Ge nodded. Let us not dwell on this. Focus on the journey. Chew. The speed bumps in the secret realm are different. They're soft. Lu Daong, who had witnessed the entire scene, silently glanced at the lava wolf's body embedded in the tree and then at the four students, now frozen in shock. Ultimately, he said nothing, only rubbing his temples as a headache brewed. He had thought that Meng Angjun was the only comical one, forgetting that those who associated with him, like Qin Ge, were equally formidable. As the three figures disappeared from sight, the blonde youth's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, staring wide-eyed at the menacing corpse of the lava wolf just 5 steps away, then at his equally trembling companions. Just now, that was. We were perhaps granted a second chance at life? Wah, Mom, I want to go home. Chapter 27, Lu Daong's Misunderstanding, the shock of a 6th-rank beast tamer. Beneath the violet sky, the moonlight spirit fruit tree radiated a lustrous glow, its 8 fruits resembling meticulously crafted crystals swaying gently among the leaves. The area surrounding the fruit tree had transformed into a bloody battlefield, where 40 to 50 lava fire wolves clashed with an equal number of ferocious wild boars. Flames and smoke intertwined, and the acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood. In truth, these 8 moonlight spirit fruits could have been evenly distributed between the two sides. However, in the adult world, there are no multiple-choice questions. Only the harsh reality of I want it all. The stronger one prevails, and in the realm of beasts, it is a primal struggle for survival. The Wolf King and the Boar King were solely intent on eliminating each other to claim the fruits for themselves. Boom. The Wolf King nimbly leaped to evade the Boar King's charge. Yet, its attack only left a few white marks on the mud armor of the Boar King. And thus they remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the Wolf King's nostrils flared. It caught the scent of prey, and it was drawing closer. Its clever mind surmised any prey approaching in such a situation was likely a hunter prepared for battle. Oh woo, bro, let us hold off on the fight for now. I'll concede some ground. 5 for you, 3 for me. How about we call it quits? To the Boar King, however, this sounded like, this guy is backing down. This guy is tired. This guy cannot defeat me. Huh, you think you can bargain just because you're at a disadvantage? Not a single fruit will be relinquished. Boom. The Boar King charged once more, forcing the Wolf King to leap aside. Yet, at the moment it was about to land, Duong, a vehicle of Ice Wolf brand, came barreling in. Shui Lingling, driving the Ice Wolf, slammed into the Wolf King with tremendous force. The high-speed impact, combined with the Wolf King being airborne and unable to brace itself, sent it flying, inadvertently crushing a lava fire wolf and a wild boar in the process. In stark contrast, the two individuals and their beast were controlled by the shadow demon, landing smoothly. Chew, I exerted so much effort, how is it still alive? Shui Lingling tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. The dazed Wolf King staggered back to its feet, hearing the audacity of this diminutive creature mocking it. Just as it was about to growl in anger, it noticed the ominous figure of the shadow demon floating behind the little one, its ghostly blue flames fixated upon it. Even more alarming was the fact that the human beside it was still following the earlier plan, indicating, I'll restrain the Boar King and the Wolf King. The rest is up to you to practice. Don't fear injury. In a crisis, the shadow demon can instantly slay any beast here. Understood. The two young human boys cracked their knuckles in anticipation. Chew. The little one excitedly rubbed its ice spikes, while the bloodthirsty leopard cat was also eager to sharpen its claws. Lava Fire Wolf King, MMP. Do they think my clan is mere experience fodder? The shadow demon suddenly turned, its ghostly fire surging. The Lava Fire Wolf King immediately tucked its tail. I must find a way to escape. It gazed at the Boar King, still struggling futilely, unable to break free, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Xue let us go. Chew. Shui Lingling refrained from recklessly charging forward. Instead, she took a deep breath and, parting her petite lips, released a billowing cloud of white mist. This was the skill, Ice Mist, currently her most expansive and energy-efficient technique. The frosty haze surged across the battlefield like a tidal wave, enveloping all the magical beasts in an instant. Although it was nearly dispelled within a few breaths by the flames of the lava fire wolves, who could deny that this skill had indeed landed its mark? If it had struck true, could her innate talent, the heart of ice and snow, not also manifest its effects? Crack, crack. The chilling sound of freezing echoed continuously, causing a sharp drop in the temperature of the entire battlefield. The movements of all magical beasts grew sluggish. A few unfortunate fire wolves and wild boars, caught in the cacophony of cracking sounds, found themselves covered in ice crystals, frozen into various forms of ice sculptures. Meng Angjun stared in awe, but soon snapped back to reality. Brother Leopard, let's go. The crimson-blooded leopard cat transformed into a streak of red lightning, darting through the slowed beast horde. Under normal circumstances, it would not dare to act so recklessly. But now, did he not understand the immense value of being led by a powerhouse? Meanwhile, Meng Angjun swiftly climbed a tree, retrieving a sniper rifle from his tactical vest, and began to fire, muttering, "Give me a target, and I shall return you silence." In contrast, Lu Daong, whose strength was formidable enough to control the battlefield, furrowed his brow tighter with each passing moment. Is this right? That skill Xue Lingling just executed was indeed Ice Mist. Correct? In my recollection, this skill is merely a visual interference technique, coupled with minimal damage as an auxiliary ability. But why is Xue Lingling's Ice Mist different from others? A collective slowing effect with a chance to freeze? This effect, could it not be akin to a domain-type skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if she is of the natural species, and even with Xue Lingling's extraordinary talent, she could not possibly master a domain-type skill in such a brief span of time. His sharp gaze shifted towards Qin Ge. Could it be that one of this kid's beast-taming talents includes a special auxiliary effect of skill mutation or skill enhancement? At this realization, Lu Daong nodded unconsciously, feeling that he had uncovered the truth. This revelation perfectly explained why all of Xue Lingling's ice-related skills were outrageously powerful. Controllable ice armor, spinning ice spikes, area slowing effects, and a probability of freezing with ice mist. In the center of the battlefield, Xue Lingling was merrily engaged in a game of whack-a-mole. With her tiny fingers pointing skyward, fragments of warm memories transmitted by Esdeath flickered in her mind. In an instant, dozens of ice spikes coalesced in the air, descending with missile-like precision. Thud, thud, thud. 3 firewolves and 2 wild boars were instantly pinned to the ground. Chew. A new little ride. With a clap of her tiny hands, the nearest fire wolf transformed into a crystal-clear ice wolf mount. The little one hopped onto its back, riding freely through the herd of beasts. Wherever she passed, ice spikes fell like torrential rain, the sound of icy explosions echoing continuously. As she fought on, the accelerated operation of her spiritual energy led to a direct increase in her level to rank 1, level 7. After leveling up, the little one grew increasingly valiant in battle, even beginning to employ creative tactics. She fused 2 wild boar ice sculptures into a war chariot, standing at the front to sweep the battlefield, all the while having Qin Ge sit at the back, recording her heroic exploits. Meng Angjun, perched in the tree, stared in disbelief, feeling that he and Brother Leopard were utterly redundant. At that moment, a sudden cry of a spiritual beast erupted from the edge of the battlefield. Su Hongyu rode in on his armored steed, while Wu Yuanfeng arrived on a shimmering crystal horse, albeit fashionably late. As they arrived, they froze in place. A natural species? Su Hongyu's pupils dilated. When did the Jinling region give rise to such an entity? Wu Yuanfeng's gaze narrowed sharply. A rank 1 Xue Lingling. This 6th-rank beast tamer's voice trembled, awed by the elemental mastery and battle awareness displayed. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously inhaling sharply. The former, heir to the Jinma Steel Group, though born into privilege, was nonetheless struck by the presence of a natural species spiritual beast. The latter, as a 6th-rank beast tamer, was astonished by the similarities in their deaths and the exquisite manipulation of ice and snow elements. He had previously thought the ice-type powerhouse was merely a rank 1 Xue Lingling. Upon sharing this revelation with Su Hongyu, he realized that even if they could not become friends, they could not be enemies either. Su Hongyu looked at Qin Ge, standing behind Xue Lingling, and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 28, Connections. As the two conversed, Xue Lingling's actions in the center of the battlefield showed no signs of halting. Chew. She clasped her hands together, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. In an instant, hundreds of ice needles, as fine as cow hairs, coalesced in the air. With a graceful wave of her tiny paw, whoosh, 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 the ice needles rained down like a deluge, each striking precisely at the eyes and nostrils of the magical beasts, causing an uproar among the wild boar herd as they collided chaotically. The fire wolves frantically clawed at their faces, lava-like blood gushing from their nostrils. Most impressively, the little one suddenly mimicked Esdeath's classic move, executing a swift and decisive turn, her small face displaying a mix of mockery and disdain. However, through Qin Ge's lens, all that could be seen was a snowball-sized Xue Lingling earnestly attempting to maintain a serious expression. Her round body, having turned too quickly, stumbled slightly, awkwardly striking a fierce pose, a tuft of fluff atop her head standing defiantly. Ah, this is too much. Qin Ge clutched his chest with one hand, overwhelmed by the adorableness. Just as Shui Lingling prepared to press her advantage, she suddenly stumbled and fell onto the back of an ice boar, her small frame swaying unsteadily. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. It was evident that she was suffering from spiritual energy exhaustion due to the consecutive use of skills. Her spiritual energy is overexerted. Qin Ge's heart tightened just as he was about to step forward. Lu Daong, however, had already acted first. His eyes flickered, and the infernal shadow demon understood, transforming into a shadow that traversed the battlefield. Swiftly and decisively, it harvested the moonlight's spiritual fruit. As the infernal shadow demon delivered the spiritual fruit to Shui Lingling, Lu Daong's gaze swept over Su Hongyu and Wu Yuanfeng. Both maintained their composure, their eyes reflecting awe and envy, yet devoid of any hint of greed. Crack, crack. Shui Lingling happily gnawed on the moonlight's spiritual fruit, the fruit's flesh glistening and emitting a lunar glow, though Qin Ge did not taste it. Seeing the little one squint her eyes and swiftly devour one confirmed the fruit's exquisite flavor. After consuming the spiritual fruit, Shui Lingling's condition visibly improved. However, by this time, the number of magical beasts on the battlefield had dwindled significantly. In a display of high emotional intelligence, Qin Ge decided to grant his good brothers Meng Angjun and the crimson-blooded leopard cat an opportunity to shine. In stark contrast, the low emotional truth was that he was simply concerned for his little girl and wanted her to rest a while longer. Ajun, the remainder is up to you. Qin Ge waved to Meng Angjun perched in the tree. All right, brother leopard, let's go. The crimson-blood leopard cat, upon hearing the command, instantly transformed into a streak of red lightning, lunging toward the remaining fire wolves. The already mastered, armored claw emitted a high-frequency tremor, carving out a dazzling yet sanguinary trajectory. Su Hongyu and Wu Yuanfeng retreated to the sidelines, with the former even taking the initiative to direct the Huijing horse to assist in eliminating any remaining foes. The dynamics of the battlefield had become glaringly clear. In the face of overwhelming might, any schemes and deceptions were rendered trivial. Indeed, the Wolf King, who had been pondering an escape, along with the Pig King, was abruptly pierced through the heart by a shadowy claw from the underworld fire phantom. Lava Fire Wolf King, am I to exit the stage just like this? At least let me have a more dramatic exit. As the battlefield settled, the entire secret realm suddenly quaked violently. The purple canopy shattered like glass, revealing the long-lost azure sky. Floating silver motes and luminescent blue moss began to rapidly condense, transforming into a visible vortex. Ultimately, they coalesced into a resplendent diamond-shaped crystal at the center of the battlefield. Core of the secret realm. The crystal hovered in midair, seemingly encapsulating an entire starry sea. With each pulse of light, the surrounding space twisted slightly. At that moment, Qin Ge gazed intently at the suspended core of the secret realm, a glimmer of contemplation shimmering in his eyes. Could this object be refined into something akin to a spatial ring? Lu Daong chuckled lightly in response, explaining, this notion has been attempted by others before. Unfortunately, given the current levels of spatial technology across nations, such an ambition remains unachievable. At this stage, humanity can only rely on the powers of spatial spirit beasts to integrate fragments of the secret realm core into everyday items, such as expanded backpacks, tactical pockets, or the spatial extensions of significant structures. After delivering this information, Lu Daong turned his gaze towards Wu Yuanfeng, addressing him as Mr. Wu from the Jinma group. As a reliable aide to Li Jinggang, he typically manages a myriad of responsibilities and is quite familiar with the prominent beast tamers in the Jinling region. Skipping the friendly negotiations, the final allocation was settled as follows. Qin Ge, 4 pieces, including the one consumed by Shui Lingling. Meng Angjun, 2 pieces. Su Hongyu, 2 pieces. Lu Daong and Wu Yuanfeng. Their overwhelming strength rendered the enhancement from the spirit fruits negligible. The secret realm core, due to its function of accelerating plant growth, belongs to the military. In exchange, the Jinma group secured priority for steel orders from the military district. Lu Xinbei, brother Qin, Su Hongyu sincerely pushed over 2 spirit fruits. We truly have not contributed much. Please accept these 2. Lu Daong raised his hand to halt him. Young Master Su, you are too courteous. The beasts you eradicated at another entrance to the secret realm have alleviated considerable pressure for us. He shot a meaningful glance at Qin Ge, adding that Qin might one day contract a mechanical attribute spirit beast, and at that time, he might require guidance from Su's elders. Although Lu Daong's words were laced with uncertainty, there was an inexplicable conviction in his tone that Qin Ge would inevitably contract a mechanical spirit beast in the future. Although Qin Ge was baffled, he grasped Lu Daong's intent. This was his way of helping him forge connections. He smiled and responded, Brother Su, please accept them as payment for my daughter's horse riding expenses. The group turned to observe not far away, where Shui Lingling was joyfully riding on Su Hongyu's armored steed, her hair bobbing merrily with the pony's movements as she occasionally chirped commands to make it turn. Seeing this, Su Hongyu no longer declined. Very well. Should there be anything I can assist with in the future, Brother Qin and Brother Meng, do not hesitate to ask. The conversation then shifted. Wu Yuanfeng gazed at Shui Lingling, unable to suppress his admiration. Brother Qin, you have truly cultivated Shui Lingling remarkably. At this rate of growth, within 5 years, China will surely gain a legendary beast tamer. Note, in this world, the ranks of beast tamers are categorized from 0 to 10, with the 7th rank being king, the 8th master, the 9th legendary, and the 10th being the mythic level. Wu Xinbei, you flatter me, Qin Ge humbly replied. At that moment, Meng Angjun suddenly murmured, this script is off, isn't it? Observing the puzzled expressions around him, he earnestly analyzed, according to the typical novel plotline. Shouldn't he, the protagonist, finish the secret realm only to have a wealthy heir emerge to seize the spoils? If it were more ruthless, they would directly propose buying Shui Lingling, attempting to snatch her away and thereby create animosity with the protagonist. After speaking, he sighed in disappointment. Yet, judging by the current development, it seems I am not the protagonist in this brotherly dream of easy victory. It's gone. Qin Ge, Wu Yuanfeng, Lu Daong. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Su Hongyu helplessly rubbed his forehead. We have money, but we are not foolish. Who in their right mind would provoke a beast tamer capable of contracting natural attribute spirit beasts? Chapter 29, Breakthrough. New talent effect. The moment they exited the secret realm, Qin Ge felt his spiritual energy surge within him like a torrential flood or boiling water, tumultuously swirling. Fortunately, he had chosen a different exit this time. He grasped a nearby tree trunk to prevent himself from tumbling to the ground. Hiss! Su Hongyu gasped, a faint azure aura enveloping him, clearly also enduring the impact of spiritual energy. Holy moly! Is this going to ignite spontaneously? Meng Angjun rolled on the ground, his body emitting white smoke. As the three exhibited such a somewhat disheveled demeanor, Lu Daong and Wu Yuanfeng were, however, already prepared for this. For this was the bounty of the secret realm. Much like a game where completing a dungeon tallies rewards, exiting the secret realm also grants an indeterminate amount of spiritual energy based on the number of beasts eliminated. Although this secret realm was small, the spiritual energy bestowed was not easily bearable for 3 young men who were not yet at the 1st rank. Their bodies would inevitably require an adaptation period, especially for Qin Ge, as the number of spirit beasts cleared by Shui Lingling was substantial. His individual contribution among the 3 was the highest. Naturally, the amount of spiritual energy he received was also the greatest. After the other 2 and their beasts returned to normalcy, Qin Ge still felt his meridians ablaze, the beast taming space trembling violently. With a soft pop, some form of restraint was shattered. Simultaneously, Shui Lingling radiated a brilliant ice blue light, countless snowflakes materializing out of thin air. The nearby armored steed was affected by the chill, its gears creaking as they froze. Armored steed. This is intentional. It must be intentional. This little one wants me to become its ice mount. A double blessing indeed. Su Hongyu enviously observed this scene. Qin Ge had broken through to the 1st rank, while Shui Lingling advanced to the 2nd. However, Wu Yuanfeng's brow furrowed, a hint of perplexity flashing in his eyes. This doesn't seem right. The Wolf King and Pig King were both slain by Mr. Liu. How could such a significant enhancement come solely from clearing ordinary beasts? He caught a glimpse of Lu Daong's calm demeanor and suddenly realized. This must be Qin Ge's talent effect. As the spiritual energy within him gradually stabilized, Qin Ge finally found a moment of tranquility to examine the fluctuations arising from his beast taming talent, the Be My Son effect. Effect 2. Gift of Filial Piety. Rewards from the secret realm are doubled. New effect activated. Effect 4. Wake Up Curse. Shouting what time is it? Get up already. Can instantly remove all negative states from the contracted spirit beasts and grant them a brief state of invincibility. There is also a certain probability of triggering a state of morning grumpiness. Critical hits guaranteed. No further explanation needed. After the battle concludes, the spirit beasts will enter a temporary early 8 beast state. Early 8 beast state. Slow movement, reduced skill power, and a chance of error when casting skills. In that moment, his previously calming body seemed poised to erupt once more. The doubling of rewards from the secret realm. Instant purification and invincibility. Goodness, the strategic value of this was off the charts. The former was self-explanatory, while the latter could render certain spirit beasts, reliant on control chains in combat, utterly unrecognizable. The increased probability of morning grumpiness was nothing short of extraordinary. Critical hits of 9,999 damage per strike. How impressive. The only consequence to bear was the spirit beasts entering the early 8-beast state. As for whether shouting "what time is it? Get up already" would be embarrassing, such trivialities were beneath him. As someone who could boldly proclaim himself a waste of space, why would he concern himself with such inconsequential shame? After victory, a great scholar would surely defend his honor. Once the 5 parted ways, the off-road vehicle bumped along the rugged mountain road, the tires crackling over the scattered stones. In the back seat, Qin Ge was about to pull out his phone to show Shui Lingling the battle footage when he caught sight of the date displayed on the screen, August 5th. He raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the temporal disparity within this secret realm, realizing how vastly different it was from the outside world. Lu Daong, who was driving, remarked, "That's quite normal. In some special secret realms, a single night's sleep could equate to 3 years passing outside." "Oh no." Meng Yangjun suddenly glanced at his phone and wailed, "There's only 15 days left until the Qianlong Cup. At the current level of Brother Bao, making it into the top 16 seemed improbable." "Be more confident," Lu Daong said, glancing at the dejected Meng Yangjun through the rearview mirror. "You are already remarkably outstanding among your peers." This statement was far from mere flattery. The earlier incident with those students who fled in terror from the lava fire wolf illustrated this well. Nearly 98 of novice beast tamers worldwide could only run away when faced with the lava fire wolf. In contrast, Meng Yingjuan's crimson blood leopard cat, utilizing the rending claw skill, was capable of posing a threat to the lava fire wolf. This alone proved that Meng Yingjuan's strength had long surpassed that of most of his contemporaries. Meng Yingjuan's anxiety stemmed from an unconscious tendency to compare himself to Qin Ge. It was akin to an ordinary scholar attempting to compete with a Nobel laureate, a source of self-induced distress. Although Meng Yangjun was unaware of this, he had endured profound hardships and thus found little that could leave a lasting impact on him. Soon, he shrugged it off. "Forget it, I won't overthink it. I'll just do my utmost. If all else fails, I'll let Qin Ge take me along to the championship." Qin Ge, who had been admiring Shui Lingling's bashful demeanor after watching the video, immediately retorted, "Why do you assume I can definitely win the championship?" Meng Yangjun pointed at Shui Lingling. "Who among our peers could possibly defeat this little prodigy? And then there's your belt. With a mere flick, who could contend with you?" Moreover, Lu Daong added with a knowing smile, "Once you become a first-tier beast tamer, you can consider contracting a second spirit beast. With the physical strength of a first-tier beast tamer, the intensity of the supportive spirit energy you can withstand will also increase, allowing you to contract spirit beasts of up to level 9 in the second tier. 2 second-tier spirit beasts would be nearly invincible among your peers." Meng Yingjuan's eyes lit up. "Qin Ge, do you have a target for your second spirit beast?" He was aware that Qin Ge had cultivated favorable relationships with many spirit beasts in the 11th secret realm. If he wished to contract one, it might not even require the battles that other beast tamers faced. The image of the thunderclap tiger suddenly flashed in Qin Ge's mind. That proud creature, yet remarkably diligent, never gave up despite its scars. Perhaps it would be the best choice. Qin Ge murmured. Shui Lingling comprehended the conversation among the three. At that moment, she harbored a singular thought. Cheap. Yay, I can ride the little brain axe now. Chapter 30, A Fateful Reunion. The Thunder's Response. At the entrance of the 11th secret realm, Jinling Military District, the beast hunting assessment for the new recruits had come to a complete conclusion. The final batch of outstanding performers stood in neat rows, awaiting their post-assessment rewards, the opportunity to contract their desired spirit beasts. The sun blazed upon their camouflage uniforms, yet it could not extinguish the anticipation gleaming in the eyes of the young warriors. "I want to contract the Flame Lion. How majestic. I personally prefer the Ice Fist Bear. It's both tough and powerful." "Speaking of the Ice Fist Bear, have you heard about the anomalous Thunderclap Tiger? I heard it fought against 12 Ice Fist Bears and won." Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. "Hey, you don't actually intend to contract it, do you?" "I wish I could, but it may not even deem me worthy." "Forget about us. Last week our squad leader was knocked off his feet by a single swipe. I heard from someone up front that it currently just lies around, looking like a depressed individual." "All right, everyone quiet down." The arrival of Chun Lei silenced the crowd immediately. He understood the excitement coursing through them, but chose not to elaborate further. "Remember, here, it is the spirit beasts that choose you, not the other way around. Now, enter in order according to your numbers." The Ice Fist Bear territory was abnormally silent. A few new recruits hoping to contract an Ice Fist Bear cast puzzled glances at the empty snowy expanse. In days past, this place was always bustling with playful bear cubs. Now, only a solitary, battle-scarred thunderclap tiger lay in the center, its fur glistening in the evening sun. It raised its head, scanning the crowd with its piercing gaze, shifting from hope to disappointment, and finally settling into indifference. In the blizzard, the thunderclap tiger faced 12 Ice Fist Bears alone. It achieved the goal it had set for itself, gaining new skills through combat with the 12 Ice Fist Bears. In fact, it even exceeded expectations. That day, 5 Ice Fist Bears lay defeated, while 7 fled in disarray. In that moment, it felt exhilarated and joyous. Yet, after the thrill faded, the Thunderclap Tiger was engulfed by confusion. It seemed to have lost its sense of purpose. The Ice Fist Bears no longer dared to challenge it as they once did. It yearned to share its triumph with other Thunderclap Tigers, but found that they did not understand its plight. It wished to convey its experiences to humans, but all it encountered was shock. It longed for the one who could truly comprehend its joy, yet discovered that none of these humans were the ones it awaited. They were not him. As dusk descended, the secret realm returned to its tranquil state. The Thunderclap Tiger mechanically licked its wounds. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted into its nostrils. Its ears perked up, and its fur bristled with anticipation. The fragrance grew increasingly nearer, the aroma it had long awaited. When Qin Ge's silhouette emerged at the edge of the snowfield, the Thunderclap Tiger could not contain its tears. It yearned to rise majestically but found its limbs weak with excitement. Ultimately, it let out a high-pitched whimper. Ow! He has arrived. Ever since this bipedal creature named Qin Ge appeared, the Thunderclap Tiger's heart began to race, its gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Chirp! Snowling peeked curiously from Qin Ge's shoulder, observing the large cat that was both crying and laughing. Qin Ge stood transfixed, locked in a silent gaze with the Thunderclap Tiger. What was this feeling? It was as if some resonance beyond language trembled within their very blood. I kept you waiting. Qin Ge's voice quavered slightly. He had never imagined that a spirit beast would exhibit such fervent emotions at his arrival. The Thunderclap Tiger stumbled forward, suddenly halting 3 meters away, its myriad of scars glaring in the setting sun. Your wounds. Ow! The Thunderclap Tiger growled lowly, turning its head up, taking a few steps before stopping again. Qin Ge promptly understood and followed closely behind with Snowling. The Thunderclap Tiger would walk a few steps before glancing back to ensure they were keeping up. When the trio arrived at the new stronghold of the Ice Fist Bear cubs, roar! The Thunderclap Tiger suddenly let out a long howl that reverberated through the forest. The Ice Fist Bears turned in confusion, only to catch sight of a familiar beastly figure. Instantly, the cubs were thrown into disarray, frantically attempting to escape. In that moment, Qin Ge felt an understanding dawning upon him. He beheld the Thunderclap Tiger, its body enveloped in crackling electricity, the scars illuminated by the lightning like radiant metals. In a flash, it appeared 10 meters away, leaving behind only a trail of electric afterimages. Then, with its claws entwined in spiraling lightning, it struck the icy surface with tremendous force. Crack! A hole the size of a tiger's paw opened precisely in the ice. So it had been there that day? It had learned this technique, the Thunder Shadow Instant Step, by emulating the scarlet blood leopard cat, the spiraling lightning fist of the Thunderclap Tiger. The Thunderclap Tiger raised its head, its eyes glimmering with expectation. 1v12. Triumphing over the Ice Fist Bears, mastering the Thunder Shadow Instant Step. Through countless efforts, it had grasped the technique that caused the very lightning to spiral. Your performance exceeded all expectations. You are the finest Thunderclap Tiger I have ever seen. Chirp. Impressive. Snowling leaped and spun in delight. At this moment, amidst the heartfelt joy and praise from Qin Ge and Snowling, the Thunderclap Tiger suddenly froze in place. All those solitary nights of training, the searing pain from the backlash of lightning, the self-doubt during moments of failure, the loneliness of gazing at the starry sky, all of it suddenly found meaning. Qin Ge knelt on one knee, meeting the Thunderclap Tiger's eyes. Will you become my partner? As Qin Ge uttered these words, the Thunderclap Tiger's pupils quivered. Then, it proudly raised its head and turned to walk away, though its pace was slow, as if counting ants. Snowling had already jumped down, mimicking the Thunderclap Tiger's steps, intentionally turning her straight walk into a clumsy waddle. Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Indeed, this was the epitome of a proud tiger's demeanor. Yet, he would not fall into the misstep of assuming it would look back, nor would he presume it would turn back to him. Shaking his head with a laugh, Qin Ge called out, "Be my son." Boom. The aura of the pact surged into the sky. A pair of starry-eyed tiger orbs appeared. In that moment, the Thunderclap Tiger let out a resounding howl, gathering the storm clouds. Amidst the blinding lightning, a tiger-shaped pattern emerged on Qin Ge's right arm. Spirit Beast, Thunderclap Tiger. Talent, 3000 thunder movements, an enhancement. Basic trait, body enveloped in electrical currents, enhancing all speeds. Level, First Order 9th rank. Attributes, Thunder, Fighting. Exclusive skill, 10,000 Thunder Tiger Hunt. 1. Detonate all body lightning, forming a colossal tiger-shaped thunderstrike across the battlefield. 2. Envelop oneself in the illusion of a lightning giant tiger, transforming into lightning during movement, triggering a series of thunder blasts upon pouncing. Current level sustains for 2 seconds. Skills: Electric Shock, Thunder Claw, Charge, Thunder Roar, Thunder Shadow, Instant Step, Spiraling Thunder Fist. Chapter 31. Bloodline Resonance Hidden Effect Activated. Familial Bond. As night fell like ink, the military dormitory buzzed with life. Chirp. Tiger Ride. Snowling performed a nimble flip, targeting the top of the Thunderclap Tiger's head. The Thunderclap Tiger immediately bristled, golden lightning coursing through its fur as it sidestepped with agility. Ow! Not a chance. The little fluffball landed with a thud on the pillow, pouting in indignation. The Thunderclap Tiger, proudly flicking its tail, failed to notice the crystalline ice forming behind it. Whoosh! An ice slide appeared out of thin air, and Snowling took advantage of the momentum to slide onto the tiger's back. Chirp! Capture successful. The Thunderclap Tiger froze like a statue, its eyes wide with shock. Ahem. Qin Ge attempted to maintain a stern demeanor. Little Snow, we cannot bully your brother. Snowling tilted her head in contemplation. Suddenly, she dove into her backpack and pulled out a moonlight spirit fruit. This little creature remembered the conversation between Qin Ge and Su Hongyu. The spirit fruit was a coveted item for mounts. The Thunderclap Tiger recognized its value immediately. Its ears perked up, and its tail began to wag involuntarily. Then, feigning reluctance, it lowered its head to grasp the fruit, tacitly allowing the little imp on its back. Qin Ge watched this scene, unable to suppress his laughter. We need to give you a name. We can't just keep calling you Thunderclap Tiger. Snowling immediately raised her paw. Qin Ge? This was the powerful name she had noted while scrolling through Douyin on the way back. The Thunderclap Tiger's whiskers twitched violently. Although it did not understand the meaning of the name, it had an instinctive feeling of being insulted. Disdainful, it thought, why not call it the world-destroying Thunder King instead? Laughter erupted from the doorway as Meng Ingjun chimed in. Old Qin, your naming skills are as rustic and lively as my grandma's pickled cabbage. You might as well call it Meow Outyin. How majestic. Umph, as if your skills are any better, Qin Ge retorted. Ultimately, after a heated debate, the name for the Thunderclap Tiger was settled upon. Qin Ge. Spring Thunder Awakens 100 Insects, a name both fitting and imbued with the might of thunder. As night enveloped the world, Qin Ge assembled the small bed he had acquired from logistics. Qin Ge, you can sleep here tonight. Although his room was labeled a dormitory, its actual size was quite spacious. The addition of a small bed, similar in size to a sofa bed, still left ample room. On the small bed, the Thunderclap Tiger tentatively pressed its paw against the soft cushion. Qin Ge affectionately ruffled its fluffy head. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, during the day, I will introduce you to that formidable teacher. Owl. The Thunderclap Tiger nodded vigorously, listening to Dad. However, within its gaze lay a profound sense of anticipation. This was because Qin Ge had previously shared with it the fundamental details about that esteemed instructor, the sovereign of the wild, a constant T0, the master of rhythm. Indeed, it was the illustrious Fei Qinhu, the Tiger Fist of 6 harmonies. The choice to appoint Fei Qinhu as the inaugural mentor for Thunderclap Tiger was not without reason. Firstly, Thunderclap Tiger and Snow Spirit fundamentally differ. Prior to training, Snow Spirit was akin to a blank canvas, possessing remarkable malleability. In contrast, Thunderclap Tiger, due to its distinct personality, had undergone extensive self-training for a considerable duration. This wild growth pattern, while cultivating its formidable combat instincts, also risked instilling certain detrimental habits. Incorrect exertion techniques formed without systematic guidance, and latent injuries accrued from prolonged overtraining. As a master of combat, Fei Qinhu was aptly positioned to assist in rectifying these issues while simultaneously laying a solid foundation. More importantly, training under Fei Qinhu might also grant it the ability to seamlessly transition between its tiger form and human form. This would undoubtedly facilitate Thunderclap Tiger's future endeavors in mastering more intricate martial arts. After all, it possessed a significant talent in the realm of martial arts. Harnessing its advantages was the undeniable truth. In the dead of night, Qin Ge's breathing gradually steadied. Thunderclap Tiger lay quietly on its designated bed, its tiger eyes shimmering brightly in the darkness. Its ears twitched in response to the chirping of insects outside, yet it never closed its eyes. The night breeze gently caressed, and Thunderclap Tiger turned to gaze at the starry sky beyond the window. Those twinkling stars had unknowingly arranged themselves into familiar patterns. A few of the brightest stars outlined the contours of Qin Ge's brow and eyes. Perhaps initially, it harbored a desire to grow stronger and to follow this human beast master. However, the sight of Qin Ge's battered form yesterday, the brilliance of his eyes, brighter than the stars, upon realizing the fruits of its labor, stirred something deep within. As Qin Ge unconsciously turned in his sleep, inadvertently pushing the blanket to the foot of the bed, Thunderclap Tiger hesitated for a moment before gently picking up the small blanket and clumsily draping it over Qin Ge. It's not that I'm concerned for this weak beast master. I merely fear catching a cold from him. Yes, that's precisely it. If he catches a cold, he won't be able to train. Under normal circumstances, Thunderclap Tiger might heed Qin Ge's advice to rest well tonight and resume training tomorrow. Yet where were they? The military district. The soundproof glass of the dormitory could muffle human ears, but it could not shield against the tiger's hearing, which was 6 times more acute than that of a human. The distant whistle from the training ground pierced through the night. All personnel, 50 kilograms of weight, 10 kilometers cross-country. Thunderclap Tiger nimbly leaped onto the windowsill, peering through the glass to observe the training ground. Numerous beast masters, accompanied by their respective spirit beasts, were running under the moonlight. Its pupils constricted slightly. This scene reminded it of its own self-training beneath the Thunderstrike tree. Countless nights were spent secretly practicing while other spirit beasts rested. Back then, it firmly believed that if it trained just a quarter of an hour more than the others, it would prevail. However, after defeating 12 ice fist bears, that fervor had gradually waned. Now, Thunderclap Tiger glanced at the peacefully sleeping Qin Ge and then out the window. The silhouettes of spirit beasts in motion were vividly visible. Beast Master Qin Ge treated it well, even bringing a comfortable little bed for its rest. It should obey him. Yet, it recalled the moment it had seen Shan lay crying during midnight training, lamenting his strength, unable to protect those he held dear. Thunderclap Tiger cast one last glance at Qin Ge and gently nudged his fingertip with its nose. A delicate arc of electricity blossomed at the point of contact, tender as dandelion fluff. Then, with a silent push, it opened the window and leaped into the night. Upon reaching the training ground, the instructor leading the night training suddenly halted. Attention all. 3 o'clock direction. The soldiers turned in unison, their gazes fixed on a figure racing around the field at astonishing speed under the moonlight. With each leap, sparks of electricity erupted from its fur, tracing brilliant arcs in the night. Was that the anomalous Thunderclap Tiger? How did it escape the secret realm? Had it been contracted by someone? Could anyone truly meet its discerning gaze? A sudden realization struck. I think I know who it's been contracted to. Look closely at its back. ISNT, there's something writing on it. Upon closer inspection, they noticed Snow Spirit had somehow followed along, tightly gripping Thunderclap Tiger's mane. Her flushed face beaming with excitement as she chirped joyfully. A smile broke across the instructor's face. Did you see that? This Thunderclap Tiger's achievements, including the footage of Snow Spirit in the secret realm, must have been viewed by you all. Even beasts with greater talent than you are still striving. What right do you have to claim exhaustion? All personnel, 5 sets of shuttle runs, additional training. Thunderclap Tiger feigned ignorance to the astonished gazes and began its own circuitous run. Yet, when did this little one climb aboard? It instinctively adjusted its running rhythm, striving to find a balance that allowed Snow Spirit to maintain her seat while not compromising its explosive power. Its tail curled defensively, the electricity controlling its fur to form a cushion layer. Chirp! Faster! Snow Spirit suddenly released one paw and pointed toward a distant platform. Fool! If you fall, that weak beast master will nag us to no end. Yet, despite her words, her limbs were already honestly gathering strength. As it leaped onto the 3-meter-high obstacle, jubilant cheers erupted from its back. The night breeze, entwined with fine snow, brushed past its ears, and Thunderclap Tiger suddenly felt a warmth radiating from its chest. This feeling isn't half bad. It's not like I enjoy carrying you. It accelerated while internally affirming. I merely need to practice weighted running. Bloodline resonance enhancement effect. Thunderbone body refinement, granting greater physical strength. Enhanced attack speed, each strike accompanied by a chain lightning attack. Bloodline resonance hidden effect activated. Family bond. Snow Spirit and Thunderclap Tiger's skills can achieve 100 perfect fusion. Chapter 32, 3rd class merit. Night training exemplary. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dormitory as Qin Ge rubbed his eyes and sat up. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 6:15. Yet, the room was eerily quiet. There were no signs of Snow Spirit's usual antics of jumping onto his face, nor could he hear the faint electrical sounds emanating from Thunderclap Tiger. Where had these 2 rascals gone? Qin Ge slipped on his shoes, grasped his jacket, and dashed downstairs, relying on his connection with his spirit beasts. Upon reaching the training ground, he was met with a shocking sight. The entire track was littered with countless paw prints of a tiger. A light touch revealed residual electric energy, sending tingles through his fingertips. And at the edge of the training ground, in the sandpit, the Thunderclaw Tiger lay sprawled upon a mound of sand, its belly rising and falling with each breath. Nestled between its forepaws was the delicate and fluffy Lingling, wrapped tightly like a small dumpling. Even more astonishing was the surrounding expanse of sand, which exhibited an inexplicable crystalline formation, shimmering with fragmented bolts of lightning under the sun's rays. For a moment, Qin Ge was rendered speechless. At that instant, the Thunderclaw tiger's ears twitched, and it groggily opened its eyes, meeting Qin Ge's complex gaze. Startled, it jumped up as if jolted by electricity, inadvertently tossing Shui Lingling into the sand pile. The little creature emerged, dazed, shaking off a golden layer of sand from its head and tilting it to one side. Cheap? Qin Ge crouched down, gently caressing the cracks in the Thunderclaw tiger's forepaw. There, fresh tender flesh was visible, a clear sign of self-healing from a tear sustained during the previous night's rigorous training. Jingzhe, how late did you train last night? Qin Ge's voice was soft, yet tinged with undeniable concern. He understood better than anyone that the Thunderclaw tiger's relentless practice, even pushing its limits, was perhaps all for him. Otherwise, the resonance of their bloodlines could not have been triggered in such a short span of time. Contemplating this, Qin Ge's fingertips tightened slightly. Spirit beasts can sometimes be heartbreakingly foolish. They never weigh the pros and cons, nor do they bargain. Once they commit to a matter or a person, they will stubbornly and selflessly give everything, even at the cost of their own well-being. The Thunderclaw tiger turned its head away, feigning interest in licking its paw, but the frizzled fur around its neck betrayed its tension, as uncontrolled currents of electricity danced across its coat. Cheap. Suddenly, Shui Lingling leaped between them, pressing her small paw against Qin Ge's forehead. Look, Dad. The images transmitted through their mental link caused Qin Ge to catch his breath. Under the moonlight, Jingzhe repeatedly slammed against an iron stake, bolts of electricity erupting in crimson bursts upon its body. Among these were exchanges between Shui Lingling and the Thunderclaw tiger. I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect this warmth. Later, when Shui Lingling departed, an even more heart-wrenching scene unfolded. The Thunderclaw tiger's hind legs trembled as it stood upright, stumbling like a human learning to walk. Prolonged use of such an unnatural posture caused its knee joints to emit distressing sounds, yet it stubbornly imitated the form of the Fei Qinhu tiger that Qin Ge had described. Roar! The Thunderclaw tiger's fur bristled wildly, resembling a dandelion that had been stepped on. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, it turned to leave, only to be tugged at by Shui Lingling, who had unexpectedly jumped onto its back, pulling at its left ear. Cheap. The cafeteria is this way, silly. A smile involuntarily crept across Qin Ge's face as he followed the two spirit beasts towards the cafeteria. Along the way, he examined the newly activated data panel for the Thunderclaw tiger following the resonance of their bloodlines. Not only had its 3,000 thunder talent gained the effects of Thunderbone body refinement and lightning chain with each attack, but it had also directly comprehended the lightning chain skill, reaching the second tier. However, the most astonishing revelation was the brand new familial bond. Shui Lingling and Thunderclaw tiger's skills can achieve a perfect 100 fusion. The implications of this were monumental. Simply put, this was akin to a martial soul fusion technique. When did you two become so close? Qin Ge affectionately ruffled the Thunderclaw tiger's head, feeling a slight tingle of electricity at his fingertips. Cheap. Shui Lingling suddenly nuzzled the tiger's face affectionately. The thoughts transmitted through their mental connection nearly made Qin Ge burst into laughter. Gong Million is the best mount. In an instant, the Thunderclaw tiger leaped up as if shocked. Who gave you permission to come up with nicknames? It charged forward a few steps, then awkwardly slowed down, the tip of its tail curling into a question mark shape. In this world centered around beast taming, small spirit beasts were permitted to accompany their masters into the cafeteria for meals. This was not merely for convenience. Mealtime was also regarded as a golden opportunity for beast tamers and their spirit beasts to cultivate rapport. Bonds that were difficult to establish on the training grounds often formed naturally during shared meals. Thus, even in a strictly disciplined military, soldiers were allowed to freely communicate with their spirit beasts during dining. As they stepped into the cafeteria, a cacophony of discussions enveloped them. Have you heard? That unusual colored Thunderclaw tiger was contracted last night. Is that true? I heard our squad leader say that thing wouldn't even look at a 5th-tier beast tamer. Absolutely true. I saw it training with Shui Lingling last night with my own eyes. Does this mean it was contracted by that young man named Qin Ge? Yeah. He must possess some special charm. Otherwise, 2 spirit beasts wouldn't pay him such heed. Speaking of which, I owe them my gratitude. The chatter abruptly ceased. The entire cafeteria fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the soldiers turned in unison, their gazes fixated on Qin Ge. Qin Ge and Shui Lingling were somewhat accustomed to such attention. Shui Lingling skillfully climbed onto Qin Ge's shoulder, waving her small paw. Cheap. Good morning, everyone. However, the Thunderclaw tiger's tail instantly stiffened, instinctively moving closer to Qin Ge's leg. Its sharp claws left shallow scratches on the floor. What is with these humans' gazes? Could it be that my training last night was too impressive? Qin Ge crouched down, smoothing the fur around the Thunderclaw tiger's neck. Relax. Everyone just adores you. All right. Our night training exemplar is a bit shy. Let's give it some time to adjust. The voice of the instructor from last night rang out just in time, prompting the crowd to shift their focus. Yet, a few soldiers continued to cast lingering glances at Qin Ge and the Thunderclaw tiger, their expressions filled with sincere admiration and gratitude. For sometimes, effort can be infectious. In this period, following the completion of the beast slaying assessment for the new recruits, many soldiers and their spirit beasts felt a twinge of discomfort due to not achieving their desired results. Some even entertained the thought of giving up. However, the Thunderclaw tiger's frenzied training last night, coupled with the visible improvement in its strength this morning, undoubtedly set a precedent for other spirit beasts. Consequently, during mealtime, the head chef generously added 3 large premium steaks to the Thunderclaw tiger's food bowl, a special meal for our night training exemplar. Furthermore, on the way to the first secret realm after lunch, various signs along the route displayed the Thunderclaw tiger's majestic photo, emblazoned with phrases like third-class merit and night training exemplar. The Thunderclaw tiger's pupils dilated slightly, its ears twitching involuntarily. Upon noticing someone looking its way, it immediately lifted its head, feigning great interest in the bushes by the roadside. Yet, the slightly swaying tip of its tail betrayed its cheerful mood. "Umph, I suppose you do have good taste." Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle its fluffy head. "Come on, we have new training awaiting us today." Chapter 33, an unexpected surprise brought by teacher Fei Qinhu Tiger. In the first realm, the passage of time flows at a markedly different rate compared to the outside world. As Qin Ge retrieved the specially formulated protein powder he had collected from the supply depot the previous night, intending to use it as a summoning token to invoke his second innate ability, the morning light broke through the clouds, casting a radiant golden hue across the entire training ground. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the valley, a statuesque figure materialized in the training ground outside the ice valley. Fei Qinhu stood with arms crossed, his bronze skin adorned with lifelike tiger tattoos, while the ground beneath him bore the faint imprints of tiger claws formed by surging energy. Curiously tilting her head, Shui Lingling observed the newcomer with intrigue. Meanwhile, the thunderclap tiger's fur bristled, golden currents of electricity crackling chaotically across its body. This in truth, it can transform from a tiger into a biped. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback, almost dropping the protein powder bag designated for replenishing energy. At the instant Fei Qinhu locked eyes with the thunderclap tiger, he erupted into a dazzling display of lightning. To Qin Ge's astonishment, he donned a skin that resembled an avatar from a renowned game. Specifically the exclusive Thunderous Fury skin from the international version. Silver-blue armor enveloped his form, with fierce tiger heads on his shoulder pads exuding electric sparks, while his cape billowed majestically without any wind. Most striking were the clawed gauntlets crackling with thunder, each subtle movement generating tiny arcs of electricity. Qin Ge had initially believed that having Fei Qinhu train the thunderclap tiger was merely a foundational exercise. Little did he anticipate that his mentor possessed such a unique form. No wonder Fei Qinhu ranked first on the current list of recommended mentors. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Ge approached and clasped his fists in salute. "Senior Fei, I am grateful for your assistance this time." Fei Qinhu nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the thunderclap tiger. Suddenly, with a flicker, he vanished, and the spectators barely registered the flash of lightning before he reappeared mere inches from the thunderclap tiger's snout. "How intriguing," he remarked, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his voice resonating with a thunderous timbre. He reached out to lightly touch the lightning pattern on the thunderclap tiger's forehead, releasing a cascade of tiny electric sparks from his fingertips. The thunderclap tiger stiffened, yet oddly did not flinch away. Qin Ge noticed a transformation in Fei Qinhu's expression. It was a gaze akin to that of a teacher observing a promising student, imbued with both sternness and admiration. Without warning, Fei Qinhu bent low, his muscles flowing like water as he morphed into a formidable tiger beast. Each bristle of his fur shimmered in the morning light, with tiny bolts of lightning dancing at the tips. Observed closely, Fei Qinhu, now in his tiger form, suddenly rose onto his hind legs, his forepaws tracing an intricate pattern in the air. As the electric energy coalesced to its zenith, he lunged forward with explosive force. Boom! The metallic target 10 meters away shattered upon impact, leaving a clear imprint of a tiger's paw. The thunderclap tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, its ears momentarily forgetting to twitch. Unconsciously, it mimicked the previous action, clumsily waving its forepaws in the air. Wishing to learn, Fei Qinhu, reverting to his human form, grinned, revealing his tiger-like fangs. "First, let me assess your foundation." He pressed his palm against the thunderclap tiger's back, energy coursing through its meridians like a serpent. Qin Ge held his breath, waiting until he saw the instructor's brow relax. "Muscle memory is commendable, but there is an old injury in your left foreleg." Fei Qinhu's fingertips glimmered with golden light. "Bear with me." A howl of pain escaped the thunderclap tiger as a wisp of dark energy was expelled from its joints. Shui Lingling, in a flurry of concern, leapt up, her fur bristling like a little snowball. Just as she was about to intervene, Qin Ge swiftly scooped her up, gently rubbing her icy ears. "Stay calm. This is for the best," he whispered reassuringly, his gaze fixed on the swirling lightning around the thunderclap tiger. He could not explain how he knew, but at the moment Fei Qinhu expelled the dark energy, he distinctly felt a surge of energy from the bond they shared. To his astonishment, the thunderclap tiger, originally at the second tier, had directly ascended to level 2 tier 1. What a windfall! Qin Ge silently celebrated his victory. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he observed as the thunderclap tiger's left foreleg began to undergo subtle transformations. The previously stiff joints appeared to gain newfound agility. Done. Fei Qinhu flicked the dark energy from his hand. The mysterious black mist that settled on the ground began to corrode, leaving behind bubbling pits. He suddenly grasped the thunderclap tiger's head, compelling it to meet his gaze. "Now, I shall teach you your first essential technique." Qin Ge felt a sudden surge of energy as the surrounding lightning elements became animated. Fei Qinhua's voice resonated with an unusual harmony. "Imagine your lightning not as a weapon, but as the very blood coursing through your veins." Crackle! At his command, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Fei Qinhua's palm, which he had pressed against the thunderclap tiger's forepaw. Even more astonishingly, these arcs of electricity formed a complete circulatory system on the thunderclap tiger's surface, each spark flowing precisely along its meridians, visible to both Shui Lingling and Qin Ge. Qin Ge was left utterly awestruck, instinctively reaching for his notebook. But after jotting down a couple of notes, he abandoned the effort, realizing the complexity was beyond comprehension. As the thunderclap tiger returned to its original state, Qin Ge tucked the notebook back into his pocket and turned to Shui Lingling perched on his shoulder. "Little Snow, let us seek out teacher Esdeath for some supplementary lessons." Shui Lingling immediately understood, pointing her tiny paw towards the ice valley. "Chirp. Stay close and diligently learn from teacher Pei," Qin Ge instructed as he approached the thunderclap tiger, crouching down to tidy its somewhat disheveled mane. "I'll be off to the ice valley and bring back some freeze-dried treats for you." As he stood up, he clasped his fists in salute to Fei Qinhu, a paternal smile adorning his face. "Teacher Pei, I leave my little tiger in your capable hands." Chapter 34. Shui Lingling's Training Objective, Freezing Energy. The chilling wind of the ice valley whipped through, carrying with it shards of ice. Despite having trained here for countless hours, a thin layer of frost still clung to Qin Ge's eyelashes, and each blink produced the delicate sound of cracking ice crystals. In contrast, Shui Lingling thrived in this environment, gleefully gliding across the icy surface, leaving behind a trail of sparkling footprints. Qin Ge exhaled a plume of white vapor as he gazed at the long-haired Esdeath, the Empire's most formidable ice queen, who stood with her arms crossed, her military boots tapping rhythmically on the ice, creating a crisp sound. "General Ice Gale?" she quipped, a hint of disdain flickering beneath her silver-blue eyelashes. "Is this truly a technique for dispatching minor foes? Must I teach such basics? This little creature will naturally grasp it when her energy is sufficient." Suddenly, she leaned down, lifting Shui Lingling's chin with her fingertips. As for ice spikes of hell, before she could finish her sentence, the ice beneath them erupted with countless sharp icicles, only to disintegrate into powder instantaneously. Just a trivial display of turning ice into a hedgehog, it lacks substance. Qin Ge silently wiped the ice shards from his face, pondering the unique teaching style of this instructor. Now, as Esdeath straightened, her cape billowed dramatically in the icy wind. "Let us delve into something truly captivating." She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, causing the myriad of snowflakes to suddenly suspend in midair. Even the howling cold wind became a visible stream of icy blue air. Upon closer inspection, the essence of true freezing transcended merely halting objects. Her voice became ethereal, as if emanating from a distant realm. "It is about compelling the very phenomena to submit to your will." Qin Ge's pupils constricted sharply. In his mind, the 5 somewhat peculiar characters of Mahabotemo flashed vividly. Overwhelmed with astonishment and excitement, he beheld the interior of a frozen snowflake, where droplets of water flowed languidly. This was far from an ordinary freeze. It was the very concept of motion itself ensnared within a singular moment. Gasp! Qin Ge involuntarily inhaled sharply. Incredible! Truly remarkable! This was the profound essence of freezing time and space. Training Phase 1. Freeze the flame. Training Objective. To grasp the concept of freezing burning entities, precisely maintaining the equilibrium between ice and fire, rather than mere suppression. Qin Ge scratched his already frosted hair. "Does this mean I must allow the fire to continue burning while simultaneously freezing it? Isn't that a physical paradox? How on earth am I supposed to learn this?" At this moment, he gradually emerged from his shock. The intensity is undoubtedly present. Yet, the difficulty of learning may be even greater than anticipated. Even with the enhancement of dimensional inheritance talents and the resonance of his bloodline, it would still take considerable time to master this. Oh, if only the Frost Lotus were abundant. As long as such treasures that enhance comprehension were sufficient, it would surely have the learning time. Are you prepared? Qin Ge took a deep breath and retrieved a stack of vermilion-drawn flame talismans from his tactical backpack. This was a specialized model for the exploration team. With just a small infusion of spiritual energy, it could burn continuously for 3 hours without extinguishing. The little snow spirit immediately straightened her posture, like a soldier at attention. Even the tuft atop her head stood erect. Chirp, ready at all times. Qin Ge activated the flame talisman, and the orange-red flames leapt forth. The warm glow appeared particularly striking in the icy valley. Remember that feeling from just now? Qin Ge softly reminded, his gaze sweeping over Esdeath, who stood nearby, arms crossed. Observing. It is not about extinguishing the flame, but rather, he pondered his words, as if draping a blanket of ice over the fire. The little snow spirit closed her eyes, her small fists clenched tightly. In her mind's eye, the image of Esdeath freezing the falling snowflakes flashed before her. It was not a mere sealing of ice, but a ruthless severance of the very concept of descent. Chirp! The little one suddenly opened her eyes and thrust her palms forward. Icy blue spiritual energy surged toward the flames, coalescing into a perfect spherical ice shield around the fire. Through the crystalline ice wall, the flickering flames could be seen dancing vigorously. Crack! A white mist suddenly enveloped the interior of the ice, and the flames were extinguished. The little snow spirit's face immediately fell, her ears drooping. It was merely her first attempt. Qin Ge crouched down, gently rubbing her icy little nose with his knuckles. Even Esdeath took 15 to 20 years to master this technique. Time. The cold, icy voice of the Ice Queen resonated from behind. Only the weak count the days to grow stronger. I merely transform my enemies into ice sculptures time and again. On the 17th attempt, the little snow spirit's hands began to tremble slightly. Chirp, still not working. The little one sat dejectedly on the ground, her once fluffy fur now drooping. Just as Qin Ge was about to offer encouragement, chirp, the snow spirit stubbornly shook her head, her small fists clenched tightly. The images of Esdeath's freezing time and space continuously flashed before her eyes. That absolute power to freeze all things with a mere gesture filled her with longing. Qin Ge suddenly paused. He recalled the first time the little one underwent intense training. She had similarly resisted against the blizzard and ice spikes with unwavering determination. I have an idea. A new thought struck Qin Ge. He drew a dagger and sketched a diagram on the icy surface. Look, doesn't this resemble a spider's web? It must ensnare the prey while allowing for. The snow spirit's eyes suddenly lit up. She altered her approach. First constructing a hollow ice crystal cage around the flames, then cautiously filling it with cold air. This time her movements were swift, as if she were sculpting a masterpiece, adjusting the density of her spiritual energy from time to time. When the ice cage became completely airtight, the flames flickered within, refracting countless angles into dazzling specks of light. 1 second, 2 seconds. As she counted to 5 seconds, the flames finally extinguished in reluctant defeat. Success! Qin Ge nearly toppled the stack of talisman paper in his excitement. The most challenging part is the beginning, but now that we have found the appropriate approach, as long as we continue to follow this line of thought and seek that feeling, mastering the technique is merely a matter of time. Esdeath had approached them unawares. The sound of her cloak sweeping across the ice sending a chill down Qin Ge's spine. Not too foolish, after all. She let out a soft hum. Yet the slight upward curve of her lips was keenly observed by Qin Ge. Since this stage of training does not require Esdeath's direct guidance, they merely need the little snow spirit to gradually comprehend it. Qin Ge directly led the little snow spirit to the edge of the icy valley, igniting several flame talismans. The orange-red flames flickered in the frigid wind, yet they burned tenaciously. Little snow, practice on your own first. Find the sensation of freezing energy. He ruffled the little one's head, saying, I will accompany Jingja for a while. Chirp. The snow spirit nodded vigorously, her small paw waving as cold air surged forth, continuing her attempts to freeze the energy of the flame talisman. Chapter 35. The Dragoness Cup approaches. Outside the icy valley, in the training grounds, Thunderclaw Tiger crouched low, its fierce eyes locked onto the agile figure ahead. Fei Qinhu danced lightly across the icy surface. Each step left lotus-shaped cracks upon the mirror-like ice. The essence of subtle force lies in. Fei Qinhu suddenly halted, his right fist drawn to his waist. Beneath his bronze skin, muscles rippled like flowing water, short, swift, and penetrating. The moment the last word escaped his lips, his right fist shot forth like lightning. Before the fist even arrived, The compressed gust of wind had already cracked the ice surface. Roar! Thunderclaw Tiger's hind leg muscles tensed, and with a sharp crack, the ice shattered. It leapt into the air, its front paw enveloped in golden lightning, crashing down fiercely. At the moment of collision between the two forces, the resulting shockwave swept away all the snow within a 5-meter radius. Fei Qinhu remained perfectly still, while Thunderclaw Tiger was pushed back 2 steps, its front paw trembling slightly. The force was commendable, but far too scattered. Power should be like this. Fei Qinhu suddenly scooped up a handful of snow, compacting it into an ice ball in his palm, solid and unyielding. The ice ball shot forth from his fingers, creating a bowl-sized hole in the distant ice rock. Qin Ge leaned against an ice pillar, his pupils narrowing slightly. Although he did not fully comprehend these techniques, the talent of dimensional inheritance had bestowed upon him an impressive ability. He instinctively assumed a fighting stance, his right shoulder slightly sinking, unmistakably echoing the initial move of Fei Qinhu just moments ago. Beast tamers are not merely trainers hiding behind their spirit beasts. If one cannot even ensure their own safety, what is there to discuss about fighting side by side? 2.5 hours later, the training ground's icy surface had undergone a complete transformation. Qin Ge and the Thunderclaw Tiger radiated heat, their blood boiling despite the chilling winds of the ice valley. Fei Qinhu stood in the center of the ruins, arms crossed, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Once more, the Thunderclaw Tiger suddenly leaped into the air, this time not hastily extending its claws, but adjusting its posture mid-flight. Qin Ge simultaneously lowered his stance, his right fist drawn to 3 inches beneath his ribcage. Such a minute adjustment elicited a raised eyebrow from Fei Qinhu. The power surged forth. Fist and claw erupted in unison. Qin Ge's fist compressed the air, creating a vacuum shockwave, while the Thunderclaw Tiger's paw struck summoned arcs of lightning. The two forces converged before Fei Qinhu, merging into a roaring phantom of a mighty tiger. Boom! Amidst the crisp sound of shattering ice crystals, Fei Qinhu was jolted back several meters, carving 2 deep grooves into the ice. He steadied himself and suddenly burst into laughter. Good lad. This cooperative move is quite intriguing. The Thunderclaw Tiger flicked its tail proudly, only to see Qin Ge abruptly kneel on one knee. His overexerted right arm trembled uncontrollably. It hurriedly approached, gently licking the back of its master's reddened hand. I'm fine. Qin Ge rubbed the tiger's head, grinning widely. He glanced at his still-smoking fist. That strike was worth it. Considering it was the Thunderclaw Tiger's first experience with systematic training, Fei Qinhu deliberately controlled the pace of instruction. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. He fondled the Thunderclaw Tiger's head, his fingers gently massaging the area behind its ears. Master the fist technique before anything else. At the edge of the ice valley, Shui Lingling was fully focused on maintaining the flames within the ice net. This meticulous operation drained an immense amount of mental energy. The little creature's nose was already glistening with fine beads of sweat, which crystallized in the low temperature. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Ge observed the 2 wobbling little beings and decisively ended the training. That will be all for today. He bent down to scoop up the nearly eyelid-heavy Shui Lingling. The Thunderclaw Tiger followed closely at his heels, its characteristic lightning dimmed considerably. Upon returning to the dormitory, after giving both little creatures a massage, bathing them, and replenishing their energy, they quickly drifted into a deep slumber. After a night of training, coupled with today's special training, they were sound asleep. Despite having trained for countless hours, Qin Ge felt equally exhausted. Nevertheless, he took a moment to summarize the outcomes of today as special training and plan for the upcoming sessions. Special training outcomes. 1. Beast Tamer Qin Ge. Physical strength has been moderately enhanced, beginning to assimilate the Thunderclaw Tiger's electric energy, leveling up to Stage 1, Level 2. Newly comprehended skill, Fist Technique. Passive in Fei Qinhu's human form. Ranged, condense electric attribute energy and unleash it, allowing multiple uses on the same target, with damage stacking. Melee. Electric attribute energy flows within the body, enabling an explosive punch delivered at extreme speed, capable of bypassing some defenses. 2. Thunderclaw Tiger Jingxia. After recovering from old injuries and receiving professional guidance, it has reached the pinnacle of Stage 2, Level 1. Newly comprehended skills, Electric Thought Energy. Fist Technique. Electric Thought Energy, passive in Fei Qinhu's tiger form, forming a circulatory loop of electric energy within the body. Effect. Increases certain attack power, defense, and speed. 3. Shui Lingling. Due to significant energy consumption and refined use of energy, it has leveled up to Stage 2, Level 1. Although it has not comprehended any skills, it can now freeze basic flames for approximately 15 seconds within 2 seconds. Future plans. Thunderclaw Tiger. After mastering the Fist Technique and Electric Thought Energy, attempt to learn the Tiger Roar and Charge Punch techniques. Fei Qinhua's skill, Charge Punch, is most effective in human form. Shui Lingling, continue training in Flame Freezing, with a goal of extending the duration to 30 seconds. Qin Ge, not quite sure yet. His pen paused on the paper, and Qin Ge found himself lost in thought. The champion's reward for the Qianlong Cup is the Tian Shuang Lotus. With the assistance of this item, Shui Lingling's training progress in the Mahaba Tamer will surely accelerate significantly. After a period of intense training, the goal, the championship. Qin Ge set the notebook down and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep as well. The daily grind of training was undoubtedly monotonous. The icy winds of the valley remained biting. Qin Ge's fists and the Thunderclaw Tiger's claws turned crimson from countless collisions. Yet amidst the tedium, exhilarating surprises lay concealed. Roar. One morning, the Thunderclaw Tiger suddenly let out a skyward roar. The sound reverberated so powerfully that snow cascaded down from the icy valley above. Its claws shimmered with a faint golden glow as it swept forward. Tiger roar. The ice layer was ripped apart, a visible shockwave erupting with a thunderous blast. Fei Qinhu stood by with crossed arms, a satisfied smile adorning his face. 2 days later, the Thunderclaw Tiger broke through yet again, lowering its body. Its hind leg muscles tensed, it suddenly surged forward, its claws becoming mere shadows in the sprint. Charge Punch. Bang. The ice surface was deeply gouged, shards flying everywhere. Qin Ge watched in astonishment, unable to refrain from applauding. Qin Ge, impressive. Of course, Shui Lingling's progress was equally remarkable. Initially, it required constructing a complex ice net structure to freeze flames. Now its freezing skill had evolved into Ice Coffin. It could freeze energy entities and even attacks. During one training session, the little creature merely lifted its paw. Crack. The lightning-infused punch Qin Ge unleashed solidified mid-air, internal electric currents swirling, while the exterior was cloaked in ice, resembling a blue ice star. On August 17th, in the evening, when Qin Ge pushed open the dormitory door, he still bore the lingering chill. He had just tossed his ice-crusted coat onto the back of a chair when the door was thrust open with a bang. Old Qin, you're finally back. Meng Yingjun burst in energetically, waving a gilded invitation in his hand. The crimson blood leopard cat followed closely, still clutching half of an unfinished energy biscuit. The schedule for the Qianlong Cup has been announced. We need to quickly discuss strategies. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow and took the invitation. The gilded patterns shimmered under the light, clearly stating, Jiangning City Qianlong Cup Beast Tamer Competition. Start date, August 20th. Contestant, Qin Ge. Contestant number, 404. Qin Ge glanced at the date and exclaimed, wait, is it already the 17th? Indeed. Meng Yingjun plopped down. Tomorrow we need to return to school to fill out paperwork and select our preferred colleges. This way, as long as we perform well, their essay chance will catch the attention of various universities, plus there will be rewards from the school. On the evening of the 19th, we will head to the competition hotel to handle some additional procedures. Also, I've spoken with Su Hongyu over the past few days. He will also participate in this competition. Besides him, their essay fellow named Yi Roi, who has contracted a frostbone WYRM, a formidable opponent. Qin Ge's gaze flickered slightly as his fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the edge of the invitation. Chirp. Shui Lingling peered out from his shoulder, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Howl. Suddenly, the restroom door was flung open by the Thunderclaw Tiger, its formidable second-tier, third-level presence causing the crimson blood leopard cat to bristle in alarm. What is the fuss? You are, after all, a man armed with an invincible sword for 15 seconds, and with the crimson blood leopard cat's desperate burst of power. Securing a spot in the top 8 should be a walk in the park. As for me, Qin Ge gently rubbed Shui Lingling's fluffy head with his left hand while scratching the Thunderclaw Tiger's chin with his right. The two little creatures instinctively squinted their eyes. If we don't bring home a championship, wouldn't that be a disservice to all this hard work? Outside the window, the last rays of the setting sun brushed over the bedside table. There lay an open training log, the latest entry reading, on the evening of August 16th. Shui Lingling successfully froze the Thunderclaw Tiger's punch style for 17 seconds. By midday on August 17th, the Thunderclaw Tiger had already integrated the Spiral Thunder Fist into its roar. Chapter 36. The Sincerity of Jinling University. The following afternoon, upon returning home, Qin Ge introduced the Thunderclaw Tiger to his surroundings. He then hopped onto his beloved motorcycle and set off for school. Amidst the roar of the engine, the rearview mirror reflected the agile silhouette of the Thunderclaw Tiger. This creature was not one to remain idle, refusing to stay obediently within the beast space. Like a guardian, it trailed closely behind Qin Ge's motorcycle. As it ran, its muscular form undulated like waves, its fur glistening golden in the sunlight. What drew even more attention was the diminutive figure perched upon its neck. Shui Lingling sat like a knight, occasionally emitting excited chirps. Is that the Thunderclaw tiger? This creature is incredibly muscular. Wait, what is that on its head? Goodness, it's Schwellingling. Is it possible? We actually have someone here who can contract such a spirit beast. At the intersection, a girl waiting for the red light suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment. The delivery rider's electric bike swerved, nearly colliding with the greenery. The bus stop erupted with a flurry of camera clicks. A girl clad in a JK uniform even let out a discordant scream. Schwellingling. It's a living Schwellingling. This felt akin to a novice village in an online game, where all players are donning basic gear, and suddenly, someone rides through on a max-level divine beast. It was a sight to behold, truly a spectacle, especially upon arriving at school. The campus, usually deserted during summer break, was bustling with 3 to 4 dozen students gathered in anticipation of the upcoming Qinlong Cup. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders discern the subtleties. Compared to ordinary folk, beast masters possessed a far deeper understanding of spirit beasts like Schwellingling. For instance, the yellow-haired boy encountered earlier in Jilong Mountain Village. His pupils dilated, fixating intensely on the lean figure dismounting the motorcycle. The Thunderclaw tiger, shaking its mane, alongside the inquisitive Schwellingling. The energy drink can in his hand clattered to the ground. Qin Ge, the ice element naturalist, had he truly become a first-tier beast master? The bespectacled girl adjusted her frames, her voice trembling. Could it be that the person who saved us in the secret realm that day was indeed Qin Ge? What a joke. The yellow-haired boy suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around him. He pointed at Qin Ge, who was grooming Schwellingling, his tone wavering. Even as a first-tier beast master, he shouldn't possess the strength to annihilate the lava fire wolf. He might have indeed ventured into the secret realm, but the one who saved us could not possibly be him. Indeed, I know Qin Ge's birthday. His awakening occurred half a month later than ours. This simply doesn't add up. Another boy chimed in, his tone laced with stubborn denial, though they were all first-tier beast masters awakened in the same cohort. The disparity in power felt insurmountable. While they fled in panic from the claws of the lava fire wolf, he had dispatched it as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Now that Qin Ge had come to school, he had surely signed up for the Qinlong Cup. Whether it was really him would soon be revealed. Qin Shui bit her lip, her gaze trailing the gradually receding figure. The truth would unveil itself on the arena. Meanwhile, among the 400 students in the senior year, only 37 had awakened their beast master abilities between April and August. Consequently, all matters pertaining to paperwork and formalities were personally overseen by Principal Yin Xinghua. After a brief conversation with Meng Yangjun, Qin Ge was summoned to the principal's office. As the door swung open, whoosh, Yin Xinghua strode forward, grasping Qin Ge's hand firmly. His grip reminiscent of testing a riot shield's resilience. Student Qin, come, please have a seat. Tea or coffee? Is the room temperature to your liking? Before Qin Ge could respond, the principal slapped his forehead. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Young people these days don't fancy such things. He then turned to the wind chaser dog squatting in the corner and waved. Quick, go fetch student Qin an ice-cold cola. No, not from 82. It must be fresh from today's production with a QR code. The wind chaser dog yelped and leaped out the window, toppling 3 pots of green plants. Qin Ge, his eyelids twitched, momentarily unsure whether to critique the 82 cola or be astonished by the principal's sudden exuberance. Principal Yin, what is this all about? Come, don't be shy. Sit down, treat it as your own home. Yin Xinghua urged, pulling Qin Ge onto the sofa. Then he held Qin Ge's hand tightly, resembling an elderly man trying to ensnare an unsuspecting driver. Remember that time in your freshman year when you climbed over the wall? I said this child has extraordinary potential. And look at you now. Those abs, that chest, such remarkable looks. Schwellingling peeked out from Qin Ge's collar, her little paw instinctively covering her ears. Qin Ge's neck hair stood on end. If such words had come from a pretty senior or a gentle female teacher, he might have managed to accept them. But hearing it from this wrinkled old man in such a tone, he instinctively recoiled. Principal Yin, are you trying to persuade me to apply to which university? Qin Ge interjected decisively. He was well aware that principals from various schools across the country typically possessed investigative talents, and, more often than not, had backgrounds as enrollment officers from top universities, all to snatch up promising students for their own institutions. Given these known conditions, coupled with Yin Xinghua's behavior, it was evident what the principal's intentions were. The office fell silent. Yin Xinghua's face broke into a broad smile. Since you're so straightforward, student Qin, let us discuss Jinling University. Before Qin Ge could respond, the wrinkles on Yin Xinghua's face suddenly smoothed out as he switched from a kindly elder to a seasoned negotiator. No need to rush in rejecting. Before I was transferred to Jinling No. 1 High School, I was the head of the admissions office at Jinling University. If you're willing to join, I can offer you top-tier resources. Qualifications for secret realm training. The finest ghost-type spirit beasts available for selection. Really available for selection? Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. Of course, Yin Xinghua affirmed, thumping his chest in assurance. The current head of the admissions office at Jinling University is my son, and the president is my daughter-in-law. Do you think I could possibly deceive you? Principal Yin, Qin Ge shook his phone, declaring, I have downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app. Yin Xinghua immediately grew anxious. Although the old Yin family may not possess great strength, our discerning eye for talent is unparalleled. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Otherwise, do you think my son could have married into such a family? Qin Ge paused to regard Yin Xinghua before suddenly breaking into laughter. What are the conditions? Splendid. Yin Xinghua slapped his thigh. There's just one requirement. You must represent Jinling University in certain competitions during your time at school. Naturally, the rewards bestowed by the university will never be inferior to those you earn. He continued. Moreover, upon your graduation, you must maintain an affiliation with the institution. Qin Ge exclaimed, what the heck? This is increasingly feeling off. Is there truly such a wonderful deal in this world? This is not merely a condition. It's outright welfare. Chapter 37. The competition has yet to begin, yet the rewards are already secured. Yin Xinghua sensed Qin Ge's skepticism and sighed. Indeed, it hardly qualifies as a condition. The truth is, there are far too few promising candidates willing to join Jinling University. He sighed deeply, his wrinkled face reflecting a hint of helplessness. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly explained the rationale. During his tenure as the director of admissions, the university made a rather controversial decision to redirect 90% of its promotional budget towards research and the development of hidden realms. This has caused Jinling University's reputation to lag significantly behind esteemed institutions like Yanjing University and Modi University, resulting in a greater influx of talented beast tamers choosing to enroll at Yanjing and Modu. However, this was not the primary reason. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that Yanjing boasts the Long Valley hidden realm, while Modu possesses resources from Long Island. The allure of dragon beasts and spirit beasts is simply too overwhelming. Although Jinling University specializes in ghost-type beasts, which also have significant potential, the appeal of ghosts remains limited. Qin Ge was aware that the other party likely embellished the truth. However, as he listened, he couldn't help but recall the incident when Nanjing University refused to allocate funds for ranking purposes in his past life. Nevertheless, in this world, China has developed a strong global presence, and no institution seems to care about these so-called world rankings. Consequently, that matter reduced to a mere cut in promotional expenses. As Qin Ge pondered, the wind chaser hound returned, now in a corner of the office, using its tail to wrap around a chilled cola, carefully pouring it into a bottle cap for Lingling. The sight of the two small creatures toasting appeared exceedingly adorable. Choosing Jinling University not only places it in proximity to the Jinling military district, but also makes it conveniently near home, facilitating all activities. Furthermore, it boasts top-tier ghost attribute spirit beasts. This type of spirit beast possesses the greatest capacity for spatial abilities. It seems there are no grounds for refusal. Deal. Ha. Yin Xinghua's laughter reverberated, shaking the window panes, resembling a wily fox that has just pilfered a hen. He threw an arm around Qin Ge's shoulders. Let us go. It's time to sign the agreement. 5 minutes later, Qin Ge held the freshly acquired Jinling University student card, its black surface gleaming with the golden emblem under the sunlight. The reverse bore the special admissions laser anti-counterfeiting mark, which felt subtly textured to the touch. Hey, the Qianlong Cup competition hasn't even started yet, and I've already secured at least an 8th place reward, he murmured quietly, unconsciously rubbing the card's surface. According to the Qianlong Cup's regulations, entering the top 16 qualifies one for special admissions from prestigious universities. However, to receive conditions akin to Qin Ge's, one must at least reach the top 8. He cast a glance at the Lei Mang tiger, currently tearing apart the gift box at his feet, and Lingling, perched atop the tiger's head, munching on a spirit fruit exuding coldness. Does this mean I've bypassed the competition's rules? Qin classmate, Yin Xinghua, glowing with enthusiasm, patted his shoulder. To express our sincerity, consider this as an advance payment of your deposit. The final amount will be credited to your card in the form of points after the competition concludes, and you decide to enroll, establishing your file and activating your student card. At Jinling University, campus points serve numerous purposes, and my son will elaborate on them later. Woof. The wind chaser hound suddenly emerged from beneath the desk, still clutching a torn piece of the Yanjing University invitation in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, the fragment bore the name Yanjing University, prominently featuring the signature of Su Hongyu. Goodness, is this mutt using the competitor's offer as a chew toy? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he lifted his gaze sharply towards Yin Xinghua. The elder was humming a tune nonchalantly while savoring his tea, but the slight tremor of his goat-like beard betrayed him. This old fox must have struck some clandestine deal with Su Hongyu. Principal Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't be surprised if, when I handle my enrollment procedures, I see Su Hongyu holding a banner to welcome his junior. Cough cough. Qin Xinghuai choked on his tea, hastily attempting to wipe away the splashes on his Zhongshan suit. Young man, don't jump to conclusions. But since you mentioned it. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. That lad said if you come to Jin University, he would decline the guaranteed spot at Yanjing. Also, you are of the same year. You are not his junior. Qin Ge exclaimed. So that's why we had to sign an agreement. That's why you're giving me spirit fruits worth tens of thousands as a deposit. What a delightful deposit and final payment scheme. So that is how it is. Damn it, Lao Qin. What a bombshell. Just as Qin Ge stepped out of the administrative building, he was abruptly yanked into a corner by Meng Yingjun. The latter appeared furtive, glancing left and right as if engaged in some illicit transaction. Do you remember that speed bump in the Hidden Realm? Meng Yingjun whispered conspiratorially. I just got some intel. That was a lava fire wolf specifically hunting Qin Shui and her friends. And it was swiftly taken down by your Shui Lingling's ice wolf. Qin Ge pondered, stroking his chin. Did that happen? I was in a rush to retrieve the Yuehua spirit fruit and had my mind occupied with training the two little ones. So I genuinely didn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Chirp. Shui Lingling suddenly tugged at the Lei Mang tiger's ear, her tiny paws gesturing excitedly. Lava fire wolf speed bump. Gong Ba Wan. You must grow quickly so we can crash into speed bumps for fun. Aru. The Lei Mang tiger instantly flared up. I told you not to call me that insulting name. Having eavesdropped on Shui Lingling watching Douyin on the way home, the tiger finally understood what Gong Ba Wan meant. It was not a name, but rather a derogatory term to describe spirit beasts that are both foolish and weak. Qin Ge couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meng Yingjun's smile grew even broader, radiating confidence. Now that he had learned the specific details of the speed bump incident, he was brimming with self-assurance. If Qin Shui and her trio couldn't take down a lava fire wolf, then surely his leopard brother could. In this competition, reaching the top 16 is absolutely assured. Qin Ge remarked, gazing at his companion for 3 seconds before unable to restrain himself from saying, Are you perhaps misjudging your own capabilities? With an invincible 15-second talent for blade mastery, coupled with the bloodthirsty eruption of the crimson blood leopard cat, and you are merely contemplating the top 16? Goodness. I recall you are not exactly the cautious type like Han Pao Pao. Well, after becoming a beast master, I have only faced you in battle once, and I truly have no idea about the strength of my contemporaries. What if I fail to secure a commendable rank and have to sit for the college entrance examinations? That would be quite embarrassing. Meng Yingjun scratched his head, attempting to shift the topic. By the way, have you decided on a university? Yin University or Magic University? Qin Ge remained silent, leisurely retrieving a black gold student card from his pocket and waving it in the sunlight. The gilded emblem of Jinling University sparkled brilliantly. Meng Yingjun's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment of shock, he exclaimed, What the hell? Aren't you cheating? While others are still preparing for the competition, you have already secured this reward. Qin Ge calmly tucked the card away, replying, What sort of cheating is this? The most crucial item, the Frost Lotus, has yet to be acquired. Meng Yingjun was left speechless. Chapter 38, Pre-Competition Intelligence Gathering. The next day, within the resplendent hotel lobby, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Contestants from Jinling City and surrounding areas arrived in succession, the atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun maneuvered through the crowd to the registration desk. As the attendant extended her hand, they immediately understood her intentions and promptly handed over their identification cards. With a few swift operations, the information they had submitted during registration along with their assigned room numbers appeared on the screen. Her gaze lingered on the initial spirit beast, Snow Lingling. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Cough, cough. Qin Ge cleared his throat. My apologies. The staff member, suddenly awakened from her reverie, blushed slightly and hurriedly handed them 2 room cards. Here are your room cards. The competition rule book has been placed on the bedside table in your room. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the hotel feature a 24-hour buffet, with all meals provided free of charge. She paused before adding, Furthermore, there is a large training ground located at the back of the hotel, equipped with the latest spirit power detection systems for your warm-ups and training. Thank you. Qin Ge replied politely as he accepted the room cards. As one of the few individuals awakened with Beastmaster abilities, even for a novice competition like the Hidden Dragon Cup, the organizers provided comprehensive logistical support, accommodations, meals, and training facilities, all at no cost. Their rooms were adjacent, 404 and 405, corresponding perfectly with their competition numbers. Upon entering the room, Qin Ge set down his luggage and casually picked up the competition manual resting on the bedside table. The gilded cover bore the imposing characters Hidden Dragon Cup. Flipping to the first page, the detailed competition rules came into view. Competition stages. Selection round, August 20th. 1 round each in the morning and afternoon. Each round randomly matches 3 opponents for 1v1 Spirit Beast battles. There is a 1-hour interval between each match for Spirit Beast recovery. Advancement conditions. Win 2 out of 3 battles to proceed to the next round. Winning all 3 battles grants direct entry to the round-robin phase. Round Robin, August 21st. Top 16 elimination matches. Finals. Battle rules. Beastmasters may assist their spirit beasts through their talents, but direct attacks on opposing beastmasters are prohibited. A spirit beast is deemed defeated if sent back to its space or if the beastmaster concedes. Qin Ge closed the manual, his gaze drifting to the training ground outside the window. Several contestants had already begun their warm-ups, the cries of spirit beasts faintly audible. Winning all 3 battles would allow him to bypass the second selection round. How convenient. Old Qin, Meng Yingjuan's voice echoed from outside the door. Have you finished reading the rules? Hurry up, we need to secure a spot in the training ground. Qin Ge pulled open the door, startled by the sight of Meng Yingjun, decked out in athletic wear. Wrist guards, and a tactical belt. Even his hair slicked with gel, resembling a warrior prepared for battle. Goodness, do you really need to apply hair gel for training? This is called a sense of ritual. Meng Yingjun tossed his shiny bangs, striking a pose he deemed cool. He then pulled Qin Ge outside. We need to hurry. If we delay, there may not be any spots left. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. No need to rush, Meng. They turned to see Su Hongyu, who had appeared at the corner of the corridor, holding a gilded room card. VIP training room on the top floor. Care to join? He waved the card. The facilities are more advanced than the public area and offer greater privacy. Meng Yingjuan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What the hell? ISNT that's supposed to be off limits? Su Hongyu smiled slightly. Coincidentally, my family holds 30 of the shares in this hotel. Thanks. Qin Ge casually ruffled the head of Snow Lingling, which peeked out from his backpack. However, Snow and Jingja have undergone 2 intense training recently, so I plan to take them to the battle arena first. He paused, revealing a harmless smile, to find a few lucky ones to relax with. The air suddenly fell silent. Su Hongyu, Meng Yingjun, what the hell does relaxing mean? ISNT this just about randomly picking a few unfortunate souls to bully. Snow Lingling chirped excitedly, then, recalling the mischievous prank discussed with Qin Ge the previous night, retreated back into the bag. In the pre-competition warm-up area of the dragon-treading arena, under a dome interwoven with steel and spirit energy runes, the air echoed with the roars of spirit beasts and the sounds of energy detonations. As a landmark battleground in Jinling City, it has long served as the venue for various official and large-scale competitions. At this moment, although the competition had yet to commence and the audience was sparse, for Beastmasters, practical combat served as the best warm-up and was an unspoken rule. Throughout the arena, participants had arrived early to scout and engage in battles. In Zone D, there's a monster. That guy's purple glow mantis has been annihilating opponents for a full 5 hours since 9 this morning, slicing them as if they were fish. Is he just facing weak opponents? I'm not sure. I hope I don't end up facing him when the competition officially begins. In Zone B, there's a candle ghost. No, it's a candle flame servant. Oh no. Yang Jian has become obsessed. Ugh, ghost-type spirit beasts are truly disgusting. Their phasing ability is a nightmare for my physical-type spirit beasts. As Qin Ge stepped into the dragon-treading arena, the discussions of other beastmasters filled his ears. As he listened, he committed to memory 2 individuals who seemed quite formidable and could be termed as seed contenders. Cheng Huai, contracted spirit beast, purple glow mantis. Mei Qiaoer, contracted spirit beast, candle flame servant. Based on what he heard, he conducted a brief reconnaissance. In Zone D, a purple streak of light sliced through the air as the purple glow mantis's blade legs flashed with a chilling gleam. The sandrock turtle, just adopting a defensive stance, was sent flying several meters, a gruesome gash marring its hardened shell. Turning to Zone B, he observed Mei Qiaoer's candle flame servant toying with a red-horned rhinoceros. The originally orange-red flame of the candle, under the auspices of Mei Qiaoer's extraordinary talent, transformed into a ghostly blue spiritual fire. Coupled with the inherent ability of the candle spirit to etherealize, physical attacks could not touch its corporeal form at all. Instead, the crimson-horned rhinoceros wailed in agony as it was scorched. Indeed, quite intriguing. Qin Ge, lost in thought, retracted his gaze, his fingertips gently tapping against the railing of the observation platform. The attack pattern of the violet mantis was rather simplistic. The candle spirit only bullied physical-type spirit beasts. The ice abilities of the snowling were sufficient to freeze the joints of the violet mantis. The thunderclap tiger's thunder was a natural nemesis to ghost-type entities. These so-called seed contestants, in his eyes, were merely slightly troublesome appetizers. However, for Meng Yingjun, the currently limited Crimson Blood Leopard Cat, which had only mastered claw skills, could it actually inflict damage upon the candle spirit? Never mind, with old Meng's prowess. He should qualify as a seed contestant. Random allocation, as the knowledgeable would understand, meant that seed contestants would hardly encounter each other in the early stages. He shook his head, deciding to explore other areas. Just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unusual figure. It was a boy leaning against the wall, who, unlike other contestants, appeared neither tense nor hurried to gather information. He was leisurely chewing gum, occasionally displaying a playful smile at the ongoing competition. "Hello there, mate." Qin Ge casually approached. "Shoo." Super quietly. From within his backpack, the snowling pride opened 2 ventilation holes with its tiny paws, gazing at the boy for a few seconds before suddenly stifling a giggle. Chapter 39. Is this the strong contestant you mentioned? The boy was momentarily taken aback, eyeing the backpack that Qin Ge wore on his chest with suspicion. He seemed to have heard some sound from within it. "Who are you?" He instinctively stepped back a half-step. "How about we find a venue for a match?" Qin Ge produced his room card, which also served as a contestant credential. "We are both participants in the Qianlong Cup." The boy relaxed slightly. "Which school do you represent?" "Jinling No. 1 High School," Qin Ge replied with a warm smile. "I believe you are probably the strongest contestant I have encountered today. Battling against a skilled opponent is far more exhilarating." "The strongest?" The boy's eyes lit up, his lips curving upward uncontrollably, though he tried to maintain composure with a couple of coughs. I wouldn't dare claim such a title. Our teacher says that Su Hongyu from your school, who often skips classes for 10 days or so, is quite the anomaly." He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in conspiratorially. "By the way, my cousin mentioned last night that your school has produced a lucky fellow who managed to contract a snowling. Do you know those two?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Meng Yingjun, and I am a childhood friend of Qin Ge." Qin Ge remained unfazed and extended his hand. "Brother Meng, you truly live up to your name. Your looks are so striking that even I, a male, find you handsome." He extended his hand. "Zhou from Jinling Affiliated High School. Fate has brought us together. Since Brother Meng wishes to engage in a duel with me, let us proceed," Zhou said with a hearty agreement. "However, since we are both contestants in the Qianlong Cup, I can only use my second spirit beast. I will unleash my full strength only if we encounter each other in battle." "That is perfectly fine," Qin Ge replied calmly. "My second spirit beast, the Thunderclap Tiger, has been training alongside me for a while." Upon hearing this, Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Goodness, Brother Meng, your family background must be impressive. To be childhood friends with someone like Qin Ge, who contracts a snowling, and even train together. For a beastmaster, strength is the most substantial foundation." Qin Ge remarked meaningfully. "Brother Meng, you are absolutely correct," Zhou exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "As long as one possesses strength, even if their family is not wealthy, others will rush to offer support." After a brief introduction, Zhou seemed to open up, animatedly discussing a myriad of topics with Qin Ge. He recounted how relatives had previously looked down upon them, and how, after awakening their beastmaster talent, those same relatives had begun to curry favor with them. Qin Ge listened attentively, responding appropriately as they chatted merrily, making their way to the battle arena in Zone B. Unbeknownst to Zhou, the snowling in Qin Ge's backpack was stifling laughter with its tiny paws, its shoulders quaking slightly. Upon their arrival, a group of 3 to 5 individuals who had been preparing to leave suddenly halted in unison. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. "Zhou, what is he doing here? Cousin, do you know him?" "Yes, the one with dark skin is my classmate. He is incredibly strong. How do you compare to him?" "What a joke." My cousin chuckled, shaking his head. "He can defeat all of our peers at the affiliated high school using just his second spirit beast, the Mist Poison Leopard. I'd say he is a guaranteed top 4 in this Qianlong Cup." Hiss. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped. The 5 who were about to depart turned their attention to the battle arena. Qin Ge surveyed the area, confirming the absence of familiar faces, and confidently waved his hand. "Summoning, my second spirit beast, the Thunderclap Tiger, is quite formidable. Brother Zhou, do not underestimate it. A beastmaster who can contract a second spirit beast during this period must possess considerable strength. Not to mention, the Thunderclap Tiger is a tiger, renowned for being the strongest among beast types, aside from the dragon species, in terms of overall prowess." Zhou was in the midst of his enthusiastic chatter when suddenly, his eyes widened, and his tone shifted dramatically. "No way. Brother Meng, is this Thunderclap Tiger truly your second spirit beast?" As a talented beastmaster from a common background, Zhou's spirit beasts were provided by the Jinling authorities. When selecting his initial spirit beast, he had given serious consideration to the Thunderclap Tiger. Although he ultimately chose a poison-type spirit beast due to better compatibility, he still recalled the general characteristics of the thunderclap tigers in the breeding base. Those thunderclap tigers were a mere shadow compared to the one before him, with a size difference akin to that of a hero and No. Even more astonishing was the fact that the lightning entwining around this thunderclap tiger was as thick as an adult's arm, far surpassing that of ordinary thunderclap tigers. The luster of its fur and the intensity of its thunder were truly befitting of Qin Ge's esteemed lineage. Zhou marveled inwardly, realizing that the thunderclap tigers from the breeding base paled in comparison to this one, appearing almost as mere cubs. The 5 spectators began to stir. Why is this thunderclap tiger so large? Look at the lightning surrounding it. It's absurd. This must be at least of 2nd-tier level. Brother Meng, with the surname Meng. I need to go back and inquire. This is a formidable adversary. Yet, none present recognized that this was an anomalous thunderclap tiger. It was not due to their lack of perception. Rather, the thunderclap tiger was merely a deeper shade than other thunderclap tigers. Moreover, the frenzied lightning obscured their vision, leading them to perceive the color difference as a mere trick of light. Nevertheless, even so, my mist poison leopard is no pushover. Zhou's gaze sharpened, and the beast master emblem on the back of his left hand suddenly glowed brightly. Roar! With a deep growl, a robust mist poison leopard leaped into the arena. Its body was adorned with pitch-black spots, its muscular form well-defined, even more imposing than its wild counterparts in the Jinling Military District's number 11 secret realm. However, when those greenish-blue beastly eyes met the thunderclap tiger, it instinctively lowered its body, purple-black toxic mist seeping from its pores to form a protective barrier around itself. This is the battle stance that the mist poison leopard assumes only when facing formidable foes. Do your best to perform Spiral Thunder Fist, Inch Force, Tiger Roar style, and Charge Punch style. Let us refrain from employing those techniques in this match. Qin Ge conveyed his thoughts to Qin Ge through their mental link. After all, today's primary objectives were twofold. First, to allow Qin Ge to relax and engage in a few more matches. Second, to assess the strength of the opponents encountered in this Hidden Dragon Cup, ideally drawing out the innate talents of each opponent's spirit beast. If the battle concluded with a mere Spiral Thunder Fist or Inch Force right from the start, who would still be willing to fight it? Roar! Qin Ge let out a low growl, stepping onto the battlefield with measured strides, his blue pupils narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the opposing mist poison leopard. He deliberately maintained a distance, neither appearing overly cautious nor failing to exude the aura of a true powerhouse. Without a referee present, in this competitive battle, the emergence of both spirit beasts signified the commencement of the contest. Poisonous mist surges forth. Zhou initiated the attack, communicating telepathically. The mist poison leopard suddenly expelled a thick cloud of toxic mist, its purplish-black haze enveloping half the arena in an instant. Utilizing the cover of the mist, its agile form flickered in and out of visibility, its claws glinting with venomous sheen, perhaps due to Qin Ge's prolonged absence from battling genuine opponents. Having sparred daily against Fei Qinhu Tiger during this time, the mist poison leopard's display felt no different from an open book to Qin Ge, lacking the element of surprise. Just as the poison claws were about to strike, Qin Ge suddenly lowered his stance. Golden lightning swirled around him. With a swift motion, he appeared behind the mist poison leopard. Rising on his hind legs, he crossed his claws before his chest, gathering the golden lightning. Double thunder claws. Thunder cross slash. Boom. The mist poison leopard's form traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Smoke billowed from its body, and before it could emit a whimper, it was forcibly recalled to the spirit beast space, a protective mechanism activated upon severe injury. An eerie silence fell over the battlefield. In the audience, the cousin who had previously boasted about Zhou's prowess now had his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. The younger cousin mechanically turned his head. Is this the so-called top 4 contender you spoke of? Chapter 40. Meng Ingjun, renowned. In the center of the arena, cold sweat trickled down Zhou's forehead. He instinctively touched the spirit beast mark of the mist poison leopard. The toxic mist still lingered in the air, yet the battle had concluded with startling abruptness. Although the mist poison leopard was merely his second spirit beast, and he had not activated any innate talent to assist in the fight, the swiftness of the battle's conclusion was astonishing. Qin Ge's mouth slightly parted, equally displaying an expression of disbelief. He looked down at his claws, then back up at his father, his gaze imbued with a hint of innocence. This is truly not my fault. That toxic mist was simply too suffocating. I exerted just a little effort, and cough cough. Qin Ge gently coughed, and Qin Ge instantly understood, shifting to a slightly fatigued demeanor as he returned. Well done. Qin Ge's ears twitched, feigning indifference as he turned his head aside. But the tip of his tail subtly flicked at Qin Ge's wrist before retracting swiftly. This small gesture was keenly observed by Qin Ge. A slight smile graced his lips as he reached out to ruffle Qin Ge's nape, a gesture of dual encouragement. The sensation is truly delightful. Brother Ming's thunderclap tiger is indeed impressive. Zhou Mo finally regained his voice and approached Qin Ge with a wry smile. He stepped closer, his gaze roaming over Qin Ge. However, one thing intrigues me. This is genuinely just your second spirit beast? Qin Ge nodded sincerely. Indeed, this is my second spirit beast. I have merely benefited from the innate talent of spirit beasts. His words were articulated with a sense of conviction. Could Qin Ge's remarkable strength be attributed to his two innate talents? That assertion holds no flaw. As his words concluded, not only Zhou Mo was taken aback. Even several other spirit beast tamers eavesdropping nearby gasped in astonishment. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock. Such terrifying speed. Such exaggerated power. What an extraordinary innate talent this individual must possess. Though all present were spirit beast tamers, the disparity in their talents was often greater than that between ordinary individuals and spirit beast tamers. The gap between ordinary people and spirit beast tamers could be quantified at most as 1/10, while the disparity among spirit beast tamers could be perceived as 10, 100, or even 10, 1000. Zhou Mo suddenly struck his palm in realization. He finally understood why he had suffered such a crushing defeat. This Meng Angjun's innate talent for spirit beasts must significantly amplify the speed and explosive power of spirit beasts. No wonder, Zhou Mo murmured to himself. I thought a typical thunderclap tiger could not possibly. His gaze lingered on Qin Ge, attempting to uncover traces of the talent enhancement. Qin Ge timely displayed signs of fatigue, deliberately intensifying his breathing as if he had just endured a grueling battle, employing some overexerted skill. Brother Meng's talent, Zhou Mo hesitated, ultimately shaking his head. Apologies, I was presumptuous. Qin Ge smiled silently. This ambiguous demeanor only served to reinforce Zhou Mo's suspicions. Several spirit beast tamers around had quietly taken out their phones, beginning to search for information regarding the young spirit beast tamer named Meng in Jinling City. Along with details on the thunderclap tiger, Shui Lingling, stifling laughter within her backpack, trembled with suppressed mirth, her little paws firmly covering her mouth. Qin Ge, tilting his head, gazed at his father with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Although, strictly speaking, he had not lied at all. Qin Ge gently patted Qin Ge's head and addressed Zhou Mo. I shall take my leave for now. See you at the official match. Zhou Mo solemnly clasped his fists. I look forward to truly experiencing Brother Meng's prowess during the formal competition. As Qin Ge exited the battlefield, he vaguely heard discussions behind him. I found it. A relative of mine mentioned that there is indeed someone named Meng Angjun at Jinling No. 1 High School. His initial spirit beast is the crimson blood leopard cat. Ah, truly, prodigious talents emerge in droves. With Zhou Mo, Su Hongyu, and now this Meng Angjun. I believe we can exclude Qin Ge for now. After all, he has merely contracted Shui Lingling, and his true strength remains unknown. Indeed, the mere fact that his second spirit beast is so formidable suggests that the crimson blood leopard cat must be even more extraordinary. Listening to the murmurs around him, Zhou Mo regarded Qin Ge's departing figure, deep in thought as he stroked his chin. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet could not pinpoint the source. However, one thing was certain. This spirit beast tamer named Meng Angjun would undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse in this competition. The real Meng Angjun sneezes thrice how strange. Why do I suddenly feel like so many people are talking about me? After leaving the B-zone battlefield, Qin Ge decisively recalled Qin Ge and opted to return directly to the hotel. Firstly, remaining here any longer risks exposure. He touched his nose, envisioning the moment when Zhou Mo would uncover the truth. Indeed, it is imperative to avoid causing any embarrassment to the other party. Furthermore, judging by the current circumstances, with Qin Ge possessing a formidable second-tier, third-level prowess, coupled with the enhancements of Thunderbone body refinement and the execution of Inch Force, confronting these opponents who are reluctant to reveal their beast-taming talents would be akin to allowing a heavyweight champion to participate in a children's sparring class. No matter how restrained one might be, a mere exertion of strength would result in an instant knockout. Engaging in such a match would be utterly uninteresting, even if they were to give their all in a formal competition. Qin Ge's mind conjured images of Qin Ge swatting opponents with a single claw and Shui Lingling's ice spikes precisely striking their lower regions, resulting in swift eliminations, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Well, the outcome would hardly deviate from that scenario. Upon returning to his hotel room, as Qin Ge closed the door, his backpack sprang open with a loud thud. Chirp! Shui Lingling leaped onto the bed, joyfully rolling about. Its movements, combined with its expression, formed a perfect emoticon of delight. Qin Ge chuckled and summoned Qin Ge, who, with a flash of golden light, strode over with regal grace towards the sofa, preparing to settle down. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Shui Lingling executed a dramatic sit-up, paws on its hips, glaring at Qin Ge with a look of exasperation. You're so foolish, Million Palace. You should have tripped it with your tail and then pretended to step on it by accident. Yet, Qin Ge merely lay down leisurely, resting its chin on its forepaws, exuding an air of aloofness. TCH, just because I cannot defeat you now doesn't mean I cannot ignore you. Shui Lingling, what a foolish tiger. Fuming, it bounded back to the bed, turning its back to Qin Ge in protest. Qin Ge observed the playful interaction between the two spirit beasts, unable to suppress a laugh. He then retrieved the snacks he had prepared from the refrigerator. He offered the specially crafted ice crystal jelly to Shui Lingling and dried meat from the thunder-patterned cow to Qin Ge. With the competition looming the next day, today was meant for rest. Shui Lingling immediately embraced the jelly, contentedly munching away, promptly forgetting everything that had transpired earlier. Qin Ge, on the other hand, leisurely took the dried meat, returning to the sofa to dine elegantly, though the rapid flick of its tail betrayed its cheerful demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, a page in the event manual on the bedside table glimmered with a faint light. Within the realm of the book, a creature sat atop a grimoire, cradling a crystal ball. Its eyes sparkled with mischief as it grinned broadly. How delightful. This is truly a perfect prank. It extended a claw and gently tapped the page. The actions of Qin Ge and his two spirit beasts were recorded. Subsequently, it stealthily retreated into the depths of the page, returning to the library of Jinling University, leaving behind a trail of silent chuckles. Magic Book Monster. Chapter 41. A Triumphant First Battle. On August 20th, 2029, the Qianlong Cup selection tournament commenced. Early in the morning, the area outside the Longting Arena was already abuzz with excitement. As it was merely the selection phase, all 8 battle zones and 80 arenas were fully operational, with competitions taking place simultaneously. The audience was packed, their cheers and discussions intertwining, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Hongyu, hands in his pockets, remarked with a grin. Once we reach the top 16 and the main arena opens, that's when the real excitement begins. Not only will there be live broadcasts, but admissions directors from major universities, media reporters, and even some public figures will come to witness the event. Meng Yingjuan's eyes lit up at this, straightening his posture. We absolutely must make it to the top 16. Since the matches of the 3 of them did not occur in the first round, they had watched several battles in the preparation area. He realized, just as Qin Ge had mentioned, that the majority of contestants were indeed rather mediocre. As long as they didn't encounter a ghost-type beastmaster, Meng Yingjuan confidently declared, I could advance to the top 16 with my eyes closed. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. So confident? What if you encounter Old Su? Hee. Meng Yingjuan mischievously winked. Well, it's all about the luck of the draw. Those in the know understand. I trust the organizers will safeguard this rising star. The crimson-blooded leopard cat beside him silently covered its face with its paw. Who is this master? I do not recognize him. Su Hongyu chuckled. In truth, ghost-type beastmasters are quite rare in rookie competitions. He offered a professional analysis. The vast majority of ghost-type spirit beasts naturally emit ghostly energy. Unless the spirit beast reaches the 3rd tier, or the beastmaster possesses sufficient soul strength, it could jeopardize the health of the contract holder. In such rookie tournaments, unless the beastmaster's talent aligns perfectly, ghost-type beastmasters are nearly non-existent. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Meng Yingjuan exclaimed, suddenly leaning closer to Qin Ge as if struck by a thought. By the way, old Qin, that contestant named Mei Qiaoer, her candle flame attended before he could finish, the announcement blared. Attention, contestant 404, Qin Ge, please prepare at battle area C3. Your opponent is contestant 879, Lu Yao. Let us discuss this over lunch. Okay, old Qin, give it your all. Meng Yingjuan made an exaggerated cheer gesture. Shui Lingling. You cheer too. Chirp. Shui Lingling poked its little head out of the backpack, waving its paw confidently. After bidding farewell to the two, Qin Ge swiftly arrived at battle area C3, as the names of the novice spirit beasts of the opponents would be announced prior to the match. He took a moment to open the event app and meticulously study his opponent's information. After all, his own novice spirit beast, Shui Lingling, and his second spirit beast, Lei Meng Hu, were well known among the contestants present. If he didn't examine his opponent's data, he felt he would be at a disadvantage. Contestant 879, Lu Yao. School, Steel City First Middle School. Initial spirit beast, Bubble Demon, water type. This Bubble Demon bears a resemblance to Eevee and is quite adorable. A considerable number of spectators had already gathered at the edge of the battlefield, their discussions bubbling up. Yao is so unlucky. She faces Qin Ge in the first round. Indeed, whether it's Shui Lingling or Lei Meng Hu, it's going to be tough for the Bubble Demon. How can I put this? although the elemental advantages in reality aren't as exaggerated as in games. The superiority of the lightning type over the water type is still quite evident. Not to mention, Schwellingling, as a natural species, is inherently first tier. With just a little nourishment from spirit fruits, its early upgrades would be akin to sitting on a rocket. A girl with a ponytail interjected defiantly. What if Yao can create a miracle? What if that Qin Ge boy next to her shook his head? I know what you're getting at. But there really is no what if. Even if it's a dragon-type spirit beast, ordinary people have a chance to contract it, but without some background. A rookie beastmaster has no hope of a natural species. As the discussions grew louder, Qin Ge stood at one side of the battlefield. He gazed ahead, spotting his first opponent, a petite girl with a round face, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed with tension. Xiao Shui, remember to go easy on her. Qin Ge lightly flicked the shoulder of Schwellingling, whispering, we don't want to make her cry. Chirp. Schwellingling, with a flick of her tail filled with dissatisfaction, gracefully leaped into the arena. Lu Yao bit her lip tightly. From the moment her opponent's information was revealed, she had mentally prepared herself for defeat. However, even in loss, she yearned to showcase her prowess. Surrendering outright was not in her nature. The rules for the 1v1 spirit beast battle allowed for the use of beastmaster talents for assistance, but prohibited direct attacks on the beastmaster. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, tears unexpectedly welled in Lu Yao's eyes. It was her beastmaster talent that allowed her to momentarily enhance the water-type spirit beast skill power through her tears. The bubble fairy, resembling a diminutive kangaroo version of Eevee, instantly radiated a brilliant azure ripple. Its petite form contracted suddenly, then sprang forth like a coiled spring. Under the influence of the talent, it unleashed two streams of high-pressure water from both its mouth and tail, crossing in a formidable assault towards Schwellingling. A glint of admiration flashed in Qin Ge's eyes. He discerned that this young girl possessed a strength far surpassing that of the 80 competitors present. Unfortunately, Schwellingling had calculated, let it go. With Qin Ge's telepathic instruction, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Suddenly, before the bubble fairy could fully release its skill, it trembled violently. A sharp pain shot through a most unmentionable part of its anatomy. The once vigorous jets of water merely propelled forward a short distance before falling helplessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the bubble fairy collapsed, its eyes rolling back, its tail twitching. Qin Ge observed the incapacitated bubble fairy alongside the accurately struck ice spike, his lips twitching slightly. Lu Yao rushed over, flustered, to cradle the bubble fairy in her arms. The little creature, teary-eyed, nestled against her, evidently traumatized. As the medical team hurriedly placed the bubble fairy on a stretcher, it continued to spasm unconsciously. Lu Yao, with reddened eyes, followed closely behind, casting a resentful glare at Schwellingling before departing. The referee, momentarily stunned, raised the flag. Victory, winner, Schwellingling. Upon hearing this, Schwellingling bounced back to Qin Ge's shoulder, exclaiming, chirp, I won. Qin Ge, with a resigned poke at her little head, remarked, next time, could you employ a more elegant attack strategy? Schwellingling blinked her eyes and suddenly struck a defiant pose, declaring, I, Schwellingling, traverse the world relying on my exceptional talents, unwavering loyalty, and I do not strike women. There is no distinction between the genders. Qin Ge nearly choked on his own saliva. Not striking women? No distinction between genders? Goodness, isn't that a classic line from my elder brother Huolin Fei? When did Schwellingling learn this? The audience erupted in astonishment. What kind of attack strategy is this? How ruthless. That was a direct strike to the heart. Will the bubble fairy bear psychological scars? What wrongs did it commit? Meanwhile, in a corner of the observation area, a boy wearing a baseball cap nervously squeezed his legs together, his face pale. I think my next opponent is Qin Ge. His companion patted his shoulder sympathetically. Brother, may you seek your own fortune. The boy trembled as he took out his phone, urgently posting on the Beastmaster forum. Urgent. How to ensure a spirit beast protects vital areas during battles. Waiting online. Chapter 42. A breezy advancement. An hour later, still at arena number 3 in Zone C, Qin Ge encountered his second opponent, named Pao Longtao, whose spirit beast bore a striking resemblance to a Bulbasaur, the leaf frog beast. This time, after Qin Ge's earnest persuasion, Schwellingling finally abandoned her crude tactics. Nevertheless, her combat style remained steeped in humiliation. Leaf frog beast, flying leaf blade. The sharp blade sliced through the air, falling like rain. Yet, Schwellingling, unhurried, summoned a layer of crystalline ice armor. With delicate, elegant steps, she sauntered towards the leaf frog beast, exuding confidence. Clang, clang, clang. The flying leaves struck the ice armor, leaving not even a scratch. The leaf frog beast panicked, wildly thrashing its vine whips as the leaves poured down like a tempest. Yet, Schwellingling continued her leisurely stroll, even taking the time to pat non-existent dust off her ice armor with her tiny paw. Finally, she reached the leaf frog beast. Chirp! It's my turn now. With a swift flick, a slender ice whip materialized and, with a gentle flick, sent the leaf frog beast soaring backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt, clearly having lost the will to fight. The scene was reminiscent of Ultraman Ace charging forth with a light shield against a super beast, then countering with a devastating 8-pointed light wheel, pure domination. But the spectacle did not end there. Shui Lingling ambled over to the fallen beast, slightly raising her chin, her eyes half squinted. Mimicking the pose of a disdainful conqueror, she attempted to elevate one small paw, attempting to strike a pose of superiority. However, her legs were too short to reach. A stifled laugh erupted from the audience. Shui Lingling's ears twitched, and her little face stiffened. Yet, she quickly regained her aloof demeanor, striving to maintain her formidable presence. Despite Pao Longtao being a boy, his endurance had its limits. Trembling, he recalled the leaf frog beast, his voice wavering. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Then what in the world? Is this a rookie competition? This is sheer slaughter. That Shui Lingling is too ruthless. Did you see that look in her eyes? It was as if she was gazing at ants. Whispers cascaded like a tide among the crowd. Soon, Shui Lingling's reputation began to spread wildly among the spectators. Snow Demoness. Cold-hearted and decisive in one blow. Dark Overlord. Crushing opponents without mercy. Bloodyama. Specializing in ruthless tactics, every move lethal. As her Beastmaster, Qin Ge also proudly acquired 2 titles. Godzilla. A trainer who nurtures such a ferocious spirit beast is certainly not benign. Song Demon. A demon of melody. Instilling fear in the hearts of foes. In the preparation area, witnessing Qin Ge and Shui Lingling's return, Meng Ingjun swallowed hard, discreetly hiding his crimson blood leopard cat behind him. Old Qin, is your Shui Lingling always this ferocious after returning from the secret realm? Qin Ge, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. She used to be quite well behaved. Perhaps she has been watching too many cartoons lately? Before embarking on his second battle, Su Hongyu took a moment to glance at Shui Lingling, discovering the little creature proudly wagging her tail. But he soon looked down at his own short legs, emitting a slightly dejected chirp. If only my legs were a tad longer, I would look even more impressive. He quietly took out his notebook, boldly inscribing in the precautions section, if encountering Qin Ge, be sure to wear protective gear. If defeated, promptly recall your spirit beast. During the hours spent watching other seed players battle in the preparation area, Qin Ge paid close attention to Su Hongyu's performance. It must be said, this genius, who often skipped classes, lived up to his reputation. His combat style was unsettlingly steady and efficient. Su Hongyu's iron armor little treasure exhibited a straightforward and effective battle approach. Step 1. The unicorn flickered, unleashing several gear-shaped beams of light that struck the opponent, leaving behind an X mark enveloped in circles on the spirit beast. This not only weakened its defenses, but also functioned as a GPS locator. Step 2. With a light stomp of its hooves, debris began to levitate around, followed by a flurry of precise strikes. This maneuver, Qin Ge pondered while stroking his chin, feels incredibly familiar. Could it possibly be inspired by some children's animated series? Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Qin Ge's turn to take the stage. Qin Ge, give it your all. Bloodyama, charge. Godzilla, Gomolo. The cacophony of cheers caused Qin Ge to momentarily falter. His expression filled with confusion as he looked towards the source of the ruckus. What the hell? Bloodyama? Godzilla? Gomolo? Are these nicknames I share with Shui Lingling? When did this become common knowledge? Despite the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, a smile crept onto his lips. Truth be told, these nicknames have a certain charm. Su Hongyu, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter. It seems that Qin has already made a name for himself. Shui Lingling poked her head out of the backpack, her tiny paws proudly forming a victory sign. Chirp. Of course. Clearing his throat, Qin Ge feigned composure as he approached the battle arena, secretly reveling in the moment. I never imagined I would experience being called by a nickname. It feels rather nice. It is worth noting that in a certain world of martial souls, only those at the Doloa level are granted titles. The third match commenced. Qin Ge's opponent was a plump little fellow named Duzita. His spirit beast was particularly peculiar, a round, fruit-bearing creature dubbed the Holy Fruit Pig, resembling a mobile fruit stall. Upon seeing the Holy Fruit Pig, Shui Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chirp. Fruit? Can I eat it? With a swift motion of her tiny paw, a surge of cold air enveloped her, instantly conjuring several ice crystals identical to those on the Holy Fruit Pig, which she cradled in her arms with curiosity. Duzita and the Holy Fruit Pig widened their eyes in disbelief. What is this? Counterfeit fruit? The match began. Without hesitation, Shui Lingling hurled the icy fruit at the Holy Fruit Pig. Smack! The icy projectile struck the pig's snout, leaving it dazed and furious. Humph! You dare to strike me? It shook the fruit-laden tree on its back, causing several real fruits to tumble down. With a powerful nudge of its snout, it retaliated fiercely. Shui Lingling nimbly dodged, conjuring more icy fruits to throw once again. Thus, the arena transformed into a ludicrous fruit battle. Ice fruits and spirit fruits zipped through the air, leaving the audience in fits of laughter. What kind of absurd battle is this? While others engage in fierce combat, these two are playing Angry Birds? Zeta stomped his feet in exasperation. Stop throwing. That's our dinner. However, the holy fruit pig had lost control, wildly launching its spirit fruits until, smack, the last fruit was flung away. The holy fruit pig froze, gazing down at its bare fruit tree, then glancing at the endless supply of icy fruits in Shui Lingling's arms. Humph! How unfair! It let out a wail and dashed into Zeta's embrace, seeking comfort. Shui Lingling, brimming with pride, seized an icy fruit and took a satisfying bite. Wow! Delicious! She squinted her eyes in contentment, but quickly remembered the task at hand. Striking a victorious pose, with her tiny paws on her hips and her head held high, she wore an expression that screamed, "How lonely it is to be invincible." Chirp! Before me, the enemy either flees or faces utter defeat. Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle, obliging to capture a victory photo of her. The referee, stifling laughter, announced, "The victor is Shui Lingling." The audience erupted in thunderous applause, mixed with bursts of laughter. This is undoubtedly the most joyous match of the tournament. Holy fruit pig, referee. He is cheating. His fruits have infinite refills. Chapter 43. There is something fishy about this Dragon Cup. In Area A's battle arena, Zhou Mo stood still after his recent match, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. Wait, you're Meng Yingjun? As Meng Yingjun's battle concluded nearby, he rushed over. Meng Yingjun was taken aback by Zhou Mo's sudden inquiry, instinctively nodding. Yes, Meng Yingjun from Jinling No. 1 High School. And you are? No way, Zhou Mo exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration. Who was it that annihilated my mist poison leopard with that thunder light tiger yesterday? Based on his understanding of Qin Ge, Meng Yingjun instantly grasped the situation. Old Qin, you've used my name to stir up trouble again. Haven to you? Zhou Mo, upon seeing his expression, quickly pieced everything together, gritting his teeth. So the Meng Yingjun from yesterday was actually Qin Ge? Meng Yingjun forced a chuckle, tactically retreating. Possibly? Zhou Mo, I can't believe I was deceived by a fake ID. He suddenly pulled out his phone, flipping through the video he had secretly recorded of Meng Yingjun's battle, comparing it with the genuine Meng Yingjun before him, one handsome, the other merely decent. He finally lost it. This Dragon Cup is rigged. His roar echoed throughout the entire Area A venue, drawing the attention of surrounding competitors. Someone muttered quietly, "What is wrong with Zhou Mo? Did he get triggered? I heard he was annihilated by someone named Meng Yingjun yesterday." But Meng Yingjun had just finished his match, and he certainly didn't appear capable of defeating Zhou Mo, did he? Could it be? The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly realizing a terrifying truth. Someone was using another SID to cheat. Meanwhile, in the preparation area, Qin Ge leisurely munched on spirit fruits, awaiting the return of his companions. Suddenly achoo. He rubbed his nose and murmured, "Who is cursing me?" Chirp. Shui Lingling tilted her little head, handing over the phone. Upon taking a look, Qin Ge found a series of frantic messages from Meng Yingjun. "Old Qin, you're finished. Zhou Mo confronted me. Could you at least give me a heads up when you use my ID?" Chirp. I've been found out. Should I use Su Hongyu's ID next time? Shui Lingling suddenly had a light bulb moment. That could work. Qin Ge stroked his chin, his gaze drifting to Su Hongyu, who had just returned victorious after a 3-match streak, but ultimately shook his head. Forget it. I'm not particularly close with him yet. I'll stick with Meng Yingjun for now. After all, sometimes the more overtly one commits acts of subterfuge, the more unexpected the results. This little incident of impersonation was merely a subplot. Securing 3 consecutive victories to advance early was of paramount importance. The rules of the loser's bracket were utterly chaotic. Su Hongyu approached the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of water and casually tossing one to Qin Ge. In this relentless series of battles, each loss meant complete elimination. Qin Ge caught the bottle steadily, nodding in thanks. Many people tend to think of holding back their trump cards, only to find he glanced at the dejected, regretful competitors in the preparation area and shrugged. They reap what they sow. The main issue lies in the immense toll of the loser's bracket. Su Hongyu twisted open the bottle cap, knowing that the injured spirit beast would take at least an hour to fully recover. Indeed, Qin Ge pondered thoughtfully. It would be prudent to contract a healing-type spirit beast in the future. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Wait a moment, if approached correctly, lightning could potentially possess healing properties as well. This notion illuminated Qin Ge's thoughts. He recalled certain studies from his previous life indicating that moderate electrical stimulation could promote cellular regeneration and expedite wound healing. At that moment, the loudspeaker unexpectedly blared to announce the official conclusion of the morning selection rounds. Qin Ge glanced up at the large screen and realized that the morning selections had concluded entirely. The afternoon competitions would not involve their victorious group. All that remained was to rest well and prepare for the top 128 round-robin matches the following day. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity to gather intelligence. Just as Qin Ge was contemplating, a furious voice erupted. "Old Qin, you bastard." Meng Yingjun charged over, followed closely by a complexly expression Zhou Mo Ah. My apologies. My apologies. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Ge immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. How about I treat you to a meal at noon to make amends? I know of a splendid spirit beast restaurant nearby. Meng Yingjun was so infuriated that he was practically jumping. Is this something that can be resolved with a meal? Now, 80% of the arena believes I possess a lightning-striped tiger capable of annihilating Zhou Mo in an instant. Damn it. I was wondering why my opponents unleashed their ultimate moves right off the bat. It turns out it was your doing. Zhou Mo crossed his arms and looked at the small hole in Qin Ge's backpack, murmuring, I should have suspected as much. Shui Lingling blinked her big eyes innocently. Chirp. Would you like to share some dried fish? Su Hongyu watched the unfolding drama with great amusement, only to be suddenly pulled into a shoulder embrace by Qin Ge. Old Su, come along. The more, the merrier. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. It's settled. Before Zhou Mo could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously pushed along with the other three toward the exit. While being ushered along, Meng Yingjun protested, don't change the subject. My compensation for reputation loss. And 3 servings of sea bream sashimi. Bluefin, please. All right. Thank you, adoptive father. Zhou Mo looked at the suddenly placated Meng Yingjun and sighed. Are all of you from class 1 so devoid of principles? Meng Yingjun, munching on the spoils won by Shui Lingling, mumbled, principles? Can principles be eaten? Qin Ge calmly quipped, they can, but they certainly won't taste as good as bluefin tuna. Zhou Mo, such a valid point. I find myself utterly unable to refute it. Su Hongyu silently took out his phone and sent a reservation message to the owner of the restaurant Qin Ge mentioned. Oh, what a coincidence. That restaurant is owned by my mother. After their meal, they returned to the VIP training suite at the hotel. The entire room employed spatial folding technology, boasting an actual area of 200 square meters while providing a usable space of 1,000 square meters. Zhou Mo surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim. I never imagined I would one day train alongside the prodigy from Jinling High School. Su Hongyu shot him a glance. Prodigy? He pointed at Qin Ge. A prodigy may not suffice. This guy is clearly Godzilla, a monster. The two turned their gazes in the indicated direction, where Qin Ge was assigning the afternoon training regimen to Shui Lingling and Jingzhe. This presented a new challenge. Shui Lingling would initiate the skill, Ice Coffin, to freeze Jingzhe's fist strike. Jingzhe's task was to ensure that its attack was not frozen by Shui Lingling. As for whether training in front of others would incur any drawbacks, what drawbacks could there be? After all, the results of their training would eventually have to be showcased in actual combat. And if one were to say stealing techniques, anything that could be stolen wouldn't be considered a trump card. Soon, the first round of attempts commenced. Jingzhe pushed off the ground with its hind legs, a surge of lightning coursing through its body as it unleashed the concentrated power of thunder from its right forepaw. Simultaneously, Shui Lingling waved her little paw, successfully ensnaring that bolt of thunderous energy with her icy breath. Crackle! The clash of ice and thunder sent a mist swirling throughout the training ground. Meng Yingjun exclaimed, alas, I am woefully uneducated. All I can say is wow, 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 wow. What kind of move is that? It's so damn impressive. Zhou Mo gasped, the memory of his battle from the previous day flashing back to him. That lightning-striped tiger had effortlessly annihilated his mist-poison leopard without even exerting its full strength. Su Hongyu's pupils constricted slightly. Due to his innate talent, his eyesight was superior to that of Meng and Zhou. To him, it appeared that the attack intensity of the lightning-striped tiger had already reached the level of a third-tier spirit beast. Zhou Mo recalled what Qin Ge had once said. He mechanically turned to Meng Yingjun. Is this how you usually train? Meng Yingjun chuckled awkwardly. Don't ask me. I'm starting to doubt whether I've stumbled into the wrong scene. As the mist dissipated, they beheld Jingzhe's fist energy frozen mid-air, forming a peculiar sculpture of thunder and ice. However, it had only remained frozen for less than a second. Shui Lingling bounced around in delight, while Jingzhe, unyielding, flicked its tail, demanding another attempt. Qin Ge stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems they still haven't fully mastered it. I distinctly recall it freezing for 2 seconds last time. If fully mastered, The lack of training over these past 2 days shouldn't have caused such a significant reduction in performance. Chapter 44. The ever more absurd state of the competition. That evening, the event app promptly updated the match groupings. The 128 advancing contestants were evenly distributed across 16 groups, set to engage in 3 rounds of elimination, 8-4, 4-2, 2-1, to determine the final 16. Leaning against the hotel room sofa, Qin Ge swiped across the screen to review the group details. Group C. Qin Ge, Shui Lingling, Maid Shower, Candle Flame Attendant, Contestant A, Contestant B. Oh. A smile crept onto Qin Ge's lips as a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. What a twist of fate, to find himself grouped with the master of the Candle Flame Attendant. Chirp. Shui Lingling, deeply engrossed in a pile of snacks, looked up in confusion, her cheeks adorned with crumbs from the biscuits. Is that the trident candle from yesterday? Qin Ge, who had been lazily lying nearby, perked its ears at the mention and slowly lifted its eyelids. According to the pre-match arrangements, Shui Lingling would compete on the first day, while it would take the stage the next. The upcoming match against the Candle Flame Attendant might indeed provide a worthy opponent to stretch its limbs. Crackle. It licked its fangs, a surge of battle intent boiling within, as lightning danced around its body. Observing this scene, Qin Ge's expression shifted subtly. He recalled the ancient texts, which stated that those devoured by tigers would become wandering spirits, luring others to be consumed by the tiger. In other words, feline spirit beasts naturally exerted dominance over ghostly beings. Not to mention, Qin Ge was a lightning-striped tiger, a spirit beast of the thunder attribute. The combination of these attributes exuded a potent masculinity. Thus, it seemed that this May girl's fortune was decidedly unfortunate. Before the lightning-striped tiger, the Candle Flame Attendant might merely be a flying candle. Meanwhile, in other rooms, various contestants were experiencing their own unique reactions to the groupings. Damn, I'm in the same group as Su Hongyu. A certain contestant lamented as he hurled his tactical tablet to the ground. Fortunately, he did not draw Qin Ge. Another individual let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly widen his eyes. Wait a moment. Is this Meng Angjun not the one rumored to have swiftly defeated Zhou Mo? The true Meng Angjun sprawled across his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Brother Leopard, you don't mean that in the top 16, the champions of Group C and Group D will face off, right? The crimson-blooded leopard cat flicked its tail. Woof. It could also be a 1v16 or 2v15, perhaps. Meng Angjun sprang up like a carp. Does that mean? Oh my gosh. If I'm not battling with Brother Qin, then I must face off against that Yi Ruoyi, whom Su Hongyu believes to be formidable. The crimson-blooded leopard cat scratched Meng Angjun's forehead in annoyance. On what grounds do you assume I will certainly lose? Well, there's no need to mention Brother Qin. That woman's frostbone young dragon can indeed soar through the skies. Brother Leopard, you cannot fly. If others ascend to the heavens, we are utterly powerless. As night deepened, some tossed and turned in their sleep, while others eagerly rubbed their fists in anticipation. Yet, all were acutely aware of the significance of the upcoming match. Many assert that a life unacquainted with the Gaokao is incomplete. However, if given the choice, most would likely conclude that incompleteness is merely a triviality. Being specially recruited is rather handsome, isn't it? The following day, at an unspecified hour, lacking the will to concoct a tale, Qin Ge's first match concluded swiftly. The opponent's Beastmaster talent could enhance the speed of their spiritual beast by approximately 10. Yet, for Qin Ge, even with a 20 increase, it merely translated to a sluggish 0. 24 times speed. It could hardly be bothered to employ any skills. When the fire velvet deer, enveloped in flames, unleashed its ultimate move and approached, a mere swat of the paw sent it flying, leaving its head buzzing in confusion. After the match, the fire velvet deer's Beastmaster wept bitterly, lamenting, it didn't even use any skills. Just a plain attack, and it thwarted my ultimate move. This is humiliation. Utter, unadulterated humiliation. As the second match commenced, the opponent's wind-chasing hound made its entrance, showcasing astonishing speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages. It circled around Qin Ge like a tempest, poised to strike. Qin Ge narrowed its eyes, its tiger pupils locking onto the elusive figure, muscles tautening. Finally, a challenger worthy of my focus. It crouched low, its entire form coiled with tension, producing strange sounds. Once prepared, it emitted a deep, resounding tiger roar. Roar. The thunderous bellow, imbued with the might of lightning, swept across the arena in an instant. It succinctly illustrated what it meant to roar like a tiger amidst the thunder. Then, the wind-chasing hound skidded to a halt, its fur bristling, eyes wide with shock. Woof! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned tail and fled. Of course, it did not forget its Beastmaster. The dog clamped its jaws around its Beastmaster's collar, flinging them onto its back. With legs churning, it dashed out of the battlefield like a whirlwind. The referee, whistles still poised in their mouth, nearly dropped it upon witnessing the scene. Qin Ge, Qin Ge? The audience. Is this even permissible? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A direct escape? Is this wind-chasing hound a comedian? In the stands, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and calmly explained, I anticipated this scenario. That wind-chasing hound is absurdly timid, and due to its beastmaster talent, it possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of danger. Yet, in a certain sense, such a beastmaster talent is a perfect match for the wind-chasing hound. At least in terms of self-preservation, it's quite impressive. At the edge of the battlefield, the referee wiped away a cold sweat and reluctantly announced, the winner is contestant 404, Qin Ge. Qin Ge observed Qin Ge's dejected expression and stifled a laugh to offer consolation. It's all right. At least it proves your intimidating presence is strong. Qin Ge, a woo. But I was just getting warmed up. Forum Hot Post. Astonishing. The record for the fastest battle conclusion in this year's Qianlong Cup is established. 1 second to scare off the opponent. Wind-chasing hound. I'm not cowardly. I simply respect life. Tiger Vanguard, Tiger Roar Thunder, scaring off the opponent in a second. Upon returning to the preparation area, Qin Ge scrolled through the comments, sighing in resignation. Once again, it's Blood Yin Luo. Once again, it's Tiger Vanguard. My reputation as Godzilla, the Song Demon, is firmly established. Qin Ge lay nearby, dejectedly flicking its tail. It was clearly a principled fighter. Why had it gained such a reputation for malice? Shui Lingling hopped over and patted its head. Chirp. Welcome, Gong Baiwan, to the family of all villains. Chapter 45. You are now a mature beastmaster. Learn to console yourself. Due to the necessity of awaiting the emergence of another contestant among the top 32, coupled with an hour's intermission and lunch, the afternoon was largely occupied. Seizing the gap before the competition, Qin Ge meticulously observed the performances of other contestants. This was one of the advantages of concluding battles swiftly. It afforded ample time to scrutinize the situations in other arenas. Zhou Mo and Su Hongyu, both seeded players, demonstrated overwhelming prowess. The morning's 2 matches were mere warm-ups for them, as their opponents posed no threat whatsoever. In contrast, Meng Yingjuan's battles were far more intense. The crimson-blooded leopard cat appeared rather strained in its second contest, fur disheveled, gasping for breath. Thankfully, the opponent was in even worse shape, so securing victory was not a significant issue. Qin Ge's gaze swept across several other noteworthy arenas. First was Yi Ruoyi's Frostbone Young Dragon. This creature, deemed a formidable opponent by Su Hongyu, was not so merely by coincidence. As soon as the Frostbone Young Dragon entered the fray, the chill emanating from its body caused the temperature of the entire arena to plummet. The opponent's spiritual beast shivered upon entry, losing 3 points of momentum even before the battle commenced. As a dragon-type spiritual beast, it possessed the dragon breath, frost breath, boasting a remarkably high freezing probability. Next was Cheng Huai with his purple light mantis. A quintessential assassin-type spiritual beast, it sought to achieve a lethal strike with little to elaborate upon. Finally, there was a girl named Xiao Xinyuan from Sichuan province. Her quick leaf bear appeared adorably clumsy, yet in reality, it was astonishingly agile. Its round body could unleash incredible speed in an instant. With a single move, Bamboo Leaf Whirlwind, it left its opponent's spiritual beast dazed and disoriented. Qin Ge silently noted the characteristics of these 3 individuals, pondering. Yi Ruoyi's Frostbone Young Dragon. Shui Lingling could certainly manage the sister-brother dynamic with ease. Cheng Huai's Purple Light Mantis, with its high attack and low defense, posed a typical challenge. Both Shui Lingling and Qin Ge seemed to possess the power to deliver a swift killing blow. As for Xiao Xuanyuan's Quick Leaf Bear, this opponent appeared particularly intriguing. The Quick Leaf Bear, as an evolved form of the Leaf Mouse Bear, required reaching level 2, tier 5, and consuming large quantities of bamboo shoots rich in spiritual energy to complete its evolution. This was the first, or rather the second, evolved spirit beast he encountered on the arena. The first contestant to possess an evolved spirit beast must be Zhou Mo. Qin Ge recalled the scene from yesterday's training session when Zhou Mo showcased his initial spirit beast, a venomous monkey evolved from a white poison monkey. True to its name, the toxin of this spirit beast is exceedingly troublesome and tenacious. According to Zhou Mo, he would refrain from deploying the venomous monkey unless absolutely necessary, for, in conjunction with his beast taming talent, once the venomous monkey strikes the opponent, even with the assistance of the doctors from the Jinling Beast Tamer Association, a complete recovery would take no less than 24 hours. Ding! A notification sound from his phone drew Qin Ge's attention. The afternoon battle roster had just been freshly released. Qin Ge, Shui Lingling, Thunderclaw Tiger, versus Mei Qiao Air, Candlefire Servant. As expected, it was her. Qin Ge nodded, preparing to analyze her previous battles. Familiar footsteps echoed behind him. Old Qin, let us go, it's time for a meal. Meng Yingjun dashed over, followed closely by Zhou Mo and Su Hongyu. As they had another match in the afternoon, the four headed straight to the hotel restaurant without detours. Once they finished their meal and settled at a chosen table, a bright female voice rang out beside them. Congratulations on advancing. Qin Ge turned to see it was none other than his classmate, Qin Shui, along with others he had previously encountered in Jilong Mountain Village. The four at her table appeared somewhat disheveled, their plates nearly empty, indicating they had concluded their matches rather early. Thank you. Qin Ge nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what are your plans next? Qin Shui shrugged. If I lost, I lost. I'll just try again in the college entrance examination. Her tone was light, but a trace of reluctance lingered in her eyes. While Qin Ge contemplated offering some words of comfort, given they were classmates, Meng Yingjun abruptly interjected. Hey, Qin Shui, don't be disheartened. I'll have Brother Bao help you get revenge in the afternoon match. The crimson blood leopard cat, engrossed in devouring fish, abruptly lifted its head. Huh, what does that have to do with me? Qin Shui chuckled at the lively duo. All right, then I'll thank Brother Bao in advance. As she stood, her gaze lingered momentarily on Qin Ge and Shui Lingling. I won't disturb your preparations. Good luck. Once the four departed, Zhou Mo cast a puzzled look at Qin Ge and Shui Lingling. Qin Ge, you must know that girl, right? Qin Ge stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, mumbling, yeah, we're classmates. That is curious. Why didn't you offer her a few comforting words? Zhou Mo inquired. After all, she is already a mature beast tamer. Qin Ge calmly wiped his mouth. She needs to learn to process her failures on her own. Meng Yingjun and Su Hongyu exchanged glances, while Zhou Mo facepalmed in exasperation. Now I understand why you're still single despite being so handsome. Uft. Qin Ge rolled his eyes, as if you have a partner. We're not the same. You're more handsome. And your family conditions are conservatively estimated to be 100 times better than mine. There is no comparison. If you're saying that, Qin Ge turned to Su Hongyu. Old Su, did you open your sausage? Su Hongyu, who was drinking water, looked bewildered. See. Qin Ge spread his hands triumphantly. Old Su is the same. Su Hongyu silently set down his water cup and indeed pulled out a sausage from his pocket. Here. Are you planning to give it to Jingzhe? Meng Yingjun exclaimed, wait. Old Su, you were actually thinking about sausages. The trio erupted in laughter, drawing curious glances from those around them. In a corner of the restaurant, Mei Xiao sat alone, her notebook spread before her, densely packed with data on Qin Ge's previous battles. Shui Lingling, an ice-type natural species, possesses an exceptionally high proficiency in ice shields. Thunderclaw Tiger, a lightning type, exhibits tremendous explosive power. The Candlefire Servant stood on the table, anxiously observing the position of the Thunderclaw Tiger, its flames flickering restlessly. Mei Xiao gently stroked its body. Don't worry, we have our own strategy. After speaking, she raised her gaze toward Qin Ge's table, murmuring to herself, if we don't utilize our trump card, this time it might just come to an end. Chapter 46, Mei Xiao's Talent, Ghostly Shadows. In the afternoon, prior to the match, the atmosphere in the Longting Arena was already quite fervent. Wow, don't you people ever eat lunch? Why is everyone here so early? Eat. Missing one meal won't kill you. Where else can you find a competition as thrilling as Godzilla? Exactly. The way that Chiefing Dog was fleeing made me laugh for a whole year. The referee was completely dumbfounded. Laughter erupted from the audience. The atmosphere as festive as a New Year celebration. On another side, several beast tamers were analyzing the battle situation. If Qin Ge sends Shui Lingling to the arena, do you think Mei Xiao's Candlefire Servant can win? Shui Lingling. Someone scoffed. Why would we want a reverse situation for Shui Lingling when we could have the favorable conditions for Thunderclaw Tiger? She is not foolish. If, and I stress if, Qin Ge truly intends to send Shui Lingling into battle, Mei Xiao might indeed stand a chance. After all, her Candlefire Servant is Ghost Fire, which has an advantage against ice types. Oh please, Qin Ge's Shui Lingling isn't a legitimate ice type at all. Have you ever seen an ice spirit beast that jabs people in the lower regions with ice spikes? A moment of silence fell over the crowd before they collectively sighed. Indeed. At 2:30 p.m., the atmosphere in the Longting Arena reached a boiling point. The broadcaster's enthusiastic voice rang out. Next, the highly anticipated Group C finals. Qin Ge versus Mei Xiao. Will Shui Lingling's ice and snow prevail? Or will the Candlefire Servant's ghost fire melt the frost? Or perhaps, the host deliberately prolonged the suspenseful pause, raising his voice as the audience held their breath. Will Thunderclaw Tiger's masculine lightning shatter the darkness? Let us await the outcome. As the host's words faded, amidst the cheers of the audience, Qin Ge and Mei Xiao entered the battle arena from opposite sides of the contestants' passage. Jingzhe stepped into the arena with a steady gait, each stride igniting flickers of lightning between its claws. Mei Xiao took a deep breath, softly commanding, "Go!" Whoosh. The candlefire servant transformed into a streak of crimson light, almost instantly appearing 5 meters away in the arena. This was its racial talent, Candlelight Instant Shadow. Wherever the candlelight shines, it can arrive in an instant. The referee assessed both sides, raised the flag, and sharply waved it down. The match begins. The whistle blew. The candlefire servant struck immediately, its burning flames intensifying into 3 fierce fireballs. Boom. Pitch black smoke erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the arena within a 5-meter radius in an instant. The proficiency of this smokescreen skill is astonishing. In such an environment, paired with the candlefire servant's racial talent, Thunderclaw Tiger would face considerable trouble. Amidst the audience's gasps, Mei Xiao suddenly downed 2 gulps of energy drink. From within the thick fog, pairs of orange-yellow flame eyes flickered to life. When the number of fiery eyes reached 8 pairs, Mei Xiao felt her spirit begin to waver, her complexion paling, prompting her to cease activating her talent. Talent, Ghostly Shadows. Effect 1, Night of 100 Ghosts. Consumes mental energy to create attack-capable clones of ghost-type spirit beasts. Effect 2, Soul Exchange. The spirit beast can instantly swap positions with its avatar. 8 candle flame servants flickered in the mist, each emanating an unmistakable wave of authentic energy. Finally, a worthy adversary. Jingzha's pupils suddenly constricted, and every muscle in its body tensed instantly. Thunderous roar. It reared back and roared, akin to the sound of thunder crashing, the reverberation sweeping away portions of the haze. Even more astonishing was the convergence of lightning around its body, intertwining with the thunder within, swirling as if it were a living entity. It formed an impenetrable barrier of lightning to shield itself. Isn't this the Qi Guard style of Fei Qinhu Tiger? Qin Ge recognized the skill at a glance. However, a hint of perplexity arose within him. He was certain that Jingzha's skill repertoire did not include this move. Moreover, teacher Fei Qinhu Tiger had not initiated any instruction on this technique. Could it be that Jingzha had merely observed its use frequently, and, through keen observation, comprehended the rudimentary form of the Qi Guard style skill? The more Qin Ge pondered, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the crux of the matter. Truly, Jingzha was my proudest achievement. Cheer up, Gong Yuan. In the arena, Jingzha was too preoccupied to regard Qin Ge's astonishment. Its tiger eyes sparkled with electricity, fixating intently on the elusive candle flame servants within the mist. Suddenly, it pounded its front paw on the ground. A lightning chain wove into a net. Bang, bang, bang. Several candle flame servants' flames collided with the lightning net, intertwining fire and thunder, erupting in a dazzling spectacle. However, the true killing move was yet to come. Whoosh. One candle flame servant abruptly vanished, only to reappear, having teleporting behind Jingzha, cloaked in the glow of the candle flame. Ethereal Flame Palm. A ghostly blue fireball coalesced before the candle flame servant, transforming into a hand that struck fiercely at Jingzha's back. Yet, Mei Xiao and the candle flame servant seemed to have overlooked a critical point. The tail of the Thunderclaw Tiger was akin to a charging plug. In other words, it was one of the swiftest conduits of lightning power. Jingzha's tail lashed out violently, crackling with thunder like a steel whip, striking backward. Crack! The thunderous tail collided with the fireball, sending the candle flame servant reeling. As the smoke cleared, Jingzha's front paw had already reached the candle flame servant. In a critical moment, innate skill, soul exchange. The body and its avatar exchanged positions. The candle flame servant evaded this strike at the cost of its avatar. This brief skirmish caused the audience to stow their smiles, watching intently, fearing they might miss every exhilarating moment. Some spectators began to lament, given Mei Xiao's prowess. How could she not be selected as a seed player? Based on her current performance, she could defeat many so-called seed players. Who knows? But I sense she is a dark horse. Let's continue watching. As long as her performance remains stellar, she may still have a chance for a special invitation. Indeed, even the owner of that Windrunner dog from the morning reaped rewards due to its formidable danger prediction ability. Amidst the audience's discussions, Mei Xiao, pale and sweating profusely, swiftly altered her tactics. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 candle flame servants sprang into action again. They circled Jingzha with rapid movements, simultaneously releasing a smoke screen, obscuring their opponent's vision while broadening their teleportation range. Seeking to engage in a war of attrition, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. Jingzha, let us play along with them. Jingzha let out a low growl and suddenly crouched down. The lightning surrounding it ceased to expand and instead coiled around its limbs like flowing water. Lightning Shadow Instant Step. Boom. Jingzha transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, crashing into one of the candle flame servants. Bang. The avatar exploded, but Mei Qiao had anticipated this. Position swap. The true Candle Flame Servant had shifted to the furthest point of its avatar, unleashing multiple fireballs. Qin Ge abruptly halted, sweeping its paw, the lightning claws slicing through the fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the exploding flames, Qin Ge's figure darted like lightning. Even though the Candle Flame Servants possessed the ability of Candle Flame Instant Shadow, under the triple acceleration of Qin Ge's lightning and the lightning shadow instant step, the Candle Flame Servants could hardly react. Each of Qin Ge's pounces precisely obliterated an avatar. Even if the true Candle Flame Servant could timely relocate, what could it do if all the avatars were gone? At this moment, the overhead screen displayed a divine perspective, clearly showing originally 8 Candle Flame Servants. Now only 1 remained, solitary in the arena. Given Qin Ge's recently exhibited speed, the outcome of this battle had already been sealed. Is this truly a novice competition? If it were any other opponent, Mei Qiao's avatar strategy would be hard to counter. Unfortunately, her luck ran out, encountering Godzilla. This lightning tiger whose speed was utterly absurd. In the arena, Mei Qiao recognized that the battle's conclusion was inevitable. She did not wish for her spirit beast to endure unnecessary harm and hastily cried out, "We concede." Upon hearing this, Qin Ge immediately raised his hand. The lightning gathering on Qin Ge's paw gradually dissipated. However, the arcs of electricity still danced around, signifying its unquenched fighting spirit. The match is concluded. The victor is Qin Ge. The referee's whistle echoed throughout the arena. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Mei Qiao retracted the Candle Flame Servant. Walking towards Qin Ge with a wry smile, "You are truly beyond comprehension." She paused, determination igniting in her eyes. "But next time, I will reclaim my honor." Qin Ge chuckled as he shook her hand. "I shall await your challenge." Thus, Qin Ge advanced to the top 16 with an undefeated record. Chapter 47. Just like Marco turning the tide against Cheng Yaojin. In the hotel room, the cold light of the LCD screen illuminated 4 astonished faces. On the live broadcast, the Thunderclaw Tiger stood majestically, bathed in golden lightning, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. This was a stark contrast to the large cat that had lounged at Qin Ge's feet in the restaurant earlier, meekly enduring Shui Lingling's ear-tugging. "Do you think it's possible?" The bespectacled girl from Chapter 26 murmured that the one who saved us in the secret realm was indeed Qin Ge. The blonde boy mechanically gulped down a sip of cola, his Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly, "But we clearly awakened earlier." Qin Shui clenched the beverage can in her hand, her knuckles turning white. Images flashed in her mind. The ice-blue figure that had instantaneously slain the lava fire wolf in the secret realm and the overwhelming might of the Thunderclaw Tiger displayed just moments ago. Have you noticed? The usually quiet buzzcut boy suddenly pulled up the competition footage. Whether it's Shui Lingling or the Thunderclaw Tiger, their skill proficiency is frighteningly high. Look at this spinning ice spike, and then observe the absurd lightning shadow instant step of the Thunderclaw Tiger. The buzzcut boy chuckled wryly and shook his head, saying, "If you told me Qin Ge had nurtured them for 2 years, I would believe you were from a different timeline." The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the hum of the air conditioning. Clang. After a lengthy pause, Qin Shui crumpled the empty can and tossed it into the trash bin. Disparities do not appear without reason. She sprang to her feet, a renewed spark of determination igniting in her eyes. If he can accomplish great feats, why should we falter? Let us regard him as our benchmark and strive to catch up. The other 3 exchanged glances. The bespectacled girl murmured, "But he is a natural talent." So what? Qin Shui had already retrieved her tactical tablet to begin documenting. "Do you think his prowess is merely a product of slumber?" She pointed at the screen, where a close-up of Qin Ge was frozen in time, the marks of training evident. How do you suppose such evidence came to be? Outside, the brilliant afternoon sun bathed the dome of the Longting Arena in golden hues. The previously blank posters of the 16 contenders on the outer walls were no longer devoid of content. Qin Ge's photograph had been solemnly affixed to the central position. The young man on the poster bore the snow spirit on his shoulders, with the Thunderclaw Tiger standing proudly beside him, set against a backdrop of intertwined ice and thunder. In the hotel corridor, the murmurs of other competitors could be faintly heard. Godzilla's strength is truly fearsome. I even believe that some second-tier spirit beasts trained by national teams would not stand a chance against him. What do you think Godzilla's beast taming talent really is? Personally, I believe it has little to do with beast taming talent. How so? The academic system indicates that Godzilla was born on July 14th. In other words, it has been just over a month since he awakened his beast taming talent. Can such a short span of time suffice for one to achieve greatness solely based on talent? The chatter gradually faded. Qin Shui rewound the video to the moment when Qin Ge's muscles were taut and pressed the pause button. The answer is rather simple. Observing those muscles, which were almost unrecognizable as belonging to a thunderclaw tiger, she softly uttered a single word, effort. This answer, simple to the point of provoking laughter, was nonetheless so fundamentally true that it rendered one speechless. With Group C's competition drawing to a close, the contest involving Cheng Huai, Su Hongyu, Yi Roi, Zhou Mo, and others had also begun to yield victors. However, what left everyone astounded was the unexpected elimination of the seeded player, Cheng Huai. Qin Ge opened the match replay. The footage revealed a dramatically charged confrontation. The blade-like legs of the purple light mantis struck the shell of the sand rock turtle with the ferocity of a tempest, each assault accompanied by dazzling sparks. Yet, Shirley's sand rock turtle merely withdrew into its shell. Qin Ge magnified the image, noticing that the purple light mantis bore minute injuries after each attack. A retaliatory talent? As the match progressed into the third minute, the purple light mantis's offensive had significantly slowed. When it attempted another strike, it stumbled, almost toppling to the ground. The sand rock turtle seized the opportunity to roll and pin the already battered purple light mantis against the arena's railing. Goodness. Isn't this akin to Marco turning the tables on Cheng Yaojin, essentially self-inflicting harm? Qin Ge chuckled and shook his head. The defense of the sand rock turtle, combined with such a talent, was simply a perfect match. Su Hongyu, who had appeared beside them at some point, spoke up. Cheng Huai lost without injustice, Zhou Mo added, offering his commentary. Qin Ge, deep in thought, closed the video. This match, along with his earlier encounter with Mei Xiaoer, had served as a wake-up call. In the arena of the Longting Cup, with the current strength of Snow Spirit and Qin Ge, it seemed as though they were merely participating in a novice competition. Yet, one could not discount the possibility that their opponents might possess unique beast-taming talents capable of countering them unexpectedly. Simultaneously, Qin Ge gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of his own active talent skill, the Seven Wolves Intimidation. Regardless of how impressive your talent may be, a single blow from the Seven Wolves will surely disrupt you. Qin Ge, Old Su, Old Zhou, I did it. I made it into the top 16. Meng Yingjun bounded back to the preparation area from the competition venue, his excitement propelling him into the air. His animated gestures resembled those of a novice driver who had just received their license. Gone was the fierce demeanor he had displayed before the match. Zhou Mo and Su Hongyu exchanged knowing smiles and clapped in unison. Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Ge approached with a mischievous grin, playfully slapping Meng Yingjun's shoulder. Well done, old Meng. Now I finally have the opportunity to send you home in tears ahead of schedule. Not long after Meng Yingjun's exit, the entire 32-16 match had concluded. Amidst the laughter, the announcement echoed. Please, all top 16 contestants proceed to the conference room for the draw. The laughter abruptly ceased. The draw is for selecting opponents. Su Hongyu suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ge. It seems that tomorrow in the top 16, we may have the chance to face off. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't have it any other way. Meng Yingjun's gaze flicked between the two, suddenly feeling a bit weak in the knees. Oh no, I'm starting to feel anxious. Zhou Mo calmly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Come on, luck is also a part of strength. Snow Spirit had already skipped ahead, her little paws waving. The draw. I want to fight 10 minutes later. The first match's opponent list for tomorrow morning was freshly unveiled. Who is number 3? Ah, Zhou Mo, how can it be you? Upon seeing his opponent, Meng Yingjun's eyes rolled back, and he immediately threw a tantrum. It's over. My talent against Zhou Mo is like a renowned sword meeting a quack physician. Unless I can kill Zhou Mo's poisonous monkey in the 15-second activation period of my renowned sword, is it still possible to hastily arrange for Brother Leopard to learn a recovery skill? On the other side, Qin Ge looked at his opponent list and raised an eyebrow. Shirley? Whom did he offend to deserve such luck? After finally defeating a seeded player and becoming a dark horse, he can't even last 24 hours before elimination. TSK. Chapter 48. The first battle of the top 16. Instant kill. Just as Qin Ge arrived at the hotel entrance, he was intercepted by a reporter who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Qin Ge, may I take a few minutes of your time for an interview? The reporter held up a microphone, his face brimming with anticipation. An interview? Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. I haven't signed any advertisements. No sponsors are paying me. Nor do I seek fame. 500 for each question, the reporter quickly added. Qin Ge paused. I can earn $500 for just a few words? Can't pass that up. He immediately donned a professional smile. Please, go ahead. The reporter's eyes brightened. Qin Ge, how did you manage to attain such astonishing strength in just a month? In front of the camera, Qin Ge straightened his posture and replied earnestly. My journey to this point is solely attributed to the relentless training I undertake daily with my spirit beasts and the unwavering sweat I've shed. He silently added, along with the advantages of dual talents, military district resources, and training in the first secret realm. The reporter, evidently dissatisfied with this standard answer, pressed on. Could you elaborate on your training methods? That was the second question. Qin Ge, smiling, extended his hand. Once he had skillfully stowed the money in his pocket, he replied, not convenient. The reporter thought to himself, this kid is even slicker than a seasoned pro. Resigned, he counted out another $500 and continued to inquire. What are your thoughts on your opponent Shirley for tomorrow? His talent is quite compatible with the sandrock turtle. Qin Ge maintained his smile, but then he suddenly caught sight of Su Hongyu watching from a distance, and shifted the conversation. However, I still feel that it pales in comparison to certain individuals' iron armor little treasure. Su Hongyu. What does that have to do with me? The reporter attempted to inquire further, but Qin Ge had already waved his hand. Let us conclude today's interview. I must prepare for tomorrow's competition. With that, he gracefully turned away, leaving the reporter stranded, counting the remaining budget with a heart full of despair. This was undeniably the least cost-effective interview of his career. Observing the entire scene, Zhou Mo quietly took out a notebook, noting, so this is how interviews can be answered. I've learned something new. After the interview, due to the limited space of the training room on the hotel's top floor, Qin Ge promptly contacted Principal Yin Xinghua, invoking his special privileges to secure a superior training venue nearby. Upon arrival and after a brief inspection, he immediately summoned Fei Qinhu. Hey, I need your assistance tonight to guide a specialized training session for the Qi guarding style of Jingzhe. Fei Qinhu stood with arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over Jingzhe. This is simple. It has already grasped the threshold of the Qi guarding style. It merely requires that final push. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Jingzhe's forehead. Buzz. There was no visible sign of change. Thunderclap Tiger, new skill awakened. Qi guarding style. Jingzhe trembled, feeling a long-lasting energy circulating within its meridians. It attempted to guide its internal spiritual force to flow with this newfound power, and a faint golden aura appeared on its surface. Qin Ge observed this scene with satisfaction. With this technique, facing that reflective-shelled tortoise tomorrow will be a breeze. He then handed Fei Qinhu the Maotai he had specially purchased on his way. Jingzhe, however, tilted its head in confusion. Oh, whoa? Last time, it didn't learn the new skill so quickly. Fei Qinhu received the bottle, twisted off the cap, and the unique aroma of the liquor sparked a gleam in his eyes. After taking a swig, he explained, back then, you were still in the foundational phase. If I had simply bestowed the ultimate technique upon you, he belched, you would have lacked the spiritual energy to utilize it. Jingzhe's ears twitched, somewhat understanding. Furthermore, Fei Qinhu took another sip, the higher purity of the alcohol from ancient times causing his vision to blur slightly. The techniques one comprehends themselves are the most suitable. It is essential to experience, train, and rectify one's mistakes to forge a path uniquely one's own, lest one be constrained. However, at this moment, Fei Qinhu suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, his eyes filled with admiration. You have already developed your own understanding of the Qi guarding style. Even if I were to teach it to you directly, it would be of no consequence. Roar. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe instinctively employed the Qi guarding style. Following its previous explorations, a perfect barrier of golden lightning formed around its body. Shui Lingling curiously poked at it with a feather duster, only to be instantly shocked and covered in soot. Chirp. Even Gong Million's shield has reflective damage. Fei Qinhu nodded in satisfaction and then languidly laid down on the ground. Remember, techniques are mere concepts. No sooner had he spoken than a soft snore erupted. At the Longting Arena, the atmosphere during the top 16 matches was starkly different from a few days prior. The previously segregated 8 battle zones had been completely merged. The central arena now resembled a grand Roman Colosseum, surrounded by tiered seating filled to capacity. The elevated circular screen displayed the images of the 16 contenders in rapid succession. Yet, the most captivating spectacle was the continuous loop of the championship reward, the holographic image of the Tian Shuang Lian. The entirely ice-blue lotus slowly unfurled in the projection, exuding a unique energy even through the screen. Wow, that looks incredible. It feels like this is specifically tailored for Yi Rui or Qin Ge, don't you see? Although it is suitable for ice-type spirit beasts, its remarkable aspect is that it can enhance a spirit beast's comprehension. The audience buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the contestant passage, Qin Ge gazed up at the large screen. Shui Lingling instinctively tugged at his collar. Chirp. It looks like such a delectable fruit. Jingzhe also wagged its tail restlessly. If we win, it'll belong to us. Qin Ge affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little creatures, his gaze drifting to the opposite passage where Shirley was finalizing warm-ups with the sandy shell tortoise. As the clock struck 8:30, after the host enthusiastically introduced the prominent figures from various prestigious institutions and the leaders of the Yusho Master Association of Jinling City, the third day of the top 16 matches officially commenced. The judge's electronic voice resonated throughout the venue. The first match of the top 16 is about to begin. Qin Ge versus Shirley. The cheers erupted like a tsunami. As Qin Ge stepped toward the arena, he heard someone from the audience shout, "Godzilla! Smash that reflective shelled tortoise. Go Qin Ge! Shui Lingling is so adorable." Shui Lingling immediately turned its head and waved its paw at the source of the voice. Chirp. Meanwhile, Qin Ge fixed its gaze on the sandy shell tortoise, its body radiating a faint, thunderous silhouette. Today, it intended to impart a proper lesson to this tough-shelled creature using the Qi guarding style it had mastered in just 1 second last night. Feeling the fervor from the audience, both young men felt a surge of excitement within. There was no need for pre-match banter. The judge raised the flag, signaling the two beast masters to prepare for battle, while the beasts took their positions and the contestants retreated to the safe zone. The lights dimmed suddenly, and the spotlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the center of the arena. Qin Ge and the sandy shell tortoise faced off from a distance, one surrounded by crackling lightning, the other encased in a cloud of dust as a shield. The audience's roars gradually hushed, and thousands of eyes concentrated on the scene. The judge's flag was raised high. 3. Qin Ge's forepaws curled slightly, golden lightning gathering at its claws. 2. The sandy shell tortoise retracted its limbs into its shell, the reflective patterns glowing a sandy hue. 1. Boom. In the moment the countdown reached 0, Qin Ge transformed into a streak of golden lightning. The Qi guarding style S lightning barrier enveloped its entire body, shielding it from any retaliatory damage. The energy from the tiger roar style converged in its forepaws. The sandy shell tortoise barely had time to execute any skills before it felt an overwhelming force. Its entire form was sent hurtling backward in a spin. But that was not the end. Qin Ge stood upright, its right arm poised in a fist, channeling the furious energy of the rushing punch style entirely into its right claw. A spiraling golden thunderbolt struck. Bang! The sound of shattering echoed painfully. The sandy shell tortoise was forced back into its beast master space even before it could land. In that instant, the arena fell into a stunned silence. The slow-motion replay on the big screen of Qin Ge standing tall, retracting its claws, sent shockwaves through everyone present. In truth, prior to the match, many had speculated about the outcome. Indeed, based on the performance of Qin Ge's Shui Lingling and Thunderclap Tiger, his chances of victory appeared significantly greater than those of Shirley. However, the sandy shell tortoise was, after all, a turtle. Turtles, as a category of spirit beasts, are renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, the sandy shell tortoise could even utilize sand and stone to construct a protective layer with excellent insulation on its exterior. Faced with such an adversary, one would expect that even the formidable Thunderclaw Tiger would require a protracted engagement of at least 10 rounds. Yet, what is the current situation? Merely a few seconds have elapsed since the battle commenced, and Shirley has not even had the opportunity to utilize his innate skills. His Sandrock tortoise was annihilated in an instant. Such terrifying prowess. In that fleeting moment, a question echoed in the minds of the majority of spectators. Am I truly witnessing a competition for novice beastmasters? In the preparation area, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Su Hongyu stood with his arms crossed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his arm. Could my ironclad steed evade such an explosive onslaught? He furrowed his brow, rapidly calculating strategies in his mind, only to discover that no matter how he computed it, even with the use of his beastmaster abilities, there was merely a 60 chance of evasion. Zhou Mo nearly stripped the fur off his mist-poisoned leopard in frustration. His beastmaster talent dictated a strategy more suited for attrition, yet against such unreasonable explosive power, even the poisonous, mischievous monkey might not have the opportunity to unleash its toxins. The expressions of the other competitors were equally grave, their countenances betraying their trepidation. Guemo Luo Minjing clicked his tongue, acknowledging the brilliance of whoever had dubbed Qin Ge with that moniker. He had truly become a psychological barrier for these individuals. The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat nodded in agreement, suddenly feeling that making it to the top 16 was quite acceptable. At least it spared them from facing monstrous guardians like the Pooper Scooper foster parent. In the center of the arena, the referee's whistle shattered the silence. The Sandrock tortoise has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Qin Ge. At this moment, the audience finally reacted, erupting into thunderous applause that nearly lifted the roof off. In the front row, Qin Shui and her teammates exchanged astonished glances. The bespectacled girl could not help but exclaim, "I now believe that it was indeed Qin Ge who saved us that day in the secret realm." Meanwhile, a flurry of reporters fervently tapped at their keyboards. Breaking news. Godzilla Tiger's first 16 matches end in a swift kill. In the luxurious boxes, the admissions directors from various prestigious universities hastily dialed their principals. Yin Xinghuai's face beamed with delight, elbowing his son with pride. "Did you see that? This is the vision of your father. The current head of the Jinling University admissions office, Yin Liqing, nodded, already strategizing on how to increase their recruitment offers. For instance, while Qin Ge possesses 2 spirit beasts, the championship reward of the Heavenly Frost Lotus is but a single blossom. Moreover, there is that spirit beast with capabilities akin to rule-level powers. Meanwhile, Qin Ge leisurely exited the arena, with Jing Ge strutting proudly behind him, tail held high. Shui Lingling sat perched on Qin Ge's shoulder, her tiny paw making a peace sign for the camera. As they passed through the competitor's corridor, Zhou Mo leaned against the wall, unable to restrain his curiosity. Was that strike not a bit excessive? Qin Ge shrugged. Quick battles spare them the suffering. Upon hearing this, the poisonous, mischievous monkey instinctively shrank behind its master. On the large screen, the matchups for the next round illuminated the display. Yet the thoughts of all remained ensnared in the previous battle. This edition of the Hidden Dragon Cup has truly unleashed an unprecedented Godzilla. Chapter 49. It is advisable to present the awards directly, as it disrupts the balance of the competition. The only dark horse among the top 16 that was not a seeded competitor has fallen. However, fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Who could have predicted that he would encounter Godzilla? The disparity between man and beast is insurmountable. What in the world is this talent? How can one endure such injuries? Alas, in the face of Zhou Mo's toxic assault, the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat's advantage in residual health proves difficult to capitalize upon. At this moment, Qin Ge is in the exclusive resting lounge for the top 8 competitors, watching the live broadcast on the screen. His phone plays a thrilling live commentary from a well-known streamer, blending professional spirit beast knowledge with exclamations that far surpass the official commentary in entertainment value. As Shui Lingling indulged in ice cream, she simultaneously conjured an arm of ice to hold a chilled bottle of milk. Sitting beside Qin Ge as they absorbed the thrilling clash of the top 16. Is that the Molten Claw? The Crimson Blood Leopard Cat has actually comprehended the technique. Can it land a hit? Alas, it seems not. Zhou Mo's tactics are textbook-level sneaky. Each successful strike causes the poisonous, mischievous monkey to retreat further. Though the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat possesses remarkable speed, the brief intervals prove insufficient to close the gap. What a pity. Meng Yingjun's talent perfectly complements the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat. Had he faced any melee-oriented opponent, he would undoubtedly have reached the top 8. Of course, this excludes Godzilla's Thunderclaw Tiger. Old Zhou, quickly recall the poisonous, mischievous monkey. Meng Yingjun's voice echoed across the battlefield, initially leaving Zhou Mo bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted in alarm, as the Crimson Blood Leopard Cat lost its abilities and was compelled to return to the Beastmaster space. It left behind a multitude of scarlet blood shadows that mirrored its form. These blood shadows, akin to vengeful spirits, emitted piercing wails as they ferociously lunged at the poisonous, mischievous monkey. Squeak. Sensing the impending danger, the poisonous, mischievous monkey's fur bristled, and it turned to flee. However, those blood shadows seemed to possess an innate tracking ability, carving eerie arcs in the air as they relentlessly pursued. What in the world is this abomination? Fortunately, Zhou Mo's reflexes were swift. Just as the blood shadows were about to strike the poisonous, mischievous monkey, he retrieved it back to the Beastmaster space. The entire audience held their breath, watching as the aimless blood shadows spiraled chaotically above the arena. The referee cast a profound glance at Meng Yingjun before summoning his own Nether Spirit Cat. Go, eliminate these entities. Meow. The Nether Spirit Cat gracefully leaped into the arena, confronting the blood shadows. Upon contact, the blood shadows, akin to malevolent phantoms, lashed out furiously. Yet the 5th-tier Nether Spirit Cat merely shook itself slightly and proceeded to groom its paws nonchalantly. Meng Yingjun finally exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhou Mo, still shaken, approached. Old Meng, that move of yours. Thank you, teacher. Meng Yingjun first expressed his gratitude to the referee and then turned. Grinning broadly, what do you think? Is my Beastmaster talent impressive? Zhou Mo, still apprehensive, nodded. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. In that moment, I could feel the fear emanating from the poisonous, mischievous monkey. Enough of that. Meng Yingjun clapped Zhou Mo on the shoulder, congratulating him on advancing. With that, he hurried toward the medical team on the sidelines, calling out as he ran, "Doctor, please check on my leopard brother first." Zhou Mo watched his retreating figure, a complex expression crossing his face. The discussions among the audience surged in waves. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of talent. Absolutely ruthless. Such an explosive display. No wonder he is a friend of Godzilla. Birds of a feather flock together. In the VIP room, Yin Xinghuai suddenly slammed his hand down in excitement. What a talent. This ability in team competitions is nothing short of divine. He turned to his son. We must significantly enhance Meng Yingjun's perks. Yin Liqing could only smile wryly. Dad, please calm down. Calm down. The elderly gentleman's mustache bristled with pride. Such talent is a treasure wherever it is placed. Just then, the large screen abruptly switched images, revealing Su Hongyu's ironclad steed triumphantly crushing its opponent, forcefully advancing to the top 8. In Xinghuai nearly jumped from his seat. Has Jinling know? One high school unearthed a nest of geniuses. Qin Ge, Su Hongyu, Meng Yingjun. He counted on his fingers, within 2 years at most. During the 31st National College competition, they would undoubtedly overshadow Yanjing and Modu. In the next room, a representative from Modu University silently took out his phone and dialed the principal. Yes, they have already begun preparations for the celebration banquet. An urgent voice on the other end inquired. What? Us. We haven't managed to contact Qin Ge yet. Although the competition venue has been reduced to 1, the efficient 1v1 format allowed all 8 matches to be completed before lunch. The quarterfinals were scheduled for the afternoon. Qin Ge's next opponent was none other than Zhou Mo. At 2:30 p.m., Cheng Huai, who had been watching the matches from the audience, suddenly recalled what his classmates had told him and couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Mo faced the authentic Meng Yingjun in the morning and now has to battle the counterfeit Meng Yingjun in the afternoon. What counterfeit and authentic? What is going on? Some spectators nearby were still unclear about how the counterfeit Meng Yingjun came to be. After Cheng Huai briefly recounted the situation, someone burst into laughter. So today, Zhou Mo is taking on the twin challenges of Meng Yingjun? If you ask me, the counterfeit seems even more ferocious than the original. Indeed, it even aligns more closely with the name Yingjun. Brother Cheng, how do you think Zhou Mo would fare against Qin Ge? As soon as this question was posed, the surrounding audience members turned their heads in unison, ears perked up. Although there were quite a few beast masters present, each with their own set of judgment standards, Zhou Mo's talent had yet to be revealed. Compared to Cheng Huai, who was also from Zhou Mo's school, their understanding of Zhou Mo's true strength was still somewhat lacking. Zhou Mo is indeed formidable. I can still barely handle his mist poison leopard, but that poison mischievous monkey. Cheng Huai shook his head, a look of trepidation crossing his face. However, if he faced Godzilla, Zhou Mo would be at a distinct disadvantage. You all witnessed the speed and explosive power of that Thunderclaw tiger today. With the current strength of Zhou Mo's poison mischievous monkey, he wouldn't even get the chance to strike. In a corner, a man overheard and jested. I suggest the organizing committee directly award Qin Ge the trophy. There's no need for further competition. It disrupts the balance of the event. Cheng Huai, however, shook his head. Not necessarily. I believe there are still 3 individuals who could contend with him. He held up 3 fingers, starting with Yi Ruoyi's Frostbone Young Dragon. The advantages of dragon species at this stage are well known to everyone. Secondly, there's Xiao Xinxian. Did you notice? She effortlessly reached the top 8 with just her second spirit beast, the Quick Leaf Panda. He paused meaningfully. Her initial spirit beast must be even more remarkable. Lastly, there's Su Hongyu. Cheng Huai lowered his voice. His talent has yet to be revealed, and he could very well hold his own against Godzilla. Beep. As the referee's whistle echoed, without any surprises, the match unfolded almost identically to the morning's. Faced with the sleek combo of the Thunderclaw tiger, the poison mischievous monkey had no chance to resist whatsoever. It collapsed at the edge of the arena, while Jingzhe merely panted lightly, not a single scratch on him. A chorus of sighs arose from the audience. As expected, it's still not enough. The gap is just too vast. Truly, Godzilla is formidable. I think that gentleman's suggestion from earlier should be adopted. We should award the trophy directly. It affects the balance of the competition. The scene shifted to the contestant area. Zhou Mo was smiling as he high-fived Qin Ge. Long before their separation on the 19th, the two had made a pact. Upon arriving at the arena, Zhou Mo would unleash his initial spirit beast to the fullest. Now, this agreement had finally borne fruit. Qin Ge advanced, while Zhou Mo was eliminated. Nanzhao University has already contacted me. Zhou Mo paused for a moment and said earnestly, "Let us have an all-out battle during the National College League." Qin Ge nodded readily. No problem. Chapter 50. The Ingenious Tactics of a Genius Strategist. Upon entering the top 8, the selection of opponents was no longer by lottery. Instead, the winners of the first and second groups would face off. After parting ways with Zhou Mo and returning to the contestant lounge, Qin Ge immediately turned his gaze to the large screen in the lounge. On screen, a green and white, vibrant leaf spirit dragon was gracefully spiraling above the arena. Each flap of its wings scattered glimmering green light points. Wherever it passed, tender green shoots sprouted from the ground, transforming the entire battlefield into a miniature forest. Qin Ge squinted. Xiao Xianxian truly knew how to conceal her strengths. The leaf spirit dragon's opponent was a fire-type flame lion, which was currently frantically shooting fireballs into the air. Logically, fire should hold the advantage over wood. However, due to the disparity in levels and strength, the outcome was quite different. Swish. Swish, swish. Before those scorching fireballs could even approach the leaf spirit dragon, they were precisely sliced apart by the emerald leaves surrounding it, neutralizing the attack. Even more alarming was that the grass beneath the flame lion's feet had inexplicably transformed into a green swamp. Any grass that came into contact with it shimmered with an emerald luster, ravenously siphoning its spirit and stamina. Qin Ge was well aware that this was the leaf spirit dragon's innate ability. Each hit allowed it to steal the opponent's spirit and stamina. Such a talent. Combined with the advantage of flight, Xuelingling, we must be cautious in the next match. Find a way to bring it down and seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. If we drag this out. Huh, Xuelingling, what are you doing? Qin Ge turned around and was taken aback. He saw the little creature perched on the coffee table, its tiny paws rapidly swiping across the screen of a phone, actually browsing the Beast Emperor app. Chirp. Noticing Qin Ge's gaze, Xuelingling excitedly waved its little paws. I want to choose a flying vehicle. A flying vehicle? Xuelingling, are you hoping for a flying sibling? Qin Ge asked with a smile. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xuelingling shook its head vigorously. Then what is this? Beside them. Jingzhe felt a bit exasperated for Beast Master Qin Ge's lack of comprehension. The little snowball had been so clear. How could he not understand? Just as it was about to offer a hint to this dense head, suddenly, a weight pressed down on its back, and a bone-chilling cold swept over. Xuelingling found a more direct means of expression. It leaped onto Jingzhe's back, its tiny paw slapping down. Instantly, an ice crystal saddle, akin to the ice wolf from Chapter 26, materialized on Jingzhe's back. Then, Xuelingling bounced back to the ground, its little paw poking at a photo of the shattered ice griffin on the phone screen, bouncing around and flapping its little paws. In that moment, Qin Ge finally understood. Xuelingling was suggesting they acquire a spirit beast that could fly, freeze it, and use it as an ice sculpture mount. This way, during the battle against the leaf spirit dragon tomorrow, they could engage in an aerial duel. Such a brilliant and ingenious idea left Qin Ge both amused and exasperated. Not just him, the little booklet in the lounge. Upon witnessing the antics of the snowy spirit, the grimoire demon grasped the essence of its intentions. How should one articulate this? As a spectral beast, engaging in mischief, playing pranks, listening to ghost stories, and instilling fear are undoubtedly among its most cherished pastimes. So much so that, at Jinling University, it has earned the moniker of Little Demon. Previously, it took pride in this title, convinced of its merit. Yet now, when juxtaposed with the living ice sculpture mount of this snowball creature, one must ponder, who truly embodies the essence of a demon? The snowy spirit. Noticing Qin Ge's momentary stupor, became increasingly agitated, stamping its little feet in distress. It quickly summoned several images of flying spirit beasts, tapping on each one with its tiny paws. With every click, it made a gesture as if to freeze. Jingzhe, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected, I understand. I understand. However, just as Jingzhe's words escaped, Qin Ge interrupted with a palm to his forehead. You wish to capture a flying spirit beast as a mount, correct? The snowy spirit's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. But that won't do. Qin Ge rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling the weight of parental responsibility. Setting aside other matters, the competition rules clearly stipulated a 1v1 format, effectively precluding such an endeavor. The snowy spirit's enthusiasm waned instantly, its ears drooping in disappointment. Yet, an idea suddenly sparked in Qin Ge's mind. Was there not a spell within Gray's ice magic repertoire known as Ice Griffin? Although he hesitated to have the snowy spirit learn from Gray, fearing it might adopt undesirable habits, Gray's master, was a top-tier ice magician renowned for his intricate and colossal ice crafting abilities, much more suitable for instructing the snowy spirit. Snowy spirit, let us prepare a surprise for tomorrow's opponent. The following afternoon at 2 o'clock, the grand screen of the Longting Arena illuminated, the golden matchup information scrolling slowly. Semifinals. Qin Ge versus Xiao Xinxian. Su Hongyu versus Yi Ruoyi. The audience, packed to the brim, erupted in a flurry of excitement. Although I yearned for the champion trophy of the Qianlong Cup to remain in Jinling, I lamented the unfortunate reality that Su Hongyu likely stood no chance against Yi Ruoyi. Yet what of Godzilla? Once he triumphs over Xiao Xinxian, he could defeat Yi Ruoyi in the finals. The issue, however, was my dwindling confidence in Godzilla. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Xinxian had concealed a leaf dragon, making it exceedingly difficult to overcome at this stage? Indeed, it possessed aerial superiority, formidable resilience, and remarkable recuperative abilities. In the VIP room, Yin Liqing furrowed his brow, murmuring, this situation does not bode well. The elder, however, leisurely sipped his tea, waving his hand dismissively. What is there to panic about? Yin Liqing turned his head in confusion. Do you believe that boy has nothing up his sleeve? Yin Xinghuai set down his teacup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Since the quarterfinals concluded, aside from Qin Ge himself, no one knows the nature of his training with the snowy spirit. Yet, with less than a day, what could he possibly have accomplished? Yin Xinghua waved his hand, offering no further explanation, merely displaying a look of contemplation. The training grounds he arranged for Qin Ge included a core of a secret realm. Although time flowed in sync with the outside world, the area was undoubtedly expansive, sturdily fortified, and guaranteed privacy. At 11 a.m. that very morning, as Qin Ge departed, Yin Xinghua happened to be nearby enjoying tea. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's exit, he felt compelled to take a glance inside. What he beheld nearly caused him to explode. He patted his son's shoulder. Unless that boy becomes ill like an esports player before a match, otherwise. His gaze burned with intensity as he looked towards the preparation area. This championship is undoubtedly his. As if to affirm his words, the screen shifted to the competitor's preparation area. The snowy spirit was perched upon Qin Ge's shoulder, its tiny paws delicately crafting an ice sculpture, a diminutive version of the leaf dragon, adorned with an array of ice spikes. The audience erupted in fervor. What a scathing mockery! Xiao Xuanxuan's face turned a shade of green. Truly, the blood llama was fierce in its silence. At the judges' table, the organizing committee engaged in urgent discussions. Should we prohibit the snowy spirit from bringing that ice sculpture? Yet, the rules did not explicitly forbid handcrafted artifacts. Xiao Xinxian, in her adjacent preparation area, was seething with rage, her leaf dragon exhibiting a rare fierce expression, its emerald scales quivering in agitation. This dragon is enraged. As the atmosphere reached a boiling point at 2:30 p.m., the semifinals opening ceremony commenced. A dazzling display of spirit beasts elevated the excitement to its zenith. Once the final fireworks faded, the host's voice resonated throughout the arena. Let us welcome the first match of the semifinals, contestant Qin Ge, and the initial spirit beast he shall summon, Snow. Ling. Under the spotlight, Qin Ge strode confidently to the center of the arena, with the snowy spirit on his shoulder, waving its tiny paw in greeting to the audience. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Godzilla, Godzilla, Blood Llama, Dragon Slayer. The snowy spirit, exhilarated by the fervent atmosphere, eagerly conjured another miniature ice sculpture of the leaf dragon, only to shatter it with a flourish. Dancing joyfully before the audience, completely forgetting Qin Ge's pre-match advice to unsettle their opponent's mindset. Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential. Such a taunting display could yield a similar effect. Next, let us welcome the following contestant, Xiao Xian, and her accompanying spirit beast, Leaf Ling Dragon. The host struggled to suppress a grin. It appears that contestant Qin Ge's psychological tactics have proven remarkably effective. One can observe that contestant Xiao Xinxian and her leaf dragon are eager to teach them a lesson. He feigned seriousness, adding, however, I must remind everyone, physical confrontations are strictly prohibited in this match. Laughter erupted from the audience. Once more, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome them. Qin Ge's gaze turned towards Jingzhe, who was fixated on the opposing leaf dragon. Its front paws instinctively scratched the ground, yearning for a fierce duel. However, without the ability to fly, it was ill-suited to confront such an opponent. Jingzhe reassured, no worries. Once you fully master teacher pace skills, I will introduce you to a mentor who can teach you to soar. How does that sound? Qin Ge conveyed through their mental link. He had already formulated ideas for Jingzhe's second mentor. Once it mastered the transformation into Fei Qinhu's tiger form, the humanoid thunderclap tiger would unlock a plethora of new abilities, such as shattering darkness with thunder. Furthermore, when thunder rolls through the ominous clouds and lightning illuminates the earth, low-level spirit thunder, it would become attainable. Jingzhe's ears perked up, feigning composure, yet its excitement was palpable. Well, that does seem feasible, it stammered, pausing briefly before adding in a hushed tone. But let's wait until the match is over to discuss it. At this moment, the referee raised the flag. Both competitors, prepare yourselves. The lights flickered, and the countdown for the battle began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. Soar into the skies. Soar into the skies. The instant the fight erupted, Xiao Xinxian found herself instantly calm. The very first lesson she learned as a beastmaster was, never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. This was one of the strategies she had determined prior to the match. In response to Godzilla, the most straightforward way to counter the Thunder Tiger and Snow Spirit was to take to the skies. Simple, yet effective. She was confident that at this stage, Jingzhe possessed astonishing explosive speed and physical strength. Therefore, it was evident that its comprehension of aerial skills like thunder or lightning would be lacking. She was also certain that the current Snow Spirit could not possibly unleash advanced moves such as Blizzard. Perhaps He Linglong would not be a match for Snow Spirit in direct confrontation. However, as long as she secured air supremacy and utilized strategic attrition, She was confident she could triumph over Qin Ge. So much so that Xiao Xinxian couldn't help but shout the words soar into the skies. But the issue was, why was there a male voice commanding before her? That voice was unmistakably Godzilla. Could it be that Snow Spirit had already acquired the ability to fly at this stage? What was happening? Was Godzilla instructing Yi Linglong to take flight? It was incomprehensible, yet it left me utterly astonished. Ah, psychological warfare, is it? I've seen through your strategy. Let us see if you remain bewildered. Not just Xiao Xinxian. The entire audience erupted into a frenzy. Whispers spread like a tidal wave, as everyone exchanged glances. What tricks was Qin Ge playing? Friends of Qin Ge, such as Meng Yingjun and Su Hongyu, questioned whether they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. However, in the next moment, the scene on the battlefield silenced all commotion. Before them, Snow Spirit waved her small hand, her fingertips shimmering with a cold light. Whoosh! An ice crystal griffin, roughly the size of an adult dog, materialized out of thin air. Although it differed significantly in color and size from a true shattered ice griffin, anyone who saw it without prior knowledge would undoubtedly mistake it for a rare variant. Snow Spirit lightly leapt onto the back of the ice griffin. Whoosh! She commanded the ice griffin to flap its wings. In the astonished gaze of the audience, they ascended rapidly, hovering in midair, side by side with Yi Linglong. The audience erupted once more. Holy smokes! It can truly fly? What is this? A self-made flying mount. Teacher, what skill is this? I want my ice spirit to learn it. If you can teach my ice armor demon this move, I'd gladly take you as my master. Holy smokes! Is this a griffin knight? The cheers from the audience nearly threatened to lift the roof off the venue. Ice spirit. Ice armor demon. High above, Snow Spirit stood firmly on the back of the ice griffin, icy currents swirling between her claws. A nearly 2-meter-long ice crystal knight's lance suddenly taking shape. Whoosh! The lance shot forth like a dragon, and Yi Linglong hastily dodged. However, she was unprepared for the lance to explode. The shattering ice mist layered a series of speed-reducing debuffs upon her. The spinning tip of the spear rapidly magnified in Yi Linglong's eyes. Whoosh! Yi Linglong was clearly flustered, her large leaf-like wings flapping frantically. The surrounding leaves danced wildly, attempting to create a defensive barrier. Yet it was all too late. Acting on instinct to evade rather than confront, she was utterly unprepared. Roar! With a painful dragon's cry, the spiraling lance had already pierced her shoulder. Frost spread across the wound like a spider's web. Health bar plummets 25. Yi Linglong, quickly, use Leaf Blade Storm. Xiao Xinxian urgently relayed the command. Snow Spirit's recent maneuver had briefly stunned her, who lacked extensive combat experience. However, battle was akin to driving at high speed. A moment's distraction could lead to a catastrophic accident. Now, the crash had indeed occurred, but there was still a chance. Yi Linglong's life drain talent was an unparalleled safeguard. As long as this move landed, the tide could be turned back. Ice armor. Qin Ge's response was straightforward. Yi Linglong's life drain talent was indeed impressive, but it could ultimately be viewed as a universal leech. No matter how potent the drain, could it bypass a shield? Roar! The furious dragon's roar reverberated throughout the arena. Infuriated by pre-match taunts and the recent pain, Yi Linglong's would attribute energy surged wildly. The gathered leaves were sharper and more menacing than during her previous battle against the flaming lion. Each emerald leaf transformed into lethal flying daggers, swirling in a green hurricane towards Snow Spirit. The sheer power made several faculty members gasp in astonishment. This force must be nearing Tier 3. Alas! Crack! Crack! Snow Spirit's tiny claws closed, and the ice attribute's spiritual energy erupted explosively. An intense coldness instantly coalesced. Yet the ice formed not into armor, but into an exquisitely ornate ice crystal knight's armor that completely enveloped Snow Spirit's petite form. The armor glimmered brilliantly, with wing-like shoulder plates and cryptic runes etched upon the chest plate. The audience fell into stunned silence. Qin Ge, holy smokes! Snow Spirit. After learning the ice transformation magic from you secretly play around with such an impressive transformation without telling me. Furious. Incredibly furious. Next time, you must bring me along. And at that moment, Yi Linglong's leaf blade storm roared forth. Clink, clink, clink. Countless razor-sharp leaves struck against the ice crystal armor. Yet not a single scratch could be found. Instead, the chilling aura from the armor froze them, causing them to fall to the ground. Snow Spirit even had the leisure to let a gap emerge in the outer armor, allowing a leaf to flutter inside, then froze it with ice coffin, proudly declaring, "Chirp, a work of art." Yi Linglong, frustrated to the point of scales flaring. Xiao Xinxian broke into a cold sweat. Yi Linglong, the command hasn't been issued yet. Suddenly, Snow Spirit raised her hand. Whoosh! Including Snow Spirit, The icy high-grade right-hand lance transformed into a streak of blue-white light. Boom. The utterly enraged Yi Linglong collided with it, plummeting from the sky, losing her combat capability. Chirp. Snow Spirit looked at Yi Linglong in confusion, not quite understanding. In this day and age, who still cosplays as a slow zone? At this moment, the entire arena fell silent, awestruck and speechless. When the referee's whistle sounded, the victor is Qin Ge. A thunderous applause erupted, reminiscent of a tsunami. Godzilla. Godzilla. Snow Sorceress. Snow Sorceress. Chapter 52. The steel roar of the ultimate overload battle. How incredibly magnificent. I find myself witnessing not merely a battle of beast tamers, but rather a grand spectacle akin to a scene from Pacific Rim, where the Mecha Knight of Ice confronts a malevolent dragon. My instructor remains silent, adjusting his spectacles, the reflective lenses concealing the bewilderment in his eyes. As a 5th-tier beast tamer, he is acutely aware that without achieving the 7th tier, the manifestation of wood elemental skills is nearly impossible. In other words, the Leaf Blade Storm recently executed by Yi Linglong is merely a pure energy entity. The collision between energy entities can yield only 3 outcomes: mutual annihilation, synchronous resonance, or one obliterating the other. Yet just moments ago, he distinctly witnessed Shui Lingling freeze a leaf. Am I imagining things? Within the VIP room, numerous professors from various universities furrow their brows, pondering this very question. However, no matter how they deliberate, they cannot conceive a plausible explanation. For this is beyond their realm of comprehension. In their understanding, the freezing of energy is utterly unfathomable. Moreover, the discerning eyes of Yin Xinghuai have uncovered yet another astonishing fact. Throughout this battle, whether it was the Ice Griffin coalesced at the onset or the subsequently formed Ice Crystal Knight, each bore the unique charm characteristic of skills. The ability to shape elemental energy at will while retaining the potency of skills is indeed exclusive to elemental spirit beasts. Yet the conundrum lies in the fact that such feats require at least a 7th-tier elemental spirit beast. What level is Shui Lingling currently? 2nd tier, level 5. Suddenly, Yin Xinghuai is taken aback. Has the recent combat and training propelled it from 2nd tier level 4 to level 5? How is such training even possible? Never mind. That is of little consequence. He turns to Yin Liqing, his tone grave. We must have a serious discussion with Xiaoming tonight. The situation in Magic City and Yinjing is likely to become chaotic. If the stakes offered by Jinling are insufficient, we will be unable to retain him. The next battle is about to commence. This is the second match of the semifinals, a confrontation between Su Hongyu and Yi Ruoi. The spirit beasts of both sides have been revealed. Ironclad Steed versus Frostbone Whelpling. Wait, old Su's Ironclad Steed has actually evolved? In the audience, Meng Yingjun glances at Zhou Mo, his expression filled with curiosity. Zhou Mo scoffs lightly. What's so surprising? The Ironclad Steed, TSK, has been led astray by Qin Ge. It simply needs to break through to the 2nd tier and merge with some special metal materials to evolve. Old Su's family is in the steel industry, so it's not surprising at all. Only the 2nd tier? Then it should have evolved long ago. Why the delay? Meng Yingjun scratches his head. You expect me to know? That's all I understand. Zhou Mo replies, rolling his eyes. Oh, so you're a slacker too? Meng Yingjun teases. Zhou Mo is momentarily at a loss for words. What does being a slacker have to do with anything? I'm not the beast tamer of the Ironclad Steed. Why should I care about how it evolves? But honestly, after evolving, it seems less cute than when it was younger. The juvenile phase is far more endearing. Like humans, spirit beasts are soft and adorable in their youth, and it's only natural for them to take on diverse forms as they mature. As the two engage in casual banter, the competition officially commences. With the referee's command, the Ironclad Steed stomps the ground with its forelegs, the metallic armor clanging, as it charges first towards the Frostbone Whelpling. Roar! The Frostbone Whelpling raises its head, emitting a clear dragon's roar. An icy blue breath surges forth, instantly forming a crystalline frost upon the ground. The Ironclad Steed deftly avoids the attack, its horn radiating a brilliant light as an X-shaped mark appears upon the Frostbone Whelpling. Immediately, a sharp metallic hum fills the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spiral metal spikes coalesce out of thin air, hurtling towards the Whelpling with terrifying penetrative force. The Frostbone Whelpling reacts swiftly, flapping its wings and executing a sharp turn to evade most of the assault. Simultaneously, its tail sweeps, sending forth a barrage of sharp ice shards. Clang, clang, clang. The metal spikes collide with the ice shards mid-air, erupting in a dazzling display of ice crystals and sparks. Qin Ge and Shui Lingling are also watching Su Hongyu's duel from the resting area. Wow! The nearby Jingzhe suddenly leaps up, its tiger eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the large screen. This little iron horse clearly couldn't do that before. How is it now so adept? Qin Ge notices Qin Ge's reaction and, after a moment's thought, deduces what is going through its mind. No need for that term. What was it again? Never mind. In mechanical properties, there's a move called spiral drill. He absent-mindedly ruffles Qin Ge's ears. The difficulty for the ironclad steed to learn this move is far less than for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge turns its head away, its tiger claws flailing, its tail flapping in a chaotic manner. Returning to the arena, the attributes of the ironclad steed are revealed. Talent, Heart of Steel. Effect 1. Energy Saving Core. Mechanical attribute Spirit Beasts experience reduced spirit power consumption when using skills. Effect 2. Modular Modification. Mechanical attribute Spirit Beasts can autonomously change the required metal materials during evolution. Effect 3. Overload Concerto. Significantly increases the speed and power of skill releases for mechanical attribute Spirit Beasts. Note: under this state, Spirit Beasts experience greatly increased consumption, placing substantial mental strain on the Beast Tamer. Empowered by its talent, the ironclad steed's performance surges. Its horn flickers with electricity. Bang, 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 bang. A series of 4 electromagnetic cannons are unleashed almost instantaneously, each one accurately predicting the Frostbone Whelpling's flight path. The Frostbone Whelpling is thrust into a dire predicament. Its ice crystal wings are torn, leaving it unable to sustain flight. Gasps of astonishment erupt from the audience. Oh my goodness, what a powerful Beast Tamer talent. How does one even utilize instantaneous electromagnetic cannons? However, such a talent must come with significant costs. I can see that Su Hongyu's condition appears somewhat off. Certainly, but considering the current state of the Frostbone Whelpling, if it is hit again, it will lose the match, so the consumption is of little concern. Just as the ironclad steed's horn begins to glow once more, and many assume victory is assured, Yiruai bites her fingertip, blood dripping onto the contract mark with the Frostbone Whelpling. Roar! A layer of crimson suddenly envelopes the Frostbone Whelpling's fleshless body. Dragon blood surges. Dragon might engulfs the arena. Crack! A terrifying chill erupts from the Frostbone Whelpling, halting the ironclad steed's movements, causing its final electromagnetic cannon to release at a slower pace. Boom! The final electromagnetic cannon collides with the icy breath, erupting in a blinding white light. As the ice mist dissipates, spectators behold the ironclad steed half kneeling on the ground, appearing somewhat dimmed, while the Frostbone Whelpling, though gravely injured and swaying, defiantly holds its head high, refusing to fall. The referee took a deep breath. The victor is Yiruai. Talent: Dragonborn Resonator. Effect 1. Dragon Breath Amplification. Beastmasters can infuse their spiritual energy into the dragon breath skills of dragon-type spirit beasts, enhancing their power. Effect 2. Dragon Blood Boiling. Enhances the recovery abilities of dragon-type spirit beasts. When in poor condition, they may enter a state of frenzied invincibility. Note: if there is no corporeal dragon type, the Beastmaster must use their own blood to touch the contract mark. Effect 3. Dragon Scale Protection. Dragon-type spirit beasts will mitigate the damage they receive. Chapter 53. The Sponsorship? Lord Tiger's Joyful Beverage. These two individuals are astonishingly powerful. In the audience, a boy wearing a baseball cap excitedly patted his companion's shoulder, remarking that if the semifinals were this thrilling, tomorrow's finals between Qin Ge and Yiruai would surely shatter the venue. However, a girl next to him pointed at the close-up on the big screen. Will the Frostbone young dragon recover in time for tomorrow? An elder in the front row suddenly turned around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. My dear, why do you assume Yiruai has only contracted one spirit beast? This statement landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, she is also a first-tier beastmaster, and her surname is Yi. It seems likely that her other spirit beast is also a dragon type. Could it be a fire dragon? Don't ask me. I have no idea. In any case, I still believe Godzilla will win. Xue Lingling has already activated her mech. Tomorrow she might deploy a planet-destroying cannon. Amidst the fervent discussions of the audience, the big screen displayed the announcement for tomorrow's finals. Time: 1500 hours. Qin Ge, Xue Lingling's Thunderclap Tiger, versus Yiruai, Frostbone Young Dragon. In this semifinal battle, neither side's spirit beasts nor their beastmasters were in particularly good condition. Both contestants had already returned to their respective lounges. Spirit beast doctors were diligently treating their partners. Emerald green ointment slowly seeped into the wounds of the Frostbone Young Dragon, who emitted a contented gurgle. Yiruai downed a drink resembling Red Bull. Once her state stabilized somewhat, she began to meticulously analyze the battle. It was undoubtedly a narrow victory. Even though her spirit beast had a strength advantage and a height advantage, the Beastmaster's talent could often turn the tide. Godzilla's talent shouldn't be of the Berserk type, right? Yet, he had yet to reveal it. it would be wise to remain cautious. Unconsciously tapping her fingers on the can, Yaya murmured. This guy's two spirit beasts are already absurdly powerful. If he possesses a special talent as well, I must exercise utmost caution in tomorrow's finals. On the other side, at the event hotel, if I'm not mistaken, her talent, though I'm not very familiar with her, is from the Yanjing Long Valley lineage of beastmasters. I am almost certain that the Frostbone Young Dragon is not her initial spirit beast. The initial spirit beast's response to a beastmaster's talent is definitely not something as swift as the Frostbone Young Dragon. Su Hongyu was currently relaying his observations after battling with Yaya to Qin Ge. However, to his surprise, Meng Yingjun suddenly widened his eyes. Good heavens! So she is a refined young lady specializing in dragon types. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. Understood. I'll go a bit easier on her tomorrow. He gently ruffled Shui Lingling's little head. After all, she had concealed her talents for so long. A bit of respect was due. In response, Shui Lingling waved her little paws in agreement. Chirp. Su Hongyu remarked. Are these two here on a spring outing? Why are they so utterly unfazed? All right. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Qin Ge pulled out his phone, opening Douyin to check messages. Old Su, your family is in business. And you must know more than I do about these things. Help me evaluate which of these merchants has superior product quality. Su Hongyu stared at the phone, bewildered. The screen was filled with a dizzying array of merchant information. Why are you suddenly interested in endorsements? He asked, looking up. Qin Ge sighed in exasperation. Well, it's all because of that interview. I merely mentioned that I hadn't taken any endorsements and didn't want to be famous. And then that person posted it on Douyin, and the comments section exploded. You wouldn't believe how idle these netizens are. Meng Yingjun interjected. They're all frantically tagging merchants in the comments, saying things like, why aren't they seeking endorsements? Hurry up and sign him. The most outrageous part was, Qin Ge sighed again. I didn't even set my Douyin account to private. Those merchants just followed the internet trail right to me. Since they're so eager to throw money at me, I might as well take the opportunity. Su Hongyu exclaimed. You just spilled your innermost thoughts. He glanced at the merchant list on the phone, suddenly spotting a familiar name. Wait, isn't this my family's competitor? What the heck? Qin Ge leaned over and saw it was a tea company named Magic Capital Housewife. Isn't your family in machinery and steel? Why are you clashing with a milk tea shop? Su Hongyu nonchalantly replied. Jima and Jinhuang Group are both part of my family's empire. Upon hearing this, Meng Yingjun quickly pulled out his phone to search. Jinhuang Group. Established, not important. Main business, milk tea, spirit beast functional beverages. Special announcement, shocking new product launch on August 25th. Isn't tomorrow the 25th? Meng Yingjun exclaimed. Yes, Su Hongyu nodded calmly, turning to Qin Ge. If you're going to take endorsements. Then he swiftly produced 2 cans of beverage, one large and one small, from his pocket. The deep blue can was adorned with swirling arcs of electricity. The words thunder roar gleaming brightly. Meng Yingjun took one can, muttering quietly, Thunder Roar? That name sounds like a male enhancement product. Su Hongyu remained silent for a moment, slightly exasperated, and said, if you must put it that way, there is some truth to it. As you all know, using Beastmaster talents not only consumes spiritual energy, but also drains mental and physical stamina. He pointed to the drinks, explaining that Old Meng had the version specifically for Beastmasters, designed to replenish mental energy. I was able to recover so quickly thanks to it. He then gestured to the large can on the table. This one is for spirit beasts. Before Su Hongyu could finish his sentence, Jingzhe, who had been lounging nearby with Shui Lingling watching anime, pounced on the drink as if it were catnip, swiftly tearing it open, mimicking Fei Qinhu's boisterous drinking style. It tilted its head back and gulped it down. With a fizz, its fur instantly fluffed up like a dandelion, and a belch erupted, sending forth a shower of electric sparks. The ensuing scene was as follows. See, this is market feedback. Spirit beasts are far more discerning than humans. If there were any harmful effects or if the taste or efficacy were lacking, they would never willingly accept it. Su Hongyu observed the commotion without further explanation. Qin Ge, watching his thunderclap tiger in a state of pure ecstasy, couldn't help but tease. Goodness, this isn't just a functional beverage. It's practically Lord Tiger's joyful water. Meng Yingjun suddenly had a thought and interjected with a mischievous smile. What if we gave Shui Lingling a special icy blend as well? Before he could finish, little Shui Lingling instinctively hugged her paws tightly. Chirp, absolutely not turning into a drunken fool spitting ice shards. Chapter 54, The Finals. The day of the finals is unprecedented in its grandeur. By noon, a queue stretching a kilometer has formed outside the Longting Arena, with scalpers inflating ticket prices to 20 times their original value. This ultimate showdown of novice beast tamers draws not only a crowd of spectators, but also a host of gamblers eager to witness the dawn of future legends. Perhaps the current battle lacks the visceral intensity of certain unregulated events. Yet who can predict that among this cohort of fledgling tamers, a future titan may emerge? Perhaps even a legendary 10th-tier Beastmaster. In an era where not everyone can aspire to be a Beastmaster, being fortunate enough to witness the rise of a legend is undeniably a stroke of luck. Particularly, the appearance of Godzilla in this iteration of the Qianlong Cup has ignited a fervor of discussion, from the amusing antics that had everyone laughing during the preliminary rounds to the awe-inspiring Ice Crystal Goliath in the semifinals. This young man dubbed Godzilla has become a sensational topic, so much so that underground casinos have begun to set odds. Qin Ge winning, 115, Yi Ruoyi winning, 12. A draw, 110. Audience member A, I've bet on Qin Ge. His snow spirit, which can create Goliaths, must have a hidden ace up its sleeve. Audience member B, you underestimate the depth of Long Valley's talent. A scalper discreetly pulls out a new sign. Finals limited popcorn combo. Includes a supportive glow stick. The reason for arriving so early is primarily due to the cancellation of the originally scheduled bronze medal match at 2 p.m. Following Su Hongyu's voluntary withdrawal early in the day. The rationale behind this mechanical Beastmaster's decision is straightforward. Firstly, the Iron Helmet steed has not fully recovered from its injuries. Forcing it into combat, even if victorious, would have repercussions. Secondly, the newly contracted Black Iron Beast hatchling only broke its shell last night and remains in a state of confusion. After the little creature's birth, Meng Yingjun had inquired why Su Hongyu did not directly contract a mature beast with combat prowess, but instead chose to nurture from a hatchling. The other party, while feeding the infant Black Iron Beast celestial steel, or, calmly explained, mechanical beasts differ fundamentally from other attributes. From birth, they possess the ability to consume metals and ores. Feeding them top-tier metals at this stage enhances their affinity for the metal element. At that moment, Meng Yingjun and Qin Ge watched in silence as a mineral worth several thousand was used as a teething toy, discreetly clutching their wallets. Although the bronze medal match did not take place as scheduled, the host's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Yet, this only exemplified the most radiant spirit of Beastmasters. The large screen shifted to display the recuperation chamber of the Iron Helmet steed, affectionately nuzzling Su Hongyu's palm. The bond between spirit beasts and humans is never that of master and servant, but rather of comrades in arms, sharing life and death, and more importantly, family. The entire arena dimmed. A spotlight illuminating the host. Su Hongyu has demonstrated through his actions that, in his heart, the health of the Iron Helmet steed far outweighs any honor. Such a bond will undoubtedly shine with unparalleled brilliance on the pinnacle stage of the future. Suddenly, all lighting systems flashed brilliantly. Now, the host's heart-wrenching shout reverberated through the skies. Please welcome the two competitors for the ultimate showdown of this Qianlong Cup. Qin Ge, Yi Ruoyi, make your entrance. Golden rain cascaded from the dome as blue and red fog effects rose along the competitors' pathways, cueing the playback. As everything was set, the arena lights abruptly extinguished, leaving only the blood-red countdown on the big screen. 5. 100,000 spectators rose simultaneously, their voices shattering the heavens. 4. In the VIP room, mentors from various schools leaned forward instinctively. 3. Su Hongyu crumpled the beverage can in his hand. 2. Yi Ruoyi's right arm glowed with fiery patterns. 1. Boom. Almost as the final word fell, two spirit beasts erupted simultaneously. Snow Spirit, armed in ice crystal. Flame Tyrannosaurus, charging its fiery breath. To no one's surprise, Yi Ruoyi did not deploy the Frostbone Young Dragon for this championship battle, but instead her initial spirit beast, a Flame Tyrannosaurus evolved from a flame hatchling. The battle commenced without any hesitation, plunging straight into the fray. Roar. The Flame Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrid breath akin to a volcanic eruption. A crimson pillar of fire surged forth, instantly engulfing the battlefield in darkness. Yet, Snow Spirit was prepared. The ice-forming magic here is aptly termed ice crystal armor. The icy warrior, reminiscent of Susanoo from the anime, enveloped Snow Spirit entirely. In its grasp, it wielded a colossal ice sword. As the flames swept forth, the ice crystal warrior raised its sword to meet the onslaught. Boom! The clash of fire and ice erupted, sending a cloud of white mist billowing, creating a brief visual blind spot on the right side of the battlefield. Yet, amidst the center of the energy explosion and to the left, the Flame Tyrannosaurus and Snow Spirit, one large and one small, sprang into action simultaneously. To the left, the Flame Tyrannosaurus's claws ignited, followed by its entire form engulfed in dark red flames, tearing through the mist in a fierce charge. Center right, the ice sword wielded by the ice crystal warrior surrounding Snow Spirit had melted significantly. The shattered blade instantly transformed into ice spikes, spiraling outward. The thick fog generated by the collision of fire and ice, although impairing visibility for both sides, did not hinder them excessively. One, a dragon with acute perception, could sense where the cold was most concentrated, while the other, a natural spirit, could detect the hottest temperatures, even as novice beast tamers. Qin Ge understood this was a perfect opportunity to strike. He immediately commanded Snow Spirit to launch an attack through their contract link. The ice spike skill, while simple, was effective. Yiruoi's strategy was equally direct. The tactics employed yesterday against the leaf spirit dragon were fresh in her mind. If this little one managed to summon an ice griffin into the air, the flame Tyrannosaurus, still unevolved and wingless, would find itself at a disadvantage. Fiery charge. Without hesitation, she unleashed her lethal move. The flames enveloping the flame Tyrannosaurus had already caused the arena's temperature to spike dramatically. Although its physique was somewhat rotund, akin to a dragonite, it was a nimble giant. Like a red meteor, it surged into the depths of the white mist. In that moment, countless spectators gasped. This is no longer feeling like a novice competition. Goodness! This hefty dinosaur can unleash such speed. The battle commenced with a clash of ultimate moves, skipping any prelude and diving straight into the action. 666. The big screen zoomed in on the torrent of flames spewed by the flame Tyrannosaurus, completely vaporizing the ice spikes of Snow Spirit. Third tier. This flame Tyrannosaurus undoubtedly possesses the strength of a third-tier beast. Hiss! Can the armor surrounding Snow Spirit withstand such power? On the opposite side of the audience, several girls clutched the railing tightly. It's over. At this distance, Snow Spirit has no time to summon the ice griffin. The air within the entire venue seemed to freeze. At this moment, even if someone were to shoot a gun at the hearts of certain spectators, it is unlikely they would succumb immediately. This is because their hearts are lodged in their throats, gripped by the precarious situation Snow Lingling currently finds herself in. This is the ultimate strike of the flame Tyrannosaurus. Qin Ge has not yet tested Snow Lingling's resistance to the ice magic's damage. Even now, as she casts the ice armor, she is still injured, perhaps severely. How can she evade this? Snow Lingling's maneuvers provide the answer. Suddenly, she partially dispels the ice magic, transforming it into a torrent of frigid air cascading downward. Her petite form utilizes the recoil to soar into the air, resembling a frost-laden version of Shinmingshi. Boom. The searing charge of the flame Tyrannosaurus narrowly grazes by. Although the intense heat causes some of the ice to melt and flake away, Snow Lingling's diminutive size gives her an advantage. The core explosion point of the flame Tyrannosaurus is lower. This minor friction is insufficient to breach her defenses. At this moment, Snow Lingling hovers in midair. The ice warrior has morphed into an ice dragon, its wings unfurled majestically. The dragon's scales, crystallized by ice, reflect a piercing light under the sun, resembling a regal throne of frost suspended in the air. The little creature sits atop the dragon's head, gazing down with an expression akin to a miniature version of Esdeath, her disdainful gaze seemingly asking, "Is that all?" The audience erupts. Wow! Snow Lingling has ascended. Riding a dragon straight into the fray, how could this possibly end in defeat? This aerial advantage reversal is simply audacious. Wait, is this tactic taught by Godzilla? Or is it self-taught by Snow Lingling? As if in response to their questions, Qin Ge suddenly coughs. Snow Lingling, fly up into the sky. The arena falls into a 2-second silence, then erupts in thunderous boos, only now issuing commands. Your belated advice is more fervent than the flame Tyrannosaurus's breath. Chapter 55. We are champions. At that moment, Yiruoi's pupils constricted sharply. She had indeed considered that even if she had just employed this tactic, it would not conclude the match, but she never anticipated that Snow Lingling would ascend in such a manner, deftly evading a fatal strike. She even upgraded her ice griffin from yesterday on the spot, transforming the ice warrior into a chilling young dragon mount. This is a significant problem. Yiruoi unconsciously bit her lip. The reason that maneuver achieved such speed was not without its cost. The current flame Tyrannosaurus is akin to a sprinter who has just completed a 100-meter dash. To unleash the same explosive speed again requires time. But would Snow Lingling grant it that time? The answer is a resounding no. As snowflakes drifted down, each one became a shackle of deceleration. Under the shadow of the ice dragon, the flame Tyrannosaurus's claws dug deeply into the scorched earth. It attempted to exert force, but as its body made contact with a snowflake, the debuff of deceleration had already taken effect. This maneuver is inescapable. A droplet of lava-like sweat rolled down the flame Tyrannosaurus's forehead. Chirp! A mighty slash. In the air, Snow Lingling piloted the ice dragon, diving downward. The ice dragon transformed during its descent, becoming a 40-meter-long icy blade. Do not question why it is so long. This weapon is simply called the 40-meter blade. Immediately thereafter, a crystalline eagle deftly caught the falling snow lingling, while the colossal icy blade, imbued with the force of gravity, descended like the sword of Damocles. Flame Tyrannosaurus, Dragon Breath. Roar. Yi Ruoyi's command synchronized perfectly with the Flame Tyrannosaurus's action. Both the human and beast understood that this attack could not be evaded. Even before the ice dragon began its dive, the Flame Tyrannosaurus had already amassed crimson flames in its maw. Boom. The fire column collided with the icy blade in midair, erupting in a cloud of steam. Due to insufficient charge time, coupled with Yi Ruoyi's Beastmaster talent enhancing the dragon's breath power not being able to be rapidly deployed multiple times, the potency of this dragon breath was noticeably diminished. Crack! The sharpest tip of the icy blade melted away, yet the remaining portion, still bearing the force of its fall, crashed onto the Flame Tyrannosaurus's back. Roar! The Flame Tyrannosaurus staggered to its feet, its head buzzing. Lava-like blood dripped from its mouth onto the scorched earth, hissing ominously. It remained standing. Truly, as a dragon species spirit beast, its endurance is astonishing. Yi Ruoyi's Beastmaster talent undoubtedly has protective and defensive effects. Otherwise, even a Tier 3 Flame Tyrannosaurus would not withstand such an onslaught. High above, snow lingling circled in the sky atop the ice eagle, her little claws once again glowing with frosty light. Whoosh! A chain formed of countless diamond-shaped ice crystals swooped down from the sky. It resembled the merciless whip of a frost dragon tamer. Roar! The Flame Tyrannosaurus erupted in a violent surge of flames. The flames in its mouth compressed and coalesced, radiating a terrifying energy wave. Is this a high-energy ray dragon breath combination technique? Oh my, Yi Ruoyi's Flame Tyrannosaurus possesses such a move. Just how many hidden cards does she have? These two are terrifying. Their strength far surpasses their peers. With this attack, victory may be determined. Look at Yi Ruoyi's state. The audience's excitement surged with each passing moment. In the VIP room, the instructors from various schools revised their assessments of the two repeatedly. Even having witnessed countless talented novice beastmasters, they would still deem this championship battle of as the pinnacle duel among novice beastmasters in recent decades. Why is Snow Lingling so extraordinary? Shan, who secured third place in this competition, has lost count of how many times she has been astonished by Snow Lingling's performance. Observing her effortlessly through the large screen, one could hardly believe she was engaged in battle. Now I finally understand why you were so calm yesterday. At this moment, Su Hongyu felt somewhat dazed. As the battle progressed, Yi Ruoyi had nearly exhausted all her hidden cards. Yet when he glanced at the contestant area, Qin Ge stood with his arms crossed, his expression focused, exuding a state of peak mental acuity. It was evident that he had not even activated his Beastmaster talents. This battle seemed more like a game to him. Something feels off. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Meng Ingjun murmured. What feels off? Su Hongyu instinctively asked. You have known old Qin for a short time and do not yet understand him. He is the type to complete a task in a minute without dragging it out to a minute and a half. Amidst the blazing arena, the Flame Tyrannosaurus was engulfed in sweltering waves of fire, the flames erupting from its scales emitting a chilling, hissing shriek. The molten fireballs coalescing in its fearsome maw erupted with deafening roars. Each explosion resonated like thunder, sending waves of heat rippling through the arena. Yi Ruoyi's pale cheeks were flushed red by the firelight, yet her clear eyes burned with a battle intent fiercer than the flames themselves. Dragon breath amplification, dragon blood boiling. With the dual activation of her talents, her slender form trembled slightly. This was the last vestige of her spiritual power, a desperate, all-or-nothing strike. Should she fail, the blood seeping from the corner of her bitten lip would signify her demise. With this hoarse cry, a brilliant light erupted from the depths of the flame dinosaur's throat. It was the ultimate technique, a culmination of all the strength shared between it and its beast master. Flame explosion dragon breath. Yet, she was utterly oblivious to the fleeting smile that graced Qin Ge's face at that moment. Just as the destructive energy was about to burst forth, Qin Ge casually waved the spiritual power belt that had mysteriously appeared in her hand. Crack! A phantom whip struck the flame dinosaur's rear end with startling abruptness. The audience was left bewildered. The poised killing move, now rendered uncontrollable as its wielder lost focus. Boom! The flame dinosaur's head erupted like a pressure cooker, a torrent of raging flames spewing from its ears, nose, and mouth. As the thick smoke dissipated, the flame dinosaur slumped to the ground, its explosive mane a testament to its demise, exhaling a plume of black smoke before vanishing from the battleground. It had inadvertently obliterated itself with its own ultimate move. At that moment, Yi Ruoyi's expression shattered completely. Mechanically, she turned her gaze toward Qin Ge. You. Noticing Yi Ruoyi's stare, Qin Ge adjusted an imaginary tie and nodded. Thank you for the match. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The esteemed guests were collectively petrified. Then, the entire venue erupted like a powder keg ignited. Look over there at Qin Ge. A boy nearly toppled over the railing, exclaiming in disbelief. What kind of otherworldly talent is this? A belt summon. Mom, this person is so disgusting. I won't reveal who they are. Others are just about to unleash their ultimate moves, and you interrupt them? What the hell, a belt summon? What was once an exhilarating showdown took an unexpected turn. Goodness. This suddenly gave me the overwhelming sensation of fatherly love, regarding the championship battle transforming into a family education scene. Goddess Yi, I am utterly shattered. Suddenly, a father in the audience stood up, applauding. Brilliant. Let the child learn the consequences of playing with fire. I knew it. My brother and I suffered this same fate once. During my first battle with old Qin, Meng Ingjun exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I get it. I finally understand why old Qin didn't hasten to conclude the fight. Shui Lingling, at this moment, is lacking a decisive finishing move. Thus, he was deliberately waiting for the opportune moment, a chance for the Flame Dinosaur's ultimate to end the Flame Dinosaur. The case is cracked. Everything is resolved. He truly is beyond human comprehension. I hereby declare the 2029 Qianlong Cup Newcomer Beastmaster competition officially concluded. Let us welcome Champion Qin Ge, Champion Spirit Beast Shui Lingling, and Champion Spirit Beast Lamong Tiger to the stage. At this moment, with the host's impassioned proclamation, the entire Longting arena erupted in fervor. Boom. The deafening sound of a cannon echoed, and a rain of golden confetti cascaded from the heavens. The championship podium in the center of the arena slowly rose with mechanical whirs as spotlights converged like a galaxy. We are the champions. Qin Ge, cradling the proud Shui Lingling in her left arm, affectionately rubbed the fluffy head of the equally proud Jingzhe with her right. She walked along the golden path toward the podium, her eyes sparkling with the joy of imminent victory as she prepared to receive the Tian Shuang Lotus. Let us witness once more. The host's voice trembled with excitement. This champion beastmaster, whose revolutionary tactics are destined to rewrite the history of the Qianlong Cup. The large screen simultaneously showcased the highlights of the event, the comical scene where Jingzhe's roar sent opponents fleeing, and the stunning moment when Shui Lingling first employed its ice transformation magic. As these images played on the screen, the audience erupted into synchronized chants. Godzilla! 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 In the VIP section, only Yin Xinghuai was grinning from ear to ear. On the podium, as the awards were presented, when the host inquired if there were any words of gratitude, Qin Ge seemed to recall something of great importance. He pulled out 2 cans of beverages adorned with electric arc designs from his backpack. Almost forgot the main point. He shook the can and flashed a commercial smile at the camera. Tiger Lord's Happy Water, an essential for battle endurance. Proudly produced by Jinhua Group. Now available in the official store. Chapter 56. The Irresistible Additional Conditions from Jinling University. Ha ha ha. As expected of Godzilla, even the acceptance speech is so entertaining. Shockingly, the master of Shui Lingling, the newly crowned champion of the Qianlong Cup, is publicly entertaining on the podium. The director knows how to capture attention. The camera is almost zooming in on Jinhua Group's logo. How much did they pay for this? Jinhua Group? Laughable. They are already the largest sponsor of the Qianlong Cup. Godzilla, please, don't pursue being a beastmaster. Just start streaming. I'll directly support you with my entire wallet. The moment Qin Ge spoke his acceptance speech into the microphone, the entire venue erupted in thunderous laughter, the sound waves nearly lifting the dome off its hinges. Even the seasoned host was momentarily taken aback. In his 10 years of experience, it was the first time he encountered a contestant capable of transforming an awards ceremony into a promotional event. Host, can I take my leave now? Qin Ge scratched his head, appearing bashful, feeling awkward under so many gazes. Host, I didn't see you shy when you were advertising. The Qianlong Cup officially concludes. This 5-day duel ultimately draws to a close amidst the audience's laughter and discussions. Qin Ge, along with Shui Lingling and Jingzhe, leisurely traversed the contestant passageway back to the resting area. But as soon as he stepped in, he was taken aback. How come there are so many people? And judging by their attire and the materials in their hands, it was evident that they were all admission counselors from various universities. Hey guys, don't you know I'm already taken? Qin Ge, do you have a moment to chat? A counselor from Guangdong University dashed in, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if gazing upon a rare treasure. Without waiting for Qin Ge's response, the counselor eagerly produced a stack of materials. Speaking at a rapid pace, our Guangdong University boasts the nation's premier ice attribute spirit beast cultivation system. Shui Lingling will undoubtedly receive the finest resources and guidance here. Moreover, he leaned in conspiratorially. We have recently discovered an entirely new breed of spirit beast, the Ice Blade Warrior, in a special secret realm this year. Swipe. A high-definition photo was slapped onto the table. Once you nod, the contract for the Ice Blade Warrior will be yours. Guangdong University, the top Beast Master Academy in the 3 northeastern provinces, has unleashed a bombshell of benefits to recruit Qin Ge. Just give the nod. And all dragon-type spirit beasts in Long Valley will be available for contract. Are the dragons of Long Valley comparable to those of our Modu Dragon Island? Come to Modu. Choose any dragon you like from Dragon Island. How about considering a panda spirit beast? Yi Mouse Bear, Thunder Panda, or the Blazing Bear? Take your pick. The representatives from various schools vied fiercely, their faces flushed as they exaggerated their offers one after another. Yet, at the core, their fundamental promises were astonishingly consistent. Resources? Abundant. Spirit beasts? Choose as you wish. The only disparity stemmed from regional differences, as each locale boasted its own unique spirit beast resources. Yanjing and Modu, with the presence of Dragon Valley and Dragon Island, naturally provided conditions related to dragon resources and spirit beasts. In contrast, the Rongcheng area, renowned for its pandas, offered various panda spirit beasts. The representatives from Yanjing and Modu were embroiled in a heated debate over whose Dragon Valley or Dragon Island was superior. Meanwhile, the teachers from Rongcheng had discreetly activated a holographic projection, showcasing 3 plump panda spirit beasts frolicking in the display. Yishu Xiong, wood type, Pai Li Xiong Mao, lightning type, and Qi Ri Xiong, fire mechanical type. Qin Ge stroked his chin, his expression nuanced. How should one describe these spirit beasts? Each one was either dashing or adorable, and all were exceptionally powerful. Surely, no one could dislike them. Qin Ge was no exception. However, given his family's circumstances and the fact that his uncle held a position in the military, what others deemed rare spirit beasts were merely within his reach. Moreover, he was not one to break his word. Teacher Yin, Qin Ge suddenly turned to the ever-silent representative from Jinling University. The conditions your father previously mentioned still stand, right? A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Yin Li Cheng, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and retrieved a safe from his special briefcase. With a soft click, a chill emanated from within. A Tian Shuang lotus slowly rotated within the cold mist, accompanied by a snow demon tear crystal and a jade box inscribed with the words, Thunderstorm Mica. Indeed, but to ensure that these competitors concede wholeheartedly, Yin Li Cheng declared calmly yet assertively, 1 Tian Shuang lotus, 1 snow demon tear crystal, and 500 grams of Thunderstorm Mica. The value of these items is undoubtedly clear to you. The snow demon tear crystal, the ice essence solidified upon the death of a polar snow demon, might merely serve as an excellent growth aid for most ice-type spirit beasts. However, with your Snow Lingling's ability to simulate ice creatures, once your spiritual power reaches sufficient levels, combining it with the Snow Demon Tear Crystal could potentially allow you to command an army single-handedly. As for the Thunderstorm Mica, a conductive crystal that hovers within thunderstorm clouds, once these 500 grams are consumed, the lightning from the Thunder Tiger will likely exhibit a chain jump characteristic. Additionally, he lowered his voice. The principal has granted special approval. You shall always have 1 entry quota for the Xuanwu Lake Secret Realm. A profound silence enveloped the room. The Xuanwu Lake Secret Realm, a veritable treasure trove, emblematic of Jinling and indeed, of all of Huaxia. The rules within were exceptionally unique, with a time flow rate of 13, rendering it a sanctuary for research and cultivation. Moreover, unlike other secret realms with the same time flow, Xuanwu Lake possessed a special ability. To illustrate, if one's lifespan were to be quantified in other secret realms, spending 3 years within, even if only 1 year passed outside, one's lifespan would increase by 3 years upon exit. However, in the Xuanwu Lake Secret Realm, it would still merely grow by 1 year. This very reason necessitated special approvals even for university professors and certain officials of insufficient rank to enter. Teacher Yin, I choose to remain in Jinling. At that moment, Qin Ge beamed like a child who had just snatched a candy. It wasn't merely the impressive reactions of those around him that delighted him. It was the fact that, after all, more money, fewer responsibilities, proximity to home, and the prospect of enjoying duck blood vermicelli soup daily were all enticing. Chew. That is brilliant. Snow Ling Ling hopped excitedly. It was oblivious to concepts like school rankings or resource competitions. It only understood that by choosing this bespectacled man, it could acquire an additional lotus flower. Consequently, Gong Baiwan would quickly learn the formidable moves of teacher Fei Qinhu, and then they could learn the skills of flight from a new teacher. This meant they would soon possess a flying mount. No one in the room was surprised by Qin Ge's choice. What a joke. That was the Xuanwu Lake Secret Realm. Within the Beastmaster community, a saying circulated, Jinling's Xuanwu Lake, a half-step to the path of ascension. It was a place to forge connections with powerful figures, with triple the cultivation speed in the special training room. Not to mention that some 9th-tier elites often trained there. The density of spiritual energy and the various simulated environments were unparalleled. Seeing the expressions of other school representatives akin to those mourning a loss. Yin Li Chung adjusted his glasses, a peculiar glint flashing across the lenses. TSK, TSK, TSK. Whose fault is it that none of you have a 9th-tier wife? As for whether the resource investment was worth it, just yesterday, when Yu Yiming mentioned wanting to present these conditions, even he had felt a pang of reluctance. After all, merely gaining entry to the Xuanwu Lake was enough to entice a renowned master. However, when Yu Yiming disclosed Qin Ge's parental background, he could only say, "We are merely delivering what will inevitably belong to him ahead of time." Some individuals are entirely deserving of such privileges. Chapter 57, Post-Competition Impact. The four-part ways. Merely 48 hours had passed since the conclusion of the Qianlong Cup finals, yet Qin Ge's moniker, Godzilla, had already swept across the nation like a tempest. Behind this phenomenon lay not only the thrilling nature of the competition itself, but also the strategic support from the Jinhuang Group. They had masterfully edited the final match into a dazzling promotional film, complete with explosive background music and stunning visual effects, launching a full-scale assault across major online platforms like Douyin and Weibo. On the trending list for the 26th, among the top 10 were the strongest rookie in Qianlong Cup history, Godzilla's incredible maneuvers, and is this really a rookie competition? With Qin Ge occupying 3 of the spots. As the attention surged exponentially, keen-eyed netizens began meticulously analyzing the match footage, uncovering hidden details one after another. In the classic battle between the Thunder Tiger and the Sandrock Turtle, the instant enveloping lightning shield and the lightning unleashed during the turtle's launch far exceeded the known skill set. Top comment: cheating. This is undoubtedly cheating. Jinhuang Group. Enjoy the thunderous roar, relish a life of cheating. We have helped the poster boost their post, no need to thank us. Goodness. I wondered why every video I've seen these past few days featured Godzilla. Even searching for Godzilla yielded results for Qin Ge instead of the original Godzilla. Turns out it was your doing, Jinhuang Group. Meanwhile, in the slaughter of the dragon battle between Snow Ling Ling and Yi Ling Long, the phenomenon of Yi Ling Long's magically conjured leaves being frozen sparked considerable discussion. Top comment: am I the only one concerned about whether the frozen leaves can be used for tea? Guangdong University. We have established a research group for the frozen magic leaf of the snow demon. Side-eye, those who cheat. What can they possibly research from this? And on the 27th, the enigma surrounding the Qianlong Cup has unexpectedly soared to the pinnacle of trending searches, no longer necessitating any capital to propel it. This nationwide puzzle-solving frenzy has generated a tempestuous wave of dissemination. Amidst the myriad of analytical videos, the one released by ID, Professor Yang, the Thunder Law King, titled The Top 10 Anomalous Data Regarding Godzilla's Spirit Beast, Detonated Like a Nuclear Bomb. This video not only provided a professional-grade data analysis of Jingzhe and Shui Lingling, but also revealed snippets of the blogger's conversations with 2 Tier 7 Beast Masters and 1 Tier 8 Master, Ice King, Lung Lingxue. Incredible, the mastery over the power of ice is simply astonishing. Fighting King, Xian Jinshan. This Thunderlight Tiger has actually been contracted. Dragon Master, Yi Sikong. I believe this young friend's talent should enable the Spirit Beast skills to undergo beneficial mutations. The comments section of the video erupted instantaneously. New followers exclaimed, "Wow, it's the living Ice King, Fighting King, and Master Yi. What is Professor Yang's true identity?" While longtime followers urged, "Professor Yang, come out. Who taught you to release videos like this? Am I not getting any views?" Exactly. What does it mean to not release the complete dialogue? A pause ensued as they mused. Wait. Did you notice that Xian Jinshan's comment implies he once wished to contract that Thunderlight Tiger, but was rejected? Someone remarked, "It seems so. I recall Xian Jinshan visited Jinling at the end of June." Another chimed in, "Am I the only one who finds Godzilla's talent a bit outrageous? What does skill mutation even mean?" Currently, both Shui Lingling and Thunderlight Tiger are merely Tier 2 spirit beasts. If they were to learn advanced skills, even domain-type skills, I can't fathom the kind of mutations that might occur. They continued, indeed, and with that belt from the championship showdown, considering these 2 innate abilities, I can hardly imagine the accomplishments he could achieve. Although the discussion primarily revolved around Qin Ge, mentions of the Thunder Roar beverage were minimal. Yet, as a specialized drink for Beast Masters, it precisely required that small fraction of click-through rate from them, with assured product quality and state-certified mental recovery effects. It undeniably ignited a strong consumer desire among numerous Beast Masters. At this very moment, the true vortex of attention resided in a private room of an old hotpot restaurant on the back street of Jinling University. The bubbling beef tallow broth on the table emanated an enticing aroma. Qin Ge stirred the spicy pot with a slotted spoon. scooping up a generous portion of beef and placing it onto Qin Ge's plate. Then, picking up a piece of tripe. He asked while dipping it in and out of the broth, "Lao Zhou, heading to Nanjiao tomorrow? Why the rush?" Zhou nodded, explaining that the military training at Nanjiao University was somewhat special, and he wanted to arrive early to acclimatize. Of course, the primary reason was. He paused, then smiled. Getting there early could also prevent outstanding spirit beast companions from being snatched up by others. Meng Ingjun dropped his chopsticks onto the table with a clatter. "What? You're already preparing to contract your third spirit beast?" As a poison-type beast master, the more lethal varieties of toxins he had, the better. Zhou responded with a grin. "Exactly. I suppose it's about time I consider finding a companion for Brother Leopard." He glanced at the Qi Shui Bao Mao, who was munching on shrimp paste, asking, "Brother Leopard, do you prefer a younger brother or sister?" The Qi Shui Bao Mao shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, "You want a younger brother or sister? With a caretaker like you, I'd rather have an older sibling to keep an eye on you." The three of them burst into laughter at the sight. Amidst the jovial banter, Su Hongyu suddenly set down his chopsticks and turned to Qin Ge, inquiring, "By the way, Lao Qin, aren't you planning to cultivate your third spirit beast soon? Jinling University should have arrangements, right?" Qin Ge, busy adjusting ice powder for Shui Lingling, shook his head. "No rush. I've been spending these days playing with Xiao Shui and Jingzhe, and inadvertently, I've broken through again. I need to focus on special training to solidify my foundation first. Other matters can wait." As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room seemed to freeze. "Playing around, and you broke through again? Listen, does that even sound like human talk?" Even more astonishingly, Meng Ingjun couldn't help but exclaim, "That nickname Godzilla is truly well-deserved." The latest video analyzed that Shui Lingling and Jingzhe's current combat power has already reached Tier 3, Level 5. You call that solidifying your foundation? That's simply insane. Exactly. Zhou gulped down some water. By your standards, my monkey brother hasn't even left the novice village yet. While the two lamented, Su Hongyu suddenly spoke earnestly. "Coincidentally, my iron helmet steed has always wanted to challenge you to a match. How about we set up a duel?" Qin Ge grinned. "Sure. After all, there's that university exchange event in November, right? We'll definitely gather then, and the loser will treat the winner. Regardless of the outcome, I'll treat." "Ah, looks like we're getting a free feast again." With a resounding clap, the laughter of the four echoed within the private room, the crisp clinking of glass resonating continuously. It was intermingled with the spirited calls of their spirit beasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Though the four had known each other for varying lengths of time, at that moment, there was no need for sentimental farewells, only straightforward agreements. No melancholic partings. Only the anticipation of their next reunion. Chapter 58, Breaking the Void with Cold Ice Slash. Reappears. The following morning. In a training room within the Xuanwu Lake's secret realm, Qin Ge sat cross-legged on the floor, his notebook spread open before him, densely filled with red and blue annotations. A crystal ball rolled to his feet with a soft thud. Looking up, he saw Shui Lingling bouncing around, chasing after the ice crystal ball, while Jingzhe lay nearby, his tail rhythmically tapping against the floor. The monitoring screen on the wall cast flickering shadows. Current skill power fluctuation detection. Thunderlight Tiger, Tier 3, Level 1. Shui Lingling, Tier 2, Level 9. This is the unique feature of the Xuanwu Lake Training Room. The nearly 1,000 square meter independent space is constructed from special materials, ensuring exceptional sound insulation and equipped with top-tier training assistance systems. That seemingly ordinary detection screen is linked to a central energy measurement stone. Any attack landing on it can instantly provide precise energy data feedback. Even more astonishingly, the environmental simulation system on the console can display dozens of mimicked scenes, such as snow-capped mountains, lakes, and rainforests. It can entirely transform the training room, or a small section of it, into a miniature ecosystem tailored to the type of spirit beast. In the 2 days following the competition, Qin Ge did not rush to immerse his two little companions in training. He believed that regular training was akin to classroom learning, while the Qianlong Cup competition was merely a periodic assessment. After an examination, a proper relaxation could paradoxically enhance the effectiveness of learning. This decision proved to be exceedingly wise. During these seemingly leisurely 2 days, the two little companions, while playing, quietly leveled up a notch. However, as a responsible parent, Qin Ge was not truly slacking off. He meticulously reviewed the match footage, crafting a comprehensive health report for the two little ones. Diagnosis of Jingzhe's core shortcomings. Aerial maneuverability, 0. This flaw is characteristic of most tiger-like spirit beasts. Just as the saying goes, to add wings to a tiger, once a tiger possesses the ability to fly, it would indeed be astonishing. The solution to this dilemma is rather straightforward. First, allow Qingzhe to learn the transformation into a tiger-human form under the tutelage of Fei Qinhu. Subsequently, he should seek guidance from Lei Yi, who possesses the gift of free flight. As for why he doesn't apprentice under Sikong Zhen, one can only say their goals differ. After all, in the context of the game, Lord Sikong can only fly when unleashing his ultimate move, and even then, the duration is limited. Thus, he is not the ideal mentor for imparting the art of flight. Suddenly, Xue Lingling peeked from behind, altering the 0 on the diagnosis with her paw, and then proudly swished her tail as she scampered away. Qin Ge chuckled and turned the page, only to find the icy blue notes had taken on a more incisive tone. Development plan for Xue Lingling's finishing move. As Meng Yingjun aptly stated, Xue Lingling is indeed formidable at present. Yet, when faced with an equally matched adversary, she often lacks a decisive finishing technique. The options for an ice-type finishing move are plentiful. Techniques such as the Ice Emperor's Haiba Dong, Ling Zhu Ao Bing, Tu Shan Yaya, and San Yu are all quite impressive. However, glancing at Xue Lingling, who was joyfully chasing Jingzhe's tail, the tip of his pen hesitated on the paper. The little one hadn't even graduated from the foundational course on freezing time and space. These ultimate moves are evidently beyond her current capabilities, posing a considerable challenge. Suddenly, the image of a 40-meter-long blade flashed in his mind. Wait, since Xue Lingling has already mastered the ice-forming magic, could it not be that by slightly modifying the ice armor enveloping her body, she could execute the sky-splitting ice slash? Qin Ge abruptly slammed the table in excitement. The signature finishing move of breaking heaven ice in martial path could now be conjured by Xue Lingling using her ice magic. Just like Luo Luo, she could manipulate the breaking heaven ice within her own icy form to unleash the sky-splitting ice slash. What's more, when Jingzhe learns to fly, he could also master the lightning whirlwind slash from Nifeng Xian. Thus, we could have Xue Lingling's version of breaking heaven ice, the Thunderclaw Tiger version of Nifeng Xian Sky Feather Dragon Slaughter Dance. With that, the holiday came to an end. Qin Ge snapped his notebook shut, and the two little ones immediately perked up their ears and rushed over. Since the effects of the Heavenly Frost Lotus would not take immediate effect, requiring time to circulate through their spirit energy, he first retrieved 2 Heavenly Frost Lotuses from the safe. Following the superior method provided by Yin leeching a couple of days ago, rather than direct consumption, Qin Ge summoned a spark of spirit energy at his fingertips. The 2 lotuses instantly transformed into a cascade of ice blue stardust. Those twinkling particles, guided by his spirit energy, precisely embedded themselves into the foreheads of Xue Lingling and Jingzhe. Roar! Jingzhe erupted with dazzling electric patterns, his fur bristling like a fur ball charged with lightning. Xue Lingling was even more dramatic, enveloped in a tempest of snow, causing the training room's temperature to plummet by 20 degrees. Crystals of ice began to form on the floor, creating a miniature forest of ice. Qin Ge quietly stepped back, activating the training room's frost-resistant facilities. Teacher Yin was indeed correct. This method of spirit energy vaporization absorption is several times more effective than mere ingestion. 3 hours later, in the training room, Teacher Pei. Qin Ge cupped his fists in greeting. Beside him were 2 jars of century-old brew exuding an intoxicating aroma. I would like to trouble you to teach some advanced content. Gulp. As golden light flickered, the figure of the mighty tiger martial artist had not fully materialized before the wine jars were already in his grasp. After downing half a gin of strong liquor, Fei Qinhu wiped the wine stains from his beard and laughed heartily. Delightful. No problem. Leave the teaching of disciples to me. Jingzhe swallowed nervously. He remembered the last time this tiger human got drunk. He had ended up giving him a beating in the middle of the night, claiming, "Don't be afraid. This is to build your foundation." Just as he was contemplating this, he saw Fei Qinhu suddenly sober up, his pupils gleaming with intensity. "Young cub, come here. If you wish to learn the real skills, you must first understand the boundaries." Though Fei Qinhu may be a bit of a tiger, his teaching abilities are undeniably commendable. After exchanging a word with Jingzhe, Qin Ge quietly withdrew, allowing this master-student duo ample space for instruction. He turned and stepped into the ice-type training area, taking a deep breath as he retrieved the consumable resources he had prepared to activate the second summoning. In an instant, the temperature in the training area plummeted. Before the summoning portal had fully opened, a ferocious blizzard erupted. Clang! A metallic resonance tore through the storm, and a silver-blue mech descended from the sky. The massive steel figure made the very floor of the training room tremble slightly. Qin Ge wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This size difference was no less than what he had seen in anime. Xue Lingling tilted her head back, her mouth agape in awe, resembling a tiny bead before a towering basketball star. Who requires guidance? The mechanical voice of breaking heaven ice resonated with a distinctly cold metallic quality. Its gaze flitted between Qin Ge and Xue Lingling. A human and a palm-sized snowball, wishing to learn the sky-splitting ice slash? This image caused its core processor to momentarily lag. "Excuse me, esteemed elder. Could you please guide Xiao Xue in the ice blade technique?" Qin Ge gently lifted Xue Lingling. The little one shook her fluffy fur in response, blooming into an ice flower. Breaking Heaven Ice fell silent. Until, suddenly, crack. The sound of freezing that could send chills down one's spine echoed. An overwhelming chill surged around Lingling, condensing instantaneously into a miniature version of the Breaking Heaven Ice armor. Breaking Heaven Ice's gaze flickered. Watch closely. It was terse with words, launching into action. Its colossal form leaped, brandishing a sharp blade. In the split second the massive blade descended, boom. 100-meter-long trail of ice appeared. Lingling tilted her head, blinking as she swiped her little paw through the air. The ice armor surrounding her immediately mirrored the action. Whoosh. Though it was only 3 meters long, the pattern, angle, and chill of that ice blade remarkably mirrored Breaking Heaven Ice's demonstration. Impossible. Breaking Heaven Ice's voice was imbued with anthropomorphic astonishment. It had spent an immeasurable amount of time mastering this technique. Yet, this little fluffball learned it after just one demonstration? Peep. Lingling proudly emerged from her ice armor, sliding down the ice blade like a slide. And didn't he forget to flash a V sign at Qin Ge with her paw? Hiss. Qin Ge couldn't he help but draw a sharp breath. The efficacy of the Heavenly Frost Lotus is truly astounding. While learning from these gifted beings summoned through talent undoubtedly accelerates the process, the fact that she could replicate so much after just one observation is beyond explanation. An hour later, a bruised and battered Qin Ge lay on the ground, panting with his tongue out, pressed beneath the weight of the 1,000-pound stone lock meticulously condensed by Fei Qinhu. The cries of despair from the neighboring area echoed incessantly. No. This move requires holding back some power. Chirp. Who instructed you to develop a second transformation technique? Chirp. Qin Ge observed the contrasting figures of large and small, and a sudden laugh escaped her lips. TSK. Our little Shui is truly a genius. Just like when Fire Thunder executed the continuous Thunder Moon Slash. She learned to utilize the chain-breaking ice slash with remarkable speed. At this moment, the heart of the Breaking Ice felt a strong desire to face the Dragon Sovereign in single combat rather than endure being in the company of Lingling. However, chirp. Call me Big Sister, and I shall teach you how to part your hair in the middle. Lingling successfully turned the tables, transforming from apprentice to master. Time drifted by quietly. In the ice training area, Lingling was enveloped by a soft blue ripple, wholly immersed in deciphering the mysteries of frozen time and space. Qin Ge gazed at the little one's slightly quivering ears, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Esther, the snow and ice general, once again arrived amidst the swirling snow and wind, without the need for words. A mere exchange of glances allowed Qin Ge to confidently entrust her to take care of Lingling while she turned to the adjacent area. Roar. Before her stood Qin Ge, transformed into his tiger-human form. His training attire accentuated the smooth contours of his muscular frame, while his tiger-clawed hands diligently practiced combat techniques. Although he still involuntarily swayed his fluffy tail during his movements, each strike exhibited the true essence of Fei Qinhu's teachings. Once Fei Qinhu's instructional time concluded, Qin Ge had acquired the ability to deploy all his skills in this tiger-human form. Are you ready to take flight? Qin Ge inquired, extracting a thunder attribute mineral stone meant for summoning Lei. In the fleeting moment of utilizing his innate talent, a thunderous boom resonated as lightning converged, emitting a low hum. Even the walls, capable of withstanding the blows of 7th-tier powerhouses, trembled faintly. Amidst the blinding light of the thunder, a solemn chant reverberated through the heavens. When the thunder rolls across the dark clouds, when the lightning illuminates the earth, I come with the storm, bringing forth the wrath of the gods. Lei hovered in midair, surrounded by ceaseless lightning, gazing down upon Qin Ge, whose tiger eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 59. The Grueling Lesson of Flight. Flight. Through a brief exchange between Qin Ge, and Lei, it became apparent to Lei that Qin Ge's foremost desire was to learn the ability of flight. Suddenly, its once floating form froze in astonishment. The golden thunderous wings quivered slightly, crackling with electricity in the air. It stared at the fiercely determined thunder tiger before it, feeling the weight of teaching for the first time. You cannot fly? Qin Ge obediently nodded, the tip of its tail unconsciously tracing circles on the ground. Lei, taken aback, thought, this is beyond the syllabus. As the legendary spirit embodying thunder, it had been able to traverse the thunderclouds freely since its inception. The concept of teaching someone to fly felt as ludicrous as instructing another on how to make their heart beat. First, it attempted to elucidate the most fundamental theory. You need to condense the thunder elements within your body and then, allow them to lift you? Qin Ge tilted its head, pondering for a moment before abruptly reverting to its tiger form. In this state, its control over thunder was far more adept. The entire body of Qin Ge erupted with dazzling lightning patterns, crackling loudly. A chaotic burst of thunder surged from its abdomen, propelling it off the ground in a perfect parabolic arc before landing with a thud, sprawled out in a comical manner. The explosion of its tiger fur made it resemble a golden dandelion, and this result was achieved only due to the innate teaching enhancement from its celestial frost lotus talent. Lei Yi. Qin Ge. Tiger face stiffening. No. You need to feel the buoyancy of the thunder, like being submerged in a conductive hot spring. Qin Ge squatted on the ground, its tiger ears perked up, tail gently swaying. It struggled to comprehend every word from Lei Yi. Yet the theories regarding the buoyancy of thunder elements remained too abstract. Gradually, its expression shifted to one of naive curiosity, reminiscent of a student caught daydreaming when suddenly called upon. After a prolonged silence, Lei Yi placed its last hope in Qin Ge, praying that this beast master who summoned it would aid in conveying its thoughts. However, when it turned, it found Qin Ge perfectly mimicking the classic expression of a dazed creature, mouth agape and eyes vacant, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I can't fly either." In that moment, Lei Yi experienced an unprecedented teaching dilemma. As the innate master of thunder, it had never anticipated having to explain such an instinctual ability. This sense of frustration was even more intense than a defeat at the hands of Yaya. For a brief moment, the entire training ground sank into an eerie silence. The distant murmurs of Shui Lingling and Esther barely audible. Chirp, just barely acceptable. Suddenly, the lightning surrounding Lei Yi flickered violently. It looked at Qin Ge's tiger form, its eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. "Wait a moment, tiger. What if I give you the thunder god wings?" With a swift motion, it raised its hand, and a brilliant bolt of lightning descended, striking Qin Ge directly. Roar! Qin Ge's fur bristled, and thunder coalesced wildly behind it, gradually forming a pair of wings forged from pure lightning. Lei Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Now, this is more like it. Qin Ge, is it really possible to do this?" It tentatively moved its newly formed wings, only to have its head collide with the ceiling with a loud thud. Lei Yi, arms crossed and hovering, calmly remarked, "Your control still needs improvement, but at least you can fly now." Qin Ge floated unsteadily in midair, its tiger face reflecting disbelief. It tentatively flapped its thunderous wings, resulting in an aerial display of 3 somersaults. Qin Ge watched as Qin Ge maneuvered the thunder god wings, tracing a wobbly path through the air, suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this reminiscent of the mighty Tiger King from the adventures of Lolo? Should she have it learn the Storm Nebula split next? 10 minutes passed, and Qin Ge's flying posture had visibly stabilized. While the wings still generated irregular electric ripples, it no longer performed the spectacular feat of colliding with the ceiling. Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the results are quite promising. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's tiger face lit up with excitement, its tail happily wagging. But in the next moment, crack! A bolt of lightning struck Qin Ge's forehead, mercilessly interrupting, "Don't get too proud. Those wings on your back belong to me." Qin Ge roar? Tiger face frozen. Lei Yi, arms crossed and voice serious. "Now, we begin the formal teaching. The complete guide to crafting the wings of the thunder god from scratch." Qin Ge? Wait, wasn't that just now uncounted? Chapter 1, The Thunderbolt Forged Wings. At the tip of Lei Yi's fingers, lightning coalesced and directly struck Qin Ge's back. Feel the flow of electricity. Let the lightning detach from your body and shape itself. Perhaps the heavens themselves did not wish for the tiger, a species of spirit beast, to possess the ability to fly. Or perhaps, compared to ice, the very essence of lightning is inherently challenging to mold. Even with the blessing of the frost lotus, the lightning behind Qin Ge remained wild and untamed. Akin to a stampeding stallion, its fur stood on end, golden lightning flickering erratically. The tiger's claws dug deeply into the specially designed training ground floor. Crackle! 2 twisted bolts of lightning struggled to take shape, yet at the moment they were about to extend into wings. Boom! The electric burst sent Qin Ge tumbling. It rose, covered in dirt, its tiger face half darkened. Lei Yi remarked, "This batch of students is truly difficult to manage." Qin Ge silently retrieved a bottle of thunder roar and handed it to Qin Ge. "Keep it up, you can do it." Gulp, gulp. Qin Ge downed 2 large swigs, its tiger eyes igniting with fierce determination. Roar. "Let's go again." Lei Yi was quite pleased with Qin Ge's attitude. As Qin Ge modified the training ground to an aerial environment approximately 50 meters high, Lei Yi seized Qin Ge by the scruff of its neck and soared into the sky for a more professional lesson. Watch closely. Boom. The 2 figures etched dazzling arcs of electricity across the sky. Qin Ge's tiger face was buffeted by the wind, its limbs tracing a standard dog paddle in the air. Wings. Lei Yi could no longer contain his frustration and struck Qin Ge's back. Mimic the lightning with your body. Imagine the electricity as an extension of your limbs. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Qin Ge, and the lightning within it surged forth, intertwining into a pair of resplendent thunder wings. Yet, at the moment Lei Yi released his grip, snap. The thunder wings flickered twice and vanished. Qin Ge fell directly onto the cushioning mat, landing in a perfect starfish shape. Chapter 60, Growth and Departure. Time flowed. Day and night passed. Within the training grounds of the Xuanwu Lake's secret realm, Qin Ge and the others had endured 8 grueling days and nights of training. Finally, on a day when the setting sun painted the clouds in hues of gold and crimson, boom, Lei Yi suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning at Qin Ge's feet without warning. Startled, the tiger's fur bristled, leaping over 3 meters into the air. Fly! It grasped Qin Ge's scruff and shot upward. Now, immediately, right away, roar. The tiger was in a state of panic. Forced into the air, Qin Ge had no idea what was happening, flailing its limbs wildly. The lightning within it instinctively detached in a desperate bid for survival. Countless electric serpents erupted from its fur, weaving behind it into a pair of unprecedentedly solid thunder wings. This time, when Lei Yi released his hand, crackle, Qin Ge, akin to a drunken reveler, traced a zigzagging path through the air. It managed to maintain flight for 3 minutes before crashing down with a thud. Lei Yi nodded in satisfaction. That's it. Qin Ge slapped his thigh, his eyes wide. So, this is the legendary intimidation teaching method? Gentle guidance. Pushing to the brink. Mystery solved. It turns out Qin Ge's aptitude thrives under pressure and rigor, becoming increasingly adept. He counted the evidence on his fingers. 1. Though I didn't witness it. I can surmise that Qin Ge learned the Thunder Shadow instant step while facing off against 12 Ice Fist Bears. Surely, it endured quite a beating throughout that ordeal. 2. When Qin Ge first encountered itself and Xue Lingling, upon seeing Xue Lingling's spiral ice spear, it desired to learn, only to face repeated failures, much like now. 3. Fei Qinhu's teachings were akin to a combat arena. After all, he is a tiger, one cannot expect him to go easy. 4. Now, being lifted into the sky by Lei Yi and experiencing free fall has accelerated its learning. TSK. Qin Ge took out a small notebook and solemnly wrote, Qin Ge's special training golden rule. Summary. Getting hit can lead to learning new skills. Note. Self-inflicted harm does not count. Below this note, 5 words Storm Nebula Split were inscribed, accompanied by a star. Solely because the thunder wings Qin Ge manifested were essentially a larger version of the fearsome, saber-toothed tiger. No. The size of the breaking sky ice is considerably larger than depicted in the anime. Logically, Qin Ge's thunder wings should be smaller. Meanwhile, feeling a surge of excitement from mastering the wings of the thunder god, Qin Ge suddenly harbored a foreboding premonition. On the other side, within the frost training zone, under the sustained catalysis of the frost lotus's effects, Xue Lingling had gained remarkable control over the second phase of freezing, the freezing energy, i.e., the ice coffin skill. Now, it could suspend fireballs without them detonating and solidify lightning into crystal. If it were to face off against that Yi Ruoyi's dragon again, its ultimate move could freeze it solid. Currently, it was receiving instruction from Esdeath on the 3rd phase of freezing matter, which could also be termed spatial confinement. According to Esdeath, this ability allows cold air to permeate down to the atomic level, rendering the target's material substance, such as flesh, weapons, buildings, etc., utterly motionless. Core theory, unknown. Teaching process, incomprehensible. Balance. Focus on balance. What? Will the enemy on the battlefield just stand there waiting for you to freeze them into popsicles? Nevertheless, the frequency control had improved compared to yesterday. Under Esdeath's seemingly stern but genuinely devoted guidance, time flowed quietly like a river. However, the prolonged high-intensity training ultimately required a respite, not only because the effects of the Frost Lotus were nearly depleted, but also because the 2 spirit beasts had reached a critical point of needing adjustment. Taking a break to absorb the knowledge gained during this period was the wisest choice. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. After countless days and nights of training, both beasts experienced a qualitative enhancement in their strength. Now, the chilling aura enveloping Xue Lingling had become increasingly solidified, firmly remaining at the 2nd tier, 9th level. Perhaps one day, while playing, it could break through to the 3rd tier. Qin Ge, 1 level below Xue Lingling, did not mean its gains were any less. Now, it could effortlessly summon and retract the wings of the Thunder God. Without engaging in battle, its internal spirit power could sustain approximately half an hour of high-speed flight. Not only that, but after mastering the wings of the Thunder God, it also learned another skill from Lei Yi, the extreme electric thousand birds. When it used this skill to strike a stone within the training room, the monitoring screen displayed an astonishing 4th-tier destructive power assessment. This surpassed even Xue Lingling's ice shards capabilities. To describe their current ascension and strength in the most intuitive manner, before special training, at the very least, I could contend with 5 of Meng Yingjuan's crimson blood leopard cats. After special training, I can now effortlessly overpower at least 10. Let us evaluate the benefits of the mutual growth. Though I only possess 2 contracted spirit beasts, both of these little creatures exhibit remarkable growth potential. Coupled with the unique effects of a dimensional inheritance, Qin Ge has now mastered skills such as Ice Armor, Charge Punch, Short Force, and Chi Guard. While he may not yet rival the esteemed professional beast masters, he can certainly hold his own against the crimson blood leopard cat he first encountered. Meng Ingjun. So you're trying to outdo my leopard brother, are you? Crimson blood leopard cat. Exactly. As the saying goes, wealth and honor not returned home are akin to brocade garments worn in the night. Having attained such strength, Qin Ge adjusted his collar, realizing that it was time for the new school year to commence. In the future, it matters little. Regardless of whether I attend classes, the school will certainly not allow me to fail. However, it would be wise to avoid missing the first lesson of the semester. This departure is different from the last. This time, he is soaring away. The ice-blue great sword cleaved through the sky. Qin Ge stood upon the blade, his robes billowing in the wind. Before him, Shui Lingling guided the ice dragon with its wings unfurled, the crystalline ice chains refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Behind him, Jingzhe clutched another ice chain, the thunder god wings occasionally crackling with flashes of light, its tiger-like visage betraying reluctance. However, witnessing the joy on his father's face, his tail remained upright, exuding pure enthusiasm. This scene resembled a beast master being walked by 2 spirit beasts as they flew. Is this what it means to ride a sword in flight? The fierce wind rushed towards him as Qin Ge spread his arms wide, laughing exuberantly. Hey. No one mentioned in the fantasy dramas that riding a sword requires 2 leashes. But who cares? The sword and ice dragon belong to Shui Lingling. They are his own. The engine behind him is from Jingzhe. Roughly speaking, this is the trendiest version 20 of sword riding in the realm of beast master cultivation. He pulled out his phone, the lens sweeping beneath him and then skyward. Bro, look where I am. In the video, Shui Lingling chirped, releasing a barrage of ice flowers. Jingzhe, aloof, flicked its tail into the frame, pretending to be indifferent. Qin Ge's raucous laughter was swept away by the wind. Is this what it feels like to fly? Woohoo, exhilarating. Meanwhile, not far away, within a 3-story villa, a man wore a look of skepticism as he listened to the sounds from outside. Could it be flying? It couldn't possibly be that exciting, could it? Yet, as he stepped outside, he was left dumbfounded. Wait, what is that? He stared intently at the outrageous aerial formation outside his window. A colossal ice sword. An ice dragon being towed. A thunder tiger. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Sword riding with dual turbochargers. Wait a moment. Is that the spirit beast, Thunder Ray Tiger? Chapter 61. Master shocked. Rules of the spirit beast, enigmatic? The Thunder Ray Tiger can actually fly? The man jolted upright, hastily pulled out his phone, and began filming before rushing towards his study, bursting through the door. With practiced ease, he retrieved the Spirit Beast compendium from the bookshelf and began flipping through the pages frantically. Spirit Beast, Thunder Ray Tiger. Evolution type, Thunder Radiant Battle Tiger, no special evolution type discovered yet. Recommended level, Tier 3, Level 6, can directly break through to Tier 4 upon evolution. Comprehensive evaluation, excellent. Evaluation by Thunder Master Zhou Gang. Aside from its lackluster aerial combat abilities, it is nearly flawless in every other aspect. Though he had not researched whether the Thunder Ray Tiger could learn to fly, his friend, Master Zhou Gang, a Thunder Beast Master, had a talent well suited for Thunder Tigers. All 5 of his spirit beasts, Biao Brother to Biao 5, were Thunder Radiant Battle Tigers. 5 years ago, due to a lack of aerial combat capability in his lineup, he had lost to Yi Sikong. He had attempted to have his most talented Biao Air Master flight capabilities. However, he ultimately chose to contract a Thunder Feather Eagle to compensate for his own deficiencies in aerial combat. Because of this, within their master-level circles, a humorous saying circulated widely. Want to teach the Thunder Ray Tiger to fly? You'd be better off teaching Sikong and King Kong's Sandstorm Shark to learn Dragon Dance. At least the Sandstorm Shark possesses the genuine ability to learn 80 dragon attribute skills. But now, such a challenging conundrum has been solved. Whose subordinate is this? Master of the Phantom System, Xiang Cheng, inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the photos he had just taken. Ice Dragon, Shui Lingling, Thunder Ray Tiger, so that's it. This child has been training diligently at the training grounds, allowing Shui Lingling to instruct the Thunder Ray Tiger in elemental shaping abilities. No way. I can't let old Zhou remain oblivious to this. My heart feels uneasy. Xiang Cheng quickly selected the photos he had just captured and sent a series of 3 messages to Zhou Gang. Image of the conundrum you failed to solve for 3 years. Image of it being resolved by a university student. Oh no, still just a high schooler. Image of them accomplishing this in under half a month, and even throwing in a sword-riding sightseeing service. 5, 4, 3, 2. The ringing of the call request erupted, and the phone vibrated furiously. Is this some sort of prank? When the call connected, the robust figure on the screen looked as though his eyes might pop out. You've got to be kidding me. Just like your spirit beast, you enjoy playing these tricks, don't you? Aside from advancing to Tier 9, I genuinely don't know of any other way to allow a spirit beast to transcend its racial limitations and enable a tiger to learn to fly. Xiang Cheng replied languidly. TCH, pranks are so pass. Take a good look at the photos, observe that tiger, that young man's demeanor. Zhou Gang leaned closer to the screen, suddenly frozen. No way, is that not Biao Brother's son? Bam! Before Xiang Cheng could finish his sentence, the video was switched. He chuckled, clicked on the green bubble, and opened the Masters group chat. Phantom, to all members. Thunder, everyone, a new storm has emerged. Fire, what the hell? Isn't this a prank? Wind, it shouldn't be. Thunder, come on, is this real? Ice, wait, Shui Lingling, Thunder Ray Tiger. The one that was quite popular online recently? Is this Zhu Jie's child? Phantom, aside from that Shui Lingling, which other ice-type spirit beasts possess such capabilities? A panoramic high-definition image. Fire. Well, I initially thought it was a prank, but if it's Zhu Jie's child, then it's not surprising. Qin Ge and Zhu Jie combined might as well be as clever as old me with 5 masters. It's not strange for their child to create such marvels. Mechanical, voice message. TSK. We were all dominated by Zhu Jie decades ago. With Qin Ge's talent, in 5 or 6 years, we might find ourselves being schooled once more. Ugh, Qin Ge is truly outrageous, naming his child this way, wanting to be a father to me. Ice Mechanical. Why do you seem to have so much free time today? Mechanical, finish my research, and there will be a press conference in about half a month. As one of the participants in this new era project, I need to prepare. Goodbye. Oh right, Lei. As the first to be ruthlessly battered, please share your thoughts. King Kong. Lei, hurry up and let your brother Biao find a few more wives to see if he can produce another of these Thunderfang tigers. Lei scram. Meanwhile, in the group chat of the 4 great villains, 99 unread messages. Qin Ge scrolled up, greeted by an overwhelming barrage of astonished messages from the trio. Meng Ingjun, is this the Jingxia? Qin Ge, did you give the tiger a turbocharger? Su Hongyu, the wings are theoretically feasible as a manifestation of the thunder element, but in practice. Shares paper. Discussion on the possibility of Thunder System Master Zhou Gang's Thunderfang Tiger in aerial combat. Meng Ingjun, old Su, can you stop throwing around papers all the time? Speak in plain language. Zhou Mo, to translate, what was deemed impossible has been achieved by Qin Ge. Impressive, shouts hoarsely. Qin Ge, 3 people chatting with 99 messages. Your little mouths really can blabber. Meng Ingjun, you still have the nerve to say that? I want to elaborate on my astonishment. Where are you right now? Qin Ge, still at Jinling University. Jingxia is flying away. I'm just walking out of the school gate, probably about half an hour more. Su Hongyu, all right. I'll go pick up old Ming first, then come for you. The timing should be about right. After shutting off his phone, Qin Ge finally had time to carefully observe the environment of the school he would be attending. How to put it? 1 word, vast. 5 words, I want to get lost, right? Jingxia, looking dejected, followed closely behind Qin Ge. Its wings transformed into thunder-like patterns on its skin. Occasionally, it would emit a few sparks, its tiger face expressing utter disillusionment. Shui Lingling was squatting at its neck, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. It sensed something was amiss nearby. It felt just like that anime, Showy Bai, it had watched before. Peep. Something eerie here. Eerie? It must be a ghost-type spirit beast. No worries, with Jingxia around. A pure young body of lightning, ordinary little spirits wouldn't dare to lay a hand on us. Jingxia remained silent, merely flicking its tail upward, just as they had just departed. Among the shadows of the trees, a pair of cunning eyes quietly opened. The mischievous book demon, the librarian of Jinling University. A specialist in pranks. Not only is it one of the few spirit beasts capable of utilizing text skills for attacks, but it also possesses world within a book. Being a prodigy among the mischievous book demons, it has learned the bizarre combat rules from works like Ghost I Yang Jian, Eerie House, and Death Kaleidoscope. It is known at Jinling University as the world's foremost rule-based spirit beast, Yu Guijia. Ever since Qin Ge embarked on the path outside the library, it had sensed the intriguing essence of this human soul. It immediately came out intending to treat Qin Ge to a ghostly wall package. However, that stinky old tiger. Clearly exhausted, why hasn't he returned to the beast space? With a swish, it angrily plucked a handful of leaves and tossed them into the air, sulking back to the library. Guai Guai Diary, September 2nd. Prank failure 1. Today's humiliation, scared off by an exhausted tiger. This disgrace shall be recorded by Guai Guai. Just 1 week left until the school opening activities, and Guai Guai must reclaim its honor. Qin Ge, sensing something, turned around, just in time to catch a glimpse of a fleeting phantom light amidst the falling leaves. Huh, what was that? Jingja's ears perked up, lazily emitting a spark, barely lifting its head. Schwellingling, peep. It's it, that's the one. Chapter 62, The Dominating Wang Su Hongyu. Su Hongyu's modified off-road vehicle executed a beautiful drift, coming to a steady stop by the roadside. A grand celebration for Comrade Jingja's breakthrough of gravitational pull. Meng Yingjun leaned halfway out of the car window, holding up a banner that rustled in the wind. It was evidently hastily made from a bedsheet and a marker. Jingja's tiger face instantly fell, its paws firmly covering its eyes. The level of embarrassment was even worse than being dragged by Lei Yi while learning to fly. The banner has grammatical errors, Qin Ge pointed out seriously. Breaking through gravitational pull is a physical phenomenon. It should say mastering the ability to fly for accuracy. Meng Yingjun nearly tumbled out of the window. Is that the point? The point is your tiger can fly. He excitedly patted the car door, claiming that Master Zhou Gang of the Thunder System spent 3 years trying to teach the Thunderfang tiger to fly. Do you realize what this means? It means my brother is more impressive than the master. Qin Ge paused momentarily in opening the car door. He initially thought the message in the group was a sensationalist report from an unscrupulous media outlet reposted by Su Hongyu. But seeing Meng Yingjun's reaction, it must be genuine? How hilarious, still researching how to make a tiger fly without a leash. He shook his head and first recalled Jingja into the contract space. After all, the electronic systems within the off-road vehicle were numerous, and they couldn't withstand the intimate contact with Jingja's surrounding lightning. By the way, have you contracted your second spirit beast in the past couple of days? As soon as he got in the car, Qin Ge curiously inquired Meng Yingjun. Meng Yingjun scratched his head, revealing a rare hint of bashfulness. Not yet. I've developed a good rapport with Lu Ji's brother's child, the Yin Fire Shadow Demon. However, it's quite powerful, so I think I'll wait a bit longer for more stability. Qin Ge raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. I see you're eyeing their dimensional space, huh? No wonder you are my Qin Ge. You even noticed that. Meng Yingjun grinned, then turned serious. But the main reason is. He turned his head, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, only ghosts can defeat ghosts. Uft. Qin Ge playfully tapped his forehead. Have you been reading too many novels? The two exchanged banter back and forth. When there were fewer vehicles on the road, Su Hongyu, who was driving, also joined the conversation. As they chatted, the off-road vehicle arrived at an enormous private villa. Although it was called a villa, in terms of actual area, it should be referred to as a private estate. The opulence of this private estate exceeded all expectations. Just passing through the intricately designed iron gate, a shimmering artificial lake came into view. Even more astonishing were several azure-hued juvenile dragons frolicking on the lakeshore. This, Qin Ge and Meng Yingjun simultaneously gasped in awe. Juvenile shallow dragons, the epitome of luxury in the spirit beast realm. The fundamental reason for their exorbitant price lies in their unique evolutionary chain. The final form, sea-scale Jiaolong, is the only confirmed species of eastern Jiaolong in the world. Unlike other dragon-type spirit beasts resembling western lizards or even the Yinglong, the sea-scale Jiaolong boasts a slender serpentine body and dragon horns that resemble a blend of deer antlers and coral. It perfectly replicates the characteristics of the eastern dragon race, as recorded in the Shanhai Jing. Su Hongyu chuckled lightly at the astonished expressions of the two, explaining, they are all descendants of my mother's main spirit beasts. If it weren't for the attribute mismatch, I would have loved to raise a Jiaolong. Then why don't you go to Yanjing University? Meng Yingjun asked, puzzled. Isn't there a mechanical dragon in the Dragon Valley over there? Su Hongyu shrugged. Liking Jiaolong doesn't mean I like dragon types. Too many people love dragon types. There's no business in it. Compared to mechanical dragons, I find mechanical ghosts much more interesting. He paused for a moment. Yet if he ever wished to contract a mechanical dragon in the future, it would merely take a word. Qin Ge listened quietly, adopting a demeanor of earnest study. He felt that his own pretentiousness paled in comparison to that of this individual, as if he were operating on an entirely different echelon. His own displays of bravado consisted of announcing, the Jingja can now fly. Let's film it and share it in the group. Meanwhile, Su Hongyu's pretensions were of a different caliber altogether. I think I shall raise a flood dragon for amusement. The mechanical dragon lacks interest, but a mechanical specter is intriguing. He spoke of such aspirations with a gravity that rendered these seemingly small goals as straightforward as having a meal. In the realm of ostentation, I would dare to proclaim you the mightiest. However, a mechanical specter, a soul-locking doll, or a sword-sheath spirit? Su Hongyu offered a mysterious smile, refraining from a direct answer. As expected of you, Qin Ge teased, among the spirit beasts you wish to nurture, I suppose only the armored little treasure is somewhat accessible. This led Qin Ge to suddenly recall something. By the way, where is your armored little treasure? Su Hongyu rubbed his nose. The armored little treasure is currently undergoing intensive training in a secret realm. Since regaining its condition, it has been as energetic as if it were on steroids. Alas, the effects of my secret realm are not comparable to the Xuanwu Lake. Otherwise, with its current vigor, it would have surely broken through to the 3rd tier by now. Meng Yingjun and Qin Ge exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They had a private secret realm at home, and yet they found it insufficiently excellent? How utterly ostentatious. Hold on. Qin Ge quickly waved his hands. Did we not agree last time? Let us engage in combat directly. Su Hongyu's eyes lit up. He had long desired to challenge Qin Ge to a duel. How about at my combat arena? The facilities are quite comprehensive. Stop, Meng Yingjun exclaimed, covering his ears. No more about what you have at home. Right now? Right here. He pointed to the expansive lawn in front of the villa, which was ample enough for their needs. Nevertheless, the two ultimately refrained from battling on the grass. For the main character was absent. As they traversed the shimmering lake and entered the secret realm, the sight before them once again left them astounded. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the air seemed to waft with the fragrance of financial prowess. In the center of the arena, the armored little treasure was unleashing a flurry of energy against a measuring stone. Its singular horn gleamed with brilliance, each charge striking precisely at the same force point. Upon noticing their arrival, it executed a sudden break, its hooves sparking against the ground. Half an hour later, under the efficient care of a private medical team, both Qin Ge and the armored little treasure had recovered to their peak condition. With the intelligent referee drone taking to the skies, a countdown hologram materialized at the center of the arena. 321. The battle officially commences. Chapter 63. The Clash of the Rampaging Rhino and the Tiger's Fury? Indeed, Su Hongyu's words, once uttered, easily stirred the desire for action within others. Yet, the armored little treasure remained blameless. Moreover, he understood that, to Su Hongyu, these matters were merely quotidian. He did not intentionally seek to boast. Thus, should he send out Shui Lingling to the field, the ice-shaped magic would soar and unleash a flurry of kites. The control exerted by the ice coffin would leave little room for counterplay, easily shattering the armored little treasure's mindset. After all, it was akin to a reunion 3 years post-graduation. The two beasts, upon their initial encounter, were merely students. Their power disparity not particularly evident. Yet, upon this reunion, a creature that once shared the same tier had suddenly surged far ahead. Who could remain composed in such a scenario? Qin Ge believed that Su Hongyu and the armored little treasure lacked the self-soothing capabilities that Meng Yingjun possessed, wherein he could view everything beyond life and death with indifference. Deploying Shui Lingling would be unwise. As for sending Qin Ge into battle, that too seemed a viable option to easily shatter its resolve. However, there was no choice left. One could hardly take to the arena personally. Performing a show of Beast Master versus Spirit Beast, could they? Boom. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the advantages of the armored little treasure, a mechanical-type Spirit Beast, were perfectly showcased. Its steel-forged body, coupled with its command over magnetic energy, rendered even a basic charge far more intimidating than that of other species of Spirit Beasts. Flesh and blood could hardly contend with steel. The silvery figure transformed into a streak of light, its singular horn erupting with blinding radiance. This was its signature skill. Iron Charge. Roar. Qin Ge felt the pressure emanating from the armored little treasure directly. It did not flinch or evade, lowering its stance as its tiger claws dug deeply into the ground, crackling with the sound of thunder. With a powerful swipe of its right front paw, it unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning, countering the attack head-on with a fierce resolve. This was the charging fist technique. Bang! The collision of two distinctly different energies resulted in a dazzling explosion of sparks where lightning clashed with steel. The shockwave disrupted the leaves in the trees. Clang! The armored little treasure's rapid charge was abruptly halted, its hooves carving deep furrows into the ground. The force was abnormal. Su Hongyu's pupils constricted. After the Long Dragon Cup, he had perused various technical analysis posts on forums. 80% of the commentators, including some 6th-tier powerhouses, had fervently claimed that this maneuver was a high-speed, low-power harvesting technique. Yet, the scene before him clearly exhibited raw, unadulterated violence. During the interim following the competition, the armored little treasure had not been idle in its training. In simulated combat scenarios, it had withstood energy attacks even from 3rd-tier spirit beasts with relentless determination. But now, it truly lived up to the moniker of Godzilla. Su Hongyu's gaze was intensely fixed on the battlefield. As a mechanical beast master, he understood well. Even though mechanical spirit beasts did not tire, they, like automobiles, required fuel. At present, while the armored little treasure seemed capable of utilizing its high speed and the computational prowess of its mechanical attributes to deftly evade every strike from Qin Ge, Its energy reserves were swiftly depleting. Engaging in a war of attrition was hardly advisable. Armored Little Treasure utilized that move. This was a trump card he had honed with the Armored Little Treasure through rigorous post-competition training, one that had yet to be employed in actual combat. Suddenly, the horn atop the Armored Little Treasure began to spin at an alarming speed, gathering metallic energy at its tip, manifesting into dozens of spiraling drill shadows. Breaking formation drill. The sharp metallic shriek pierced the air as a multitude of drill shadows converged from all directions, each one imbued with the power to rend steel, completely sealing off all of Jingge's escape routes. Drills, tigers. My goodness. Qin Ge squinted as this scene inexplicably reminded him of the epic clash between the rampaging rhino and the tiger's fury. Were this to have occurred in the past, facing such an all-encompassing assault, Qin would have had little recourse beyond enduring with a defensive stance. However, times had changed. Qin remained unflustered. As arcs of lightning flowed from its body like water, coalescing in the air into lifelike electric birds. This was the 1,000 lightning birds, technique learned from Lei. What the hell? Meng Yingjuan's sunflower seeds scattered everywhere. Su Hongyu's pupils constricted violently, his mind engulfed by a singular thought. How could this be possible? It had only been a few days since the conclusion of the Qianlong Cup. Even if one were to train in the mysterious realm of Xuanwu Lake, where a day equates to 3, it would scarcely amount to half a month. In such a brief span, this thunderbolt tiger not only mastered the art of flight, but astonishingly acquired such a new skill. Even more astonishing was the fact that this move, Extreme Electric 1,000 Birds, bore a striking similarity to Breakthrough Drill. Yet, Qin executed it with a finesse that surpassed even that of the iron-horned steed. The ease with which it performed the maneuver suggested countless repetitions in practice. How on earth had this training been conducted? Su Hongyu felt his head buzzing. Was this some kind of cheat? Ziz. Boom. Amidst the cacophony of the 1,000 birds' cries, the flock of thunderbirds clashed with the metallic drill with precision. In the blinding blue-white brilliance, one could vaguely discern the thunderbirds crushing the metallic drill with overwhelming force, subsequently hurtling towards the iron-horned steed with unrelenting momentum. As the smoke cleared, the outcome was unequivocal. Despite the formidable defensive capabilities bestowed upon the iron-horned steed by its mechanical form, the protracted high-intensity battle had already drained its energy reserves. At that moment, struck by the residual thunderbirds, it had yet to collapse entirely. But the sparks emanating from its joints heralded the end of the confrontation. Qin had triumphed. Roar? Owl. Qin's ears drooped instantly, the fervor in its tiger eyes gradually fading, replaced by undeniable disappointment. So this was how it ended? Wasn't there still a certain skill that this horse and its rider had yet to showcase? It had intended to flaunt its wings before this horse, which could not fly. At the moment Qin turned its head, Su Hongyu was preoccupied with assessing the injuries of the iron-horned steed, completely oblivious to the anomaly. However, the iron-horned steed suddenly snorted, its horn pointing towards Qin's back. There. The ethereal thunder god wings crackled with electricity, flickering in and out of visibility. Your wings are about to disperse. Qin abruptly turned its head, catching a glimpse of the thunder god wings, which were slightly short-circuited due to their rapid deployment and retraction. In a fit of vexation, it slammed a paw onto the ground. Roar. Mind your own business. Cheap. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shui Lingling had produced a mini popcorn and was popping one kernel after another into her mouth, her round eyes gleaming with the joy of spectating. By the way, Brother Qin, amidst the wafting aroma of tea, Su Hongyu set down his teacup, revealing a rare tinge of bashfulness. Would it be possible for Qin to provide some guidance to the iron-horned steed? He gestured towards the steed, which was eagerly gazing in their direction from the courtyard. The principles behind Extreme Electric 1,000 Birds and Breakthrough Drill were quite similar. Perhaps communication between spirit beasts of the same age would yield better results. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. Learn from Qin? Are you certain? His gaze, somewhat peculiar, oscillated between the expectant faces of Su Hongyu and the iron-horned steed. Upon receiving affirmative responses from both, Qin Ge took a subtle sip of his chilled guojiao, his expression ambiguous. It could be arranged. He cast a glance outside the window, where Qin was practically on the verge of excitement. Let me be the coach. Does this mean that the pecking it endured from those birds was worth it? However, Qin Ge set down his teacup, revealing a knowing smile. Just don't regret it later. Chapter 64. Discovery of the Secret Realm in Liangxi Region. Although comprehending the Thunder God Wings made learning Extreme Electric 1,000 Birds considerably easier, both Qin Ge and Lei had recognized Qin's unique talent for rapidly acquiring new skills through taking hits. Consequently, the process of mastering Extreme Electric 1,000 Birds was nothing short of extraordinary. Even now, as Qin reminisced about that experience, it could still feel a dull ache in its rear. But at last, it was finally its turn. Ziz. Bang. Oh no, Ironhorn Steed, are you alright? Not dead, right? The doctor is right there, ISNTE. But this. We had an agreement, absolutely no regrets. Meng Ingjun, Su Hongyu. At this moment, both individuals finally comprehended why Qin Ge had repeatedly confirmed and specifically requested a medical team to be on standby. This was not merely teaching. It was akin to the Thunder King casting spells in real time. The training methods were astonishingly hardcore. If Su Hongyu had watched One Piece, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the training technique employed by Garp to train Luffy. Qin Ge offered the Ironhorn Steed no respite, launching a barrage of weakened extreme electric thousand birds one after another. Want to evade? Qin Ge's tiger gaze intensified. Do you still wish to grow stronger? Foolish horse. Use your drill for defense. The best defense is an offense. Do you understand? Ziz. Boom. Clang. The mechanical sounds of the Ironhorn Steed resonated with a sense of tragic grandeur. Yet, under such rigorous training, the results were immediate. As the saying goes, teaching once is far more effective than learning once for mastery. During the teaching process, the Ironhorn Steed often instinctively attempted to evade, leading to a significant increase in the accuracy and release speed of Qin Ge's extreme electric thousand birds. Furthermore, given that this was training, power had to be controlled, and thus control improved as well. As for the Ironhorn Steed, by the midpoint of training, it had come to understand a vital truth. To avoid being pecked by the Thunderbirds, it had to push itself to improve. It had to hasten the condensation of its breakthrough drill, compelling itself to gather more of them, or else it would suffer pain. Oh, this was the consequence of inexperience. Meng Ingjun smugly stroked his crimson blood leopard cat, secretly grateful for his initial intuition. Had he decided to join in the fun back then, he would not be the only one now smoking from electric shocks. The crimson blood leopard cat nodded in agreement. Oh please. Qin Ge mercilessly dismantled the facade. You clearly know your leopard brother cannot possibly master this move. Otherwise, it would have been just like that scene in the misty poison leopard territory. The crimson blood leopard cat suddenly froze, slowly raising its head. Is that for real? Meng Ingjun, ah? Angry head-biting attack. Meng Ingjun, wig falls off, critical damage 99. Faha. Qin Ge laughed so hard he nearly thumped his thigh, watching his friend being chased around the room by his own spirit beast. Shui Lingling also chirped with laughter, even going so far as to use ice to sculpt a statue of Meng Ingjun being head-butted by a cat. After the playful antics, Su Hongyu suddenly turned serious, calculating. There are 6 days left until school starts. What are your plans? Oh, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, curious about his intentions. If Meng Ingjun had posed this question, he would most likely have expressed a desire for an impromptu adventure. After all, for a beastmaster, travel is an essential rite of passage, whether accompanied or solitary. The encounters and perils along the way are the most invaluable experiences, and now, he possessed the ability to embark on journeys to simpler locales. What if it were to happen just like that person, plummeting off a cliff and acquiring an unparalleled legacy? Wouldn't that be delightful? However, the one posing this inquiry was Su Hongyu. The two had been acquainted for some time, and Qin Ge had come to understand the essence of the other. If Su had no other intentions, he would not have raised such a question at this particular juncture. A large secret realm had recently been discovered in the Liangxi district, rated at levels 3 to 4. Yet, it was said that the internal energy fluctuations were extraordinary, with beast tamers finding their positions entirely random upon entry, and the likelihood of concealed regions was quite high. Su Hongyu paused momentarily, noting that his family had secured several assessment spots. Should they pass, they would gain entry for exploration once it opened in mid-September. All spoils would belong to the individual, provided the core of the secret realm was surrendered to the association. Qin Ge's fingertips gently caressed the rim of his teacup. A secret realm requiring an assessment for entry? This suggestion of hidden regions seemed rather conservative. The Liangxi authorities must have already confirmed the existence of such areas. Otherwise, why would an assessment be necessary prior to entry? Nevertheless, the probability of discovering treasures within a secret realm far exceeds that of an outdoor excursion. As for danger, Shui Lingling, hurry, summon your sister. The assessment content? Qin Ge cut straight to the chase. Simulated exploration, Su Hongyu elaborated. The Liangxi authorities had prepared a modified secret realm. Within it lay treasure chests placed by the officials, each guarded by specific spirit beasts. Defeating the guardians and acquiring the chests would yield corresponding points. And hunting the domesticated demon beasts released within the secret realm would also earn points. Only upon meeting the point criteria could one gain formal exploration qualifications. Before Qin Ge could voice his opinion, Shui Lingling sprang to life, her tiny paws waving in excitement. Go, let us set off. In her innocent perception, the secret realm was a place filled with soft slowdown zones, new vehicles for demon beasts, and delectable treasures within the chests. Meanwhile, Qin Ge stood proudly, crackling with electricity, eager to test its mettle. Since leaving Secret Realm number 11, its opponents had been woefully weak, providing no opportunity to gauge the results of its specialized training. It recalled overhearing some warriors chatting in the Secret Realm, discussing how demon beasts were ruthless foes. Were 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts not ideal punching bags? The reactions of the 2 spirit beasts had already answered Qin Ge's query. Brother Leopard, let us go together. Meng Yingjun turned to gaze at his seemingly lifeless crimson blood leopard cat. The crimson blood leopard cat immediately tilted its head, donning an expression of innocent bewilderment as if it suddenly could not comprehend human speech, its tail forming a question mark. Do you wish to hear what you're saying? The positions within the secret realm are random. With our strengths, encountering a 3rd-tier demon beast would spell disaster. Relax, it's just an assessment for now. Meng Yingjun waved his hand nonchalantly. The authorities will certainly keep the risks within a safe range. We might not even pass the assessment. Consider it merely a trial. The crimson blood leopard cat's ears perked up, its eyes filled with disbelief, as if to say, how can you speak such self-destructive words with such confidence? Chapter 65, Ruined Town, Assessment Rules. Upon returning home, Qin Ge sprawled languidly on the sofa, sighing contentedly. Nothing beats my own cozy den. Jingzhe collapsed into a pancake-like form. Its belly pressed against the cool floor, even the tip of its tail too weary to move. This creature was utterly the type to suffer for the sake of appearances. After the trio decided to participate in the assessment, it had stubbornly pushed through several more rounds of practice with the Iron Helmet steed. Though playing the role of a teacher felt gratifying, continuously unleashing the extreme electric thousand birds nearly drained it completely. Even so, it resolutely refused to show a hint of fatigue before its apprentice. However, all this exertion had significantly improved Jingzhe's control over the extreme electric thousand birds. It could now even accurately manipulate the force against electric mosquitoes. Shui Lingling, familiar with the surroundings, dove into the fridge, emerging with a box of ice cream, settling down atop Qin Ge's abdomen to indulge. Just then, a notification chimed. The phone vibrated, revealing a message from Li Jinggang. A special secret realm has been discovered in the Liangxi district. Are you interested? Su Hongyu mentioned it to me today. We VE arranged to participate in the assessment tomorrow. Assessment? Sounds good. If it's not too much trouble, feel free to join in on the fun. The Liangxi Beast Tamer Association also has some excellent resources available, and they are free for the taking. Qin Ge blinked at the screen, pondering the implication of this statement. Did it mean that if he wished to go, he could bypass the assessment entirely? Will the military be involved this time? Qin Ge inquired further. Li Jingang's reply came swiftly. This secret realm is quite unique. We suspect it is akin to Dragon Valley, as there seems to be another secret realm within. The danger level of this other secret realm is entirely unknown. I will be making an appearance. Suddenly, Qin Ge's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The 8th-tier beast tamer Li Jinggang personally stepping in. This felt ominously foreboding. By rights, such matters should be designated as protected zones for novices, shouldn't they? Just as he hovered his finger over the screen, eager for more information, his phone vibrated again. Don't worry, the beings living in the secret realm within are spirit beasts and will not proactively attack humans. I'm merely going to establish order, facilitating amicable interactions with the dominant spirit beasts within the secret realm. For you, the only risk lies with the outer demon beasts. Just a bunch of 3rd-tier demon beasts. Protecting yourself should pose no issue. The implication in Li Jingang's words was crystal clear. The secret realm within the secret realm was not an affair for Qin Ge and the others. Their main task was to clear the outer demon beasts, honing their skills in the field. Ultimately, Qin Ge resolved to participate in the assessment first, aiming to acquire some resources. After all, there were no pressing matters at hand, and idleness was simply idleness. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, this assessment could serve as a mock examination. As long as he could pass, it would essentially indicate he possessed the capability for self-preservation within the secret realm. On the path of a beast tamer, caution has never been a disadvantage. In any case, it is always preferable to engage in endeavors where one is assured than to embark on reckless ventures. Just as he concluded his conversation with Li Jinggang and prepared to make dinner for the 2 little companions, his phone vibrated once more. Shui Lingling curiously pawed at the device, inadvertently activating the voice playback. This time, it was a voice message from Yin Liqing. I hear there is an intriguing secret realm discovered in the Liangxi district. Are you interested? Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the almost identical inquiry. Goodness, these individuals had truly figured out his meal times, knowing he would be free to entertain their invitations. The following morning, while the mist still lingered, the trio arrived at the assembly point, only to find a bustling crowd already gathered. However, this was entirely to be expected. Passing the assessment would mean securing the qualifications for exploring the secret realm. What the secret realm signifies for beast tamers is well known to all. It is Godzilla. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Qin Ge turned towards the sound and spotted several familiar faces amidst the bustling throng. These were all formidable competitors who had participated in the Qianlong Cup. The one who uttered this phrase was none other than Cheng Huai, the Soul Seed player who failed to advance to the top 16. Su Hongyu adjusted his mechanical glasses. A string of data flickering across the lenses. It seems there are quite a few acquaintances among the participants this time. Good morning. Qin Ge casually waved at Cheng Huai as a form of greeting. However, he then noticed Meng Yingjun, who sported dark circles under his eyes, and raised an eyebrow. I truly didn't notice on the ride here. Did you stay up all night? Meng Yingjun mysteriously opened his backpack, revealing 3 bundles of homemade detonators. I rummaged through everything to find these treasures. I've tested them, and their power is impressive. Su Hongyu's mechanical glasses nearly slipped down to the tip of his nose. Are you here to blow up the mountain? Exploring the secret realm emphasizes firepower suppression. Meng Yingjun confidently patted the detonators. Once Brother Leopard shoves these into the mouth of a monster. Heh. Qin Ge's expression turned nuanced. Is there really a need to use these on a beast that can let the Crimson Blood Leopard cat approach it? Meng Yingjun suddenly froze. Damn, that seems to be a valid point. The Crimson Blood Leopard cat, exuding an aura of existential despair, covered its face. Its tail tip anxiously thumping the ground. It now wished to bury this embarrassing master within the detonators and detonate them. However, upon hearing Meng Yingjun's words, Shui Lingling's eyes darted, as she seemed to contemplate something. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sliced through the morning mist. On the podium, a middle-aged man in uniform stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke in a calm yet thunderous voice that resonated in everyone's ears. Silence. The once cacophonous scene fell instantly silent, and everyone instinctively straightened their posture. Even Shui Lingling obediently hid the ice tube she had just crafted behind her back. I am Hong Haiyang, the head of this assessment. The man's sharp gaze swept across the crowd as he emphasized several crucial points before the evaluation commenced. He gestured towards the mist-covered entrance behind him. This assessment will last 3 days and take place in a specially modified secret realm, a ruined town. The cultivated monsters inside may be weaker than their wild counterparts, but we have intentionally starved them for 3 days. They should now be quite vigorous. Hong Haiyang did not allow the crowd time to digest this information. He proceeded to elaborate on the scoring rules. You will earn basic points by defeating monsters, and additional points can be obtained by defeating guardian spirit beasts to claim treasures. He then shifted his tone. A special reminder, aside from the assessment-specific backpacks, no human food or water is permitted. For these 3 days, you must fend for your own sustenance within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow. This is simulating a real-life perilous scenario within a secret realm. Indeed, while the first rule of the Beast Tamer's Exploration Guide states, prepare ample food and water. Even with a spatial backpack, the supplies one can carry are limited. Should one encounter extraordinary circumstances, such as needing to stay in a secret realm for 2 to 3 months, or even 6 months to a year. Food scarcity is a life and death trial every beast tamer may face. Ultimately, this issue stems from inadequate resource storage. If one possesses a powerful spirit beast with a dimensional space, this would be hardly a concern. Remember to act according to your abilities, Hong Haiyang emphasized, warning that in case of danger, one should activate the distress signal immediately. With a grand gesture, he announced, now, we will distribute the assessment equipment. Staff members wheeled in carts laden with military green backpacks. Shui Lingling eagerly tore open her assigned backpack, discovering only 2 items, an irregular metal sphere engraved with intricate patterns and a specially designed smartwatch. The former is a module of the special mechanical spirit beast, Jiduan patrol armor. It will manifest as a bodyguard once it detects a complete signal from the latter. Chapter 66. One must respect the ingredients. Qin Ge fiddled with the watch, finding its function straightforward and practical. Point statistics, position navigation, real-time rankings, monster compendium. Upon opening the compendium page, he was greeted by the following entries. Frenzied wild boar, 50 points. Golden ring snake, 300 points. Ironback bear, 500 points. And over 20 other species omitted. Indeed, the prices for snake soup and bear paws are far superior to that of pork. Qin Ge chuckled at the bottom-ranking frenzied wild boar, which appeared to be angrily scraping its hooves, as if protesting its meager valuation. Shui Lingling leaned in for a glance and suddenly tapped the icon of the spectral water crocodile, priced at 2,000 points, 3 times with her tiny paw. Clearly, she had set her sights on this new mount. Subsequently, as Hong Haiyang confirmed that his Jiduan patrol armor could detect the surroundings of each participant within a 30-meter radius. 12 secret realm entrances simultaneously illuminated with a ghostly blue glow. Each distinct entrance corresponded to different secret realm coordinates. Enter. At Hong Haiyang's command, the crowd immediately dispersed. Given that next month's secret realm had been identified as having a random teleportation mechanism, this assessment also adopted an independent scoring system. Only the top 20 participants would qualify for exploration within the secret realm. Familiar beast tamers tacitly chose different entrances. Shui Lingling chirped excitedly, directing Qin Ge to be the first to dash into the secret realm entrance. Jingzhe had already readied itself for battle, guarding Qin Ge's side. As the last participant vanished at the entrance, all modules of the Zhiduan patrol armor activated simultaneously. Real-time footage streamed like a flowing river into the monitoring center's giant screen, clearly displaying the movements of each participant. Hong Haiyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the monitoring screen, his lips curling into a smirk. Let me see what tricks this new generation can conjure. On Changhua Avenue in the ruined town, Qin Ge and over 50 beast tamers materialized simultaneously. He surveyed his surroundings, finding the scene oddly familiar. It resembled a replica of the Battle Royale mode from a popular game. The surrounding beast tamers were on high alert, with no one exchanging words. The light of summoned spirit beasts flickered as some dispatched flying spirit beasts to patrol the vicinity, while others rode crimson horn rhinoceroses charging towards the outskirts. Even more audacious participants were commanding their spirit beasts to break down doors and ransack houses. Since the assessment rules explicitly prohibited murder and theft, Qin Ge chose a direction and set off, signaling for Shui Lingling and Jingzhe to remain vigilant. The former obediently perched on Qin Ge's shoulder, sensing the unusual temperatures around them, while the latter scanned the surroundings with its fierce eyes, crackling with electricity. Although it was ready for a direct confrontation, Qin Ge recalled the annotations on the serpent-type monsters in the compendium, skilled in stealth, highly toxic. These creatures, having been starved for 3 days, were likely lurking in some dark corner, flicking their tongues in anticipation. After advancing for approximately 15 minutes, Jingzhe suddenly halted, its pupils narrowing into slits. Qin Ge followed its gaze. 3 golden-ringed snakes coiled languidly in the shadow of a dwelling, their flickering tongues emitting a faint phosphorescence. These supernatural beings were akin to the formidable Lonling King. Their threat level was significantly heightened when unseen. However, once their location was discerned, a bounty of 900 points awaited. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled as he envisioned the soaring numbers on the leaderboard. Had he not been inept at concocting snake soup, it would have been more fitting to describe his anticipation as a salivation. With a thunderous roar, the battle cry of Jingzhe reverberated like a clap of thunder, momentarily stunning the 3 golden-ringed snakes. For them, this fleeting lapse was sufficient for him to close in. Bang! The tiger claw, encased in lightning, struck down with ferocity, shattering the ground into a web of cracks. One snake, caught off guard, was instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. The foul stench of blood splattered across the scales of the remaining 2 serpents. Hiss! The 2 venomous snakes sprang upward with ferocity, their fangs aimed directly at Jingzhe's neck. Yet, Jingzhe had already activated his Qi shield, and they were met with the rebounding lightning, rendering their bodies paralyzed. Jingzhe simply crushed their heads, Qin Ge thought. For such an opponent devoid of challenge, he felt it prudent to show a modicum of respect for the ingredients. Jingzhe reacted swiftly, altering his attack from a downward strike to a sweeping motion. With a crisp snap, the head of another golden-ringed snake burst open like a watermelon. The headless body continued to writhe in a reflexive dance. Just as the last snake reared its head, Jingzhe delivered a blow of pure physical might, sending it flying. The snake's head collided with the wall, bending at an unnatural angle. Xiaoxua, package it up, Qin Ge instructed as he opened his backpack. Chirp, responded Zulingling, waving her small paw, as 2 streams of cold air precisely encased the snake corpses. The frozen golden-ringed snakes thudded into the backpack. Well done. Qin Ge admired the sudden surge of 900 points, giving a thumbs up. Jingzhe shook the blood from his claws, his whiskers quivering with pride. Such minions hardly warranted a warm-up. Within the monitoring room, the observers buzzed with excitement. Good heavens, true to his name as Godzilla, he has racked up 900 points right from the start. Beasts below the 3rd tier pose no threat to him at all. I doubt even 3rd-tier beasts can stand against him. These golden-ringed snakes average at level 2, 5. Yet they couldn't even breach the shield of the Thunderclaw Tiger. 3rd tier? He could probably handle them with ease. Indeed. Let us not forget that Zulingling is Godzilla's initial spirit beast. Her prowess should surpass that of the Thunderclaw Tiger. This duo seems more than capable of navigating a horde of 3rd-tier beasts effortlessly. One observer suggested, shall we just declare him as having passed? The outcome is clear. Huh. The seasoned colleague scoffed. I recall you saying something similar during the Qianlong Cup. Did I? Ha. Luck is part of strength too. Let us not forget the spirit beast we borrowed from Jinling University. At this, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. The secret realm was classified as a Tier 3 to Tier 4 zone, with its demon kings predominantly being Tier 4 beasts. Hence, they had borrowed a spirit beast from Jinling University to simulate a scenario should the candidates encounter a Tier 4 beast. If that mischievous little demon took an interest, even Godzilla would find himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 67. The prototype of time freezing. What in the world is this divine skill? Exclaimed an astonished Zhao. That Mingkong bird was your spirit beast, wasn't he it? Called out. Old Zhao stood dumbstruck, his glasses slipping down his nose as he forgot to adjust them. Surely, he hadn't imagined it. Glancing around at the equally shocked expressions of his colleagues, old Zhao was convinced that he wasn't hallucinating. His Mingkong bird, possessing Tier 3, Level 5 prowess, had been instantaneously dispatched. What kind of extraordinary phenomenon was that thunderous avian swarm? Just days after the Qianlong Cup, how had the Thunderclaw Tiger mastered such a formidable skill? The young recorder's hands trembled, rendering him unable to write. This defies logic. All right, enough of that. We have injuries to attend to. The team leader's command jolted everyone back to their duties. After all, it was working hours. They couldn't afford to be starstruck and neglect their responsibilities. The allure of the secret realm was immense. And the beast tamers arriving for the assessment were a mixed bag. Some lacked adequate skill, and in the event of an emergency, they might not even have time to send a distress signal. At such times, the observers were required to manually terminate the assessment, allowing the Zhiduan patrol armor to step in for rescue. At that moment, one beast tamer had encountered a golden-ringed snake, a stark contrast to Qin Ge's earlier ease. This tamer was entirely oblivious to the lurking predator, both he and his spirit beast succumbing to venom and in desperate need of aid. Meanwhile, on the shaded path at the edge of the town, a treasure chest was surprisingly valued at 3,000 points. How outrageous. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow at the rapidly increasing points displayed on his wristwatch, unable to conceal his astonishment. After dispatching the 3 golden-ringed snakes in the dilapidated town, they followed Zuelingeling's guidance toward the direction of the spectral crocodile. Just beyond the town's perimeter, Qin Ge keenly detected a treasure chest guarded by a Mingkong bird nestled among the treetops. With a swift strike of the extreme electric thousand birds, he eliminated the guardian, and the points surged by an astounding 3,000. Yet, more than the points, he was intrigued by the treasures contained within the chest. Snap. Golden legend. Survival supplies. 3 days' worth of high-energy rations and purified water. Portable folding tent, including moisture-proof mat. Spirit beast supplies. 12 bottles of moo milk. Significantly promotes the growth of juvenile spirit beasts, rapidly restores their stamina, and heals minor injuries. Evolution material. Wind Spirit Stone, X1. One must acknowledge that the contents of the treasure chest were indeed commendable. The survival kit and moo milk would essentially ensure that the beast tamer could manage their daily needs for the next 3 days. The Wind Spirit Stone, a crucial resource for certain wind-type evolutions, held market value in the 6-figure range. More importantly, there was an ellipsis behind the tent. Within that ellipsis, there existed a barbecue grill and seasonings. Let us take a break and have a bite. After traversing a thicket, Qin Ge halted, retrieving supplies from his backpack. Here, give this a try. He unscrewed a bottle of moo milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Zuelingeling. Here, have a taste. Chirp. Zuelingeling joyfully cradled the bottle, sipping delicately. Qin Ge leaned in to sniff, his tiger face displaying evident disdain. It lacked the invigorating taste of the thunder roar, which boasted a tantalizing hint of lightning elements. Critique. Having something to drink is already commendable, and you're being picky? Qin Ge chuckled as he opened another bottle, pouring it into a bowl and placing it before the cub. Reluctantly, Qin Ge extended his tongue and licked a bit. The next moment, his tiger eyes widened in surprise. The silky, rich texture and the gentle flow of energy seemed rather delightful. The earlier look of disdain had vanished, and now he drank with unrestrained vigor. Indeed, the universal truth of it truly smells good applied everywhere. Perhaps it is the sweet aroma of moo milk wafting through the forest that has drawn their attention. They had scarcely rested for less than 15 minutes when a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding thicket. Crack! The sharp sound of a breaking branch sent Qin Ge instantly into a state of alertness, his body crackling with thunderous energy. Zuelingeling promptly set aside her milk bottle, her entire being beginning to coalesce with a chilling aura. Just as a formidable ironback bear poked its head out, a tremendous blast ensued. The assault of intertwining ice spikes and lightning instantaneously engulfed it. In a mere 150 words, this unfortunate bear met its swift demise. Oh, Qin Ge leisurely set up the barbecue grill. Is this a gesture to acknowledge our inadequate meal and provide us with a second course? Xiao Shui, let us commence. Soon, we shall feast upon grilled bear paws. Chirp. Zuelingeling excitedly waved her little paws. A crystalline ice blade cut through the air, expertly severing a bear paw worth at least 450 points. 5 minutes later, a sudden icy chain ensnared Qin Ge's waist. On the other side, it was connected to a specially designed ice cart. The barbecue master, Qin Ge, sat behind the cart. Before them lay a dirt path, a roaring bonfire. And on the grill, the electrified bear paw awaited. Come, Qin Ge, take a few steps and see. Qin Ge, you do not wish to? With that, he pulled out his phone, revealing a recently captured delicious meme. Qin Ge, the shame of a tiger JPG. Thus, after confirming that their equipment was in order, the duo continued on their journey. Their target this time was a creature known as Kai-1. Oh, rather, a 2,000-point spectral water crocodile. Boom, whoosh, crack. An icy onslaught accompanied by lightning swept through, leaving no monster unscathed in its wake. As Qin Ge dragged the icy cart out of the forest, a deafening roar of water surged toward them. Qin Ge raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, squinting ahead. Before them stood a magnificent, towering natural waterfall, its height and breadth unfathomable. The water cascaded from the clouds, crashing onto the azure surface of a pool, sending up sprays of water. The gentle breeze carried a fine mist, akin to a natural air conditioner. It would indeed be a pity not to barbecue here. Satisfied, Qin Ge set up the grill, deciding to make camp in this enchanting locale. However, before doing so, he glanced at the crocodile's thrashing limbs nearby, reminiscent of a drowning creature seeking rescue. And a devilish smile crept across his face. Isn't it quite the act? Qin Ge, it's your turn. Give it a full-body massage. Crackle. As the words left his lips, a violent flash of lightning coalesced into electric birds, overwhelming the water's surface. The water boiled instantaneously, countless electric serpents thrashing wildly. Gurgle, gurgle. The spectral water crocodile was compelled to surface, belly up, its scales emitting wisps of smoke. As it groggily opened its eyes, it was met with Qin Ge's benevolent smile. Fear not, I merely wish to procure your exquisite crocodile skin for a handbag. One must admit, this elite creature worth 2,000 points was indeed resilient. Even in a suboptimal state, Qin Ge could withstand a strike from the extreme lightning thousand birds without succumbing. This performance was sufficient to earn it a page in the genealogy of third-order spectral water crocodiles, should it survive to encounter others of its kind. It attempted to flee. Unknown to it, Shui Lingling had already taken position by the riverbank, her tiny paw lightly tapping the water's surface. Crackle, crackle. The frigid energy surged forth. The severely injured spectral water crocodile could hardly evade its fate. Its terrified expression was forever frozen in the ice. Is this the third stage? As Qin Ge pushed the ice sculpture of the crocodile to the shore, Qin Ge's pupils suddenly contracted. The crocodile within the ice maintained a posture of struggle, yet curiously, its eyes continued to move, revealing a glimpse of the terror within its pupils. Even more astonishing, droplets of water could still be seen suspended within the frozen confines. Strangely, he failed to notice the implications of these phenomena. However, these manifestations alone sufficed to confirm that this was indeed the third stage training that Shui Lingling was undergoing to learn temporal freezing, an embryonic form of time-space freezing. Chirp! Shui Lingling exuberantly leaped onto the ice sculpture, her tiny paw pressing against the crocodile's forehead. Within the icy layers, sharp ice blades materialized, slicing through the crocodile's skin and penetrating within. Spectral water crocodile. Is it too late for me to choose self-detonation? Chapter 68. Slaying enemies in dreams, earning points effortlessly. At precisely 1800 hours, observer Xiao Wang rubbed his numb cheeks for the 37th time, mechanically gnawing on an energy bar. On the holographic screen, for split screens showcased drastically different survival chronicles. Screen 3, a tragic documentary. A bloodied candidate is biting down on a bandage, attempting to tie up his arm, which has been lacerated by a rampaging wild boar. His ice fist bear stands nearby, limping and alert, clearly exhausted after their recent encounter with a frenzied herd of wild boars. Screen 7, an absurd comedy. 7 or 8 beast masters are being chased by 3 starving werewolf monsters, fleeing in terror. The largest among them has even lost a shoe in the fray. Their contracted spirit beasts huddle together, reminiscent of sheep fleeing a wolf pack. Screen 9, a serious survival documentary. A composed girl is setting traps using jerky, while her iridescent moth assists in concealing the traces. Though her methods are professional, the background is punctuated by the continuous screams of other candidates. Crack. When he switched to another screen, he was met with a cloud of barbecue smoke wafting directly into his face. Screen 1, culinary variety show live. Qin Ge was holding a wooden stump, polished with lightning, as a makeshift bellows, his tiger tail swaying rhythmically. Shui Lingling completed the final icy scale on the frozen crocodile specimen, adjusting the angle with her tiny paws. Behind her, 2 fully modified ice crocodile mounts sat patiently. Meanwhile, Qin Ge hummed a tune, sprinkling salt on the grilled bare paw in a posture reminiscent of a Tai Chi master. The spices, illuminated by the bonfire, fell like golden dust. This was hardly a simulated survival assessment. It was indisputably an outdoor culinary broadcast. Xiao Wang trembled as he took out his phone. Ding. Your takeaway order. Charcoal grilled ironback bear paw 1 has been accepted. Note, please add extra spice. Thank you. After dinner, Qin Ge retrieved the tent from the treasure chest in his backpack. As he unfolded it, an endearingly clumsy hippopotamus spirit beast pattern sprang forth. With its round, bulging eyes and a grin stretching to its ears. It resembled a dazed creature caught in a door. However, astonishingly, this silly spirit beast was holding a book and reading. The designer of this tent must have had a vendetta against the candidates. No, the procurement officer must have pocketed a hefty commission. This unsellable tent must have been incredibly cheap. Regardless, upon seeing it, Qin Ge felt a wave of discomfort. Upon witnessing Qin Ge erect the tent, both Shui Lingling and Jingzhe lost all desire for post-dinner activities. After a hearty meal, there is nothing quite as delightful as indulging in a rejuvenating slumber. The location for pitching the tent is in close proximity to the waterfall. At night, the soothing sound that permeates through the soundproof material resembles the gentle patter of rain, creating a tranquil ambience conducive to sleep. After casually placing his backpack aside, he retrieved 2 bottles of milk, unwrapped them, covered them with an item, and set them aside. This way, should the 2 little creatures feel hungry during the night, it would be more convenient for them. With the interior of the tent organized, the next task was to establish defensive measures outside. There was no necessity for a night watch. Merely preparing some defensive tactics would suffice. Xiaoxua. Bury frost mines in the circles drawn on the ground, Qin Ge instructed, pointing at the circles on the ground while observing Shui Lingling. Erect an ice wall towards the waterfall, equipped with barbed spikes. With a swift motion of her tiny paw, Shui Lingling summoned glistening ice crystals that plunged into the earth like mines, leaving only a flurry of snowflakes on the surface. The ice wall facing the waterfall manifested jagged protrusions reminiscent of a mace. Is there anything we might have overlooked? After arranging these defenses, Qin Ge suddenly fell into deep contemplation, his gaze slowly shifting towards Jingzhe. The Thunderfang tiger instantly bristled. Roar? Your expression seems off. Scientific evidence suggests that tiger urine can repel wild beasts. Although it remains uncertain whether the urine of spirit beasts holds the same efficacy, it is certainly better to take action than to remain idle. Qin Ge earnestly offered a basin of water. Here, drink up. Later, we shall delineate a safety zone around the camp. Jingzhe's feline face contorted in horror, as if faced with the most humiliating task of his life. Clinging desperately to the tent pole, his claws scraped against the metal, producing a jarring sound that echoed in the night. He would rather face off against that formidable-looking Zhiduan than undertake this endeavor. Staff member Xiao Wang observed the surveillance footage of Qin Ge being pursued around the camp by the Thunderfang tiger. Silently, he recorded in the anomalous incident log, 1847. Candidate Qin Ge attempts to have the Thunderfang tiger mark territory using urine. Currently in a state of pursuit. Psychological counseling recommended. At exactly midnight, Hong Haiyang pushed open the door to the main control room and strode directly to the central console, retrieving the real-time leaderboard. The current top 3 scores were Xiao Xuanxuan 6450 points, Qin Ge 6400 points, 7400 points, Anonymous 4200 points. Presently, the leaderboard was topped by none other than Xiao Xuanxuan, a feat attributed to her contract spirit beast, the leaf spirit dragon, which possesses unparalleled advantages in the forest and grassland environments. From the moment she entered the secret realm, she had scarcely paused for breath. Within 10 minutes, she had utilized her entangling tactics to slay a demon beast worth 1,000 points. Subsequently, the leaf spirit dragon showcased its unique abilities, transforming an array of flora into its eyes and ears. Those treasure chests hidden beneath moss or obscured in thickets were no match for its keen gaze. Although Xiao Xuanxuan was unable to defeat most guardian spirit beasts, she had made significant progress throughout the day, amassing a commendable score of 6,450 points. Xiao Xuanxuan, 6,450 points is impressive. Hong Haiyang nodded slightly. On the screen, the young girl rested against the leaf spirit dragon, bearing signs of weariness and minor injuries. The surrounding flora swayed gently despite the absence of wind, vigilantly guarding their exhausted master. Lowering his gaze, Hong Haiyang was suddenly taken aback. Qin Ge 6,400. Wait, how did it suddenly become 7,400? He promptly accessed the playback. 000005. The 2-headed shadow leopard was stealthily approaching the tent adorned with a silly hippo design. The 2 heads were engaged in a hushed debate over whether to eat the human first or the tiger. 000100. As its forepaw crossed into the alarm zone, It instantly triggered the frost mine laid by Shui Lingling. Crack! The exploding ice shards shot into the air like a torrential downpour, transforming the ill-fated demon beast into a suspended ice sculpture. A glowing effect of 1,000 points materialized above its lifeless form. Unconsciously, Shui Lingling chirped in her sleep, while Jingzhe's body instinctively discharged a couple of sparks of lightning. This perfectly illustrated the concept of earning points while dreaming of vanquishing foes. Goodness! Hong Haiyang's coffee cup hovered in midair. Could this be considered the ice-type version of Waiting for the Rabbit? Soon after, his gaze fell upon the tent emblazoned with a book pattern, and a cryptic smile crept across his lips. Sleeping in this tent will surely attract its attention. As if to validate his words, the surveillance footage revealed several candidates either claiming treasure chests or searching for and utilizing the same tent, all of whom were now encountering the enthusiastic visitation of the Grimoire Demon. The leaderboard began to fluctuate wildly. The Sinister Diary, September 4th, midnight, successfully siphoned points from candidates. The next target is a candidate known as Godzilla. The Vengeful Sister is here. The pages trembled with excitement, but abruptly froze 10 meters from the tent. A cold-blooded ice crocodile was glaring hungrily at it. Chapter 69. Hidden Task. Seek the criminal ghost-type spirit beast. 0015 points. In a dim corner, the Grimoire Demon trembled slightly with exhilaration. Clutching a dark purple crystal ball in its tiny hands, it relished in the replay of its masterpiece from that night. The candidates' slumbering tents had been thoroughly inspected, with points stealthily siphoned away and bags filled with bitter mushrooms. The water in their flasks had all been replaced with a potion that induced incessant hiccups. Just imagining the panic on their faces when they awaken at dawn brought a sinister glee to its expression. Ha ha ha! The Grimoire Demon stifled a laugh, its shoulders shaking with mirth, almost bursting into laughter. Yet, it soon pouted, shaking its head in dissatisfaction. These minor nuisances simply lacked the thrill it craved. What it truly desired was to prank the man known as Godzilla. The reason was simple. During its last encounter at Jinling University, this fellow's antics had opened its eyes to a whole new realm of mischief. How could he masquerade as a bald man and fool the toxic male for so long without being discovered? Yet, every time it attempted to imitate him, it was invariably found out at the first try. Why could he accomplish such feats? Thus, from that moment on, the Grimoire Demon resolved, once it successfully pranked Godzilla, it would prove that it, the Vengeful Sister, would forever remain the Vengeful Sister. Unfortunately, during the last incident at Jinling University, it had already infiltrated Godzilla's vicinity, only to be terrified into inaction by a worn-out old tiger. A disgrace. This was an absolute humiliation. This time, it must ensure that he cries out for mercy at its hands. Clenching its tiny fists, a fierce determination ignited in its eyes as it gradually melded into the night. Revenge progress. 010, successfully approached target. Revenge progress. 10 suddenly halted. With a clatter, the Grimoire Demon's sinister grin abruptly froze, its petite form stiffening midair. Under the moonlight, a glimmering ice crocodile sculpture glared menacingly at it. Then came the second, the third. They surrounded it in a triangular formation, their tails transformed into ice-spiked morning stars, dragging along the ground ominously. The air was filled with a chilling cacophony of crackling and creaking sounds. Most terrifying of all was the ice sculpture of the crocodile in the center, which slowly opened its gaping maw with a blood-curdling snap. Gotcha! Suddenly, like a child victorious in a game of hide-and-seek, Shui Lingling poked her head out from the crocodile's mouth, her face adorned with an innocent smile. An ethereal chill enveloped her, as the surrounding air crystallized into tiny ice shards. This frigid aura even caused the specter-like Grimoire Demon to shiver. The Grimoire Demon pondered. Is it too late to play dead now? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xuanxuan's leaf spirit dragon suddenly tensed its leaves, instinctively shielding its slumbering master. As the girl groggily rubbed her eyes and sat up, a series of frantic rustling sounds erupted from her backpack. What on earth? Xiao Xianxian quickly opened it to investigate, only to find nothing amiss. Go back to sleep. She soothingly patted her restless leaf spirit dragon, letting out a resigned sigh, suspecting once more that the barbecue enthusiast was up to mischief again. With the leaf spirit dragon's keen perception, coupled with her own beast taming talents, Xiao Xianxian was acutely aware of Qin Ge's antics in the forest. Yet, she preferred to remain blissfully ignorant, for the more she understood, the more she felt the crushing disparity. She had fought valiantly all day, bearing fresh wounds, and had only managed to accumulate a modest number of points. Meanwhile, others leisurely indulged in barbecues and sang merrily, effortlessly amassing points as if on a vacation. As if to validate her thoughts, Hong Haiyang conveniently switched the scene to Qin Ge's side. Inside the tent, someone was wrapped in a sleeping bag, smacking their lips, still incoherently directing in their dreams. Qin Ge. P to the left, and draw a heart. The dream-wrought Lamong tiger kicked its hind leg in annoyance, creating a distinct paw print on the tent. At dawn, just as the first light broke, a startled scream shattered the tranquility. What happened to my points? A candidate leapt from their tent, frantically slapping their wristwatch. I had 3,200 points before bed, and now I'm down to single digits. I worked all day for this. His second-stage spirit beast, the Flower Moon Fox, abruptly perked up its tail, gazing towards a corner of the tent where a comical doodle had mysteriously appeared. Thank you for your patronage. Come again. In Zone 7. Another candidate spat out the water they were drinking, exclaiming, "Ugh, why does this water taste so strange?" Their contracted spirit beast, the sniffing gold mouse, was busily digging at the ground, unearthing a torn half-page of a book that read, "Fool, I've added a laxative to your water." Soon, similar outcries echoed throughout the secret realm. Why is there mustard in my bread? Who stuffed an IOU in my backpack? My points. Candidates across the secret realm began to realize that something extraordinary had transpired overnight. Some found their points inexplicably diminished, while others awoke to discover their camps had been tampered with. There were even instances of spirit beast food being replaced with prank notes stating, "Tastes bad, right? Wait, did something come by last night?" Qin Ge rubbed his sleepy eyes, jolted awake by Shui Lingling's exuberant shaking. Upon seeing him awake, the little creature gestured animatedly, ultimately presenting a crumpled note. The blood-red, scrawled words read, "I will return." Is this the work of the cunning gray wolf? Qin Ge puzzled over the note when suddenly, the watch beside him vibrated. Attention all candidates, the points discrepancy from last night is not a system error. This is a special segment of the assessment. Ghost-type spirit beasts attacked your camp. Hong Haiyang's voice echoed through the speaker, instantly igniting an uproar. What is going on? This segment wasn't mentioned before the assessment. My points have been halved. How can we compete now? The arbitrary addition of rules seemed profoundly unreasonable. Reasonable? At that moment, Hong Haiyang could hear everyone's outcries through their watches. His voice shifted, taking on a terrifying tone as if a dread presence was about to emerge. Who would inform you of all the rules when exploring a new secret realm? Do you think the monsters within will adhere to a schedule? Why do seasoned beast tamers understand the necessity of vigilance at night? Without formidable strength, even at night, you do not deserve rest. If this were a real secret realm, many of you would now be corpses. Now, I announce a hidden mission. Locate the ghost-type spirit beast that attacked the camp last night. Defeat it, and all its points will belong to the victor, along with an additional special reward. As Hong Haiyang's words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the secret realm. Many candidates broke into cold sweats, realizing that had it not been for the assessment, they might have forever closed their eyes in slumber. Some trembled as they touched their necks, as if sensing the scythe of death looming above them. Yet, many others sparkled with excitement, recognizing this as an opportunity. Qin Ge was naturally among them, but unlike the others who viewed this hidden task as a chance to overtake their competitors, he thought, it's like catching a thief. This is far more thrilling than a dry assessment. Shui, can you find that troublemaker, right? Cheap. Shui Lingling puffed out her little chest, exuding confidence. Oh, Qin Ge, you should return to the beast space for now. Huh. With your pure yang thunder attribute, ghost-type spirit beasts would flee at the scent of you from 3 miles away. Roar. Qin Ge proudly lifted its head, electric sparks bursting forth from its mane, looking as triumphant as a child basking in praise. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Chapter 70. How did the NPC change careers? Cheap. Cheap. That fellow is incredibly fast. I was about to freeze it, but poof. It vanished. As Shui Lingling led the way, she animatedly recounted the battle from the previous night, her small face puffed up in indignation, even causing the tuft atop her head to flare with fury. If the ghost-type spirit beast wanted to escape, it would indeed be difficult to thwart. However, since it dared to leave a challenge, Qin Ge chuckled as he ruffled her little head. Wouldn't it be a slight to not seek retribution? Upon hearing this, Shui Lingling clenched her tiny paws, and snowflakes began to swirl around her uncontrollably. The fierce determination ignited in her gem-like eyes. You vile creature, just wait. When I reach max with extreme ice condensation, I will freeze you into a specimen. Extreme ice condensation, the previous phase of time freezing. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Ge couldn't help but smile. In truth, long before their departure, he had already surmised the identity of the opponent, the book demon, through the descriptions provided by Shui Lingling and that enigmatic note. This ethereal creature, capable of traversing the realms of any book, could escape through any illustrations as long as there was no barrier of gold. Its ability to survive was unparalleled. Capturing such an adversary? A task as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Yet, as Qin Ge grasped a drifting snowflake, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sometimes, what truly matters is not the outcome, but the journey shared with companions who pursue a common goal and take action together. Just like now. The desire to grow stronger reflected in Shui Lingling's eyes. Is this not a form of achievement as well? As noon approached, a sudden alertness overcame Shui Lingling. Her ears perked up. The chill in the air was palpable. Qin Ge sensed something amiss and instinctively checked the compressed tint in his backpack, adorned with a book pattern, followed by the note in his pocket. Both items showed no signs of anomaly. What's wrong? He whispered, before Shui Lingling could respond. A piercing wolf howl erupted from deep within the dense forest. Suddenly, 3 hulking werewolf beasts charged forth, their 6 crimson eyes fixated on Qin Ge, drool dripping from their jagged fangs. Despite their gaunt frames, their sinewy muscles exuded an oppressive aura. These were predators of at least Tier 3, Level 5, a creature akin to the bristleback werewolf. However, with a flick of her paw, Shui Lingling conjured 3 ice spikes beneath the werewolves, piercing through with astonishing speed. The frigid force erupted. The werewolves had no time to feel pain, their grotesque expressions frozen in death. The entire encounter lasted no more than 3 seconds. Qin Ge blinked in astonishment. What just happened? Not far away, 7 beast tamers, previously fleeing from the 3 werewolves, stood petrified. Yet, they instinctively tightened their legs. Their clothes were tattered, and their spirit beasts bore numerous wounds. Their survival thus far was solely due to their choice to forfeit the examination and the protection of the Zhiduan patrol armor. They were dispatched in an instant. Wait, why do I smell roasted meat? Roasted meat? This is an examination, not a picnic. Who would have time to roast meat? Perhaps some truly came here for a leisure outing? Look at him. His hairstyle hasn't even been disturbed. Calmly, Qin Ge brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and summoned Jing Ge to gather some firewood. He then retrieved a portable grill from his backpack and set it up. Let us have lunch first. We can pursue them later. However, Shui Lingling shook her head, pointing at the moo milk and energetically raising her tiny fist. Qin Ge instantly understood. All right, let us have a quick meal and finish this. He turned to Lei Menghu and waved his hand. Jing Ge, you can head back. We want to be having roasted meat for lunch. Jing Ge roared. The 7 candidates observed the scene in collective silence. The disparity between individuals was stark. While they fought tooth and nail to earn points and survive, these 2 dispatched foes effortlessly and even prepared for a picnic. And they were still in first place. The contrast was staggering. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the lake in the secret realm. Qin Ge and Shui Lingling sat by the shore, their shadows elongated. It was already 6 in the evening, and they had yet to capture the elusive book demon. He found this unsurprising. After all, the creature excelled in stealth and evasion. If it truly wished to hide, it would be exceedingly difficult to unearth. However, Shui Lingling appeared somewhat disheartened, her little head drooping like a deflated snowball. Qin Ge gently patted her head, seizing the educational opportunity. Just like capturing a criminal, the most crucial element is patience. The same applies to learning skills. The more one rushes, the more likely one is to achieve the opposite. Shui Lingling blinked, contemplatively. All right, we've worked hard all day. Let us fill our stomachs first. A slight smile graced Qin Ge's lips. Perhaps after dark, that fellow will be unable to resist and present itself to us. We'll set a trap for the demon. Hearing this, Shui Lingling's eyes lit up, her little paw clapping in agreement. Jing Ge, start the fire. This time, it hesitated, its tiger-like eyes narrowing. A full 30 seconds passed before it slowly turned around, ready to work. As it kicked the wood back, its ears suddenly twitched. Something was amiss. Are we about to retreat again? It questioned with a hint of melancholy in its mind. Qin Ge, don't worry, this time it's unnecessary. If you suddenly disappear, it would instead alert the enemy. Oh, Jing Ge acknowledged in their mind link, feigning nonchalance as it deliberately turned its back to the suspicious direction, slowly beginning to paw at the firewood pile, pretending to focus on igniting the flames with electricity. Qin Ge also cooperated, humming a tune while rummaging through his backpack. Come. Tonight we indulge. Let us use that bare paw we froze earlier. Before he could finish, a disheveled Ming Kong bird landed beside the grill, staring at them with eager eyes filled with desire. Shui Lingling blinked, recognizing the familiar face. It's the bird we defeated before, the one that even gifted us milk. She tilted her head, pondering for 2 seconds, then gestured with her little paw. Do you want to eat roasted meat too? I can share a toe with you. Ming Kong bird face in shock, JPG. Just as the atmosphere turned warm and cozy, a formidable-looking spider emerged from the shadows. Although it was a spider, it appeared rather peculiar. Its body bore strange patterns, identifying it as one of the ghostly insects, the magic spider beast. Following it, a 3rd, 4th, and 5th appeared. A total of 5 spirit beasts surrounded them. Shui Lingling instantly perked her ears, sensing something was amiss. These creatures still bore the lingering scent of the book demon from last night. They were working together. This is odd. These aren't the guardians of treasure chests. But NPCs with a single task, right? Why are they coming to ambush us? Oh, I understand now. That creature intends to exhaust Shui Lingling and Qin Ge's stamina to make its capture easier. Qin Ge instantly pieced it all together. Chapter 71. The wind grows tense. As Qin Ge relayed the enemy's plan through their mind link to the two beasts, Three Faces instantly displayed a textbook level of emotional fragmentation. Shui Lingling. Her small paws clenched tightly, a dangerous flurry of snowflakes swirling around her. She was a picture of fury, ready to freeze them into ice sculptures. Qin Ge, maintaining an outward calm while internally experiencing a whirlwind of thoughts. How should one perform? One must entice the demon book fiend while avoiding any semblance of insincerity. The challenge is indeed formidable. Qin Ge, the anxious tiger tail thumped against the ground, lightning flickering through its mane. Why isn't the battle commenced yet? Progress towards the 5 kills achievement, 05. Hurry, I'm waiting. Meanwhile, on the other side, 5 members of the Avengers are enacting a scene titled We Are Completely Ignoring the Battle Plan. Ming Kong Niao, tilting its head, what are we supposed to do next? Emoju Beast, its 8 legs entangled big sister speaks too quickly. I couldn't catch that. Anonymity, irritably flicking its tail, are we just going to stand here? Others are nearly feasting already. Anonymity, lost in thought, let me ponder, what was the action plan again? Anonymity, gulp. That roasted meat smells divine. 5 pairs of eyes unanimously drifted toward the barbecue grill, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Ah, these fellows are clearly not a professional squad. Qin Ge observed their expressions and deliberately flipped over the sizzling bear paw. Would you like some? 5 spirit beasts, frantically nodding in agreement. Qin Ge, what is going on? Weren't we supposed to fight 5 against 1? In this tense atmosphere, in reality, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. A 6th spirit beast concealed in the shadows made its appearance. A round, chubby ball mouse suddenly popped up from the ground, its little eyes blinking. Caught you. Shui Lingling frowned, and in an instant, icy power surged forth, capturing it on the spot. Gurgle, gurgle. The ball mouse's pupils shook violently. It twisted in a frenzy, attempting to burrow back underground, only to find its body entirely immobilized, no longer under its control. Raising its gaze, it met Shui Lingling's narrowed, dangerous eyes. Ball mouse. An ominous premonition suddenly washed over it. Simultaneously, the 5 Avengers finally recalled their purpose. Yet, upon witnessing the ball mouse's dire predicament, Ming Kong Niao exclaimed, the wind is tight, let us flee. Emoju Beast, big sister, I'm sorry. Its 8 legs scattered in different directions. Anonymity, 8B. See, our teammate's gone, we must retreat. The 5 spirit beasts, initially gathered nearby, abruptly changed their expressions. 5 figures dashed away in different directions, creating utter chaos. As it ran, Emoju Beast retrieved a book and contacted the demon book fiend. Mission accomplished. It's your turn. We're pulling back. Not far away. Atop a treetop, a yellowed page trembled violently. Cackling, a shadow leaped from the page, accompanied by a sinister laugh. However, the laughter hadn't faded before it swiftly transitioned to Qin Ge's face. Oh, finally willing to show yourself? The demon book fiend gazed at the scene before it. The ball mouse, transformed into a frozen statue, and the fleeing Avengers. It could hardly grasp the unfolding events. According to its original plan, the task of the 5 members of the Avengers was to divert attention, while the hidden ball mouse was the true powerhouse. Through observation, it had discovered that Qin Ge was indeed a glutton. During the supply meal, when consuming roasted meat, what is the best prank against a foodie? Naturally, it is to steal their delectable morsels, forcing them to consume what they do not relish. Furthermore, it had even devised an alibi. The demon book fiend has been diligently studying in the library all day. Yet, it never anticipated that Emoju Beast, you traitorous teammate. This betrayer not only sold out its comrades prematurely, but also left it to cover the rear. The most outrageous part was that the man called Godzilla had pulled out his phone to take pictures for posterity. What a disaster. Though internally collapsing into a QR code, the professional prankster's poise compelled it to immediately execute Plan B. Whoosh. Shui Lingling's extreme ice condensation froze the vacant booklet. A cheeky phrase materialized on the cover. Next time, I will steal all the barbecue sauce. Peep. Shui Lingling stomped her foot in anger. However, the demon book fiend sought to escape. Now, it could only reluctantly stomp its foot in frustration. Then, it shifted its gaze to the ice-encased ball mouse. Ball mouse, frozen in statue form? The mouse life carousel began to play. Oh, today is the day I'm doomed. It seems about time. Just look at its silly appearance. It's likely just a temporary worker lured in by the demon book fiend. Qin Ge smiled and ruffled Shui Lingling's fluffy little head. Come, let us review your splendid performance from earlier. Peep. Shui Lingling suddenly perked up. Qin Ge mysteriously pulled out his phone video. Before the demon book fiend fled, It appeared that Shui Lingling's extreme ice condensation hadn't quite hit its mark. Yet, in slow motion, it could be clearly seen that the book mount beneath the opponent had already frozen a corner. That was quite impressive. With a bit more effort and a touch more speed, it could surely be turned into an ice sculpture. Here, this is your reward. Chilled moo moo milk. Peep. Shui Lingling clutched the milk bottle, gulping it down. Her little tail swayed proudly in front of the slow-motion video, reflecting her heroic image in her ice crystal-like eyes. Bull mouse. Do I not need to die? Perhaps due to 2 consecutive failures, the entire secret realm fell into an unusual stillness that night. Yet countless examinees dared not lower their guard. Some clutched their score watches, unable to sleep. Others strained their ears intents to listen for any sounds. Some even took turns keeping watch with their spirit beasts. The slightest rustle of wind could incite a flurry of agitation. Clap. Examinee C suddenly slammed the table. It's definitely a diversion tactic. But it was merely the spirit beast on watch munching on sunflower seeds. At dawn, the examinees, sporting panda eyes, wore bewildered expressions. ZZZ didn't they say there would be an ambush? I've even set traps, yawn. Some even shouted at the night sky. Demon book fiend, can you handle this? Repair diary, day 1. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of pages sticking. Wait. Once I fix this, I will surely replace all your pillows with 5 years of cultivation, 3 years of simulation. But that white-haired fluffball-esque skills are so formidable, even stronger than last time. They must be using hacks. All my teammates are fools. The enemies are all using cheats. I must prepare a foolproof strategy to achieve victory. Chapter 72. Assessment concluded. On the 3rd day, at noon, the blazing sun hung high, and the air within the secret realm seemed to thicken. The atmosphere of the examination venue had already transformed starkly from the clamorous days prior. Reality is not a game. Slain demon beasts do not resurrect. And open treasure chests do not refresh. After 2.5 days of fierce competition, the avenues for gaining points within the entire secret realm had become exceedingly scarce. In the control room, Hong Haiyang stood before the surveillance screen, his gaze calmly sweeping over the candidates who had endured sleepless nights, yet were still gritting their teeth in perseverance. Should we introduce some hidden tasks? Suggested a staff member. No need, Hong Haiyang replied, shaking his head as his attention shifted to the leaderboard. The top 10 scores were all above 10,000 points, while those beyond the 15th rank barely reached 5,000. The disparity was stark, but such is reality. True exploration of the secret realms operates under the principle of limited resources, where the early bird secures the worm. In a certain part of the secret realm, the waterfall thundered. Qin Ge sat upon a rock, leisurely chewing on bear jerky, his eyes fixed on the cascading waters ahead. Although they had not actively sought points in the previous days, yesterday's hidden task target had managed to escape, making Qin Ge the unwitting architect of its flight. Nevertheless, he had received a reward. Although he found it somewhat perplexing, one should not refuse a gift freely given. The so-called special rewards would be dispensed after evaluation. While point rewards were credited immediately, the points he earned, combined with those previously acquired, allowed him to secure a stable first place. There was no need to scramble for scattered points. With first place already assured, he might as well relish the beauty of the secret realm. He tilted his head back to gaze at the waterfall, the water crashing against the rocks and sending up a fine mist. As he stared, a scene from a certain work suddenly came to mind. Speaking of which, didn't someone practice their physique beneath a waterfall? No sooner had he thought this than Jing Ge's ears perked up, a glint of eager anticipation flashing in its tiger-like eyes. Roar. Let me give it a try. Without waiting for Qin Ge's response, it dove into the pool with a splash, swimming agilely to the base of the waterfall. Boom. It resembled a contestant in a fierce waterfall challenge. The electric mane fluffed up like a hedgehog in the water. Roar. This is far more exhilarating than those previous opponents. At first, Jing Ge wobbled slightly, but soon steadied itself, a delicate glow of electricity radiating from its body, countering the waves. Meanwhile, Shui Lingling tilted its little head, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminating its mind. It gracefully leapt onto a massive boulder beside the waterfall. Its tiny claws aimed at the flowing water, and an icy chill erupted forth. Crack, crack. In its initial attempt, it misjudged the force. Splash. The solidified ice chunk plummeted into the pool, sending up a shower of water. However, as it continued to adjust, the water at the waterfall's edge began to freeze at a visibly accelerated pace. Ice crystals spread along the current, gradually forming a shimmering curtain of ice. This was a method of harnessing the waterfall to become familiar with the extreme ice condensation. Qin Ge observed the 2 spirit beasts engrossed in their training. He absent-mindedly caressed the metallic edge of his phone, his fingertips lightly tapping on the screen. Although this assessment prohibited the carrying of supplies in this unprocessed secret realm, the absence of any signal rendered the matter moot. While lacking signal, it did not hinder him from capturing his thoughts. As he edited his words, his mind began to drift. Shui Lingling and Qin Ge were on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. This level was a pivotal point for the evolution of many spirit beasts. For Shui Lingling, evolution was a rather simple matter. Whenever it wished to evolve, it could find someone to escort it to the Everest secret realm. Both the military and Jinling University would offer their full support. However, Qin Ge's case made him hesitate. Watching the roaring tiger beneath the waterfall, Qin Ge unconsciously furrowed his brow. The conventional thunderclap tiger had but one evolutionary form. But Qin Ge was different. It could transform into a human form, condense the wings of the thunder god, and might even be the only thunderclap tiger in the world that could fly. Such a unique situation led Qin Ge to ponder whether conventional evolution was truly worthy of it. He began to wonder if his extraordinary inheritance could alter the rules of evolution. The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. Wasn't inheritance more than just techniques? If it were feasible, what if Qin Ge learned from the holy beast-like digital monster, Raikou? Could it evolve into a new form that wielded white lightning? Or perhaps that deity from the lord of something or other, the purple lightning tiger, would be equally thrilling. Even bolder thoughts crossed his mind. What if he sought the tutelage of mythological tigers, such as the enlightened beast with tiger traits, or the bays, the white tiger, or even the legendary Qiongqi, whose shape resembled a winged tiger? Thinking of this made Qin Ge chuckle to himself. The entirety of this world might not even stand a chance against Qiongqi, one of the 4 fiends. If it were indeed possible, summoning it would come at a hefty price. Better to be pragmatic and first seek suitable targets from anime and novels. He decided it was too early to dwell on such thoughts. After all, the thunderclap tiger needed to reach the 3rd tier, level 6, to be most suited for evolution. For now, the critical task was to ensure Shui Lingling mastered the ability to freeze time and space, while Qin Ge emptied the skill library of Yaya. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge set these matters aside for the time being. He stood up and began to exercise. After all, in the secret realm, the wilderness, and even in certain special events, beast tamers must also fight alongside their spirit beasts. Time flew swiftly during their training. While the trio remained focused on their practice by the waterfall, the 3-day assessment in the ruined town was quietly drawing to a close. During this time, it could be said that some rejoiced while others lamented. Yet, the outcome was all but predetermined, and there was no time left to retreat. Outside the secret realm, in the monitoring room, several staff members fixated on the leaderboard, which had now frozen in place. First place, Qin Ge, 24, 750 points. Excluding the 400 points he earned on the first day, he had also accrued a considerable number of points while tracking the demon book creature on the 2nd day. Of course, a portion of those points was an additional reward for scaring away the demon book creature. The rankings had remained largely unchanged. Unfortunately, several 4th-tier beast tamers possessed formidable strength but were simply unlucky. Hong Haiyang crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard as he remarked lightly. Luck is also a part of strength. He understood well. In this assessment, there had indeed been many powerful 4th-tier beast tamers. However, sometimes, overwhelming strength could become a disadvantage. The demonic beasts would sense danger and avoid them, making it difficult to accumulate points. Moreover, not every spirit beast excelled at tracking like Shui Lingling or Yi Linglong. In this unfamiliar ruinous environment, merely finding treasure chests or specific targets could consume a significant amount of time. And this encapsulated the reality of exploring secret realms. Strength, luck, and judgment were all indispensable. Chapter 73, a full-scale battle with the senior. It has finally concluded. I just want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Hot pot, barbecue. I must make up for all the food I missed over the past 2 days. Simulation's secret realm assessment, assembly point. In the vast square, a cacophony of voices resounded. Beast tamers, either exuberantly cheering or despondently sulking, exhibited a spectrum of emotions, in stark contrast to the throngs that had gathered 3 days prior. The square now appeared somewhat sparse. The absent figures were the failures who had been compelled to withdraw from the assessment for various reasons. Standing upon the elevated platform, Hong Haiyang surveyed the crowd below and intoned solemnly, "Those of you still present here demonstrate that you possess at least the fundamental skills necessary for survival within the secret realm. The rules of the assessment have long been established. The top 20 will earn the privilege of exploring the secret realm. I hereby declare the assessment officially concluded. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave." Hong Haiyang was not one to indulge in lengthy speeches. Having succinctly conveyed his message, he signaled to Qin Ge, indicating that it was time to claim the special reward for the hidden task. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow and followed, accompanied by Qin Ge and Shui Lingling. No sooner had the trio departed than the square erupted into fervent chatter. Familiar faces quickly congregated, engaging in animated discussions. "Just as I suspected," remarked a bespectacled young man, adjusting his glasses and lowering his voice to confide in his companion. I said that unless one completed that hidden task, achieving over 20,000 points was utterly impossible. Yet, his companion frowned, believing the bespectacled fellow to be somewhat misguided. I observed his scores. Even before completing the hidden task, he was nearing 16,000 points, which is quite sufficient to secure a top 3 position. Isn't that rather normal? Interjected another. Based on his points acquisition on the first day, it was evident that Godzilla would undoubtedly pass. A girl exclaimed with sparkling eyes, I want to request a replay of his assessment from the staff. It would surely go viral on Douyin. Standing amidst the crowd, Xiao Xianxian listened to the rising tide of chatter, her lips twitching slightly. Were they genuinely so fearless as to wish for a replay of Godzilla's assessment? They seemed completely unafraid of shattering their own aspirations, as the sole individual. Aside from the staff, who had been able to perceive Qin Ge's movements throughout via her own beast-taming talent and the insights of Yiling Long, she understood better than anyone else. What others deemed an assessment was, in fact, merely a leisurely excursion. The first day had been a serene barbecue picnic. The second involved chasing after magical book monsters throughout the secret realm, and the final day had been nothing short of a training exercise disguised as an assessment. Hey, Lao Su. A booming voice suddenly rang out from a distance. It was Meng Yingjun, clapping Su Hongyu on the shoulder with an infectious laugh. No worries. There's no need to comfort me. If I didn't pass this time, I'll just come back next time. Su Hongyu looked bewildered, replying, but I never said anything? Meanwhile, Qin Ge followed Hong Haiyang into a conference room. At the center of the room, a metallic platform held a silvery sealed box. With a click, Hong Haiyang entered a password, and the lid slowly opened. This is Qin Ge's pupils constricted. Inside floated an enigmatic crystal that exuded an air of impressive potency. It was a crystalline entity, encapsulating a tempestuous storm of lightning, its surface entwined with howling winds. The two distinctly contrasting energies melded together in perfect harmony. Wind and lightning dual attribute material resource, Hong Haiyang stated gravely, then shrugged. What it's called, or its exact purpose, I cannot say. It was entrusted to me by Master Zhou Gang of the Thunderfang Tiger, along with his prized spirit beast, Biaogu, for you. He paused, adopting Zhou Gang's tone. When used during the evolution of the Thunderfang Tiger, it will yield unforeseen effects. Shui Lingling curiously extended a paw, but was gently repelled by the natural storm energy emanating from the crystal. Jing's fur bristled in response. His tiger eyes fixated on the crystal, emitting a low growl. His instinctive intuition told him that this object would be beneficial to him. Qin Ge cautiously stowed the box containing the wind and lightning crystal into his backpack. At that moment, Hong Haiyang produced an exquisite jade box. Upon opening it, a plant radiating a soft blue glow lay quietly within. Even with the impressive crystal preceding it, this so-called reward had not lost its significance. Rainbow algae, a miraculous healing fruit, imbued with gentle waters, possessing formidable healing capabilities. For some reckless beast tamers, this item could indeed serve as a second chance at life. After inquiring further about the secret realm's circumstances, Qin Ge exited the room, stretching lazily. The morning sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The square buzzed with activity. As most beast tamers had not rushed to depart. Rather, they seized the opportunity to engage in friendly duels in the makeshift battle arena. Fire rugged deer, charged with flickering flames. Bubble demon, encase it in bubbles and let it take flight. Red fruit pig, Jiao Mi with Jiao. Chapter 42, Holy Fruit Pig Evolution. Perhaps for many, the absence of vocalizing their moves rendered them less impactful. Throughout the matches, the air was filled with the fervent voices of the competing beast tamers. Of course, some employed verbal tactics to influence their opponent's judgments, such as the tamer shouting Jiao, who was actually instructing the red fruit pig to launch explosive tree fruits, skillfully executing a diversion. As Qin Ge observed, he couldn't help but recall a certain phrase. Iron, I love to tell little lies. Let me give you an egg. He shook his head in amusement and made his way to where Meng Yingjun and the others were situated, discovering Su Hongyu standing on one side of the arena, facing a young man with a stern expression who appeared quite formidable. Match concluded. The victor is the Nether Spirit Cat. As the temporary referee announced the result, only the elegant Nether Spirit Cat remained, grooming its paws. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around them. That's incredibly strong. Truly spectacular. Who is the beast tamer of the Nether Spirit Cat? They look so young, but seem even more formidable than Godzilla. A sophomore from Jilin University. Ranked 20th in this assessment. I've heard he is already a 4th-tier beast tamer. 20th? A 4th-tier beast tamer is ranked 20th? Goodness, is he controlling his scores? Regardless. Aside from the hidden task rewards, both the 1st and 20th placements receive the same treatment. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Ge's eyes brightened, and a playful smile danced on his lips. A sophomore from Jinling University? ISNT that our future senior? 4th tier level. Facing a 2nd tier with a 4th tier should provide a balanced challenge. Oh, perhaps it might even create some pressure that could help them break through. With that thought, he hastily approached the side of the arena and extended his hand toward the stern senior. Greetings, senior. I am Qin Ge, a new student this year. May I request a few sparring techniques? Not. Aren't you a 4th tier? Before Qin Ge could finish his sentence, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted behind him. Jingzhe was enveloped in raging currents, his tiger eyes blazing with combat fervor. Shui Lingling, filled with curiosity, poked her head out, her little nose twitching gently. Seemingly intrigued by the ethereal spirit cat. Oh my goodness, Godzilla is about to make a move. A gasp erupted from the crowd. The surrounding students instantly buzzed with excitement. Some fumbling to pull out their phones, while others hastily initiated betting. Quick, quick, get your phones ready. The betting has begun. I wager a hot pot dinner on Godzilla winning. That's not a certainty. This ethereal spirit cat is a 4th tier and an evolved one at that. A senior, initially taken aback, then reached out to stroke the head of the ethereal spirit cat. The cat's ghostly blue eyes ignited with 2 flickering flames. It's possible. He pondered momentarily before suddenly displaying a knowing smile. 2nd-year student at Jinling University, Chu Xinghe. However, his gaze locked onto Qin Ge's eyes, his tone turning earnest. Shall we engage in a duel of initial spirit beasts? In truth, he had initially wished to refrain from battling the Thunderfang tiger. A cat against a tiger. A ghost against electricity. Even an evolved form would struggle against a non-evolved one. The thought of admitting such a defeat felt utterly humiliating. Chu Xinghe mused internally while maintaining a composed demeanor outwardly. His attention subtly drifted toward the fluffy Shui Lingling perched on Qin Ge's shoulder, contemplating, by all accounts. It should be stronger than the Thunderfang tiger. Yet, it's akin to rock, paper, scissors. Scissors can defeat paper, paper can defeat rock, and rock can defeat scissors. Sometimes, battles are rather intricate. At the very least, compared to the Thunderfang tiger, Chu Xinghe believed his ethereal spirit cat had at least a 30% higher chance of victory against Shui Lingling. With a roar, the lightning surrounding Jingzhe gradually dimmed. Tilting its head to scrutinize the duo of human and cat, as if suddenly comprehending everything. Shui Lingling perked up, executing a graceful somersault into the center of the arena. She excitedly waved her tiny paws, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Before confronting the demonic ice tome, it was prudent to test the waters with this big cat. All right. Qin Ge readily nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He gestured discreetly to Jingzhe, who lazily laid down at the edge of the arena, its tiger tail lazily swaying against the ground. It shot a sidelong glance at the ethereal spirit cat warming up nearby, then suddenly let out a massive yawn. The match begins. The officiating beast master abruptly swung down a wooden stick, his voice echoing through the air. The crowd instantly fell silent, all breath held, eyes fixed on the center of the arena. A few even climbed trees for a better view. Shadow assault. Chu Xinghe struck first. The ethereal spirit cat's form abruptly blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Its speed was astonishing, leaving behind multiple illusory traces in the air. The sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light. What incredible speed! Is this the prowess of a 4th-tier spirit beast? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Ice wall. Yet, Qin Ge remained unflustered, merely raising his chin slightly. Although he had not learned the ice spear skill, for Shui Lingling, who had mastered the elemental shaping magic of ice. Basic skills like ice wall and ice hammer were second nature. Chu, with a gentle tap of her tiny paw on the ground, a crystalline ice wall surged up, perfectly blocking the ethereal spirit cat's path of attack. Clang. The sound of ice and claws clashing rang out. Sparks flying from the ethereal spirit cat's sharp claws scraping against the icy surface. How is it possible to react so quickly? Instantaneous response. No. How did she know the ethereal spirit cat would attack from that direction? The students gaped, some even unconsciously inching closer. A bespectacled girl suddenly exclaimed in realization. It's the temperature. Shui Lingling possesses the ability to sense temperature changes. Chu Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically. The previously composed demeanor now bore cracks. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. What shocked him even more was that Shui Lingling's ice wall could even morph. He watched in disbelief as the edges of the ice wall extended, like a living entity, attempting to form an icy prison. To his astonishment, the surface of the ice wall began to shed fine ice particles, drifting like snowflakes, enveloping the ethereal spirit cat entirely. This is bad. Chu Xinghe's heart raced. He could clearly see the ethereal spirit cat's movements becoming sluggish, beautiful fur starting to crystallize with ice. Ethereal fire. In his panic, he cried out. But it was already too late. Freeze. Qin Ge snapped his fingers. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of freezing. The ethereal spirit cat was trapped in a strikingly lifelike ice sculpture, frozen in its last moment of struggle. Through the transparent ice, its eyes flickered with ghostly flames. Filled with disbelief and resentment, the entire training ground fell into a hushed silence. Everyone's mouths hung agape, unable to utter a sound. Qin Ge lazily lifted its head, then disinterestedly lay back down, even leisurely licking its front paw. Qin Ge frowned slightly, musing to himself. Wasn't he said to be a fourth-tier spirit beast? This level is even inferior to the demonic ice tome. Qu Xinghe stood rooted in place, his handsome features frozen in shock. His lips trembled slightly, yet no words escaped. What happened to rock, paper, scissors? This is like a rock smashing straight through paper. Thaw, Qin Ge said softly. Chew. Shui Lingling chirped joyfully, waving her tiny paw. The ice sculpture instantly melted away, and the ethereal spirit cat tumbled to the ground, drenched and disheveled, completely stripped of its former elegance. It was only then that the crowd snapped back to reality. Is this really over? It barely lasted a minute. How outrageous. Even if it just entered the fourth tier, it's still a fourth-tier spirit beast. Just how powerful is Godzilla's snow demoness? The entire plaza erupted in excitement. Meng Yingjun seized Su Hongyu's arm, babbling incoherently. Old Su. Look, old Qin avenged you. He won. Su Hongyu replied. You clearly didn't say that earlier. Qu Xinghe took a deep breath, forcing himself to approach his spirit cat. As he knelt to stroke the ethereal spirit cat, he realized his fingers were trembling uncontrollably. I concede. Qin Ge politely nodded and turned to leave. He felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the battle. What was that? This doesn't resemble a fourth-tier spirit beast at all. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Just like in gaming, where a wealthy player at level 29 flaunted an array of enhancements, mounts, and a multitude of premium skills. It is entirely reasonable for one's combat prowess to surpass that of a level 40 civilian player. Wait, Qu Xinghe suddenly called out to him. Could you kindly inform me of the current level of your snow spirit? Qin Ge turned back, revealing a knowing smile. Take a guess? With that, he strolled away with his two spirit beasts, beckoning Meng Yingjun and the others to follow, leaving behind a trail of dropped jaws and countless questions. Meanwhile, a uniquely designed silver-white warplane sliced through the clouds, landing steadily on the runway of the Jinling military base. The aircraft exuded an odd sensation, akin to a mechanical spirit beast. As the hatch opened, the high-ranking military officials and researchers, who had been waiting eagerly, instinctively straightened their backs. Among the throng, a woman clad in a simple white research coat descended. Li Jinggang quickly approached. Sister-in-law, welcome home. Chapter 75, Mother has returned. This woman, appearing to be in her early 40s, donned her plain white research attire with an effortless elegance, though fine lines adorned the corners of her eyes. They only added to her mature charm. The most striking sight was the spirit beast accompanying her, the tidal rhythm moon spirit. A water-type natural spirit beast evolved from a water elemental. The moon spirit possessed a graceful humanoid form, its surface shimmering with glimmers of light, as if seawater flowed beneath its skin. With every step, it left behind circles of blue ripples on the ground. Upon hearing Li Jingyang's greeting, sister-in-law, Zhu Xiangru did not even flinch. After all, the relationships among these brothers were quite convoluted. Sister-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? Li Jinggang inquired. I'm not leaving. Zhu Xiangru casually waved her hand. This assignment lacks any challenge. I intend to stay at home, enjoy a leisurely life, play some nurturing games, and properly educate my son. As soon as the words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The officers present widened their eyes, and the researchers gaped in disbelief. A singular question was etched on every face. Did I just mishear that? No challenge whatsoever? They exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the shock of the other. Those who had made it to this place understood well what her research entailed. It represented a monumental breakthrough capable of revolutionizing the existing spirit beast system, an ultimate subject coveted by countless nations and researchers, yet elusive to many. But why did it sound so trivial when she spoke of it? Even Li Jinggang, who was familiar with Zhu Xiangru, couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Indeed, it was the same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. The genius's thought process was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Over a decade ago, his sister-in-law had abruptly abandoned her flourishing career as a beast master, citing a reason so simple it was infuriating. There's nothing fun about it. After decades of play, no one can surpass that hurdle. Time for a career change. Upon hearing that there were several century-old conundrums in the scientific community yet to be solved, she had exclaimed, Old Qin, let us go see what we can do. And what was the result? Those scientific quandaries that had plagued the academic world for nearly a century were swiftly dismantled under her adept hands, one by one, in just a few short years. Now, her return signified that even the most challenging problems had been resolved. Li Jingang understood the backstory well. At that time, Qin Xuan and Zhu Xiangru had just married and were on their honeymoon in a secret realm when they fortuitously encountered a divine beast. They had gained enlightenment from the wisdom of the divine beast. Zhu Xiangru paid no mind to the astonished expressions around her, casually snapping her fingers. The tidal rhythm moon spirit gracefully lifted its arm, conjuring a crystal-clear water bubble at its fingertips. This was a special ability derived from the gift of the dragon horse. Within the bubble lay a miniature world of its own. Handle the data and press conferences as you see fit, she waved nonchalantly. I'll be taking some finished products with me, just right for my little one to play VIP. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Zhu Xiangru and the moon spirit vanished into thin air with a pop, leaving behind a puddle of water that gradually evaporated. Witnessing this effortless display, the onlookers were left speechless. Li Jingang had long grown accustomed to such spectacles. After all, it was the pinnacle-level moon spirit. With such power, one could act with impunity. He carefully stored the floating water bubble into a specially designed safe, then turned to the mechanical master Jin Chuanan, who was retracting the warplane into the spirit beast space. Shall we gather tonight? Old Zhou has also returned to Jinling these past few days. At the same time, on a vehicle heading from Liangxi district to Jinling, Qin Ge turned to Meng Yingjun and Su Hongyu. I want to be joining you for lunch today. He glanced at the phone handed to him by Snow Spirit. What? Meng Yingjun jolted awake, his drowsiness dissipating. Old Qin, what is the matter? According to their usual practice, a celebratory meal was a must after such assessments. Moreover, he was eager to seek Qin Ge's advice regarding his desired second spirit beast, a ghost type, especially since this was the individual capable of scaring away even the demon book monsters. My mother is coming back today. A smile involuntarily crept across Qin Ge's face, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Having traversed into this world, his family and friends from his past life remained unchanged. As if logging into a new phone with the same old account, the contacts within that account had not fundamentally altered. Regardless of what status or identity his mother held in this world, she would forever be that irreplaceable figure capable of creating the unique taste of a mother's love. Just the thought of it made Qin Ge swallow hard. Snow Spirit, observing Qin Ge's demeanor, mimicked the swallowing motion and instinctively placed her little paw on her belly. Although Su Hongyu was unaware of Qin Ge's mother's identity, he nodded in understanding. All right, we can gather another day. However, Meng Yingjun's reaction was entirely different. He gasped sharply, his tone shifting. Aunt Zhu is coming back today. He vividly recalled the family portrait he had seen in Qin Ge's home when he had just emerged from his psychological shadow. The man in the photo was unfamiliar to him, but the elegant woman was none other than the legendary beast master Zhu Xiangru, who had made a name for herself in Huaxia over a decade ago. A fierce character who had reduced a legendary beast master from Japan to tears shortly after graduating from university. At that time, Meng Yingjun thought it was merely a coincidence of resemblance, but he never expected it to be the truth. Though the years had passed since her reign of glory, her legends still echoed within the martial community. Even at Jinling No. 1 High School, countless students idolized this legendary figure. Yes, she is already at home waiting for me. Qin Ge nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Meng Yingjun immediately gestured in understanding. Oh, it was essential to return home earlier, considering that Annie usually had a busy schedule. As Qin Ge approached the entrance of the community, an indescribable feeling surged within him. This sensation was reminiscent of bringing a partner home to meet the parents, albeit in this instance, he was accompanied not by a significant other, but by his two spirit beasts. Ah, family indeed. As soon as they exited the elevator, the two little ones perked up their ears simultaneously. The alluring aroma wafting through the air invigorated them instantly. Shui Lingling, in a state of bliss, closed her eyes, her little nose twitching. Qin Ge, on the other hand, widened his tiger-like eyes, resembling a popular meme from the internet. The door to the room swung open the moment the trio approached. As if Shui Lingling had a sense for temperature, so too did the CS spirit possess a similar ability. It sensed their arrival. In its memory, whenever they were home, it was invariably Mother who was present, and Xia was responsible for nearly all tasks, opening and closing doors, cleaning, and doing laundry, save for cooking, which was the only chore left to her. However, perhaps due to the anticipation of welcoming two new family members, today felt particularly special. Unlike before, Xia did not utilize water to open the door. Instead, she stood at the threshold, adorned in a pink apron, her face radiating a gentle smile that exuded a unique charm. Truth be told, Xia felt more like a mother than Ms. Zhu. For some inexplicable reason, such a thought flitted through Qin Ge's mind. Chapter 76, Divine Beast. Dragon Horse. Chirp. Another bowl. Please. Shui Lingling declared from the baby chair she had occupied in her childhood, raising her hand. This chair had been specially retrieved by Qin Ma from storage, still bearing the bite marks of Qin Ge's early years. After all, with her in the house, the female spirit beast could not dine at the table. Qin Ge maintained his aloof demeanor, but the incessant quivering of his whiskers and the furtive glances towards the pot betrayed him, especially when Qin Ma lifted the lid. He instinctively took a half-step forward. Ha ha, it turned out Qin Ge was a bit of a tsundere. Zhu Xiangru chuckled, casually dropping a generous piece of tender beast meat into his bowl. As a prodigy, particularly after receiving the blessing of the dragon horse, Qin Ma possessed an unparalleled creativity that transcended conventional boundaries in numerous fields. Her culinary skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Various rare spiritual fruits and beast meats flourished under her deft hands, elevating this meal to an entirely new level. The two little ones experienced an instantaneous upgrade during the meal. Remarkably, they managed to break through their current limitations while dining. The effect was akin to some fantastical realm where consumption alone could amplify one's strength. The flavors were equally remarkable. Shui Lingling, with her petite frame, managed to devour nearly double her weight in food, her little belly round as a ball. After the meal, Xia elegantly waved her hand, and water flowed gracefully through the air. The dishes returned to their rightful places, and the kitchen transformed in an instant. Qin Ma then led Qin Ge into the study, much to his bewilderment. In the center of the study floated a crystal-clear droplet, emanating a gentle blue light, with the surrounding space slightly warping. Those old geezers insisted we relocate to Xuanwu Lake. It's such a hassle, Qin Ma remarked, pouting. I simply had Xia create a passage in the study, allowing us to go whenever we please. Qin Ge's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Wait, what? Other people's mothers just tend to flowers and plants, and mine brings a national-level secret realm into our home. Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything before. Qin Ma waved dismissively. Just don't go telling people you're my son. Not many know I'm your son anyway. Qin Ge muttered under his breath. Is that so? Ha ha. Qin Ma chuckled awkwardly before shifting the topic. Come, let me arrange a first recharge gift pack for you. A first recharge gift pack? What on earth is that? Qin Ge asked, utterly perplexed, as if he were caught in a game. It's too complicated to explain. You'll find out soon enough. With that, she grasped her son's wrist and led him toward the droplet. Seeing this, Xia promptly scooped up the slightly sluggish Shui Lingling, and Qin Ge hurriedly followed suit. As they passed through the droplet, Qin Ge felt a sudden blurriness before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing by a shimmering lake. This familiar scene was undoubtedly the center of the Xuanwu Lake's secret realm. However, what astonished Qin Ge even more was the creature gliding upon the lake. A being with a dragon's head and a horse's body, adorned in scarlet patterns and green scales, gliding effortlessly across the surface without causing a single ripple. As it drew nearer, he could clearly see the intricate star map etched upon its back, utterly mesmerizing. Whoa, what is this? Qin Ge stammered, barely able to articulate his thoughts. He pinched Qin Ge's thigh hard. Roar? It dawned on him that this was not merely a dream. No wonder he was so exhilarated. This was a divine beast. In his previous life, the Shanhai Jing was mostly imbued with mythological significance. Yet in this world, it was known as the Yao Shen Lu, a compendium of ancient records concerning spirit beasts and divine beings. Some of these divine beasts had already been discovered by humanity. Though the number of spirit beasts discovered was far greater now, the one before him was indeed the dragon horse. Qin Ge had limited knowledge of its description in this world, but he had studied various exotic beasts in depth during his past life. The Zhou Yi explicitly recorded the auspicious presence of the Yellow River, which once carried the He-Tu to assist the great deity Fuxi, laying the foundations of wisdom for the entire Huaxia civilization. While he wasn't certain if this creature was as formidable as described in the Zhou Yi, it was undoubtedly a divine beast. For a beast master to stand before a living divine beast was enough to drive anyone mad with excitement. Surprisingly, Qin Ma did not mock her son for his astonishment. After all, her own reaction upon first encountering a divine beast like the dragon horse during her honeymoon with Qin Xuan had not been any less dramatic than Qin Ge's. Before Qin Ge could fully recover from his shock, Qin Ma respectfully bowed to the dragon horse. Esteemed one, I beseech you to bestow a blessing upon my son. The dragon horse, with eyes as profound as the galaxy, gazed silently at Qin Ge and the two little ones. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. Qin Ge turned stiffly, locking eyes with the legendary divine beast, his heart racing with thoughts. Whoa. Should I say something? What should I say? Would hello be too mundane? Would I've long admired your reputation sound too pretentious? I'm anxiously waiting for guidance here. Just as Qin Ge wrestled with his internal turmoil, the dragon horse suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Following that, a dazzling beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Ge and the two little ones entirely. Within that radiant glow, the flow of the galaxies could be vaguely perceived, as if it contained the profound truths of the universe. In that moment, everything felt suspended in time. In an instant, Qin Ge felt an unparalleled surge of intelligence. If one were to assert that this world is a realm governed by data, it would manifest as follows. Congratulations to the Beast Master for receiving the divine blessing of the celestial beast, the dragon horse, resulting in an augmentation of physical and spiritual strength. Congratulations to the Beast Master for receiving the divine blessing of the celestial beast, the dragon horse, acquiring an additional beast mastery talent, the spirit of the dragon horse. Spirit of the dragon horse, non-upgradable. Passive effect, river diagram. When contracting a spiritual beast, automatically bestow upon it the river diagram star pattern talent, enhancing its comprehension. Active effect, path of enlightenment. Release the river diagram's Tao rhythm, tripling the speed of skill comprehension for oneself and the spiritual beast. Congratulations to the Beast Master for successfully breaking through to the second tier, gaining a new active talent effect, the New Year's Money Soul Red Envelope. Effect, throw a psychic red envelope at enemies or allies, triggering various outcomes. Against enemies, holding the New Year's money. Care to call out Father? There is a chance to induce a filial impulse, causing them to attack their allies for a duration of 2 seconds. If unsuccessful, a portion of their spiritual energy is siphoned to allied spiritual beasts. Here, take this pocket money. Restores stamina with random enhancements. Attack power 20, attack speed 20, movement speed 20, spiritual energy recovery 20. There is a slight chance to trigger a filial piety outburst, granting a comprehensive enhancement. Congratulations to Shui Lingling for receiving an additional talent effect, River Diagram Star Pattern, enhancing her comprehension.